As Su-Yi slowly opened his eyes, he was confronted by a breathtaking scene that eluded his comprehension. Floating in the void was a system interface detailing world type, derivative, difficulty level, LV7, LV40. World description, a realm where three factions coexist. Further exploration is left to the adventurers. Main quest, first phase, reach Windmill Island. Quest objective, arrive at Windmill Island. Optional objective 1, befriend Luffy. Difficulty, easy. Success. Reward, 300 origin coins. Failure penalty, none. Optional objective 2, eliminate Luffy. Difficulty, hard. Success reward, 3,000 origin coins. Failure penalty, pursued by all three factions. Hint, optional branches will influence subsequent main quests. Daily task. Strike 010000. Teleportation to the pirate world will commence in 3 seconds. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. When he awoke again, the azure sky greeted him, bringing a semblance of clarity. Sitting up, he noticed a shimmering protective barrier surrounding him. What is the situation? Su-Yi pondered, rapidly organizing the information in his mind. Had he perished? And yet, here he was, alive again? Was this truly the world of pirates? The fabled last island? He felt a headache coming on, having only just been reborn moments ago. The last island, Raftel, is a mysterious land shrouded deep within the ocean, igniting the fearless courage of adventurers seeking its truths. Nestled at the end of the Grand Line, it lies obscured by endless mists, making its location elusive. Raftel possesses an enigmatic power, causing countless ships attempting to approach it to lose their way, drifting aimlessly amidst the vast sea. Raftel Island resembles a hidden paradise, its verdant foliage carpeting every inch of land. Within this bountiful ecosystem, fantastical creatures thrive, weaving a vibrant and mysterious world. At the island's heart stands a towering peak gigant's pinnacle overlooking all that surrounds it. Legends say that when sunlight breaks through the clouds to illuminate the summit, the world's secrets shall be unveiled. The small islands surrounding Raftel also exude an air of mystery. Scattered like guardians, they await the arrival of the brave. The relics and ancient artifacts upon these islands whisper long-buried tales, yearning for the hearts of those willing to uncover them. As he rose to his feet, he ventured deeper into the island. Along the way, he encountered colossal trees and boundless seas. After an indeterminate time, he reached the very center of the island. Ding! You have arrived at the center of the last island. Obtain beginner's gift pack. Chakrabati At the center stood a massive table, reminiscent of an unprecedented grand banquet. System. Display my current attribute modification page. A luminous screen materialized. Host, Su-Yi. Status, healthy. Race, human growth stage. Age, 14. Physique, unmodifiable. Spirit, 1 modifiable. Strength, 1 modifiable. Speed, 1 modifiable. Talent, Chakrabati. Skills, none. Attribute points, 0. Note, a value of 1 represents the average of an adult male human. Su-Yi gaze at the 4 attributes: physique, spirit, strength, and speed glowing a deep crimson on the screen, their brightness fluctuating, indicating their modifiability. Why is this body so weak? Where am I? How am I to reach the East Sea and confront Carp? Su-Yi lamented. Opening the beginner's gift pack, he acquired a Black Robe X1 and a Ghost Lantern X1, with unlimited duration. He dashed to the island's edge, peering out at the CO windless zone. Countless sea kings lurked beneath the surface, a hellish beginning. In an instant, a shadow surged from the depths, charging toward Su-Yi. The wind howled past his ears as he unsheathed the Ghost Lantern, executing a slashing strike. Ding! Engaged in battle with a Sea King. Rewards: Busashoku LV1, Kinbunchika LV1, Haushiku LV.1, Su-Yi infused Busashoku into the Ghost Lantern, employing it to suppress the Sea King. Release. A massive, axe-like weapon emerged, cleaving through the Sea King's immense form, carving a deep wound. The Sea King roared in fury and fled at great speed, but Su-Yi would not let it escape. Bankai. With a thunderous crash, the Sea King was bisected, the tempest subsiding as its colossal body collapsed, the Ghost Lantern ravenously absorbing its blood like a demon of doom. Ding! Sea King slain. Rewards: Teleportation Ticket X1. Busashoko LV2. Gazing at the system interface, he selected to teleport to Windmill Island. Chapter 2. Windmill Island. A brilliant white light enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, Sui found himself on the mountainside of Windmill Island, crashing down and creating a massive crater. What a shoddy teleportation. It's so unreliable, Sui mused to himself. Ding. Successfully arrived at Windmill Island. Reward: Navy 6 Styles. The Navy 6 Styles comprises the techniques of finger pistol, iron body, shave, moonwalk, gale foot, and paper drawing. These 6 techniques, originating from the anime One Piece, are forms of martial arts that can only be executed by surpassing human physical limits. They were practiced from a young age by the secret organization CP9 of the world government, boasting immense power. Mastering them grants even those with devil fruit abilities a fighting chance. Due to their practicality, some Navy officers also master 1 or 2 of these styles. Navy 6 Style, Shave. According to the author Oda, the speed of shave allows one to cover 100 meters in just over 4 seconds. In an instant, within approximately 0.36 seconds, one can step on the ground more than 10 times, generating explosive speed through the reaction force. This speed is imperceptible to the naked eye. Navy 6 Style, Iron Body. This defensive technique fortifies the body through rigorous training, granting it an iron-like hardness that can withstand ordinary bullets and blades. The principle lies in accelerating blood flow, enhancing muscle movement. Navy 6 Style, Finger Pistol. This technique, renowned for its gun-like power, focuses all bodily strength into the index finger, allowing for a lightning-fast strike with hardened fingertips that can pierce through flesh and even steel. Navy 6 Style, Gale Foot. This foot technique does not merely kick the enemy but generates vacuum attacks akin to sharp slashes, delivering lethal blows. The principle involves rapid contraction and extension of the leg muscles to create kinetic energy, launching the leg with such speed that it compresses the air, producing a sharp cutting wave. Navy 6 Style, Paper Drawing. A defensive technique known among CP9 combatants. It entails relinquishing all bodily strength to counter the airflows generated by an opponent's movements, evading attacks by a hair's breadth. Navy 6 Style, Moonwalk. Another technique practiced by CP9 members. It is an application of shave. Similar to the lightness of Wudong Kung Fu, it allows one to kick while airborne, altering trajectory before descending. This aerial maneuvering technique facilitates attacks from virtually any angle, achieved by rapidly stepping on the ground or air to gain thrust for levitation and movement. The supreme secret of the 6 Styles, the ultimate body technique. Accessible only to those who master the aforementioned 6 Styles to perfection, involves clenching both fists together to unleash an attack akin to a shockwave, with power several times that of the Sky Island's impact. Nearby, Luffy witnessed the entire spectacle. Oi, who are you, descending from the heavens with such might? Can you teach me? I'm Luffy, destined to be the Pirate King. Sure, if we become friends, I'll teach you. Ding. Successfully became friends with Luffy. Reward: Skill 80 God's Air Strike, 300 Origin Coins. Huh, is that the mightiest technique of Kagaya Otsutsuki? Luffy, let us see if you can withstand this move. Hee, I'm a rubber man. Bring it on. Suddenly, Luffy launched the first attack, moving with lightning speed. He swung his fist, executing a rubber pistol aimed directly at Sui's face. Sui deftly dodged and leapt into the air. Seeing this, Luffy quickly adapted his strategy, employing the rubber axe from above to strike down at Sui. Unfazed, Sui used Shave to leap high, evading Luffy's assault. As they exchanged positions in midair, the impact upon landing sent tremors through the ground. Sui resolved to unleash the 80 God's Air Strike. He inhaled deeply, concentrating his spiritual pressure in both hands, tracing a massive circular trajectory. With an intense surge of spiritual pressure, the full force of the 80 God's Air Strike manifested. A chilling aura enveloped the air, as if time itself had frozen. Luffy sensed this power and immediately activated the rubber balloon, maximizing his devil fruit abilities in an attempt to withstand Sui's onslaught. However, the 80 God's Air Strike was beyond Luffy's ordinary techniques to repel. Under the overwhelming spiritual pressure, Luffy's defenses crumbled, and he was ultimately struck by Sui. He was sent flying, rolling across the ground before coming to a stop. Sui retracted his technique and approached Luffy, extending a hand. Luffy grinned, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Sui had refrained from using armament haki, for he knew that a mere 14-year-old Luffy might not survive the encounter. After all, he couldn't eliminate the destined child right from the start. This rubber man has impeccable physical defense. I'm Sui, he said to Luffy. Hee, now you know my strength. We're friends now. I'm looking for 10 crewmates, and you can be my first. No thanks, I prefer to roam alone. Now, can you take me to Machino S-Bar? All right. Follow me. Chapter 3. Red-Haired. From afar, Sui spotted the Red Fourth ship atop the mountain. He opened his mission panel. Main quest, second phase Windmill Island. Quest objective. Arrive at Windmill Island optional objective 1. Engage with the red-haired difficulty. Easy success reward. 300 origin coins failure penalty. None optional objective 2. Engage with carp difficulty. Easy success reward. 300 origin coins failure penalty. None note. Optional branches will impact subsequent main quests. Daily quest. Swing sword 0 10,000 Shanks has come to the island. I must introduce you to him. I have found companions who can rival them. Hey. I haven't agreed to be your partner yet, and there's no need for introductions. With that, he unleashed his sword's intent and charged towards the red-haired. In an instant, everyone aboard the Red Fourth locked onto Sui, laughing heartily. Ha! Captain, your authority seems lacking. How can a mere brat trouble you so easily? The crew burst into laughter. Red-haired glanced over and remarked, this must be a partner recruited by Luffy. Let me see how capable this child truly is. With a hearty laugh, he drew Griffin, unleashing a sweeping blade of intent and leaping to deliver a decisive strike. As their blades clashed, a thunderous sound erupted, sending Sui flying. Ding! Successfully engaged with red-haired Shanks. Reward, Master Level Flying Sword Style, 300 origin coins. Sui crashed down, creating a sizable crater. Wow, are the 4 emperors really this powerful? He muttered before losing consciousness. Red-haired landed back on his ship. This kid has potential. I can sense 3 types of haki within him. He must be the same age as Luffy. Impossible, Captain. This child must only be around 13 or 14. How could he have developed 3 types of haki? You must be mistaken. You've always been a bit foolish, Captain, the crew chuckled. TSK, since Luffy can find companions, let's hold a grand feast tonight. We shall not return sober. Oh, everyone cheered, the atmosphere electrifying. Ugh, why is it so noisy? Sui stirred awake. Ah, a fine little fellow has risen. Come, join us for a meal, said Jesus Burgess. Sui opened the door and stepped forward, drawing his sword, the demon lantern, and began to swing wildly. Ah, Luffy, does your partner have some issues? Ha. I have no idea. I just met him today. He is incredibly powerful, even stronger than my grandfather's iron fist. I must recruit him as my partner, Luffy replied while eating. Ding. Successfully completed daily task. Reward, Conqueror's Haki LV2. In an instant, a powerful aura of Conqueror's Haki radiated from Sui, enveloping Windmill Island, rendering all villagers and animals unconscious simultaneously. Hey, is this kid for real? Goodness, a once-in-a-lifetime king has emerged? Look, I told you this kid has talent. The system displayed my current attribute modification page. Swish. A shimmering screen appeared. Host, Sui status, healthy race, human, growing, age, 14 physique, 1 modifiable spirit, 1 modifiable strength, 1 modifiable speed, 1 modifiable talent, chakra body skills, flying sword style, marine 6 styles, 80 divine airstrike. Attribute points. 2 This physique seems weak. To utilize the flying sword style might be challenging. I should allocate both attribute points to physique. Red-haired Shanks, I've long heard of your esteemed name. Ha. You little rascal, to come at me with a blade right away isn't very courteous, Shanks chuckled. Sui recalled the earlier battle, chuckling awkwardly. I apologize. I merely wish to test my strength. Shanks waved his hand dismissively, assuring him it was of no concern. He informed Sui that his crew had prepared food for him and hoped he would join their feast. At the banquet, Sui met the members of the red-haired pirates and felt their warmth and generosity. They drank, laughed, and shared a delightful evening together. After the feast, Sui felt the effects of indulgence weighing upon him. With his sword slung over his shoulder, he leaned against the rocks of Windmill Island, gazing at the moonlit sea, drawing a sense of tranquility. Just then, a figure intruded upon his view. It was Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates. "Haha, little one, how do you feel?" Shanks approached with a smile. "Truly powerful," Sui replied. "I have yet to reach your level of strength." Shanks sat beside Sui, gazing at the ocean with nostalgia. "You know, when I was your age, I was just an ignorant lad. All I sought was to find my own ocean." Sui observed the distant gaze of Shanks, sensing the loneliness and resilience of this bold pirate captured in his memories. Sailing is not merely about seeking treasure. It is also a journey of self-discovery. Your journey has only just begun. There is no need to rush. Shanks turned to Sui, offering encouragement. Sui listened intently, absorbing valuable insights. He understood that the road ahead was long, and he needed to continually learn and grow until one day he could stand alongside the three types of Haki. "So, I shall return to the sea tomorrow, little one. What do you intend to do?" Shanks inquired. Sui gazed into the distance, knowing he had his own path to tread. He straightened his back and replied, "I wish to continue my journey, to experience more of the world, and to find my own ocean." Shanks nodded appreciatively, watching him with satisfaction, then stood up and replied, "Excellent, safe travels, Sui." Sui also rose, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Captain Shanks." He then turned towards Windmill Island, his steps filled with resolve and anticipation. The next day, Sui awoke from his hangover. The members of the red-haired pirates had already departed, continuing their adventure. As for Sui, he decided to remain in Windmill Village. Chapter 4. The Hero Carp. A year later, Sui unexpectedly encountered a familiar face once again on Windmill Island. It was an elderly man clad in a naval uniform, who stepped off a ship and fixed his sharp gaze upon Sui. "You must be Luffy's new companion," he inquired. "Indeed, Grandpa." Upon hearing Luffy refer to this man as Grandpa, Sui suddenly realized that he was none other than the renowned marine hero, Monkey D. Carp. Sui bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Mr. Carp." Carp glanced at Sui and remarked nonchalantly, "Luffy mentioned that you train diligently every day. You seem to be quite an ambitious young lad." Sui stated earnestly, "I wish to spar with you, Mr. Carp." Carp, intrigued, responded with a flicker of appreciation in his eyes, "Interesting. How do you propose to spar?" "With fists," Sui declared, assuming a combat stance. Carp erupted into laughter. "Very well, let us use our fists." With that, the two charged at each other, their fists colliding with a thunderous sound. Ding! Having successfully engaged with Carp, Sui received a reward: 8 gates of Duanjia, armament Haki level 2, and 300 origin coins. Carp stepped back 2 paces, astonished. "Well done, young man. You possess considerable strength." Sui shook his slightly sore right hand, yet felt exhilarated. With a significant enhancement in both strength and speed, he was able to confront Carp head-on. Although at a disadvantage, he was thoroughly satisfied. Once more, Sui shouted, charging at Carp again. They resumed their fierce exchange, fists and feet colliding. Villagers gathered around, captivated by the intensity of the battle. After dozens of exchanges, Sui began to feel fatigued. While Carp showed no signs of strain, his strikes growing increasingly ferocious. Realizing that he would surely lose if this continued, Sui resolved to utilize the Oni Lantern Pill he had obtained from the newbie package. With a shout, "Oni Lantern Pill!" He held it firmly. He swung the Oni Lantern Pill with an indomitable spirit aimed at Carp. Carp, surprised by the weapon, activated his armament Haki. Clang! The Oni Lantern Pill struck Carp's hand, producing a resounding impact. The recoil left Sui's arms tingling, nearly causing him to drop the weapon. "Impressive, young one." Carp's fighting spirit surged, yet he declared, "But this level of attack will not best me." Without hesitation, Carp charged at Sui, his fists enveloped in powerful armament Haki, as solid as steel. Sui, unwilling to relent, swung the Oni Lantern Pill in defense. Bang! 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 Their attacks clashed continuously, creating deafening sounds that caused the onlookers to hastily retreat, wary of being caught in the fray. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. remaining evenly matched. Although Sui barely managed to withstand Carp's onslaught with the Oni Lantern Pill, his arms ached terribly and he could hardly lift them. This cannot continue. I must end this battle quickly. Sui gritted his teeth and activated Bankai, transforming the Oni Lantern Pill into a gigantic 3-sectioned axe, significantly amplifying its power. Carp, observing this transformation, adopted a serious demeanor. With a powerful roar, he unleashed an even more intense aura, his muscles bulging, resembling a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Once more, they charged at each other, engaging in a final showdown. The Oni Lantern Pill clashed with Carp's fists repeatedly, each encounter generating fierce gusts of wind that carved deep grooves into the ground. Suddenly, Sui seized an opportunity, swinging the Oni Lantern Pill with devastating force toward Carp. Carp's eyes narrowed, crossing his arms to absorb the blow. The immense force pushed Carp back a few steps, and he furrowed his brow. Looking at the focused young man before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Quite the tenacious little fellow, he murmured. However, Sui did not relent. Gripping the Oni Lantern Pill tightly, he prepared to counterattack. Drawing a deep breath, his eyes shone with unwavering determination. Mr. Carp, if that last strike was only at 80% power, then this time, I will unleash my full strength. Sui shouted, charging at Carp. This time, Carp did not evade. He steadied himself, awaiting Sui's attack. He understood that this was Sui's resolve, and also his respect. Come on, Carp encouraged. The Oni Lantern Pill traced a brilliant arc through the air, striking down towards Carp. Yet Carp remained unmoved, arms cradled across his chest, bracing for the impact. In an instant, a violent crash reverberated through the air, followed by a series of deafening explosions. The surrounding crowd gasped, anxiously observing the two combatants. As the dust settled, both remained standing, facing each other. Carp had staggered back slightly, while Sui, drenched in sweat, clutched the Oni Lantern Pill, his eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. In that fleeting moment of connection, Carp then launched a fierce counterattack, delivering a powerful punch to Sui's abdomen. Caught off guard by Carp's sudden change, Sui hurriedly attempted to retreat to avoid the blow, but it struck him squarely. Pain surged through his abdomen, and he was propelled backward like a cannonball, tracing a long arc in the air. Carp observed the breathless Sui sprawled on the ground, narrowing his eyes. Youngster, your strength is commendable. But a combatant's prowess is not solely determined by raw power. It encompasses mindset, experience, and strategy. Your earlier mistakes stemmed from a lack of battlefield experience. Though reluctant to accept this outcome, Sui acknowledged the truth of Carp's words. Gasping for breath, the pain in his abdomen was sharp, yet his resolve only hardened. I understand, Mr. Carp. I will defeat you in our next duel. Hearing Sui's declaration, Carp smiled appreciatively. Ambition, this is what I wish to see. I shall await your return. Chapter 5, Transcendent System. Blood Frenzy. Returning to his humble wooden abode, Sui mentally invoked the Transcendent Emporium. Within the Emporium, resplendent with celestial radiance, a myriad of implements and proficiencies materialized, each originating from disparate realms and temporal junctures. With sufficient origin credits, any of these abilities could be unlocked. From the world of Naruto, there were techniques such as Wind Style, Raisin Shuriken, Earth Style, Earth Release Barrier, and the Chakra Constitution. The Dragon Clan universe offered elemental forces like the Wish-Granting Pearl and Blood Frenzy, alongside enigmatic artifacts like scrolls imbuing specific qualities and elixirs, enhancing strength and velocity. Sui found these implements and proficiencies captivating, yet he was acutely aware of his immediate exigency. An implement or proficiency capable of rapidly augmenting his strength and velocity. After meticulous deliberation, Sui settled upon the Blood Frenzy proficiency. This was a technique employed by warriors in the Dragon Ball universe when facing mortal peril, unleashing an extraordinary surge of power. System, unlock Blood Frenzy, Sui mentally commanded. The system responded. Unlocking Blood Frenzy requires an accumulation of 500 origin credits. Confirm unlock. The Blood Frenzy technique was a method of amplifying the Dragon Clan genes by suppressing the human will, resulting in overwhelming performance. It could elevate the user's bloodline purity. Sui decisively confirmed. Immediately, he perceived a potent energy erupting within his chest, akin to fervent ichor coursing through his musculature. He was suffused with power, as if privy to a profound secret. This was the blood frenzy proficiency from the Dragon Clan universe, enabling him to unleash his full potential in life or death situations. With this proficiency and his current physical attributes, he could momentarily contend with Garp upon activation. Armed with the trump card of blood frenzy, Sui felt a newfound clarity. He sensed himself drawing closer to his ambition. Sui resolved to conserve his remaining origin credits for future contingencies. After all, there was a plethora of ninjutsu, gazes, and implements, and there would undoubtedly be numerous opportunities to utilize them. System. Display my current attribute alteration interface. Instantly, a luminescent screen materialized. Host, Sui condition, healthy race, human, developing, age, 15 physique, 25 alterable spirit, 10 alterable strength, 30 alterable velocity, 40 alterable talent, chakra constitution proficiencies, flying heaven 2-sword style, 8 gates, 80 gods vacuum attack, naval 6 styles, blood frenzy. The flying heaven 2-sword style constituted the most vital aspect of my sojourn in the world of One Piece. This school encompasses a diverse array of techniques, and the following will provide supplementary information regarding certain techniques and their characteristics. 1. Dragon Nest Flash, the fundamental technique of the flying heaven 2-sword style, employing rapid, successive slashes against the adversary. It renders the adversary vulnerable by leveraging precise timing and agile bodily maneuvers. 1. Dragon Nest Flash, Bite, as a derivative of Dragon Nest Flash. Dragon Nest Flash, Bite surpasses its predecessor in both velocity and potency. The practitioner must maintain high-speed slashes while accurately discerning timing to capitalize on the optimal offensive opportunity. 2. Dragon Nest Flash, Whirl. This technique combines rotation and slashing, with the practitioner rapidly brandishing the sword while rotating the body to generate a tornado-like assault that is difficult for the adversary to parry. 2. Earth Dragon Flash. This technique is designed to assail the adversary with earth and rocks propelled by slashing at the ground. By exerting a substantial impact on the ground, it effectively restricts the adversary's mobility, thereby creating opportunities for subsequent techniques. 1. Earth Dragon Flash, Surge, building upon Earth Dragon Flash. The incorporation of leaping and aerial rotation amplifies the attack range and lethality. 3. Dragon Hammer Flash, as a form of Bat Jutsu. Dragon Hammer Flash emphasizes the release of tremendous power at the instant of drawing the sword, launching a swift assault on the adversary. This technique necessitates intense concentration and bodily coordination to maximize its efficacy. 1. Dragon Hammer Flash, Rupture. This is an enhanced iteration of Dragon Hammer Flash, wherein the practitioner rotates the body a full revolution while drawing the sword to augment the force of the attack. 4. Double Dragon Flash. This technique exploits the scabbard to compensate for vulnerabilities in Bat Jutsu, employing a dual sword style to confound the adversary's perception of the attack direction, thereby gaining an advantage. 1. Double Dragon Flash, Dance. Harnessing the attributes of the dual sword style, the practitioner can seamlessly alternate between the sword and scabbard during the assault, rendering the adversary defenseless. 5. Flying Dragon Flash. With a high-speed sword draw, the scabbard is launched toward the adversary. This technique employs the scabbard as a ranged weapon, producing an unanticipated effect that is challenging for the adversary to counter. 1. Flying Dragon Flash, Wing. Integrating Flying Dragon Flash with aerial maneuvers. The practitioner propels the scabbard while leaping to an elevated position, resulting in a distinctive aerial assault. 6. Dragon Sword Flash, executed from a low angle. The practitioner initiates the assault from below through leaping or crouching, catching the adversary off guard. This technique effectively neutralizes the advantages of taller adversaries, transforming their strengths into weaknesses. 7. Dragon Coil Flash, capitalizing on the centrifugal force generated during the adversary's assault. This technique unleashes a potent sword skill, encompassing a variety of derived techniques. This technique epitomizes the adaptability and resourcefulness of the Flying Heaven 2-sword style, enabling instantaneous tactical adjustments based on the adversary's attack pattern. 1. Dragon Coil Flash, Burst. Introducing explosive force to Dragon Coil, Flash amplifies the lethality of the technique. In addition to the aforementioned techniques, the Flying Heaven Two-Sword style encompasses a multitude of other diverse skills, such as Nine-Head Dragon Flash, Heaven Soaring Dragon Flash, and Dragon Cry Flash. These techniques collectively constitute the profound and captivating martial realm of the Flying Heaven Two-Sword style. Chapter 6. Setting sail on the day of his departure from Windmill Island. Su-Yi sought out Luffy. "Luffy, I am ready to set sail." Su-Yi broke the silence. Luffy stood momentarily stunned, seemingly taken aback by the swiftness of this day's arrival. Then, scratching his head and squinting his eyes, he flashed his signature smile. "Oh, you're finally ready to set off. Where are you headed?" Su-Yi gazed into his eyes, responding resolutely, "I am uncertain of my destination, but I yearn to explore the outside world and discover my own path." Luffy nodded in understanding and proposed boldly, "Would you consider joining my crew and becoming a member of the Straw Hat Pirates?" Su-Yi was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of emotion swell within him. He looked deeply at Luffy and shook his head. "Thank you for your invitation, Luffy, but I wish to carve out my own ocean independently. However, as friends, the Eternal Sea will surely bring us together someday." After bidding farewell to Luffy, Su-Yi embarked on his journey across the ocean. His first stop was Frenzy Island, a place brimming with revelry and passion. The island's inhabitants held various balls and concerts daily, and living in such an environment broadened Su-Yi's horizons. He participated in local dances, reveling in the sheer pleasure of life, deepening his appreciation for the richness of existence. The second destination was Death Island, a realm believed to be inhabited by spirits, where chilling tales and terrifying legends permeated the air. Despite the unsettling atmosphere, Su-Yi perceived within these haunting narratives humanity's fear of the unknown and respect for life. Engaging with the island's residents, he listened to their spine-chilling stories, which profoundly touched his heart and instilled in him a greater sense of gratitude. A few days after leaving Death Island, Su-Yi encountered the mightiest swordsman of the seas, Dracul Mihawk. "Your eyes are filled with fervor and passion for swordsmanship. Do you wish to engage in a duel with me?" Mihawk's voice was cold and deep, causing Su-Yi to shiver involuntarily. Revered as the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk was an unimaginably formidable presence. Faced with him, Su-Yi felt no fear, only a burning fighting spirit. He understood he might not prevail against Mihawk, but retreat was not an option. "Very well, I accept your challenge," Su-Yi declared with determination. Standing upright against Mihawk, he prepared for battle. On the deck, the gentle waves lapped against the hull of the ship. Without hesitation, Mihawk discarded his wine flask, his expression turning serious. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on Su-Yi. "Let us begin." His voice resonated crisply in the stillness of the sea breeze. Su-Yi nodded, brandishing his sword, the Ghost Lantern. He summoned its release, transforming it into a colossal three-sectioned axe, momentarily halting the sea winds. Mihawk, however, drew his dagger and unleashed a slicing strike, the sword energy surging towards Su-Yi. Unfazed, Su-Yi gripped the Ghost Lantern tightly, meeting Mihawk's speed with his own, their blades clashing in a shower of sparks. Mihawk's swordsmanship was truly unparalleled. With a single sweep of his hand, he effortlessly neutralized Su-Yi's attacks. Su-Yi pressed on, launching successive strikes, yet each was effortlessly deflected by Mihawk. Regardless of the style of attack, slashes, sweeps, or thrusts, Mihawk responded with an elegance that seemed divine. The disparity in their swordsmanship placed Su-Yi in a dire predicament. The outcome of their encounter was beyond his expectations. Mihawk's skill was indeed overwhelmingly powerful, leaving Su-Yi at a disadvantage, unable to compel him to exert his full strength. Yet, despite this, Su-Yi showed no signs of surrender, rising time and again, grit and determination driving him to engage Mihawk relentlessly. Observing the unwavering spirit of this young warrior, who persisted against overwhelming odds, Mihawk's expression shifted to one of admiration. Ding. Successfully engaged with Mihawk. Reward: Ice Wheel Blade. The Ice Wheel Blade was a rare and potent Zanpakuto, possessing a myriad of unique techniques. When wielded with mastery, it could unleash astonishing power. 1. Shard Clone. Creates duplicates of the user from shards of ice to test the enemy's abilities and strategies. These clones can mimic the user's movements, confounding the adversary and disrupting their tactics. 1. One-shard clone. Reflection. By analyzing the opponent's attack patterns, the shard clones can mimic their actions and reflect them. This technique causes the enemy to hesitate in their strikes, preventing them from unleashing their full potential. 2. Dragon's Grasp. Upon contact with the enemy, an ice layer forms, immobilizing them and gradually shattering them. This technique possesses significant control, firmly locking the opponent in place. 2. One Dragon's Grasp. Enhancement. By increasing the hardness and resilience of the ice layer, Dragon's Grasp can further bind the enemy. Even if they attempt to escape, they will endure severe frost damage. 3. Millennial Ice Prison. Generates numerous ice pillars around the enemy, ultimately encasing them in ice. This technique is highly intimidating, rendering the opponent completely immobilized. 3. One Millennial Ice Prison. Explosion. When the enemy is encased in ice, the prison bursts, utterly shattering them. This technique is effective against formidable foes, swiftly concluding the battle. 4. Ice Blossom Funeral. Condenses moisture in the air to produce falling snow. When the snow reaches 100 flakes, it can defeat the enemy. This is a large-scale area attack capable of inflicting damage on multiple adversaries simultaneously. 4. One Ice Blossom Funeral. Ultimate. Increases the number of snowflakes to infinity, creating a blizzard that delivers devastating blows to enemies across a vast area. In addition to the aforementioned techniques, the Ice Will Blade boasts numerous other skills, such as Ice Pillar Birds, Ice Dragon Tail, Ice Wall, Ice Blade, and Ice Formation. These skills can be flexibly combined in combat, empowering the wielder to exhibit formidable strength in various battles. Su-Yi rolled backward, activating his Blood Fury and drawing forth the Ice Will Blade. Utilizing the shard clone technique, he conjured several identical duplicates of himself, launching a coordinated assault from all directions towards Mihawk. Remaining calm, Mihawk unsheathed his black blade, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy that instantly obliterated the phantoms. The two then engaged in a masterful display of swordsmanship. Su-Yi employed the flying sword technique S Dragon Nest Flash, synergizing it with the freezing effects of the Ice Wheel Blade, striking at Mihawk with the speed of a tempest. Mihawk responded with grace, executing an exquisite array of sword techniques that dismantled Su-Yi and Appo's strikes one by one. Faced with Mihawk and Appo's formidable swordplay, Su-Yi resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. He leaped into the air, releasing the Ice Wheel's heavenly soaring flash, as icy energy coalesced into a gigantic dragon that roared towards Mihawk. Quick to react, Mihawk positioned his black blade before him, releasing an invisible aura that thwarted this earth-shattering attack. Seizing the opportunity, Mihawk retaliated, his black blade slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. Su-Yi strained to defend himself but was still forced back several steps. In rapid succession, Mihawk unleashed a relentless series of strikes, overwhelming Su-Yi and putting him at a disadvantage. With Mihawk's fierce assault pressing down on him, Su-Yi endeavored to stabilize his footing. Focusing intently, he summoned the Millennial Ice Prison, as countless ice pillars erupted around Mihawk, aiming to ensnare him. However, Mihawk's speed was beyond comprehension, allowing him to shatter the ice in an instant. Undeterred, Su-Yi continued to resist, executing the flying sword technique S Tornado Flash, merging it with the Ice Wheel Blade's freezing effects to create a ferocious icy tornado. Unfazed, Mihawk swung his black blade to meet it, sword energy clashing and igniting dazzling sparks. Gathering all his strength, Su-Yi unleashed the Ice Blossom Funeral, as snowflakes danced through the air, seemingly heralding the arrival of ultimate victory. Hawkeye displayed unparalleled dominance. As the black blade swept through, the snowflakes evaporated in a mesmerizing spectacle. Following an intense showdown, Hawkeye gradually gained the upper hand. Seizing the opportune moment, he struck decisively, unleashing a lethal sword strike that shattered Su-Yi's sword energy. With no strength left to continue, Su-Yi acknowledged Hawkeye's victory. This climactic battle was a breathtaking display. Though defeated, Su-Yi emerged with honor. The encounter allowed Hawkeye to witness Su-Yi's immense potential. inspiring Su Yi to further refine his swordsmanship and strive toward even greater heights. Chapter 7. The Strongest Man in the World. After an intense battle, Su Yi floated wearily upon the vast ocean, his consciousness fading. At that moment, Marco soared through the sky and fortuitously spotted Su Yi. Recognizing the powerful sword in Su Yi's grasp, Marco discerned him to be a formidable swordsman and resolved to rescue him. Marco brought Su Yi aboard the Moby Dick and instructed the ship's doctor to tend to his injuries. Under the care of the pirate crew, Su Yi gradually regained his strength. "Marco, you are awake. Welcome to the Moby Dick. I am Marco, the 1st Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates." "Su Yi, thank you very much for saving me, Mr. Marco. I am Su Yi, a swordsman." "Marco, our captain, Whitebeard, saw the sword in your hand and recognized your prowess as a swordsman, which is why I brought you here." "Su Yi, I see. Where is Captain Whitebeard? I am eager to meet him." "Marco, Captain Whitebeard is on the deck. He has heard of your awakening and wishes to speak with you." "Su Yi, wonderful. Please lead the way." "Whitebeard, I am Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Welcome to the Moby Dick." "Su Yi, Captain Whitebeard, it is an honor to finally meet you. Your reputation resonates across the seas, and I am deeply privileged to be your guest." The fierce winds howled, and the waves roared. The Moby Dick glided through the tumultuous waters like a colossal whale, steadfastly cutting through the swells. The crew held tightly to the ropes, shouting their battle cries as they steered the great vessel. Standing alone at the bow, Su Yi gazed into the distance, his hair billowing in the wind, his eyes reflecting profound determination. Despite his injuries, his spirit remained unyielding, as this young swordsman sought his next adventure, yearning to challenge his strength against the boundless ocean. At that moment, a towering figure appeared beside Su Yi. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, the legendary pirate, smiled warmly at him. His presence radiated a comforting energy that put Su Yi at ease. Their conversation was simple yet filled with warmth, as Whitebeard praised Su Yi's tenacity and swordsmanship. He expressed concern for Su Yi's wounds and inquired about his past and future aspirations. Su Yi candidly shared his desire to continue honing his skills and become a true master of the sword. Whitebeard admired Su Yi's determination and extended an invitation for him to join the Whitebeard Pirates. With a grin, he declared, "My crew is unlike any other. To me, my crewmates are my most cherished family, and I shall protect you with all my might." "Su Yi, you are still young, with vast potential for growth. There are many stronger than you in this world, especially in the New World. If you choose to be my son, no one shall dare harm you as long as I am here. But should you wish to remain free, know that you will always have that liberty aboard my ship." He promised that aboard the Moby Dick, Su Yi would learn powerful sword techniques and hockey, becoming the most liberated being upon these seas. Grateful for Whitebeard's kindness, Su Yi respectfully declined the offer. He believed his path lay in exploring a broader horizon. Whitebeard understood Su Yi's decision and assured him that whenever he wished, the sails of the Moby Dick would always welcome him. As night fell, the Moby Dick pressed onward. The crew gathered on the deck, raising their cups in a toast to Su Yi's journey ahead. They sang and danced, sharing this fleeting moment of joy together. As dawn broke, Su Yi opened his eyes to a new day aboard the Moby Dick. Today, his goal was to refine his swordsmanship. He stepped onto the deck, inhaling deeply to center himself for the challenges that awaited. Unbeknownst to him, Whitebeard had appeared on the deck, and upon seeing Su Yi preparing to train, he smiled faintly and brandished his naginata, signaling that Su Yi could commence. Su Yi bowed respectfully to Whitebeard before assuming his stance, ready to strike. Whitebeard, wielding his naginata, observed Su Yi with calm composure. Su Yi regulated his breathing, and with a decisive step, he unleashed a technique from the Flying Heaven Sword flow. The ice wheel in his hand glimmered with a chilling light, resembling a shooting star streaking through the night sky. Whitebeard, Su Yi, your swordsmanship is advancing remarkably. Maintain this momentum, and you shall become a true sword master. Su Yi, thank you for your kind words, Captain. Whitebeard, however, you must be mindful of maintaining your sword's momentum and managing your stamina. This is crucial when facing formidable foes. Su Yi, I will heed your advice, Captain. Whitebeard, now, let me see how you respond to my assault. With that, Whitebeard launched an attack, his Naginata slicing through the air with overwhelming force, akin to a raging tempest. Unfazed, Su-Yi countered with the flying Heaven Sword flow, deflecting Whitebeard's onslaught. Soaring into the air, Su-Yi showcased the shadowless sword technique, unleashing a flurry of sword beams that sparkled like myriad stars, making it difficult for Whitebeard to pinpoint his actual position. Simultaneously, the ice wheel emitted a piercing cold that caused the surrounding air to freeze. After several exchanges, Su-Yi's energy began to wane, yet Whitebeard's strikes remained steady and powerful. Aware that this was the perfect moment to assess Su-Yi's combat prowess, Whitebeard offered guidance. Whitebeard, Su-Yi, do not overly rely on techniques. Observe your opponent's movements to identify their weaknesses. Su-Yi nodded, becoming increasingly attentive to Whitebeard's maneuvers. Under Whitebeard's mentorship, Su-Yi gradually adapted to the high-intensity combat, his counterattacks becoming sharper. Adjusting his strategy, Su-Yi executed a graceful arc in the air to evade Whitebeard's strike and unleash the frozen cloud technique, plunging the ice wheel into the ground to release a barrage of ice spikes, attempting to thwart Whitebeard's advance. Whitebeard smiled slightly, deftly evading the ice spikes while countering with his Naginata, shattering Su-Yi's sword energy one by one. Whitebeard, Su-Yi, remember, no matter how powerful the adversary, you must remain calm and composed. Taking Whitebeard's counsel to heart, Su-Yi resolutely wielded the ice wheel, continuing to engage in fierce combat with him. As the battle intensified, their exchanges grew increasingly thrilling, showcasing an array of techniques that left the surrounding crew in awe. Once the sparring concluded, Whitebeard began to demonstrate personally. With his Naginata in hand, he moved with fluid grace, each strike producing a resounding whistle. Whitebeard, Su-Yi, observe my movements closely. Pay attention to how I utilize my body and intent to maximize the power of my swordsmanship. Su-Yi, I understand, Captain. Whitebeard executed a series of exquisite maneuvers, each imbued with formidable strength. Su-Yi attentively observed, striving to grasp the essence of these techniques. The Naginata traced perfect arcs in the air, each movement emanating tremendous force. Suddenly, Whitebeard leaped high, striking the ground with the handle of his Naginata, unleashing a powerful gust that forced Su-Yi back several steps. Under Whitebeard's meticulous guidance, Su-Yi's comprehension of the flying Heaven Sword flow deepened. Refocusing his spirit, he practiced tirelessly with Whitebeard, gradually uncovering the profound truths of swordsmanship. Chapter 8. Fragments of the System. One day, they learned of the legendary treasure known as the Heart of the Earth. It was said that this treasure harbored boundless energy, granting dominion to its possessor. The Whitebeard pirates resolved to seek out this fabled treasure. After meticulous planning, the crew embarked on their quest for riches. They navigated the waves aboard the Moby Dick, journeying between various islands in search of clues related to the Heart of the Earth. Ace inquired, Su-Yi, do you believe this legendary treasure truly exists? Su-Yi replied, I have faith in its existence, Ace. The more enigmatic the treasure, the stronger the conviction required to pursue it. Whitebeard affirmed, indeed, my children, the Whitebeard pirates shall never relinquish any opportunity for treasure hunting. We must uncover the Heart of the Earth. After several days at sea, the Whitebeard pirates arrived at a mysterious island. The inhabitants harbored hostility towards outsiders and possessed formidable combat prowess. In order to find clues about the Heart of the Earth, Su-Yi, Ace, and their comrades had to overcome numerous challenges and earn the trust of the islanders. The island chief confronted them. Why have you pirates invaded our island? Whitebeard responded, we merely seek information regarding the Heart of the Earth, with no ill intent. Please share what you know about this treasure. The island chief declared, if you can pass our trials, we may consider revealing the information to you. On the enigmatic island, the Whitebeard pirates faced 5 formidable trials. Su-Yi and Ace took the lead against the island's 5 powerful guardians, each possessing unique abilities: the Rock Warrior, the Swift Hunter, the Illusionist, the Wind Envoy, and the Mysterious Sorcerer. 1. Rock Warrior. The first adversary they encountered was the Rock Warrior, whose body resembled solid stone, capable of withstanding immense attacks. Su-Yi struck first, engaging the Rock Warrior with his flying sword technique. Ace followed closely, utilizing his flame fruit abilities to melt the ground beneath the warrior, hindering his movements. Yet, the rock warrior refused to submit easily. With a thunderous roar, he radiated a blinding glow, amplifying his strength. Suyi's sword energy left cracks upon him, but they were swiftly covered by rock. Ace's fiery assault, although successfully melting the ground, failed to inflict significant damage. Faced with this predicament, Suyi swiftly altered his strategy, concentrating his spirit to unleash a barrage of sword energy aimed at the fissures in the rock warrior's form. Simultaneously, Ace conjured a fire dragon that twisted above the warrior, preventing him from evading Suyi's onslaught. Through their seamless collaboration, the rock warrior was ultimately vanquished. 2. Swift Hunter. The second guardian was a swift hunter, renowned for his speed. Ace launched the first assault, creating multiple fire fists with his fruit abilities in an attempt to restrain the hunter. However, the hunter deftly evaded, rendering Ace's efforts futile. Observing this, Suyi utilized his observation haki to anticipate the hunter's movements and warned Ace to maintain his distance. As the hunter darted about, Suyi seized an opening, executing a series of precise sword strikes. Ace took advantage of this moment, igniting Suyi's sword with flames, causing the sword energy to surge forth like a roaring fire dragon. With their coordinated efforts, the swift hunter's speed advantage gradually diminished. As the hunter attempted a counterattack, Suyi and Ace's offensive left him overwhelmed. Ultimately, the hunter succumbed to their combined force. 3. Illusionist. The third guardian, the Illusionist, possessed the ability to confound opponents with illusions. On high alert against the Illusionist's onslaught, Ace and Suyi remained vigilant to avoid being ensnared in a mirage. However, the Illusionist's prowess was formidable, and his illusions grew increasingly lifelike, blurring the lines between reality and deception. Unfazed, Suyi concentrated, striving to discern the truth amid the fabrications. At last, he spotted a flaw in the illusionist's ruse and, seizing the moment, unleashed a sword energy that shattered the illusionist's powers. Ace capitalized on this opportunity, launching a fiery assault that ensnared the illusionist in a raging inferno. In the instant the illusion shattered, the illusionist realized his fate was sealed and conceded defeat. 4. Wind Envoy. The fourth guardian, the Wind Envoy, commanded the elements of wind. In response to this adversary, Ace and Suyi chose to harness the winds to enhance their offensive capabilities. Ace amalgamated his flame fruit abilities with the wind, crafting a more potent fiery barrage. Suyi, utilizing the wind's force, accelerated his movements, unleashing even more powerful sword techniques. The Wind Envoy retaliated with a fierce gust, attempting to blow Ace and Suyi away. Nevertheless, the two members of the Whitebeard Pirates coordinated their efforts to withstand the tempest, seeking opportunities to counterattack. Ace transformed his flames into a spiraling vortex that ascended, culminating in a towering pillar of fire that ensnared the Wind Envoy. Riding the winds, Suyi's sword energy sliced through the air like lightning, dismantling the Wind Envoy's power. 5. Mysterious Sorcerer. The fifth guardian, a mysterious sorcerer, wielded arcane sorcery. In this trial, Suyi and Ace encountered a formidable challenge. The sorcerer invoked his magic, summoning various malevolent creatures to wear down the pirate crew's stamina. However, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, united in purpose, demonstrated unyielding resolve and steadfast belief, successfully repelling the onslaught of dark entities. Ace unleashed the full potential of his flame fruit, engulfing the malevolent creatures in a fiery tide. Suyi, employing his swordsmanship and observation haki, deftly evaded attacks while striking at the sorcerer's vulnerabilities. After a prolonged struggle, the sorcerer's magical strength began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Suyi and Ace launched a counteroffensive, ultimately triumphing over the sorcerer. Through these trials, the Whitebeard Pirates earned the trust of the islanders and uncovered vital clues regarding the heart of the earth. Furthermore, Suyi and Ace forged a profound camaraderie amidst the battles, laying a robust foundation for their forthcoming adventures. Their display of strength and unity showcased the formidable spirit of the Whitebeard Pirates. The harmonious cooperation exhibited by Suyi and Ace became a hallmark of the crew. Having gained the islanders' trust, the Whitebeard pirates successfully unearthed the clues to the heart of the earth. Exultation filled the air as the crew celebrated their hard-won victory. Captain Whitebeard commended Sue, E, and Ace for their exceptional performances in battle and encouraged all members to maintain their solidarity and bravery. Guided by the newfound clues to the heart of the earth, the Whitebeard pirates set forth once more on their journey. In the ensuing adventure, the Whitebeard pirates continued their pursuit of the heart of the earth. They steered the Moby Dick toward a mysterious island, where it was said a powerful witch resided, possessing the ability to foresee the future. The crew hoped to seek guidance from this witch to discover the whereabouts of the heart of the earth. After a lengthy voyage, the Moby Dick finally reached the enigmatic island. The environment was harsh, shrouded in dense fog and teeming with monstrous beasts. Undeterred by the perils, the Whitebeard pirates bravely set foot on this uncharted land. At the heart of the mysterious island, the crew discovered the witch's dwelling, located within a vast cave, radiating an aura of mystique. Captain Whitebeard inquired about the whereabouts of the heart of the earth, to which the witch replied that she could only provide direction through a divination. The witch initiated a cryptic divination ritual, employing peculiar symbols and artifacts in a complex computation, ultimately delivering an ambiguous prophecy: when darkness descends, light shall surely return. At the three crossroads, find the correct path. There, the guardian shall lead you to the treasure you seek. Although the witch's prophecy was somewhat ambiguous, the Whitebeard pirates resolved to adhere to the divination's outcome and persist in their quest for the heart of the earth. They departed from the enigmatic island and set sail once more, steering towards the direction indicated by the prophecy. After several days of navigation, the Moby Dick arrived at a mysterious sea realm. In this expanse, three elusive islands emerged, seemingly corresponding to the three forks foretold in the witch's prophecy. To ascertain the correct path, the Whitebeard pirates decided to explore each of these islands in turn. On the first island, the crew encountered a horde of formidable and peculiar creatures. These beings possessed immense strength and agility, plunging the pirates into a fierce struggle. Amidst the intense combat, Sue, E, and Ace excelled, successfully leading their comrades to vanquish these creatures and earning the respect of the island's inhabitants. At the second island, the pirate crew met a mysterious guide. This individual claimed to be a disciple of the witch, arriving to assist the Whitebeard pirates in locating the heart of the earth. With the guide's assistance, the crew successfully discovered a hidden passageway leading to the ocean's depths. On the third island, the pirates faced a malevolent band of pirates. This group had set numerous traps, intent on annihilating the Whitebeard pirates. Confronted with this threat, Sue, E, and Ace rallied their comrades to fight valiantly, ultimately triumphing over the wicked pirates and continuing their journey towards the heart of the earth. After traversing the enigmatic underwater passage, the Whitebeard pirates arrived at an ancient ruin. This site was a vast subterranean city, brimming with precious treasures and mysterious artifacts. During the crew's exploration, they inadvertently uncovered traces of the heart of the earth. It lay deep within the underground city, where a grand temple stood. At the center of the temple loomed a colossal statue, cradling a gem that shimmered with an otherworldly light. This gem was indeed the heart of the earth they had tirelessly sought. However, just as the Whitebeard pirates prepared to claim the heart, a cadre of enigmatic guardians abruptly appeared to thwart their advance. These sentinels were the protectors of the underground city, sworn to defend the heart of the earth with their lives. Confronted by these formidable guardians, Sue, E, and Ace led their fellow members into a fierce battle. The guardians unleashed various magical powers, placing immense pressure on the pirate crew. Yet, united and undaunted, the Whitebeard pirates successfully repelled the guardians. Ultimately, Captain Whitebeard personally retrieved the heart of the earth. In an instant, an overwhelming radiance erupted from the gem, illuminating the entire subterranean city. The crew erupted in jubilant cheers, euphoric at having discovered the heart of the earth. The power emanating from the heart rejuvenated their strength and invigorated their spirits. On their way back to the Moby Dick, Captain Whitebeard entrusted the heart of the earth to Sue, E, and Ace for safekeeping. He believed that these two young warriors would not betray his trust and would bring even greater glory to the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 9. The Stone of Elements. In the forthcoming adventure, the Whitebeard pirates shall continue their quest to uncover the secrets of the heart of the earth. They have discovered that the heart of the earth possesses wondrous powers, enabling its possessor to command the natural elements. To pursue grander ambitions, the Whitebeard pirates resolve to further explore the potential of the heart of the earth. Under the protection of Sue-E and Ace, the crew returns to the Moby Dick with the heart of the earth in tow. During this time, Captain Whitebeard decides to personally instruct Sue-E and Ace on how to harness the power of the heart of the earth. Captain Whitebeard informs Sue-E and Ace that the heart of the earth harbors boundless natural energy that requires a unique cultivation method to awaken. Guided by Captain Whitebeard, Sue-E and Ace begin to learn an ancient technique to establish a connection with the heart of the earth. After a prolonged period of training, Sue-E and Ace gradually sense the power of the heart of the earth, discovering their newfound ability to manipulate natural elements such as wind, fire, and water. This newfound strength enhances their maritime adventures significantly. One day, the Whitebeard pirates receive a mysterious invitation. This missive comes from a figure known as the Ocean Mage, who claims to possess a means to unleash greater power from the heart of the earth. In pursuit of more strength, the Whitebeard pirates decide to follow the invitation's guidance to the Ocean Mage's abode. The Moby Dick sails toward the destination, encountering various unknown perils along the way. However, with the assistance of Sue-E and Ace, the crew successfully overcomes numerous challenges and reaches the island of the Ocean Mage. The Ocean Mage, a mysterious woman clad in a blue robe with flowing blue hair, greets the Whitebeard pirates. She reveals that she knows of an ancient legend. By gathering 4 elemental stones, one can awaken the true power of the heart of the earth. These elemental stones are 4 remarkable gems representing earth, water, fire, and wind, each located at the corners of the world. To awaken the heart of the earth's genuine might, the Whitebeard pirates resolve to heed the Ocean Mage's counsel and search for the 4 elemental stones. Their lengthy journey brings the crew to the island of the Wind Goddess, a floating isle beset by fierce gales and storms. Despite the treacherous conditions, they resolutely set forth in search of the wind elemental stone. Standing at the bow of the ship, Sue-E gazes toward the distant island. "That is our goal, the island of the Wind Goddess," he declares. Ace nods, his gaze resolute. "We shall endure the trials and seize the wind elemental stone." The crew, filled with fervor, brandishes their weapons, shouting, "Whitebeard pirates, onward!" The island of the Wind Goddess lies within a tumultuous sea, making it difficult for ships to approach. Sue-E and Ace decide to utilize their abilities to guide the vessel through the storm. Sue-E unsheaths his sword, imbuing it with powerful sword energy. With a flourish, he conjures a fierce whirlwind to ward off the tempest's onslaught. Meanwhile, Ace harnesses the power of the flame fruit, enveloping the ship in a protective shield of fire to withstand the howling winds. Through their combined efforts, the vessel successfully navigates the storm and arrives at the island of the Wind Goddess. Upon disembarking, the Whitebeard pirates encounter the Wind Goddess, who greets them with a smile. "Welcome, brave pirates. To obtain the wind elemental stone, you must complete 3 trials." Sue-E firmly grips the hilt of his sword and inquires, "Pray tell, what are these 3 trials?" The Wind Goddess gestures toward the edge of the island, stating, "The first trial is to traverse the Bridge of Storms." Ace and Sue-E step onto the Bridge of Storms first. The bridge is beset by howling winds, each step fraught with peril. Undaunted by the challenge, they press on hand in hand. Suddenly, a violent gust sweeps over them, knocking Sue-E and Ace down. They quickly regain their balance and continue forward. "Together, we shall prevail," Ace encourages Sue-E. Nodding firmly, Sue-E responds, "Indeed, as long as we unite, we shall succeed." With their combined resolve, they ultimately cross the Bridge of Storms and reach the center of the island. The second trial is to unravel the labyrinth of wind. This vast maze, formed by intricate winds and air currents, is laden with misleading paths and traps, demanding exceptional wisdom and patience to navigate. Sue-E observes the labyrinth's layout and says to Ace, "Let us search for clues to unravel this maze." Ace agrees, and the two split up, meticulously examining every corner of the labyrinth. After thorough investigation, They uncover hidden clues and successfully locate the exit. Upon emerging from the maze, the Whitebeard pirates find themselves on the opposite side of the island, where they behold the Wind Goddess once more. With a smile, she declares, "Congratulations on overcoming the first 2 trials. Now, the final trial awaits. You must defeat me to earn the Wind Elemental Stone." Sui and Ace exchange serious glances, aware that this battle will be exceptionally challenging. The Wind Goddess wields formidable wind powers, capable of summoning violent storms. As the battle commences, the Wind Goddess brandishes her wand, conjuring powerful tempests to assail Sui and Ace. Sui blocks the onslaught with his sword, shattering the storms into pieces, while Ace unleashes his flame fruit abilities, transforming flames into roaring fire dragons to counter the tempest. Yet, the Wind Goddess proves to be a formidable adversary, dancing gracefully in the air amidst the gales, creating a stunning auditory and visual spectacle. Sui and Ace synchronize their efforts, battling in unison. Sui's swordsmanship is sharp, while Ace's abilities are formidable, complementing each other as they gradually withstand the Wind Goddess's relentless assault. At a critical moment, Sui taps into the pinnacle of his swordsmanship, executing a move that traps the Wind Goddess within a vortex of sword energy. Seizing the opportunity, Ace launches a fierce counterattack, employing his ultimate flame fruit technique, Inferno Ring, Flame Emperor, charging towards the Wind Goddess. Under the force of their combined assault, the Wind Goddess ultimately succumbs, dissipating into the winds. The Whitebeard pirates triumphantly acquire the Wind Elemental Stone. As they seek the Fire Elemental Stone, the Whitebeard pirates arrive at a scorching volcanic island inhabited by a tribe of fire-wielding warriors who have guarded the Fire Elemental Stone for generations. To obtain the stone, the crew must pass the tribe's trials. The warriors, clad in fiery armor and wielding blazing weapons, launch a fierce attack against the Whitebeard pirates. In the face of this challenge, Sui and Ace step forward, leading their comrades in a counteroffensive. Sui wields his sword, creating fiery arcs with each swing, skillfully countering the warriors' strikes. Simultaneously, Ace channels his flame fruit abilities, sending forth roaring fire dragons that charge into the enemy ranks. Throughout the battle, Sui and Ace exhibit unparalleled teamwork, alternating between providing cover for each other and striking simultaneously, forcing the tribe's warriors to retreat. Yet, the warriors do not concede easily. They unleash powerful fire magic, filling the skies with flames and thick smoke, overwhelming Sui and Ace with their might. In the face of adversity, Sui and Ace resolve to harness the power of the Fire Elemental Stone. They concentrate their energies, infusing their techniques with the stone's strength. Sui's swordsmanship ignites with fervor, each strike ablaze with intense flames, soaring through the air like shooting stars. Ace also infused the power of the Fire Element Stone into his flame fruit abilities, rendering his flames even more potent, as if capable of incinerating everything in their path. Empowered by the Fire Element Stone, Sui and Ace successfully vanquished the tribal warriors. Their strikes swept through the enemy ranks like a tempest, causing the defenses of the tribal warriors to gradually crumble. Ultimately, the Whitebeard pirates triumphed in this fierce battle, securing the Fire Element Stone. This victory not only granted them the Element Stone, but also deepened their understanding of its formidable power. In their quest for the Earth Element Stone, the Whitebeard pirates arrived at an ancient ruin. Here lay a group of stone giants, guardians of the Earth Element Stone. To obtain the Earth Element Stone, the Whitebeard pirates were required to unravel the enigmas hidden within the ruins. Confronted by these colossal stone giants, Sui and Ace exhibited remarkable courage and intellect. They led their comrades into a breathtaking battle. Sui wielded his sword, leaving deep gashes upon the stone giants, while Ace unleashed his flame fruit abilities, transforming flames into scorching currents that infiltrated the giants' bodies, slowing their movements. During the skirmish, the members of the Whitebeard pirates united their strengths, employing various weapons and techniques to systematically defeat the stone giants. However, deciphering the puzzles proved to be a formidable challenge. The ruins of the stone giants were rife with traps and riddles, demanding immense wisdom and patience to resolve. Together with his crew, Sui meticulously examined every detail within the ruins, striving to uncover clues to solve the enigmas. They discovered that the ruins were, in fact, a colossal magical array, requiring the activation of specific magical nodes in a designated sequence to unveil the Earth Element Stone. Under the guidance of Sui and Ace, the Whitebeard pirates successfully unraveled the puzzle. They activated the magical nodes in the correct order, ultimately obtaining the Earth Element Stone. This victory instilled in the Whitebeard pirates the realization that only through unity could they surmount all challenges. In their subsequent adventures, they vowed to remain steadfastly united in the face of various trials. During their quest for the Water Element Stone, the Whitebeard pirates ventured into a mysterious underwater kingdom inhabited by enchanting merfolk and formidable deep-sea giants. To acquire the Water Element Stone, they must endure the trials set forth by the merfolk. In the palace of the merfolk, Sui and Ace encountered the Queen of the Merfolk, who informed them that to obtain the Water Element Stone, they must successfully complete 3 trials. The first trial involved traversing a treacherous deep-sea whirlpool, located at the ocean's floor. This whirlpool was fraught with tumultuous currents and hidden undertows, posing extreme danger. Sui and Ace bravely entered the whirlpool first, using their strength to withstand the onslaught of water as they advanced step by step. Amidst the violent currents, they faced immense pressure but persevered onward. In the heart of the whirlpool, they encountered a colossal sea monster, which attacked them with its thrashing tentacles. Engaging in a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the beast. The second trial required them to solve a riddle posed by the merfolk. This mysterious puzzle demanded exceptional intellect and insight to unravel. After engaging in profound discourse with the merfolk sage, Sui and Ace acquired vital clues for deciphering the riddle. Following these clues, they discovered an ancient tome within the Merfolk Palace, which chronicled the history of the Water Element Stone and the Underwater Kingdom. While perusing the tome, Sui and Ace uncovered a startling revelation. The merfolk had been the guardians of the Water Element Stone since time immemorial, and their palace served as the source of the stone's power. The Water Element Stone not only breathed life into the surrounding waters, but also shielded the merfolk and their homeland. However, over time, the stone's power had waned, leading to an imbalance in the underwater ecosystem. To restore the prosperity of their realm, the merfolk resolved to seek brave adventurers to aid them in reclaiming the Water Element Stone's strength. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Sui and Ace felt a profound sense of responsibility. They resolved to undertake the trials set by the merfolk, determined to help restore balance to the underwater world. The third trial required them to gather sacred artifacts scattered across the ocean floor. These relics, birthed from the Water Element Stone, possessed extraordinary powers. Sui and Ace needed to locate these artifacts and return them to the Merfolk Palace. In the vast underwater realm, they encountered a myriad of peculiar creatures and perilous challenges. They battled giant octopuses, evaded the pursuit of eels, and navigated treacherous currents. Ultimately, they successfully retrieved all the sacred artifacts and returned them to the palace of the Merfolk. As they placed the artifacts at the center of the Merfolk Palace, the Water Element Stone radiated a brilliant light. The power of the artifacts was absorbed by the Water Element Stone, restoring its former brilliance. Witnessing the underwater world gradually come back to life, the merfolk rejoiced. They expressed their gratitude to Sui and Ace for their contributions and agreed to allow them to take the Water Element Stone. Thus, the Whitebeard pirates successfully acquired the Water Element Stone. With the previously obtained Wind, Fire, and Earth Element Stones, they had now gathered 4 elements. As they journeyed back to the Moby Dick, Sui and Ace were elated by their acquisition of the 4 element stones. However, they were acutely aware that an even more perilous adventure awaited them, for they must soon confront the chaos of the elements and prevent the collapse of the world. Chapter 10. A Lone Warrior Against the 4 Gods. In a distant eastern land known as the Isle of Deities, the equilibrium of the 4 elemental forces is faltering, leading to frequent natural disasters that leave the populace in despair. The Whitebeard pirates resolved to journey to the Isle of Deities to unravel the mystery of this elemental chaos and restore peace to the world. Upon their arrival, Su-yi and Ace discover that the island's 4 tribes each revere a deity representing the elements of wind, fire, water, and earth. However, as time progresses, the conflicts among the tribes deepen, creating rifts among the elemental gods themselves. To address this dilemma, the Whitebeard pirates decide to assist the 4 tribes in rebuilding trust and restoring harmony among the elemental deities. They convene with the leaders of the tribes, hoping that dialogue will resolve the escalating tensions. Yet, during their discussions, Su-yi and Ace suddenly realize that the elemental gods are, in fact, the architects of the chaos. In their relentless pursuit of power, they have incited conflicts amongst themselves, plunging the Isle of Deities into turmoil. On this isle, Su-yi stands alone to confront the gods of wind, fire, water, and earth. Each of these deities wields formidable powers, their struggles for dominance contributing to the unrest of the island. Su-yi first challenges the god of wind. The deity's speed is astonishing, capable of instantaneous movement and unleashing powerful gusts. Su-yi deftly evades the god of wind's assaults, anticipating the deity's movements to execute a flurry of counterattacks. The god of wind, taken aback by Su-yi's exceptional prowess, intensifies his efforts, accelerating as if leaving phantom trails in the air. Unfazed, Su-yi inhales deeply, channeling his strength and energy to seize the god of wind's vulnerabilities. Suddenly, the god appears behind him, brandishing a blade of wind aimed at Su-yi. Reacting swiftly, Su-yi sidesteps and parries the blow, the clash of their weapons resonating sharply. He rolls forward, evading a barrage of strikes, before rising to unleash a lethal sword energy aimed at the deity's throat. The god of wind hastily raises his blade to defend, but it is too late. The energy strikes his shoulder, inflicting a grievous wound. Enraged, the god of wind retaliates with a ferocious tempest, attempting to sweep Su-yi away. Yet, Su-yi stands resolute, summoning his strength for a formidable sword technique, wind and cloud surge. This attack collides with the deity's onslaught, creating a chaotic maelstrom of air. The god of wind is driven back by the force, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Su-yi leaps into the air, channeling all his might into a thunderous sword strike that descends like a meteor upon the god of wind. The god, horrified, attempts to defend but fails. The energy pierces his chest, sending him crashing into the earth, creating a deep crater. The god of wind coughs blood, eyes aflame with resentment, before his form dissipates into the wind, scattered across the Isle of Deities. After vanquishing the god of wind, Su-yi takes a moment to catch his breath. Despite his exhaustion, he knows he must face the remaining elemental gods. Aware of the god of fire's immense power, he steels himself for the impending battle. The god of fire initiates the confrontation, unleashing a searing fire serpent towards Su-yi. With agility, Su-yi sidesteps the blaze, retaliating with his sword. The clash generates a fierce gust of heated wind, stirring the sands beneath them. The god of fire, with a mocking sneer, conjures multiple fire serpents from various angles, all aimed at Su-yi. Undeterred, Su-yi deftly dodges the fiery onslaught, maneuvering closer to engage in close combat. The god of fire, unfazed, gathers his energy to unleash a powerful wave of flame, forcing Su-yi back. Then, the deity forms 2 colossal hands of fire, slamming them down towards Su-yi. With keen perception, Su-yi anticipates the attack, evading the fiery grasp while countering with a swift strike that dissipates the flames. Enraged, the god of fire escalates his assault, transforming into a massive firebird that charges at Su-yi, warping the air with heat. Recognizing the futility of resisting such might, Su-yi opts for evasion, skillfully dodging the firebird's strikes while seeking an opening for a counterattack. The battle is fierce, with both sides exchanging blows. Suddenly, Su-yi seizes a chance to execute Phoenix spreads its wings, striking the firebird's wing and bringing it crashing down. As the firebird disintegrates, the god of fire reveals his true form, appearing somewhat weakened. Seizing the moment, Su-yi charges, aiming to defeat him in one decisive strike. Yet, the god of fire, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, bursts into laughter, transforming into a swirling inferno that rapidly expands, culminating in a massive explosion. Su-yi is thrown back by the blast, crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise, he sees the god of fire standing nearby, fully healed. A smirk of derision upon his face. Do not celebrate too soon. The battle has merely begun. Su-yi wipes the blood from his lips, his gaze resolute as he prepares for the next confrontation. Thus ensues a fierce duel between Su-yi and the god of fire. Both combatants unleash their most potent skills, creating a scene of breathtaking intensity. Ultimately, Su-yi employs wind and cloud surge to triumph over the god of fire, who transforms into a flicker of flame, vanishing upon the Isle of Deities. After defeating the god of fire, Su-yi gasps, showing signs of fatigue. Yet, he soon faces another formidable foe, the god of water. The god of water appears composed, yet possesses the ability to command floods and storms. Holding a crystalline staff, he gazes at Su-yi with a serene smile. "Let me witness your prowess," the god of water intones softly, his eyes reflecting unwavering conviction. Drawing a deep breath, Su-yi channels all his internal energy into a luminous surge toward the god of water. His sword emits a vibrant rumble, as if anticipating an exhilarating clash. The god of water, unperturbed, raises his staff and begins to chant an incantation. Suddenly, dark clouds gather overhead, and thunder rumbles ominously. In an instant, colossal columns of water descend from the heavens, hurtling towards Su-yi. With determination, he brandishes his sword, executing a technique from the flying sword style. The sword energy slices through the oncoming torrents, shattering them into a shower of droplets. Unfazed, the god of water continues his incantation, conjuring a tumultuous wave that sweeps towards Su-yi. Undeterred, he navigates through the tumult, employing rapid movements and precise swordplay to evade the god's strikes. Seizing an opportunity, Su-yi leaps from the water's surface, launching a fierce assault from above. His sword energy surges forth, accompanied by the thunderous roar of a storm. Aimed at the god of water, the deity quickly raises his staff, summoning a formidable water shield to withstand Su-yi's onslaught. The clash resonates, sending waves crashing as the sword energy collides with the shield. The deity of water swiftly retreated, utilizing the force of the flowing waters to evade Su-yi's relentless onslaught. However, undeterred by this maneuver, Su-yi persisted in his assault. He continued to employ the technique of the flying sword, wielding his blade with grace, transforming it into radiant streaks of light that surged toward the water deity. In a fierce exchange of offense and defense, the water deity adeptly utilized the currents for protection and evasion, engaging Su-yi in an intense battle. The confrontation was extraordinarily fierce, with Su-yi's swordplay flowing as smoothly as a river, his speed akin to lightning, making it exceedingly difficult for the water deity to counter. Nevertheless, the water deity, armed with formidable control over water, consistently thwarted Su-yi's advances. Suddenly, seizing a fleeting opportunity, Su-yi unleashed the technique known as Phoenix Wing Ascension. Soaring into the air, he spun gracefully, resembling a phoenix soaring through the heavens. With a clarion call, Su-yi unleashed a sharp stream of sword energy directed at the water deity. The water deity's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing this, and he swiftly raised his staff, summoning a torrent of powerful water to counter Su-yi's blade. Yet, it was too late. The sword energy breached the watery defenses, striking the water deity squarely in the chest. Blood spattered from the deity's lips, his countenance reflecting shock and disbelief. With eyes brimming with resentment, he gazed at Su-yi, only to gradually dissolve into droplets of water, vanishing upon the Isle of the Gods. After vanquishing the water deity, Su-yi stood breathlessly, elation swelling within him. Though he had battled fiercely twice, his confidence had only solidified. Next, he would confront his final adversary, the Earth deity. In the face of this formidable opponent, Su-yi resolved to employ both the 80 Divine Air Strikes and the 8 Gates of Duanjia, two potent techniques. The 80 Divine Air Strikes, renowned for their incredible speed, possessed astonishing destructive power, while the 8 Gates of Duanjia allowed him to unleash his latent potential, significantly amplifying his strength in a brief span. Taking a deep breath, he focused his spirit, preparing to launch his assault. First, he activated the 8 Gates of Duanjia, pushing his strength to its zenith. Immediately thereafter, He unleashed the 80 divine air strikes, his fists slicing through the air, conjuring fierce gales as he charged toward the earth deity. Unfazed, the earth deity bellowed, summoning seismic waves from the ground to strike at Sui. Remaining composed, Sui shattered the waves with his fists, accelerating toward the earth deity. The earth deity continued his onslaught as the ground fractured, colossal boulders erupting from beneath to crash down upon Sui. With agility, he evaded the falling rocks while relentlessly closing the distance to the earth deity. In the blink of an eye, Sui stood before the earth deity, gathering his strength. He unleashed a powerful 80 divine air strike. The earth deity swiftly crossed his arms defensively, attempting to withstand Sui's assault. The force of the punch was akin to a cataclysm, and the earth deity was struck with great impact, sent hurtling backward, shattering a mountain and raising a storm of dust. Sui pursued relentlessly, intent on capitalizing on his advantage to decisively defeat the earth deity. He followed the trajectory of the deity's fall, gathering energy for his next strike. Shortly thereafter, the earth deity rose from the rubble, blood staining his lips, his eyes aflame with fury and determination. With a thunderous roar, he radiated a blinding light, his power surging dramatically. Sui felt a shiver of trepidation. He recognized that the earth deity was unleashing his full might for a final stand. Thus, Sui steeled his resolve, ready to confront the earth deity's desperate assault. With a furious roar, the earth deity charged at Sui, moving with such speed it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. He swung his fists, launching a torrential barrage of strikes. Remaining calm, Sui countered with the 80 divine air strikes and the 8 gates of Duanjia, engaging in a fierce duel. Each clash reverberated with tremendous force, ravaging the ground beneath them. Both warriors fought for their very survival, acutely aware that defeat would spell death. During one moment of collision, Sui discerned a flaw in the earth deity's defense. Channeling all his strength, he executed a potent 80 divine air strike. This time, the earth deity could not withstand the blow, and Sui's fist struck him directly. Blood erupted from the earth deity's mouth, his body careening like a severed kite. He collided with a cliffside, the shattered rocks scattering in all directions. Ultimately, the earth deity's form gradually transformed into stone, crumbling to the ground. Breathing heavily, Sui stood at the center of the battleground, surveying the scattered debris with overwhelming joy. At last, he had triumphed over the 4 elemental deities, restoring peace to the Isle of the Gods. Exhausted from his exertions, he stood amidst the desolate landscape, emotions swirling within him. Having defeated the 4 elemental deities and reinstated harmony upon the Isle of the Gods, Sui discovered 4 elemental stones, each representing the elements of wind, fire, water, and earth. Consequently, he resolved to merge these stones with the heart of the earth, forging a new system fragment. The heart of the earth, the core of the Isle of the Gods, encapsulated boundless energy and vitality. Sui approached the heart's locus at the center of the Isle of the Gods, carefully arranging the 4 elemental stones around it. Resonating with the energy of the heart of the earth, he directed his strength into the stones. Under his guidance, the stones radiated a dazzling brilliance, intertwining harmoniously with the heart's energy. Gradually, these 5 powers achieved a flawless equilibrium, merging into one. A powerful energy storm erupted around Sui, reverberating throughout the Isle of the Gods. Once the tempest subsided, the elemental stones had vanished, replaced by a crystalline system fragment, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors as if it contained the mysteries of the universe. Gazing upon this fragment, Sui was filled with exhilaration, for he understood that this shard would be the pivotal component in constructing a formidable system. Chapter 11. The Bounty. Ding. Reward. Fire Element Stone, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Successfully slaying the fire god grants the ability of the Black Sun, a fire-based linguistic power. Anything that enters the domain of the Black Sun is reduced to ashes. Upon the death of its wielder, the Black Sun collapses, consuming everything in its vicinity and unleashing a tremendous storm, creating a colossal gravitational field. The Sharingan from Naruto. This unique ocular technique from the world of ninjas possesses the abilities of insight, copy, and illusion. The insight grants the ability to perceive an enemy's movements. The copy allows for the imitation of an opponent's jutsu, while the illusion can ensnare foes in a mirage. Reward: Water Element Stone, Water Dragon Roar Skill. A formidable water-based technique that summons a massive water dragon to launch a fierce assault on adversaries. The water dragon is controlled by the wielder's mental energy, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. The user can gather a vast amount of water molecules in a brief period, forming a great water dragon endowed with immense strength and speed, capable of effortlessly obliterating enemy fortifications and leaving them with no avenue of escape. Furthermore, the water dragon can unleash powerful jets of water, executing long-range attacks. During an assault, the user can direct the dragon towards foes, using its sharp claws to rend their bodies or employing the forceful water jets to incapacitate them. For defense, the user can command the water dragon to encircle themselves, creating a robust barrier against incoming attacks. Successfully slaying the water god rewards the Three Tails. The Three Tails, Isabu, is one of the 9 portions of chakra separated from the 10 tails by the sage of the 6 paths, Sutsuki Kagaya. Isabu is encased in a hard shell, adorned with countless spines, resembling a gigantic tortoise. Reward: Wind Element Stone, Rasengan. The Rasengan is a technique that condenses chakra in the user's hand, causing it to flow in various directions while compressing it into a high-density spinning sphere, possessing tremendous destructive power. Successfully slaying the wind god rewards the Universal Pull. The Universal Pull is one of the abilities of the Rinnegan, allowing its wielder to attract designated targets towards themselves, adjusting the strength of the gravitational pull at will. Reward: Earth Element Stone, Planetary Devastation. This is another Rinnegan ability. The user concentrates chakra into a black sphere that levitates into the air, subsequently attracting all surrounding objects and utilizing the collected rocks to create a massive stone sphere that traps and crushes enemies. Successfully slaying the Earth God rewards the Demon Seal Wave. Upon acquiring system fragments, one can arbitrarily strip others of their devil fruits. Sui? Arbitrarily strip? Oh, I must be blessed by fortune. System: Display my current attribute modification page. With a flourish, a translucent interface appears. Host: Sui status: Healthy race, human, growth phase, age, 16 constitution, 35, modifiable spirit, 20 modifiable strength, 40 modifiable speed, 40 modifiable talent, chakra body. 3 tail skills: Skyward Sword style, 8 gates, 80 God Air Strike, Navy 6 styles, Blood Burst, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Black Sun, Rasengan, Planetary Devastation, Demon Seal Wave, Devil Fruit Stripping. After successfully restoring peace to the Island of the Gods, Sui resolved to depart from the Whitebeard pirates and embark on a new adventure alone. Although the crew members were reluctant to see him go, they understood Sui's aspirations and felt pride in his journey. On that day, the Whitebeard pirates held a grand farewell feast aboard the Moby Dick. Captain Edward Newgate personally bid farewell to Sui. They raised their glasses in a toast, reminiscing about their time fighting side by side. Sui, Whitebeard patted his shoulder. You are the most talented young person I have ever encountered. I believe you will become a great adventurer in the future. Thank you, Captain Whitebeard, Sui respectfully replied. I have learned so much while fighting alongside you all. I will forever cherish our friendship. The other crew members raised their glasses to Sui, expressing their respect and camaraderie. Marco lifted his glass and cheerfully said, Sui, don't forget to return and visit us. We will be here, waiting to continue our adventures together. Rest assured, Marco, Sui smiled in response, one day we shall reunite and continue exploring this mysterious ocean. The celebration continued into the night, with laughter and joy shared as they cherished the final moments together. The following morning, Sui rose to prepare for his departure. He bid farewell to each member of the Whitebeard pirates on the deck of the Moby Dick. Take care, Sui. Marco stood at the railing, waving goodbye. Thank you, Marco, Sui responded, wishing you fair winds and following seas. Finally, Sui glanced towards Whitebeard, their eyes meeting. They both understood that this moment signified parting, yet they believed that future reunions would be even more extraordinary. Under the radiant sun, the Moby Dick gradually sailed away. ultimately vanishing into the horizon. Sui decided to leave the island of the gods and head towards Rogue Town. Rogue Town, a bustling port city, is a hub for merchants, adventurers, and treasure seekers. Sui aspired to visit Rogue Town in search of more adventurers and information. He boarded a merchant ship and commenced his journey to Rogue Town. On board, he engaged in lively conversations with fellow passengers, sharing tales of his adventures. Gradually, Sui made many intriguing friends, who provided him with valuable insights and suggestions regarding Rogue Town. After several days at sea, the merchant ship finally arrived at Rogue Town. Sui disembarked, his eyes greeted by the sight of a thriving city filled with bustling streets, shops, inns, and restaurants. On a narrow path, he encountered Smoker, the Navy colonel. Faced with him, Sui chose not to squander time battling. He understood that swiftly defeating Smoker was essential to proving his strength and earning respect. In this battle, Sui resolved to unleash his full power. Intending to vanquish Smoker in a single blow, he aimed to demonstrate that the gap in their abilities was insurmountable. Smoker launched the first attack, transforming into smoke and rushing towards Sui. Quick to react, Sui unsheathed his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that dispersed the smoke. However, Smoker's smoke form allowed him to quickly regain his shape and launch another assault. Once more, Smoker morphed into smoke, advancing towards Sui, calmly observing the approaching vapor. Sui awaited the opportune moment. As the smoke closed in, he drew his ice wheel, channeling power into his blade. In an instant, the ice wheel emanated a biting chill, freezing the surrounding air. Sui swung the ice wheel, cleaving a frigid blade of energy. This icy strike surged towards Smoker like a winter tempest. Smoker's smoke form was struck by the sword energy, instantly freezing solid. Caught off guard, he struggled in vain, bound by the icy prison. Witnessing this, Sui did not cease his onslaught. He swung the ice wheel once more, unleashing a series of icy sword strikes. These assaults bore down upon Smoker like a tempest, leaving deep gashes across his body. Smoker endured the onslaught of sword energy, his corporeal form gradually disintegrating. His face grew ashen, his eyes reflecting despair. With the final strike, Smoker's body shattered completely, dissipating into the ether. Smoker coughed up blood, astounded by Sui's prowess. He resolved to unleash his full potential and subdue Sui, transforming into the ultimate form of his devil fruit ability, the Smoke Colossus. Smoker, now a plume of smoke, surged towards Sui. However, Sui merely smiled, a glint of piercing light in his eyes. Focusing his spirit, he channeled all his power into his blade and swung it towards Smoker. The strike was swift, like lightning cleaving the sky. Before Smoker could react, the sword energy had already pierced his form. The blade impaled his heart, and the Smoke Colossus emitted a harrowing shriek before dissolving into a wisp of smoke. Smoker collapsed, unable to continue the fight. Smoker was defeated, unable to believe the reality before him. Faced with Sui's indomitable power, he felt insignificant and helpless. Smoker understood that Sui was a true powerhouse, an opponent he could not overcome. Smoker was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had not anticipated Sui's overwhelming strength, the swiftness with which he was defeated. Smoker realized the vast disparity in their abilities. Sui smiled at Smoker, stating confidently, "I know you are an exceptional Marine, but please cease obstructing my voyage of discovery. I seek the system shards to bring greater justice and peace to this world." Smoker was rendered speechless, forced to concede his defeat. Smoker returned to Marine headquarters and reported the details of his encounter with Sui to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He emphasized Sui's formidable strength and unique weapon, suggesting that Sui could pose a threat to world order. Sengoku listened intently to Smoker's report, intrigued by Sui's capabilities. He decided to issue a bounty, placing Sui on the wanted list to attract powerful individuals to challenge him. This would serve to gauge Sui's strength and alleviate pressure on the Marines. Consequently, the world government issued a bounty for Sui. Sui, male, age unknown, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with long black hair and black eyes. Reward: 300 million berries, dead or alive. Soon after, Sui's wanted poster was displayed at Marine bases, towns, and villages around the world, labeling him as a Class S threat with a bounty of 300 million berries. The news reverberated across the globe, and the search for Suyi intensified. For those seeking fortune, this was an unparalleled opportunity. For Suyi, it marked a significant challenge in his adventure. On the boundless ocean, a marine vessel glided along. The ship, named Hero, was the flagship of the marine hero Garp. At that moment, Garp stood at the bow, gazing at the horizon, lost in thought. Reporting, Mr. Garp. We've located Suyi. A marine soldier rushed to report to Garp. Garp's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Finally found him? Excellent. Let's pursue him immediately." The hero accelerated, heading towards Suyi's location. After a period of navigation, the hero arrived at the island where Suyi was located. Garp led a squad of elite marines ashore. The island was a picturesque landscape of lush greenery. Garp instructed the marines to remain vigilant and thoroughly search for Suyi. Suddenly, a breeze rustled the leaves. Garp looked up to see a young man perched on a branch, seemingly at ease. It was Suyi. Suyi smiled at Garp and said, "Mr. Garp, it's been a while. I've been expecting you." Garp looked at Suyi and chuckled. "Suyi, you refused to join the Marines, and now you're a wanted man." Suyi smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Garp. With that being said, let us begin." Immediately, Suyi drew Hyarinmaru from his waist, adopting a combat stance. Garp responded by readying his fist of love, preparing to engage. The battle was imminent. Both charged, unleashing powerful blows. Fists and sword clashed, sparks flew, and the air crackled with energy. They each retreated, surprised by the other's strength. They engaged in a fierce exchange. Garp's punches were relentless, each carrying immense force, while Suyi used his agility and swordsmanship to deflect Garp's attacks. The battle intensified as both demonstrated their unique abilities. Garp's relentless barrage of punches met Suyi's skillful use of Hyarinmaru's freezing abilities, giving him an advantage. Suddenly, Garp seized an opportunity and unleashed his ultimate move, Bone Crush. The attack was devastating, carrying overwhelming force towards Suyi. Seeing this, Suyi quickly used Hyarinmaru's ultimate technique, Glacial Prison. Instantly, a powerful wave of cold energy emanated from Suyi, forming a massive ice barrier to protect him. Bone Crush struck the ice barrier with a deafening roar. Cracks appeared on the barrier, but it withstood Garp's attack. Garp looked at the unscathed Suyi and exclaimed, "Impressive technique." Suyi smiled and said, "Mr. Garp, it is my turn to retaliate." Suyi charged towards Garp, wielding Hyarinmaru, and unleashed Ice Dragon Dance. The sword strikes were now faster, resembling an ice dragon soaring through the air, heading towards Garp. Knowing he couldn't dodge, Garp gathered all his strength and used Iron Body. His body became as hard as steel, enduring Ice Dragon Dance's attack. However, Suyi's assault was not over. He followed with Swallow Return, moving like lightning, launching rapid strikes from multiple directions. Garp struggled to defend, ultimately unable to withstand Suyi's relentless barrage and suffering a cut on his arm. Garp looked at the exhausted Suyi and said, "Suyi, your strength is remarkable. However, you are still young and need more experience." Suyi smiled wryly and said, "Thank you, Mr. Garp. I have much to learn." Garp patted Suyi on the shoulder, encouraging him. "Do not be discouraged. You are young, and the road ahead is long. I will continue to watch your progress and expect you to become a true powerhouse." Suyi nodded and said firmly, "I will strive to improve, Mr. Garp." Note: Suyi is approximately at the level of a first commander. Chapter 12. The Clown Buggy. Upon the vast expanse of the sea, Suyi navigated a small vessel alone. On this tranquil day, the waters lay still, and Suyi stood at the bow, gazing into the distant horizon. Suddenly, he perceived a suspicious dot on the surface of the ocean. With a telescope in hand, he scrutinized the small figure, soon realizing that it was a pirate ship. To his astonishment, standing at the prow was a familiar silhouette, Clown Buggy. Buggy, one of the formidable antagonists in the world of One Piece, bore an eccentric appearance, characterized by exaggerated expressions and his signature red-nosed clown visage. He possessed the extraordinary powers of the split fruit, enabling him to disassemble his body into numerous fragments to evade attacks. Determined to witness the revelry of the pirates, Suyi steered his small boat closer to Buggy's ship, eager to discern their intentions. At that moment, Buggy also spotted Sui and regarded the solitary youth with curiosity. He commanded his subordinates to seize Sui and bring him aboard the pirate ship. Undaunted, Sui met Buggy's gaze with calm resolve, inquiring, "Clown Buggy, to what do I owe the honor of your invitation?" Buggy grinned wickedly, revealing a malevolent smile. "Heh, lad, you appear to be quite the lone wolf. How about joining my crew?" A faint smile graced Sui's lips as he replied, "Buggy, I appreciate your offer, but I seek only to fulfill my own adventurous journey. If you have no other business, I would like to proceed." Buggy furrowed his brow, evidently displeased by Sui's rejection. Nevertheless, he refrained from immediate retaliation, instead adopting a sinister tone. "Heh, young man, think carefully. In these waters, none dare to decline my invitation." Sui fixed Buggy with an unyielding stare, coldly asserting, "I do not intend to refuse your invitation. I merely have my own mission. If you persist, I shall have no choice but to engage you in battle." At this, Buggy erupted in laughter. "How amusing. It has been quite some time since I encountered someone so entertaining. Very well, let us play." With that, Buggy unleashed his split fruit abilities, his form fragmenting into dozens of pieces, launching an onslaught towards Sui from various angles. Unfazed, Sui drew his sword, Ice Wheel, executing a dazzling display of swordsmanship to parry Buggy's attack. The clash of their powers was intense, with Buggy's body continually splitting and reassembling, posing a formidable challenge for Sui. Yet, bolstered by his unwavering will and exceptional sword skills, Sui gradually gained the upper hand. Seizing an opportunity, Sui unleashed his ultimate technique, the Absolute Ice Domain. A wave of frigid air radiated from him, swiftly enveloping Buggy's disassembled forms in ice. Subsequently, Sui wielded Ice Wheel, shattering the frozen fragments of Buggy. Countless pieces of Buggy lay strewn across the deck, yet his voice echoed defiantly, "Heh, lad, you were impressive this time. But I shall not let you off so easily. Next time we meet, I will show no mercy." Determined, Sui focused his energy, swiftly forming hand seals. A powerful surge of chakra surged forth, creating tumultuous waves upon the sea. Buggy, alarmed, hastily employed his powers to scatter his body into countless fragments, attempting to evade the impending attack of the Heavenly Star. However, with remarkable agility, Sui seized the moment, marking one of Buggy's scattered forms with the Heavenly Star seal. He then raised his hands, causing that fragment to ascend into the sky, soon followed by a colossal sphere of rock, entrapping the fragmented body within. Buggy gasped in shock, desperately striving to break free from the seal of the Heavenly Star. Yet, no matter his efforts, he could not escape the constraining grip of the rock. The force of the Heavenly Star intensified, the stone sphere constricting further, pressing upon Buggy's fragmented forms. Ultimately, they could withstand the immense pressure no longer, disintegrating into shards. Buggy's main body suffered grievous injuries, and he coughed blood, collapsing to the ground. Observing Buggy's plight, Sui approached slowly, regarding his disheveled state, and asked, "Clown Buggy, do you have any final words?" Enduring his pain, Buggy glared at Sui with malice. What is this fruit ability of yours? I concede this round, but I shall not relent." With a sigh, Sui replied, "Buggy, if you are willing to abandon your life as a pirate, I may consider sparing you. Otherwise, should we cross paths again, I assure you, I will not hold back." Buggy shot Sui a venomous glance, then struggled to rise, shouting to his crew, "We are leaving." Sui, on his small boat, cast a powerful jutsu, Universal Pull. This formidable force drew Buggy's pirate ship closer, and Sui grasped the helm, successfully commandeering the vessel. Buggy and his crew were left in shock, witnessing their ship being seized by Sui. Fuming with rage, Buggy spat, "How dare you? You have stolen my ship. Fool, return my ship at once." Buggy bellowed in frustration. With a nonchalant smile, Sui replied, "Mr. Buggy, since you have nowhere left to turn, why not relinquish the ship to me? I shall ensure it serves a greater purpose." Buggy's face turned a shade of fury, but he found himself powerless. He understood that any act of defiance would only invite a more severe response from Sui. Reluctantly, he nodded in acquiescence. "Captain, look at this newspaper. A subordinate of Buggy spoke up. Is this the time for reading? We have just lost our ship. No, Captain, look. Is this not the bounty of the 300 million Sui? Fool, why did you not mention this sooner? Buggy roared. Sui noticed that only a few injured pirates remained aboard. Upon seeing Sui, they panicked, raising their weapons in defense. Sui, maintaining his composure, called out, I do not wish to harm you. I merely wish to borrow your ship. If you cooperate, I will not impose any difficulties upon you. The pirates exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, they decided to trust Sui, lowering their weapons and allowing him to board the captain's quarters. Seated in the captain's chair, Sui relished the expansive view from the pirate ship. He commanded the crew to set sail in the direction he chose. Under Sui's guidance, the pirate ship glided smoothly across the sea. Sui meticulously examined the ship's various instruments, gradually familiarizing himself with its operation. Before long, he was adept at navigating the vessel. Captain Sui, ahead lies the naval base, his crew reported. Is this the naval base where Monkey D. Luffy rescued Roronoa Zoro? It appears there is a corrupt officer within. Set course for the naval base. Monka, a notorious naval captain in the East Sea, was infamous for his cruelty and violence, often abusing his power to exploit fishermen and indiscriminately kill innocent civilians. Sui resolved to put an end to Monka's tyranny. Utilizing shadow ninja techniques, Sui infiltrated the naval base, successfully arriving at Monka's office. Monka, reveling in his recent victory, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Lost in a haze of indulgence, Sui stealthily approached, finding a suitable hiding spot. Calmly observing Monka, Sui gathered his mental energy, softly intoning the incantation for the Black Sun spell. As the words resonated, a black sun materialized in his palm. The space within his grasp began to warp, a diminutive black dot expanding into a menacing orb. The black sun radiated terrifying energy, causing the entire office to tremble. The obsidian sun radiated a terrifying energy, causing the entire office to tremble. It was then that Monka finally perceived Sui's presence. He gazed upon the mysterious figure wielding the black sun, his eyes filled with dread. Monka attempted to cry out for help, but found himself paralyzed. Sui, with an icy gaze, propelled the black sun towards Monka. The dark orb expanded in the air, threatening to consume the world. Monka emitted a desperate shriek, attempting to flee, but it was all in vain. The black sun struck Monka, instantly engulfing him in dark flames. Monka writhed and wailed within the inferno, ultimately reduced to ashes. Following Sui's successful assassination of Navy Captain Monka, the East Sea Naval Base descended into chaos. The naval soldiers, aghast at their commander's gruesome demise, began a frantic search for the perpetrator. Monka's death sent shockwaves through the naval base. The notorious Navy captain had vanished without a trace, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment and panic. Naval soldiers congregated outside Monka's office, staring in horror at the devastation wrought by the black flames. Monka's body had disappeared, as if he had never existed. What transpired? A newly enlisted soldier asked, his voice trembling with fear. Captain Monka, he's dead. An old soldier who witnessed the events responded, his voice shaking. The news spread like wildfire throughout the naval base. Rumors swirled, and speculations arose regarding the cause of Monka's death. Some suspected an enemy attack, while others believed it was divine retribution for Monka's transgressions. Meanwhile, the naval generals convened an emergency meeting. They were acutely aware that Monka's death would trigger widespread turmoil and that immediate action was necessary to stabilize the situation. We must ascertain the truth behind Captain Monka's demise, a veteran general declared somberly, and take the necessary measures to prevent a recurrence. Who dares to commit such an atrocity within a naval base? An officer bellowed, his words igniting a mixture of anger and fear among the soldiers. They began to murmur among themselves, speculating about the identity and motives of the assailant. The commander of the naval base, upon learning of Monka's death, immediately issued orders to dispatch troops to search for the culprit and to seal off the entire naval base. Alarms blared throughout the base as soldiers tensely searched every nook and cranny. However, Sui had already absconded from the naval base, disappearing into the vast expanse of the ocean. The naval soldiers' search proved fruitless, and they were forced to return to base empty-handed. Monka's death remained an enigma, leaving the naval soldiers with lingering trepidation. In the days that followed, the East Sea Naval Base heightened its security, vigilantly guarding against any suspicious individuals. Suyi's name became a taboo among the naval soldiers, who feared the mysterious assassin's potential return, bringing further chaos and destruction. Upon arriving at Frost Moon Village, Suyi discovered that it was even more tranquil and picturesque than he had imagined. The beach shimmered with golden hues under the radiant sun, and the azure waters gently lapped against the coastal rocks, creating a rhythmic melody. A gentle breeze carried the salty tang of the sea and the fragrance of verdant flora. Suyi strolled along the country lane towards the village, encountering many amiable villagers along the way. They were diligently toiling in the fields, and upon seeing Suyi, a stranger, they greeted him with warm smiles. Children frolicked beneath the trees, their joyous laughter echoing in the air. Upon reaching the heart of the village, Suyi located the ancient inn. The innkeeper was an elderly woman with snow-white hair, her face etched with wrinkles, yet her eyes shone brightly. She warmly welcomed Suyi and arranged a comfortable room for him. "Young man, you've come from afar, haven't you?" the old woman asked with a gentle smile. "Indeed, I come from the East Sea Naval Base," Suyi replied. The old woman cast a surprised glance at Suyi, then chuckled and said, "Then you must have heard about Captain Monka's affair, haven't you?" Suyi nodded, refraining from further elaboration. He wished to conceal his identity to avoid unnecessary complications. The old woman seemed to sense Suyi's apprehension and refrained from pressing further. In the ensuing days, Suyi resided in Frost Moon Village. Every day, he would amble around the village, admiring the breathtaking seascape and engaging in casual conversations with the villagers. The villagers developed a keen interest in this unfamiliar yet affable young man, eagerly inquiring about the outside world. Suyi gladly shared his adventurous experiences with them, albeit concealing his true identity. The villagers listened with rapt attention, filled with admiration for Suyi. During his leisure hours, Suyi would assist the villagers with tasks within his capabilities, such as mending damaged fishing nets and helping with harvesting crops. His kindness and enthusiasm earned him the villagers' affection and respect. In the evenings, Suyi would sit in his own room, gazing out at the distant ocean through the window. The sea surface glistened, and the radiant moon ascended from the horizon, illuminating the boundless expanse of the sea. A profound sense of tranquility washed over Suyi, as if the world consisted only of him and himself. During his sojourn in Frost Moon Village, Suyi experienced a long-lost sense of serenity. Life here was simple and unadulterated, making it easier for people to connect with their inner selves. Suyi gradually realized that true happiness sometimes lies not in wealth and power, but in the simple tranquility and beauty of life. However, Suyi was also aware that he could not remain in this tranquil village forever. His heart was filled with a steadfast commitment to justice, and he yearned to contribute more to the world. During his stay in Frost Moon Village, Koshiro, the master of the Frost Moon Dojo, was renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship and deeply respected by the villagers. Upon learning that Suyi was also a swordsman, Koshiro invited him to a friendly sparring match. Suyi gladly accepted the challenge, eager to hone his swordsmanship against a skilled opponent. On a bright morning, Suyi and Koshiro arrived at a clearing near the village. Villagers flocked to witness the long-awaited sparring match. Koshiro, wielding a sharp katana, wore a solemn expression. Suyi, on the other hand, held a wooden sword and remained composed. They bowed to each other as a sign of respect, then assumed their respective stances. The sparring match commenced, with Koshiro launching the first attack. His swordsmanship was agile and diverse, making his movements difficult to predict. Suyi displayed exceptional defensive skills, effortlessly deflecting Koshiro's attacks. The villagers watched the intense contest with bated breath, cheering for both participants. Koshiro's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, but Suyi remained calm and composed, revealing no openings. After a while, Koshiro suddenly changed his tactics, executing a powerful slashing technique. Upon seeing this, Suyi swiftly sidestepped the attack and retaliated with his wooden sword. The wooden sword collided with the katana, producing a crisp sound. Both combatants retreated a few steps, then quickly charged towards each other, resuming their fierce exchange. As the sun climbed higher, the sparring match reached its climax. Suyi and Koshiro both performed at their peak, leaving the audience in awe and eliciting gasps of astonishment. Suddenly, Koshiro seized an opportunity and unleashed a deadly technique. His katana, imbued with a formidable aura, thrust towards Suyi's throat. Suyi, with lightning-fast reflexes, easily deflected Koshiro's attack with his wooden sword. Upon seeing this, Koshiro did not continue his assault, but sheathed his katana. He smiled and bowed to Suyi, conceding defeat. "Congratulations. Suyi, your swordsmanship is truly remarkable," Koshiro said sincerely. Suyi reciprocated with a bow. "Thank you, Master Koshiro. I have benefited greatly from this experience." After a month's stay in Frost Moon Village, Suyi decided to resume his adventurous journey. On the eve of his departure, the old woman prepared a sumptuous dinner for Suyi, expressing her gratitude for all that he had done for the village during his stay. On the following day, Suyi bid farewell to the kind-hearted elderly woman and the warm-hearted villagers, embarking on a new journey. Chapter 13. Admiral Akiji. Suyi departed from Frost Moon Village, embarking on a journey to the New World. During his adventures, he encountered a mysterious naval commander, Akiji. Akiji is one of the highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters, possessing formidable ice fruit abilities. His presence added an exhilarating edge to Suyi's adventure. On that fateful day, Suyi reached a stunning island situated in the first half of the Grand Line, abundant in resources and resplendent in beauty. He intended to rest and regroup here, preparing for the adventures that lay ahead. However, as soon as Suyi set foot on the island, he was surrounded by a battalion of naval soldiers. These soldiers were impeccably attired and well-trained, clearly not ordinary Navy personnel. Under their escort, Suyi was introduced to the enigmatic naval commander Akiji. Akiji was tall, donned in a blue uniform, and wore a Navy cap atop his head. His piercing gaze exuded an aura of authority, and a subtle cold smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, suggesting depths that were hard to fathom. Suyi realized that Akiji's appearance was no mere coincidence. He had surely come specifically to confront him. Although aware that this was not a fair fight, Suyi resolved to give his all. Akiji regarded Suyi coolly and spoke. "Greetings, Suyi. I am Akiji from the Navy headquarters. We have been observing you for quite some time." Suyi was taken aback, astonished that his reputation had reached the Navy headquarters. He composed himself and smiled. "It seems my adventures are becoming increasingly intriguing. So, Commander Akiji, what brings you to seek me out?" Akiji chuckled lightly and replied, "In truth, I admire your courage and strength. However, as a naval officer, I cannot allow you to disrupt the order of the world. I hope you will consider joining the Navy and contributing to our world." Upon hearing this, Suyi smiled and shook his head. "I appreciate the Navy's sense of justice, but I cherish my freedom even more. I wish to protect this world in my own way." Akiji sighed. "In that case, I must act according to naval protocol." With that, he abruptly raised his hand and launched an ice projectile towards Suyi. Suyi swiftly evaded, the ice projectile exploding behind him, releasing a frigid blast. He realized he was facing a formidable opponent and could not afford to be careless. The unexpected battle drew the attention of other vessels at sea, and discussions erupted among the onlookers, speculating on the outcome of this confrontation. Yet, no one believed Suyi could prevail against the renowned Admiral Akiji. The battle commenced with Akiji launching the first attack, his ice sword emanating a bone-chilling cold as it swung towards Suyi. Suyi adeptly dodged the blow and counterattacked with his ice wheel. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, the intensity of their combat escalating. Akiji's strength exceeded Suyi's expectations, each clash imposing immense pressure upon him. Nevertheless, Suyi refused to yield, acutely aware that he must exert every ounce of effort to seize a chance at victory. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps he could exploit the properties of the ice wheel to melt Akiji's ice blocks through the conduction of cold. He altered his strategy, embedding the ice wheel into the icy surface in an attempt to transfer heat. Akiji, taken aback by Suyi's ingenuity, remained unfazed. His ice fruit abilities allowed him to easily regulate the temperature of the ice, rendering it impervious to heat. In the vast ocean, the climactic showdown between Suyi and Admiral Akiji intensified. Despite Su Yi's utmost efforts, he found it increasingly challenging to withstand Akiji's onslaught. He understood that he must unleash his ultimate technique to have any hope of overcoming Akiji. Akiji utilized his ice fruit abilities to conjure colossal ice blocks around him, attempting to thwart Su Yi's advances. However, with the keen insight of his Sharingan, Su Yi consistently identified the weaknesses in the ice blocks, shattering them with precision. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi focused his energy, preparing to execute his most powerful technique, Heavenly Star of Cataclysm. This formidable skill allowed him to manipulate gravity, wielding destructive power. Akiji, recognizing Su Yi's intent to turn the tide of battle, remained composed, ready to counter Su Yi's assault. A determined glint flickered in Su Yi's eyes as he swiftly formed seals with his hands. Upon completing the seals, he bellowed, "Heavenly Star of Cataclysm." In an instant, a tremendous gravitational force erupted from Su Yi, pulling the surrounding seawater and ice cubes skyward. These elements compressed and collided, gradually coalescing into a massive sphere, akin to a small planet suspended above the ocean's surface. Akiji, astonished by Su Yi's prowess, maintained his composure. He meticulously examined the structure of the Heavenly Star of Cataclysm, searching for a means to unravel it. Yet, Su Yi afforded him little time. He formed seals once more, unleashing another potent skill, Universal Attraction. This ability allowed him to draw and control targets, rendering them unable to evade. Under the influence of Universal Attraction, Akiji felt his body being irresistibly drawn toward the Heavenly Star of Cataclysm. He struggled fiercely, yet Su Yi's skill proved overwhelmingly powerful, preventing him from fully breaking free. Akiji was compelled to concentrate all his strength in an attempt to escape the confines of Universal Attraction. In that moment, he glimpsed the ominous glint in Su Yi's eyes, the power of the Sharingan. Utilizing the observational prowess of the Sharingan, Su Yi accurately anticipated Akiji's movements. He swiftly adjusted the intensity of Universal Attraction, making it even more difficult for Akiji to escape. Simultaneously, Su Yi activated the 8 gates, significantly enhancing his power and speed. Seizing the opportunity as Akiji struggled, he unleashed his Blood Fury technique, further amplifying his combat prowess. With the synergy of the 8 gates and Blood Fury, Su Yi's speed and strength reached unprecedented levels. He surged toward Akiji like a bolt of lightning, poised to deliver a decisive blow. Akiji, acutely aware of his precarious situation, summoned all his strength, invoking the powers of his ice fruit. He endeavored to freeze the surrounding seawater to halt Su Yi's advance. However, Su Yi's assault proved too ferocious. Compounded by the constraints of the Heavenly Star of Cataclysm and Universal Attraction, rendering Akiji's efforts only partially effective, Su Yi's fist sliced through the ice, landing a powerful strike to Akiji's abdomen. Akiji coughed up blood, his body propelled backward, crashing onto the icy surface before slowly rising. Despite Su Yi pouring forth all his might, including the Heavenly Star of Cataclysm, Universal Attraction, Sharingan, 8 gates, and Blood Fury, he was ultimately unable to defeat the formidable Admiral Akiji. Akiji's power was overwhelming, and his extensive experience gradually turned the tide of battle against Su Yi. Akiji's eyes glinted with determination as he plunged his hands into the sea. With a booming voice, he declared, "Ice Age." In an instant, the surrounding waters began to freeze rapidly, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Harnessing his ice fruit abilities, Akiji created a vast ice age, ensnaring Su Yi within its grasp. Su Yi felt the temperature plummet sharply around him, rendering his movements somewhat rigid. Confronted with such a formidable technique, he understood that a direct confrontation would be futile. He needed to devise a strategy to counter it. Su Yi concentrated, seeking the Ice Age's vulnerabilities. He observed that although Akiji's abilities could instantaneously freeze seawater, the extreme cold rendered the ice more fragile. Thus, Su Yi resolved to seize this opportunity, employing a strategy of elemental counteraction. He inhaled deeply, channeling his inner fire chakra, and unleashed a technique, Black Sun of Word Spirit. In an instant, a searing sun materialized behind Su Yi, crashing violently against the icy barriers of the Ice Age. The ice walls began to fissure, numerous tiny cracks appearing under the sun's explosive force. Akiji, witnessing this, felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Su-yi could find a breakthrough amidst such dire circumstances. Yet he remained unperturbed, persistently harnessing the formidable powers of the Ice Age to fortify the icy barrier. A steady stream of frigid air emanated from Akiji, gradually enveloping Su-yi in an expanding sheet of ice. Despite Su-yi's valiant efforts to resist, he found himself firmly ensnared. Observing the encased Su-yi, Akiji recognized the futility of escape. He approached, gently patting Su-yi on the shoulder, and softly declared, "Su-yi, this time you have been bested." Bound by Akiji's Ice Age, Su-yi was rendered immobile as Akiji secured him with sea stone handcuffs. In the vast expanse of the ocean, Su-yi's climactic confrontation with Admiral Akiji culminated in defeat. Akiji apprehended him and transported him to the Navy's headquarters. Upon their arrival, Akiji presented Su-yi before Admiral Sengoku. The Admiral scrutinized the young boy before him and inquired, "You are Su-yi, the one who vanquished Smoker?" Sengoku tossed a stack of documents onto the table, revealing Su-yi's background. Aged 16, he had joined the Whitebeard Pirates a year prior, training alongside Fire Fist Ace. At 14, he had mysteriously appeared on Windmill Island, challenging both Garp and Mihawk, eliminating for self-proclaimed gods, and defeating Smoker in Log Town, before confronting Buggy the Clown in Frost Moon Village, culminating in his battle with Akiji. "Am I mistaken, Su-yi?" Su-yi inwardly acknowledged Sengoku's astuteness. "Indeed, Admiral," he replied with composure. Sengoku nodded, then queried, "From whence do you hail, Su-yi? What compels you to embrace the life of a pirate?" With candor, Su-yi responded, "I originate from a humble village, perpetually yearning for the sea and adventure. I have not merely chosen to be a pirate. I aspire to be an adventurer, to explore this world and challenge my own limits." Sengoku's brow furrowed upon hearing Su-yi's words. After a moment of silence, he stated, "Su-yi, your actions have drawn our attention. You are indeed a formidable warrior. Yet the Navy's mandate is to uphold peace and order upon the seas." Su-yi resolutely asserted, "Admiral, I respect the Navy's duties. Yet I also wish to retain my freedom. I aspire to be a hero like Admiral Akiji, contributing to the peace of the ocean." Sengoku regarded Su-yi, sighing deeply. He recognized the young man's ambition, yet the Navy's regulations left him no choice but to act. "Su-yi, I admire your bravery and resolve," he proclaimed, however. "You must bear the consequences of your actions. I have decided to confine you in Impel Down, where you may contemplate your choices." Su-yi felt a jolt of shock. Yet he understood that protest would yield no fruit. He nodded, saying, "I comprehend, Admiral." Impel Down, notorious as the Hell of the Seas, served as the Navy's prison for the most heinous criminals. Under Admiral Sengoku's orders, two vice-admirals, Gecko Moria and Fire Mountain, were tasked with escorting Su-yi to Impel Down. Both were seasoned commanders of the Navy, their prowess inspiring dread. Gecko Moria, a gaunt middle-aged man with a pallid complexion and icy demeanor, wielded a massive scythe known as the Phantom. In contrast, Fire Mountain was a brawny figure with a tempestuous temperament, brandishing a battle axe dubbed Flame Demon. As Su-yi commenced his journey to Impel Down under the watchful eyes of Gecko Moria and Fire Mountain, the atmosphere grew oppressive, with the two vice-admirals remaining silent. During their voyage, Gecko Moria developed a peculiar interest in Su-yi, intrigued by the young pirate's steadfast will and unwavering conviction. He found himself compelled to undermine Su-yi and Appo's strength and determination. Su-yi was acutely aware of Gecko Moria and Appo's reputation as a ruthless hardliner within the Navy. One day, as their vessel traversed an expansive sea devoid of wind, Gecko Moria abruptly halted. He turned his gaze upon Su-yi, a sinister glimmer flickering in his eyes. "Su-yi, I hear you are the son of Whitebeard," Gecko Moria coldly remarked, "but I am curious whether you can withstand my punishment." Meeting Gecko Moria's gaze without flinching, Su-yi replied, "Vice Admiral Moria, I am aware of your reputation for vengeance and treachery. Regardless of your methods, I shall endure." With a derisive snicker, Gecko Moria lunged, seizing Su-yi's arm. Shackled by sea stone, Su-yi was powerless to resist as Gecko Moria dragged him onto the deck, binding him firmly to the mast. "This is of your own making," Gecko Moria sneered, drawing his scythe to strike at Su-yi's chest. Su-Yi remained steadfast in his stare. However, before the blade could reach him, Fire Mountain intervened. Enough, Moria. We are here to escort him, not to torment him. Gecko Moria glared icily at Fire Mountain before retracting his scythe. Very well, Fire Mountain. Since you insist, I shall spare him this time. As they continued their journey to Impel Down, a ship from the Whitebeard pirates suddenly emerged on the horizon. Led by Marco, a group of pirates had come to rescue Su-Yi. Transforming into a blue phoenix, Marco soared through the air, calling out, Su-Yi, do not fear. We will rescue you. Gecko Moria and Fire Mountain instantly heightened their vigilance, drawing their weapons in preparation for Marco's assault. Tension crackled in the air as battle loomed. Marco, now a blue phoenix, focused intently on Gecko Moria and Fire Mountain, intent on neutralizing these formidable foes first. You are courting death, Fire Mountain bellowed, charging at Marco with his massive axe. With agility, Marco evaded Fire Mountain's strike, retaliating with a sharp claw that struck the giant's shoulder. Fire Mountain roared in pain, nearly losing grip on his axe. Seizing the opportunity, Gecko Moria joined the fray, unleashing a barrage of attacks with his scythe. Marco's azure flames danced in the air, countering Gecko Moria's relentless strikes. The ensuing clash was fierce, with both adversaries exchanging blows. Gecko Moria's speed was lightning quick, yet Marco's blue flames seemed to anticipate his movements, thwarting every assault. After several exchanges, Marco launched a counteroffensive, darting towards Gecko Moria like a bolt of blue lightning. Moria raised his scythe to defend, but Marco's claws pierced through his guard, striking his chest. Staggering back, Gecko Moria grimaced, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His resolve only intensified as he glared at Marco. Meanwhile, Fire Mountain recovered and rejoined the skirmish. Together, the two vice admirals unleashed a coordinated assault on Marco, striving to subdue him. Yet, Marco's formidable prowess and remarkable agility rendered him elusive, making it difficult for them to land a hit. The battle raged for dozens of exchanges, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Just then, Su-Yi's voice rang out, filled with gratitude. Marco, do not concern yourself with me. I believe I can escape within a month. Focus on protecting the Whitebeard pirates. Hearing Su-Yi's words, Marco hesitated but ultimately recognized Su-Yi's strength and resolve. Rest assured, Su-Yi, we will await your return. A month from now, we shall bring you home. Watching Marco retreat, Gecko Moria and Fire Mountain felt a sense of frustration. Yet they understood that defeating Marco today was an impossibility. Thus, they resumed their escort of Su-Yi towards Impel Down, while Marco returned to the Whitebeard pirates, preparing for Su-Yi's eventual return. Chapter 14. Impel Down. Su-Yi gazed at the imposing structure of Impel Down, a fortress often referred to by the world as the Iron Wall of Prisons. Within its confines lay the most dangerous criminals and many infamous pirates. Magellan, tall and imposing, bore a stern visage, his eyes deep and fathomless. His mere presence instilled a palpable tension among the guards, a testament to his formidable reputation within Impel Down. Su-Yi, welcome to Impel Down, the warden, Magellan, intoned coldly. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Magellan, the esteemed warden, it is an honor to finally meet you. Su-Yi replied with calmness. I hope you shall remember my name before I make my escape. Magellan chuckled mockingly. Escape? That has never been a consideration for you. Frankly, I have yet to witness anyone successfully flee from Impel Down. With a smile, Su-Yi proclaimed, then I shall become the first. Hannibal approached Su-Yi with a sinister grin, malicious glints flickering in his eyes. Let us enjoy our time together, Su-Yi, he taunted, his tone dripping with disdain. In silence, Su-Yi followed Hannibal deeper into the prison. The interior was dim and damp, permeated by a fetid stench of decay. This was a place of oblivion, where countless inmates had languished through their wretched lives. Under Hannibal's guidance, Su-Yi ventured further into Impel Down, traversing the first layer known as the Red Lotus Hell, witnessing prisoners tormented by the blue gorillas and the sword trees. Observing the environment on the first level, Su-Yi noted that most prisoners were ragged and despondent, their vitality waning like withered blossoms. They arrived at the second level, the Beast Hell, teeming with ferocious creatures. The SBHYNX ruled this tier. Inmates understood they would inevitably become prey for these beasts, enduring the torment of fear with grim resignation. As Sui surveyed the hardened criminals, he discerned despair and fury in their eyes. They roamed erratically, engaging in violence as if only brutality could alleviate their inner anguish. Throughout the tour, Hannibal intermittently employed verbal intimidation, seeking to undermine Sui's resolve. "Do you see now, Sui?" Hannibal remarked with a chilling tone. "This is Impel Down, a place from which you shall never escape." Sui, undeterred, fixed his gaze on the tormented prisoners, his spirit unshaken. He recognized Hannibal's intent to dismantle his mental defenses, yet he would not yield. Hannibal led Sui to the third level, the hunger hell, where inmates were incessantly tormented by hunger and thirst until they succumbed to despair. Pointing at the emaciated prisoners, he raised his voice deliberately. "You too shall join them, eternally enduring this torment. Do not harbor illusions of escape." Sui, he spat venomously. "This is hell, and you are already ensnared within its grasp." Calmly meeting Hannibal's gaze, Sui replied resolutely, "I shall not concede. I will discover a way to escape and reclaim my freedom." Inwardly, Sui mused, longing to silence Hannibal's taunts. Surely, during this time frame, the Golden Lion had yet to escape. Hannibal, upon hearing Sui's words, chuckled derisively. "Let us await the outcome then, Sui." He turned and continued the tour of Impel Down. They soon arrived at the fourth level, the Heat Hell, which housed Warden Magellan's office, alongside a kitchen and granaries. The temperature in this layer was exceedingly high, resembling a colossal cauldron filled with boiling blood and flames. Inmates were subjected to searing sterilization before entering the prison. The fifth level, the Ice Hell, subjected prisoners to excruciatingly low temperatures, leading to severe frostbite and eventual death. This tier also housed a multitude of military wolves, more ferocious than the beasts of the second level. Due to the extreme cold, no transponder snails were installed here. Finally, Hannibal ushered Sui to the sixth level, the lowest tier, where the most notorious of criminals were confined. "They possess immense power, capable of toppling the world," Hannibal whispered ominously. As Sui surveyed the desolate surroundings of the sixth level, he was struck by the oppressive atmosphere. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the dim light cast an eerie pallor, as though he were truly in the depths of hell. He understood that this was a realm of genuine despair, where ordinary souls could not endure. The sixth level, known as the Infinite Hell, housed the most heinous offenders in history. Within this enigmatic layer resided 5 legendary figures: Barrett, Bondewald, Katarina Devon, the Golden Lion, and the Red Count. Barrett, known as the Devil's Descendant, had once been a crew member of the Pirate King, Roger. His formidable strength made him a force to be reckoned with, yet his insatiable ambition led him to betray Roger and ultimately meet his downfall, confined within Impel Down. Even in this sixth level, Barrett was regarded as one of the most dangerous individuals. Bondewald, dubbed the World Destroyer, had commanded a warship. His ability to instantaneously move surrounding objects resulted in catastrophic destruction. Wald attempted to challenge the world government, but was ultimately captured and sentenced to life imprisonment. Katarina Devon, known as the Witch, wielded a fruit power that allowed for endless transformations. A merciless assassin, she roamed the seas committing countless crimes. Her beauty and cruelty earned her notoriety even among other legendary criminals, who regarded her with trepidation. The Golden Lion, Shiki, was the captain of the flying pirate crew. Once renowned alongside Roger and Edward Newgate, he was a legendary pirate. Possessing the ability to manipulate storms, Shiki sought to conquer the world but was imprisoned and Impel Down. Despite his dire circumstances, he maintained an indomitable spirit, awaiting the chance for resurgence. The Red Count, known as the Solitary Red, was one of the most enigmatic criminals in the pirate world. His extraordinary strength was complemented by exceptional swordsmanship and fruit abilities. He had assisted Roger in the quest for the legendary One Piece, but fell into despair following Roger's demise, ultimately captured due to illness. He remained in the Infinite Hell, adopting a low profile while observing the world's transformations. On his way to the cell, Sui encountered the Golden Lion, once celebrated as the Flying Pirate. The Golden Lion regarded Sui with disdain. "Escape? Do you comprehend where you are? This is Impel Down, a hellish existence. Not even I, once a formidable figure, could flee from here. The golden lion laughed derisively. Su Yi refrained from retorting, merely observing the golden lion with quiet contemplation. He understood that the golden lion might break free in the years to come, only to be met with his demise at the hands of Monkey D. Luffy. I do not worry for myself, golden lion, Su Yi stated calmly, but for you. You once commanded respect, yet now you languish here, stripped of all your glory. Hearing this, the golden lion's expression hardened. He opened his mouth to respond, but Su Yi had already turned and entered his cell, disregarding him. Hannibal shoved Su Yi into a cramped cell, brandishing a pair of sea-stone handcuffs. This is a special gift for you, Su Yi, he said, fastening the cuffs to Su Yi's wrists. With a malevolent glint in his eyes, Hannibal smirked. Enjoy your stay here, Su Yi. His tone was mocking as he turned and departed, slamming the cell door shut. Suddenly, a group of guards materialized before Su Yi, intent on escorting him to the interrogation room of Rain D. Shiru. The guards surrounded Su Yi, preparing to act. In that moment, Su Yi unleashed a powerful conqueror's haki, rendering all the surrounding guards unconscious. The golden lion observed Su Yi, his eyes betraying a flicker of surprise. It seems you possess some skills, he remarked. I hope you can successfully escape and bring some excitement to this dull place. Suddenly, Su Yi sensed a formidable presence approaching. A chill ran through him as he realized someone was coming. The visitor was Rain's Hilliu, renowned as the executioner of the Infinite Hell. He served as the warden of Impel Down, wielding immense power and remarkable swordsmanship. Hilliu regarded Su Yi with a mocking glint in his eyes. Do you wish to challenge me, Su Yi? Hilliu sneered. You are merely a prisoner confined here. How could you possibly triumph over me? The two stood opposed in the corridor of Infinite Hell, tension enveloping the air. Hilliu brandished a cursed blade, his gaze brimming with fierce determination. In contrast, Su Yi, gripping the ghost lantern Maru, remained composed, revealing no hint of fear. Let me witness your strength, Hilliu taunted. You will see it, Su Yi replied calmly. As their words faded, both launched their attacks simultaneously. Hilliu's speed was akin to lightning, his sword exuding a chilling sword aura, aimed directly at Su Yi's face. Su Yi sidestepped, parrying Hilliu's assault with the ghost lantern Maru. Quite impressive reflexes, Hilliu praised, intensifying his onslaught. His swordplay quickened, resembling a tempest. Su Yi tightened his grip on the ghost lantern Maru, focusing intently as he deflected Hilliu's strikes time and again. Is this all you can muster? Hilliu provoked. I expected more from you. Patience, the real spectacle has just begun, Su Yi replied with a smile. Su Yi initiated his assault with the Dragon Nest Flash, a fundamental technique of the flying sword style. He executed rapid, successive strikes that left Hilliu struggling to defend himself. Following this, Su Yi shifted his approach, unleashing the Dragon Nest Flash, bite, maintaining his high-speed attacks while keenly seizing the moment to unleash a ferocious strike against Hilliu. Not bad, you do have some skill, Hilliu acknowledged. Thank you for the compliment, Su Yi responded, but soon, you will be astonished. As Su Yi's rapid assaults continued, Hilliu found himself in a tight spot. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yi opted for the Earth Dragon Flash, striking the ground to propel debris that hindered Hilliu's movements. Subsequently, he executed the Earth Dragon Flash, Surge, incorporating jumps and aerial spins to expand his attack range, making it increasingly difficult for Hilliu to withstand. Hilliu fought valiantly, yet he gradually succumbed to Su Yi's overwhelming swordsmanship. Recognizing his chance, Su Yi unleashed the Dragon Hammer Flash, channeling immense power into a swift strike against Hilliu. He then transitioned to the Dragon Hammer Flash, Break, spinning his body as he drew his sword to amplify the force of his attack. Hilliu, undeterred, pressed on, but Su Yi's strikes grew increasingly sharp. Next, Su Yi executed the Twin Dragon Flash, utilizing the scabbard to cover the flaws of his draw technique, employing dual wielding to confuse Hilliu regarding the direction of his attacks. Throughout the battle, Su Yi adeptly alternated between sword and scabbard, leaving Hilliu vulnerable. It seems I underestimated you, Hilliu said gravely. However, it is too late to regret now. I will show you what true power is, Hilliu declared with a cold laugh. Just as he finished speaking, he swung his cursed blade towards Sui, unleashing a ferocious assault. The cursed blade radiated a sinister aura, sending a tremor of fear through Sui. Empowered by the blade, Hilyu's strength and speed surged significantly. Sui struggled to counter, but he could not entirely withstand the blade's might. He sustained several wounds, blood staining his garments. Nevertheless, he did not relent, continuing to employ the flying sword style in search of victory. Amidst the fierce exchanges, Sui gradually acclimated to the pressure exerted by the cursed blade. His swordplay accelerated, and he began to find his rhythm. However, Hilyu offered him little respite, relentlessly continuing his onslaught. "Is this all you can do?" Hilyu remarked. "If this is your limit, I find it exceedingly disappointing." Sui did not respond. He knew he had to summon all his strength to conquer Hilyu. Taking a deep breath, Sui concentrated his power into the Ghost Lantern Maru. As his strength surged, the Ghost Lantern Maru emitted a brilliant glow. A flicker of resolute determination crossed Sui's eyes as he faced Hilyu's assault, invoking the Bankai of the Ghost Lantern Maru. "Bankai of the Ghost Lantern Maru," Sui shouted. The Bankai transformed into a massive dragon-patterned axe, exuding a terrifying aura as it swung towards Hilyu. Hilyu was taken aback, unable to mount a defense in time, and could only barely evade a fatal blow. Nevertheless, the axe's might left a deep gash on his body. Wincing in pain, Hilyu retreated, gazing at Sui in astonishment. "You possess such power?" he murmured. Sui remained silent, fully aware that the battle was nearing its climax. He pressed the advantage, launching a relentless barrage of attacks in an effort to completely vanquish Hilyu. Under the augmentation of his Bankai, Sui's swordplay grew increasingly rapid, each clash imbued with overwhelming force. As Sui's relentless prowess intensified, Hilyu gradually found himself at a disadvantage. His expression grew more serious, fully aware that he could no longer easily defeat Sui. In the midst of the fierce exchanges, both warriors faced immense pressure, yet neither was willing to concede. Suddenly, Sui seized an opportunity, executing the Flying Dragon Flash. His sword danced with incredible swiftness, catapulting the scabbard towards Hilyu unexpectedly. Taken off guard, Hilyu was struck in the chest by the scabbard and fell to the ground. Sui followed up with the Dragon's Soaring Flash, launching an upward attack. As he leapt to the apex, he swung the Ghost Lantern Maru downward toward Hilyu's head. Hilyu hastily raised his sword to block, but it was too late. Sui's blade crashed against Hilyu's sword, forcing him to kneel. Sui did not pause. He continued to unleash the Bankai of the Ghost Lantern Maru, launching a fierce assault against Hilyu. Before Sui's formidable swordsmanship, Hilyu gradually lost his ability to resist, ultimately conceding defeat. Hilyu knelt on the ground, his sword falling to the side. He looked up at Sui. "I have lost," Hilyu said slowly. "Your swordsmanship is indeed formidable." Chapter 15. The Warden. Just as Sui and Shiryu's battle was reaching its climax, an unexpected figure emerged. Warden Magellan suddenly appeared, obstructing Sui's path. His body was cloaked in a layer of venom, and his gaze was icy as it fixated on Sui. "Impressive, you managed to defeat Shiryu," Magellan remarked, "but now, your opponent is me." No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed a venomous dragon, aiming straight for Sui. The dragon surged forward with tremendous force, its speed astonishing and its toxicity formidable. Caught off guard, Sui had no time to evade and could only raise the Ghost Lantern to defend himself. The venomous dragon collided with the Ghost Lantern, resulting in a violent explosion. Sui felt a powerful shockwave hit him, propelling him against the wall. Dizziness overwhelmed him, followed by an engulfing darkness. Magellan sneered at Sui, his eyes brimming with triumph. "Enjoy this exquisite torment," he taunted, "for this is impelled down, and no one can escape my grasp." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Sui to struggle alone amidst the toxic mist. Feeling his strength wane and his consciousness fading, Sui ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in a corner of his cell, his body marred with wounds from the venomous dragon. The poison rendered him weak and feeble. Attempting to rise, he was met with excruciating pain that rendered him nearly immobile. "You're finally awake," a voice called out. Sui turned towards the sound, discovering Magellan standing outside his cell, observing him with a cold gaze. "You must be curious as to why I haven't killed you," Magellan said. "But in truth, I see some potential in you." Sui pondered. "Could it be that my bounty of 300 million isn't enough for execution?" "Sui, you are accused of attempting to escape," a guard coldly stated, "and you are to be transferred to solitary confinement." Resigned, Sui made no resistance, aware that it would be futile. He was escorted to the solitary confinement chamber. Confined within a cramped room, the space was dim and damp, with only a narrow window allowing a sliver of light to penetrate. Leaning against the wall, Sui realized he must devise a plan to escape. At that moment, he heard a low voice from the adjacent cell. "Hey, newcomer," a familiar voice called. "What is your name?" Sui looked up in surprise to find Barrett. "It's me," he replied, "but I'm curious how you ended up here." Sui recounted his experiences. After hearing Sui's tale, Barrett chuckled. "It seems we are kindred spirits," he remarked, willing to pay any price in pursuit of power. "Tell me, how do you plan to escape? I know you want to give up. What other way is there but to fight my way out?" Sui declared. "Is this the present age? A mere child claiming to break through Impel Down?" Barrett thought to himself. In the endless darkness of Impel Down, a mysterious figure moved stealthily. Sui utilized the system's space to retrieve the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs and quietly exited his cell. His target was the prisoners known as the 6 Demons of Infinite Hell. His first target was Barrett. Sui stealthily approached Barrett's cell, striving to make no noise. Confirming that Barrett was fast asleep, he slipped into the cell and drew the ice wheel, swiftly striking Barrett's shoulder. Barrett awakened, but it was too late. Sui's blade had already inflicted a deep wound. Barrett roared in fury, attempting to retaliate, but Sui had already vanished into the shadows. Next was Bondi Walt. Sui replicated his previous approach, quietly nearing Bondi's cell and striking when he was asleep. Bondi startled awake, yet Sui had long since disappeared. Katarina Deppen, the Golden Lion, and the Red Count met similar fates. Each night, Sui would reclaim the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs using the system's space, stealthily approaching the prisoners and striking while they slept, before swiftly retreating into the dark. As the nights progressed, Sui initiated a new strategy. He resolved to sweep through the entirety of Impel Down using the system's space, instilling fear in every layer of prisoners. First, he arrived at the first tier, where the prisoners were predominantly weaker pirates and criminals. Sui easily navigated through the cells, quietly approaching these prisoners and striking while they slumbered. The prisoners awoke in terror, unaware of their assailant. Next, he advanced to the second tier. Here, the prisoners were relatively stronger, yet Sui remained adept. He stealthily approached each cell, swiftly delivering a strike before vanishing into the shadows as the prisoners reacted with anger and fear, clueless as to the identity of their mysterious attacker. The same pattern continued through the third to the sixth tiers. Utilizing the convenience of the system's space, Sui stealthily approached these prisoners, striking while they were asleep. Each prisoner awoke in alarm, yet they could not ascertain who had launched the assault. These incidents quickly spread throughout Impel Down, inciting panic among the prisoners, who were left wondering about the identity of this enigmatic nighttime assailant and the motive behind the attacks. In response to the ongoing assaults, guards heightened their vigilance, even forming patrols to ensure safety. Nevertheless, Sui did not cease his operations. He continued to traverse between floors, seeking opportunities to strike. Despite the prisoners' heightened alertness, Sui consistently identified vulnerabilities, successfully delivering his blows while they slept. This cycle of attacks persisted for several nights. The prisoners of Impel Down grew increasingly anxious, beginning to distrust one another. They could not confide in each other, uncertain of the identity of the mysterious nighttime attacker. This atmosphere of suspicion escalated tensions within Impel Down, with conflicts on the verge of igniting. Throughout this process, Sui observed the prisoners' reactions. He understood that his strategy was yielding results. As the prisoners began to suspect one another, fostering an environment of distrust, this would serve as a foundation for his future plans. Finally, on one fateful night, Sui decided to halt his assaults. He sat quietly in his cell, gazing out at the endless darkness, filled with confidence. He knew he had successfully sown the seeds of chaos within Impel Down. Now, he would await the opportune moment to further execute his plans. Congratulations, host, for successfully confronting Akiji, Barrett, Bondiwald, Katarina Deppen, the Golden Lion, the Red Count, Shiryu, and Magellan. The system rewards you with the tailed beast from the Naruto world. 1 tail, 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails. These beasts will serve as your power, aiding you in achieving your goals. Sui gazed in astonishment at these tailed beasts, each representing a unique power with distinct abilities and characteristics. He recognized that these tailed beasts would become formidable assets, aiding him in overcoming formidable adversaries. 1 tail was a colossal sand cat named Shikaku, possessing the ability to manipulate sand and conjure powerful sandstorms. 2 tails was a blue cat demon named Matatabi, capable of controlling flames and generating massive fireballs. 3 tails was a spiked tortoise named Isabu, wielding water, wind, and ice techniques. 4 tails was a magma creature named Son Goku, able to control lava and create intense earthquakes. 5 tails was a white horse adorned with multicolored chakra stripes named Mu, possessing extraordinary stamina and endurance, capable of fighting for days without rest. 6 tails was a pink slug named Saiken. It possesses an extraordinarily potent acidic liquid capable of dissolving most substances. The 7 tails is a golden beetle named Mei, endowed with the ability to fly and attack using its scale powder. The 8 tails is a colossal octopus known as Gyki, boasting immense strength that allows it to effortlessly lift heavy objects. The 9 tails is a mythical fox with 9 tails named Kurama, endowed with boundless chakra, enabling it to wield a myriad of powerful ninjutsu. In the aftermath of the Impel Down incident, Rain Shirei encountered Sui. He learned that Sui was responsible for the recent attack, piquing his interest. Sui, I have heard of your exploits, Shirei remarked, a cold smirk gracing his lips. You have truly impressed me. Sui regarded Shirei warily, aware that his approach was not without intent. What do you wish to convey? He inquired calmly. Shirei donned a mocking expression and replied, I merely wish to know how you escaped from those sea prism stone handcuffs. If you refuse to disclose this information, I shall inform Warden Magellan of your actions. A glint of coldness flickered in Sui's eyes, for he understood that Shirei's revelation could lead to dire consequences. Yet, he had no intention of capitulating. Are you attempting to threaten me? Sui scoffed. Shirei's grin grew more sinister. You may perceive it as such. However, if you divulge the truth, I might consider sparing you. Sui fell silent for a moment, recognizing the need for a strategic response. Suddenly, a feasible plan occurred to him. I can share with you, Sui stated, but in exchange, you must assist me with a task. Shirei raised an intrigued eyebrow. What task? Sui proceeded to outline his plan to Shirei. Upon hearing it, Shirei burst into laughter. Sui, you are indeed an intriguing individual. I accept your terms. Shirei chuckled. Now, reveal to me the secret of your handcuffs. Sui understood that complete trust in Shirei was unattainable, yet he resolved to take a gamble. He decided to disclose part of the truth while concealing crucial details. My handcuffs are crafted from a unique material, Sui explained. One that absorbs the energy of sea prism stone, rendering the cuffs ineffective. Shirei listened attentively, nodding thoughtfully. I see. It appears I must seek an opportunity to acquire a pair of such handcuffs. Subsequently, Sui and Shirei reached an accord. Shirei agreed to assist Sui in realizing his plan, while Sui imparted further details regarding the handcuffs. However, unbeknownst to Sui, Shirei harbored doubts about his sincerity and was covertly observing him, poised to act when the moment was opportune. Sui proposed a deal to Barrett. Barrett, I can aid you in escaping these handcuffs, Sui offered, but in return, you must help me eliminate someone. Barrett narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized Sui. Whom do you wish me to kill? He asked coldly. Shirei, Sui replied. He is a formidable adversary that I must eliminate. Barrett chuckled. Shirei, that fellow is indeed ruthless. Very well, I accept your offer. Confident in Barrett's commitment, Sui divulged the secret of the handcuffs. With Sui's assistance, Barrett successfully freed himself from their constraints. Thank you, Barrett said, flexing his wrist. I am now free. Tell me, When shall I strike down Shirey? Sui outlined his plan. I will create an opportunity to lead Shirey into a trap, at which point I will notify you. Barrett nodded in agreement. Excellent. I shall await your signal. With that, he vanished into the shadows of the prison. Sui recognized Barrett as a dangerous ally, yet he had no alternative. To rid himself of Shirey, he had to take the risk. Sui also sought to lower Shirey's guard. He deliberately leaked some false information to Shirey, causing him to misinterpret Sui's intentions. Days later, Sui observed Shirey patrolling beyond the heavily guarded area. He promptly alerted Barrett, informing him of an opportune moment to strike down Shirey. Barrett stealthily positioned himself along Shirey's path, awaiting his arrival. Unbeknownst to Shirey, he unwittingly walked into the trap. As Shirey approached, Barrett launched a sudden assault. His speed and strength were astonishing, catching Shirey off guard, who could only barely defend himself. The two engaged in a fierce battle. While Barrett possessed great power, Shirey was no mere foe. They were well acquainted with each other's weaknesses. The confrontation escalated to a fever pitch. At that moment, Sui appeared on the scene, choosing to join the fray and assist Barrett in vanquishing Shirey. Faced with the combined onslaught of Sui and Barrett, Shirey gradually found himself in dire straits. His stamina waned, making it increasingly difficult to fend off their attacks. Ultimately, Barrett seized an opportunity and struck Shirey's vital point. Shirey spat blood, collapsing weakly to the ground. Barrett approached Sui, grinning, I did it. Now I am free. Chapter 16, The Great Escape. Sui discerned that the guards were changing shifts. Seizing this opportunity, he stealthily approached one of the sentinels. In a sudden strike, Sui incapacitated the guard, seizing the keys. Without delay, he swiftly unlocked all the cells on the first level. The prisoners inside erupted with joy, eagerly stepping out of their confines to join the escape. Following this, Sui proceeded to unlock the cells on the second, third, fourth, and fifth levels, liberating every captive. As the jailbreak unfolded, more prisoners from within the fortress joined their ranks, banding together to confront the guards in a bid to seize control of the prison. A fierce battle erupted throughout the fortress, engulfing countless guards and prisoners alike. Amidst the chaos, the pirates on the fifth level led the escapees closer to the prison's exit. They engaged in intense combat with the guards, fighting valiantly for their chance at freedom. The escape party gradually breached the guards' defenses, inching nearer to the prison's egress. However, at that moment, an elite guard squad led by the warden emerged, formidable in strength, blocking Sui and his companion's path. The warden, Magellan, seethed with fury at the audacity of Sui's escape attempt. He could hardly fathom that such a large-scale jailbreak could transpire under his jurisdiction. Standing before the monitor, he watched in rage as Sui battled the guards, his fists clenched in indignation. Sui, how dare you challenge my authority? You shall pay dearly for this. He growled into the intercom, commanding the guards ahead to thwart the escape at any cost. I cannot allow these prisoners to escape, he bellowed. If you fail to stop them, I will confine you all to the solitary cells. Magellan, the warden of the fortress, faced Sui with unbridled wrath. The fire of anger flickered in his eyes, his form looming larger as the power of the poison fruit surged within him. You dare to defy me, Sui? You will pay, he roared. Calmly, Sui met Magellan's gaze, ice wheel in hand, bracing himself for the impending storm. Magellan, I have no choice. I cannot remain imprisoned here forever, he replied with resolve. Magellan unleashed a thunderous roar, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before Sui. His massive fists imbued with potent venom aimed directly at him. Watch out! A pirate shouted nearby. Sui activated his observation haki, swiftly evading the blow. The force of the punch grazed his cheek, leaving a searing sensation. He understood the grave consequences should Magellan's venom touch him. With a swift motion, Sui countered, channeling his armament haki to strike at Magellan. Magellan scoffed, transforming into a puddle of poison to effortlessly evade Sui's attack. Regaining his form, he unleashed his claws towards Sui. Unfazed by Magellan's transformation, Sui summoned the power of his guardian crane, manipulating sand to form a shield against Magellan's relentless onslaught. Seizing the moment, he wielded his ice wheel and launched an offensive. Enraged, Magellan bellowed, releasing copious amounts of toxic gas that swiftly corroded the sand shield. His claw strikes became increasingly lethal, landing blow after blow against Su Yi's defense. Realizing that he must escape Magellan's venom or risk falling into a dire predicament, Su Yi resolved to harness the power of the tailed beasts to alter the tide of battle. "I am counting on you, tailed beast," he silently urged. In a flash, Su Yi formed hand seals and unleashed the tailed beast bomb. A colossal chakra sphere erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward Magellan. Surprised, Magellan dodged. Yet the residual force still inflicted damage upon him. Seeing the opportunity, Su Yi pressed the attack, unleashing a barrage of tailed beast bombs that relentlessly struck Magellan, forcing him to retreat. The overwhelming might of the tailed beast bomb reverberated through the battlefield, captivating both guards and prisoners alike in awe of the monumental clash. Magellan, finally incensed, unleashed a torrent of toxic gas, dissipating the power of the tailed beast bomb. He charged at Su Yi with blinding speed, akin to lightning. Refusing to falter, Su Yi awakened the power of the two-tailed beast, unleashing blue flames that countered Magellan's venom to a degree. Yet, Magellan was undeterred, launching a fierce assault to overpower Su Yi. Nevertheless, bolstered by the strength of the tailed beasts and his swordsmanship, Su Yi valiantly resisted Magellan's onslaught, plunging the battle into a stalemate. "Ninetails, lend me your strength," Su Yi mentally implored. The nine-tailed beast roared, manifesting the tailed beast bomb, radiating an energy that sent shivers down the spine. "Sharingan, activate!" A crimson light flashed in Su Yi's eyes as Susanoo materialized, enveloping him in a purple chakra armor. Commanding Susanoo, he formed a tailed beast bomb spiral and charged toward Magellan. Seeing this, Magellan did not hesitate, unleashing a torrent of toxic gas to counter Su Yi's advance. However, the energy of the tailed beast bomb spiral was too potent, piercing through the toxic barrier to strike Magellan directly. "Complete, Susanoo," Su Yi shouted, his form transforming into the fully realized state of Susanoo. The colossal purple warrior wielded a longsword, showcasing astonishing combat prowess. Magellan had not anticipated Su Yi possessing such formidable power. He swiftly marshaled his toxic gas, attempting to combat Susanoo. Yet, Susanoo disregarded the corrosive gas entirely, continuing its relentless advance. Meanwhile, outside the fortress, a massive pirate ship approached steadily across the sea, adorned with a flag emblazoned with the visage of Whitebeard. Aboard stood an imposing group of pirates, their eyes fixed intently on the fortress. These were the members of the Whitebeard pirates, arriving with the intent to rescue their brother. Su Yi. Whitebeard stood at the bow, his robust physique exuding an aura of authority as he gripped a large sword, his gaze unwavering upon the fortress. "Old man, do you think Su Yi can really succeed?" Ace, the Fire Fist, inquired anxiously. "Ace, have faith in Su Yi. He is not one to concede easily," Whitebeard asserted with conviction. "Old man, when do we act?" Marco asked from the side. At that moment, a lookout suddenly shouted, "Old man, it seems there is a fierce battle occurring within the fortress." A powerful shock wave emanated from the fortress, sending colossal waves crashing across the sea. Whitebeard understood that it was the result of Su Yi's clash with Magellan. Raising his hand, he signaled the crew to take heed. Everyone anxiously gazed in the direction of the fortress, eagerly anticipating Su Yi's emergence. Whitebeard lifted his telescope to survey the fortress, where intense shock waves rippled through the air, indicating the confrontation of two formidable forces. "It is Su Yi and Magellan," Whitebeard smiled. "That boy has indeed fulfilled his promise." "Ace, take a few crew members and prepare to support Su Yi," Whitebeard commanded. "Understood, old man," Ace replied, leading several crew members aboard a small vessel. Setting course for the fortress, "Ninetails, unleash," Su Yi cried, invoking the power of the nine-tailed beast once more. Roaring in unison with Susanoo, they surged toward Magellan. The combined force reached unprecedented levels, overwhelming Magellan, who found himself with no choice but to muster all his strength to resist. Poison Dragon, Judgment of Hell. The Colossus of Poison. From his body, a skeletal giant unleashed a venomous toxin, distinct from the usual purplish poison. This was a specially concocted crimson toxin. Any substance that came into contact with it would become infected, its effects gradually spreading and eroding everything in its path. A mere touch of this poison would lead to a slow, inevitable demise. He released a cloud of toxic gas, attempting to hinder the advance of Susanoo. Simultaneously, he transformed into a viscous liquid, seeking to evade the attacks of the Ninetales, Kurama. However, the combined onslaught of Sui and Kurama proved overwhelmingly powerful, exceeding Magellan's expectations. The giant of poison appeared insignificant before Susanoo. Sui commanded Susanoo, severing the colossal figure with a single stroke, then striking directly at Magellan's body. In quick succession, Kurama's claws followed, landing a devastating blow. Magellan was grievously wounded, his body hurtling backward, shattering countless rocks. He coughed up blood, his eyes filled with astonishment. Struggling to rise, he gazed at Sui, who stood before him, wielding the ice wheel pill. Sui, you have triumphed, Magellan uttered with great difficulty. Sui sheathed the tailed beast bomb and Susanoo, slowly approaching Magellan. Magellan, you are a worthy adversary, he said sincerely. As the battle intensified, Sui ultimately unleashed the tailed beast bomb and Susanoo, defeating Magellan. The prisoners within Impel Down witnessed this spectacle, erupting in cheers. The time has come, children. Let us act, Whitebeard commanded, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates sprang into action, preparing for an assault. The Whitebeard pirates displayed astonishing combat prowess, swiftly closing in on Impel Down, engaging in fierce battles with the guards. Meanwhile, Sui and the escaped prisoners joined the fray, fighting alongside each other against the guards. Despite his severe injuries, Magellan persisted in directing the guards. Upon seeing the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, he inwardly lamented, realizing that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Whitebeard personally confronted Magellan, and the two engaged in an intense duel. Whitebeard's strength far surpassed that of Magellan, quickly driving him back. Subsequently, Ace and his crew aided Sui, collectively resisting the pursuers from Impel Down. With the support of the Whitebeard pirates, Sui and his fellow escapees successfully fled from Impel Down and boarded the Moby Dick. Old man, we have succeeded, Ace reported to Whitebeard. Good. Let us depart from this place and plan our next steps, Whitebeard replied with a smile. Chapter 17. The Demon-Slaying Order. The news of Sui's successful escape from Impel Down swept across the world like a tempest. Admiral Sengoku of the Navy was incensed upon learning of this incident. He could not tolerate such a grave prison break, especially involving someone as formidable as Sui. Sui, how dare you escape from Impel Down? What remains of our Navy's dignity? Sengoku thundered, slamming his fist on the table in a fit of rage. He promptly issued a command to initiate the demon-slaying order against Sui. This order represented the Navy's highest level of wanted notice, activated only in the face of extreme threats. It signified that the Navy would pursue and eliminate Sui at any cost. Relay my orders. Raise Sui's bounty to 1 billion berries. Mobilize the entire naval force of the world. He must be captured, Sengoku declared resolutely. Kizaru, I entrust you to lead the fleet and apprehend Sui at any cost. This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option, Sengoku stated solemnly. Leave it to me. Mr. Sengoku, Kizaru replied nonchalantly, his voice stretched. Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, possessed the terrifying abilities of the Pika Pika no Mi, allowing him to transform any part of his body into light and move and strike at the speed of light. On the battlefield, Kizaru appeared as a radiant deity, evoking awe and fear. He set sail with his fleet, composed of numerous warships that loomed ominously over the sea, an impressive display of might. Meanwhile, Sui and the Whitebeard pirates were recuperating on a secluded island. Sui understood that the Navy would not relent in their pursuit. Vigilance was essential. Sui, while we have temporarily shaken off the Navy's pursuit, they will undoubtedly locate us soon, Whitebeard remarked. I understand, Captain Whitebeard. I will be ready to confront the Navy, Sui replied with determination. At that moment, Navy warships appeared in the sky above the island. Kizaru stood at the bow of the flagship, hands in pockets, smiling down at Sui and the Whitebeard pirates on the island. I found you, Sui and the Whitebeard pirates, Kizaru said languidly. The members of the Whitebeard pirates instantly tensed, aware of Kizaru's formidable strength and the need for caution. Sui, wielding the ice wheel Maru, met Kizaru's gaze with unwavering resolve. Kizaru, I will not let you capture me, Sui stated coldly. Oh, really? Then let me see your strength, Sui, Kizaru replied, still wearing a smile. As soon as he spoke, Kizaru vanished, transforming into a brilliant flash of light as he charged towards Sui. His speed was so astonishing that it resembled a beam of light traversing the air, nearly impossible to perceive. Knowing he could not evade Kizaru's attack, Sui inhaled deeply, summoning the power of the tailed beasts within him. A blue chakra enveloped him, creating a fierce gust of energy. Ice Wheel Maru, first form, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Sui shouted, swinging the Ice Wheel Maru to unleash a storm of pink blades. The storm resembled blooming cherry blossoms, both beautiful and lethal. Kizaru's beam of light collided with the blade storm, resulting in a tremendous explosion. A powerful shockwave swept across the island, snapping trees and shattering rocks. Kizaru steadied himself. Gazing at Sui with heightened battle intent, he recognized that Sui was not an opponent to be underestimated. Sui, if this is all the strength you possess, you cannot hope to contend with me, Kizaru remarked with a grin. Is that so? Allow me to show you my true power, Sui retorted with a cold smirk, unleashing an even greater surge of chakra. Calling forth the Ninetales mode, Sui's eyes turned crimson, and his hair stood erect, resembling a fierce beast. The transformation significantly amplified his strength as he charged toward Kizaru with the Ice Wheel Maru raised. An unusual transformation? Is this your trump card? Kizaru raised an eyebrow, momentarily surprised but quickly regaining his composure. Activating the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, Kizaru's form became translucent, akin to a miniature sun. He lunged at Sui, wielding the Amatsukami sword to slash at Sui's chest. Sui raised the Ice Wheel Maru to block Kizaru's strike. The clash of blades resonated with a metallic sound. Both fighters recoiled a few steps, each astonished by the other's prowess. Impressive, Sui. Yet I have yet to reveal my true capabilities, Kizaru chuckled. Kizaru's words only intensified the pressure on Sui. He understood that any lapse in concentration against an admiral of the Navy could lead to his downfall. Thus, Sui focused intently, preparing to confront Kizaru's relentless onslaught. An intense battle erupted between them on the island. Their speeds were akin to lightning, nearly impossible for the average eye to follow. Each strike unleashed formidable shockwaves, altering the landscape of the island. After a fierce exchange, neither Sui nor Kizaru gained the upper hand. Their techniques and velocities were nearly equal, with each encounter leaving spectators in awe. Sui, you are indeed powerful, but I shall not be defeated, Kizaru proclaimed with a smile. Likewise, Kizaru. I refuse to yield, Sui responded resolutely. Kizaru charged at Sui once more, his form transforming into light as he flitted through the air. Sui remained composed, employing his swordsmanship to fend off Kizaru's attacks. Suddenly, Kizaru's body split into 8, launching simultaneous attacks from various angles. This was Kizaru's signature move, Hachige no Kagami, with 8 Kizarus attacking at once. Distinguishing the real from the illusions became an insurmountable challenge for Sui. Sui found himself in a dire predicament, forced to confront the onslaught of 8 Kizarus. A moment's inattention could lead to his defeat. However, Sui refused to surrender. He remained calm, relying on his sharp instincts and swift reflexes to counter Kizaru's barrage. Yet Kizaru, as an admiral of the Navy, possessed immense strength. After an extended engagement, Sui began to feel fatigue, making it increasingly difficult to withstand Kizaru's relentless assault. Seeing Sui's plight, Kizaru seized the opportunity to intensify his offensive. His attacks grew fiercer, leaving Sui scrambling to defend himself, gradually falling into a defensive position. Sui, if this is the extent of your abilities, let it end here, Kizaru bellowed, transforming into a blinding beam of light aimed directly at Sui. Confronted with Kizaru's fierce assault, Sui resolved to unleash his full power. He activated the 8 gates, his chakra surging dramatically as red steam emitted from his body, his aura swelling. 8 gates, Sui shouted, his speed multiplying several times as he charged toward Kizaru. Kizaru was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. In response, he activated the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, becoming a beam of light to meet Su-I head-on. Both combatants moved at blinding speeds, leaving a multitude of afterimages in their wake. They collided, separated, and each encounter erupted in powerful shockwaves, reshaping the island's terrain. Su-I unleashed the Daitengai, summoning a colossal rock sphere from the ground to trap Kizaru within. Though startled, Kizaru remained unperturbed and released a blinding light to shatter the rock sphere. Next, Su-I employed the Tenchi Shinin, attempting to draw Kizaru closer. However, Kizaru's swift reflexes and the abilities of his fruit allowed him to evade Su-Yi's technique effortlessly. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Su-I activated the Blood Fury mode, his eyes turning crimson as immense power surged within him. He wielded the Ice Wheel Maru in conjunction with the Nine Tails mode, charging once more toward Kizaru. Kizaru faced Su-Yi's formidable onslaught with calm composure. Utilizing the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, he darted through the air, evading Su-Yi's attacks while searching for an opportunity to counterattack, creating significant pressure on Su-I. Su-I understood that if he could not defeat Kizaru, his escape from the Navy's pursuit would be impossible. Thus, he resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, Susanoo. Summoning the full power of the tailed beasts, Su-I enveloped himself in purple chakra, manifesting a colossal divine warrior, brandishing a massive ethereal sword. Susanoo. With a fierce roar, Su-I commanded the Susanoo to charge towards Kizaru. The might of Susanoo far exceeded that of ordinary beings, each strike imbued with devastating force. Faced with this onslaught, Kizaru was compelled to respond with utmost effort. Wielding a colossal sword, Susanoo swung down upon Kizaru, who evaded in an instant. However, Susanoo's speed was remarkable, arriving directly behind him. "What astonishing speed!" Kizaru exclaimed, caught off guard and struck by Susanoo's sword. His body was cleaved in two, only to dissipate into light. It was merely a clone formed from condensed photons. A formidable technique, yet alas, it is futile against me. Kizaru's laughter echoed from afar. Nevertheless, as an admiral of the Navy, Kizaru possessed tremendous strength. Upon finishing his words, the radiance surrounding him intensified. He transformed into a beam of light, swirling rapidly around Su-I and Susanoo, conjuring a fierce storm of light. Aware that evasion was impossible, Su-I inhaled deeply, channeling all the power of the tailed beast into the ice wheel. The ice wheel emanated a blinding brilliance, akin to a sword capable of severing the very fabric of existence. Ice wheel, ultimate technique, void severance. Su-I bellowed. The ice wheel surged forth, intent on countering Kizaru's luminous assault. Their collision triggered a colossal explosion, illuminating the entire island. The shockwave swept across the surroundings, reducing the trees and rocks upon the island to mere dust. As the smoke cleared, both Su-I and Kizaru stood firm, maintaining their stances, their bodies slightly trembling. Clearly exhausted from the immense exertion, Su-I took a deep breath, striving to steady his breathing. Despite having just endured Kizaru's formidable attack, his eyes still sparkled with unwavering determination. "Kizaru, I shall not yield," Su-I declared. "Indeed, I respect your resolve," Kizaru replied, his tone grave. "However, we shall not allow your escape." At that moment, the members of the Whitebeard pirates sprang into action, seizing the opportunity amidst the fierce battle between Kizaru and Su-I. They launched a surprise attack on the Navy fleet. "Whitebeard pirates, what are you doing?" Kizaru bellowed in anger. "Kizaru, do not forget, we are pirates. Striking while you are preoccupied is a customary tactic of our kind." Whitebeard laughed heartily. The Navy fleet was caught off guard, rendered helpless against the assault from the Whitebeard pirates. Observing this, Kizaru was forced to abandon his attack on Su-I and turn to counter the Whitebeard pirates' onslaught. "Kizaru, you shall not lay a hand on my son," Whitebeard roared, delivering a tremendous blow that shattered the surrounding islands. He wielded his Naginata and charged towards Kizaru with formidable might. Kizaru, realizing the gravity of the situation, instantly shed his nonchalant demeanor. He understood that in the face of Whitebeard, he had to give his all. "Whitebeard, do you intend to interfere with the Navy's pursuit of justice?" Kizaru sneered. Justice? That is merely a facade for your self-deception, Whitebeard retorted fiercely. Su-E is my son, and I will not allow you to take him. As soon as the words left his lips, Whitebeard activated the Tremor Fruit's power. Gripping his Naginata tightly, he swung it with great force, conjuring towering waves that surged like a roaring dragon towards Kizaru. In an instant, Kizaru transformed into light to evade the oncoming torrent. The waves crashed against the Navy's ships, obliterating dozens of vessels in an instant. A tumultuous whirlpool formed upon the sea, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Whitebeard, are you declaring war against the Navy? Kizaru glared at him. Declare war? That is precisely my intention, Whitebeard declared fearlessly. Thus commenced a fierce confrontation between Whitebeard and Kizaru. Utilizing the Tremor Fruit's abilities, Whitebeard summoned colossal waves in an attempt to subdue Kizaru, who countered with rapid movements and fierce strikes, striving to withstand Whitebeard's relentless assault. The two engaged in a fierce exchange for dozens of rounds, shaking the very seas. Each of Whitebeard's blows carried immeasurable power, forcing Kizaru to evade continuously. Meanwhile, Kizaru, with lightning speed and precision, sought to weaken Whitebeard's offensive. Kizaru, you must understand, I am not someone you can easily defeat, Whitebeard proclaimed. Do not grow too arrogant, Kizaru retorted with a smirk. Ultimately, Whitebeard unleashed his most powerful strike. Channeling all his strength, he generated a tremendous tremor so potent that it rent the sea's surface asunder. Kizaru could not evade this attack, and the shockwave struck him directly. He spat blood as he fell onto an island. Yet, even so, Kizaru resolutely stood up once more. Whitebeard, you truly are formidable, Kizaru acknowledged. He continued his assault, but Whitebeard grew more invigorated with each passing moment. Eventually, Kizaru realized he could not prevail against Whitebeard and had no choice but to retreat with the Navy fleet. Su-E, rest assured, I will protect you, Whitebeard assured the collapsed Su-E. Su-E managed to lift his head slightly, gazing at Whitebeard with gratitude. He knew that it was thanks to Whitebeard that he had narrowly escaped today. Whitebeard, thank you, Su-E murmured. Thus, Whitebeard and his companions departed the battlefield, seeking a place to recuperate, while Kizaru and the Navy fleet lingered nearby, awaiting their next opportunity to pursue. Chapter 18. Sky Island. After the retreat of Kizaru and the naval fleet, Whitebeard and his companions resolved to seek a safe haven to rest and recuperate. They navigated their vessel into uncharted waters, when suddenly, the ship's navigational instruments malfunctioned. It felt as though an enigmatic force was drawing them skyward. Attention, everyone. We are encountering an updraft. Secure yourselves to sturdy objects, Whitebeard commanded with authority. The crew swiftly grasped their surroundings, bracing for the impending turbulence. The ship ascended relentlessly, the air around them becoming increasingly rarefied. Soon, they broke through the clouds, arriving at an unfamiliar altitude. As I opened my eyes, I was awestruck by the sight before me. A vast island floated amidst the heavens, clouds swirling beneath it, resembling a realm of enchantment. The island teemed with peculiar flora and fauna, utterly distinct from the world I knew. What is this place? A member of the Whitebeard pirates inquired, astonished. Sky Island, a mysterious realm suspended above the clouds, Whitebeard replied with a smile. We stood in wonder on our ship, gazing at this enigmatic world. Everything on Sky Island was exhilaratingly novel, as if we had stepped into a dream. The vessel continued its ascent, finally settling upon a verdant meadow. We disembarked, our feet sinking into the soft grass, absorbing the essence of this mystical realm. Su-E, this is Sky Island, a place brimming with mystery and marvels, Whitebeard remarked with a grin. Here, you may encounter unexpected surprises. Our new adventure commenced on Sky Island. The lush vegetation concealed extraordinary structures, and as we traversed the meadow, we soon arrived at a magnificent city. The city was composed of innumerable white buildings, uniquely shaped, resembling clouds adrift in the sky. The inhabitants of Sky Island donned distinctive attire and hairstyles, leaving a lasting impression. As we entered the city, the residents of Sky Island gazed at us with curiosity. Some greeted us warmly, inviting us to savor local delicacies and fine wines. In the heart of the city stood a grand castle, guarded by two sentinels clad in golden armor wielding spears, exuding an air of majesty. We approached the castle, presenting our identities and intentions to the guards. Upon hearing this, they respectfully opened the grand gates for us. The interior of the castle was lavishly adorned, with exquisite paintings and tapestries adorning the walls, and plush carpets gracing the floors. In the castle's hall, we encountered the ruler of Sky Island, God's son, Gonfuller. He was a genial elder, his profound gaze seeming to penetrate all. With a warm smile, he welcomed our arrival and invited us to a banquet. At the banquet, we indulged in a variety of Sky Island's culinary delights. The cuisine was distinctively unique, featuring many dishes I had never encountered before. Additionally, we savored the island's fine wines, their rich flavors lingering on the palate. After the Whitebeard pirates departed from Sky Island, Sui chose to remain, continuing his training. He practiced diligently while exploring this mysterious aerial realm, hoping to further enhance his abilities. Sui resided on Sky Island for a month, dedicating himself to rigorous training and making swift progress. He mastered the art of harnessing the tailed beasts and adeptly applied haki to the Susanoo. Moreover, he acquired several unique martial techniques from Sky Island, significantly boosting his combat prowess. During this time, Sui befriended many inhabitants of Sky Island, embarking on adventures and exchanging martial skills, leading a fulfilling life. He also assisted villagers in overcoming various challenges, earning the title of a hero among the Sky Island residents. However, an unforeseen event altered the course of Sui's life. One day, a resident named Enel appeared, declaring himself a messenger of the gods, demanding Sui's departure from Sky Island. Enel was a tall man with a stern countenance, adorned with golden circular earrings, clad in a white robe, and wielding a golden staff. He claimed to be the successor of God Gonfuller, possessing the power to command lightning. Enel informed Sui that he had received divine revelation to eliminate any potential threats to the tranquility of Sky Island. As an outsider with considerable strength, Sui was perceived as a potential menace. "Who do you think you are?" Sui retorted coolly. "To dare insult the divine, you shall perish." 100,000 volts. Enel bellowed in fury. With that, Enel clasped his hands together, chanting a mysterious incantation. Suddenly, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and lightning crackled ominously, accompanied by thunderous roars. "Prepare to receive my power, Sui," Enel shouted, his golden staff radiating brilliance. In an instant, a colossal bolt of lightning surged from his hand, hurtling towards Sui. "Tailed beasts, manifest!" Sui cried out. Instantly, the tailed beasts, Shikaku, Kurama, Gyuki, Son Goku, Mu Shiryu, Chome, Nibi, and Kaku, materialized, unleashing thunderous roars. "What? Where did these monsters come from?" Enel exclaimed, discomfort rising within him at the sight of the sudden arrivals. "Enel, allow me to show you what true divinity is," Sui declared loudly. Son Goku let out a fierce roar and charged at Enel, with four tails lashing out like whips. Kurama and Shikaku followed closely, attacking Enel with their sharp horns and tails. Enel struggled to defend himself, his strength waning against the onslaught of the nine-tailed beasts. He deftly maneuvered with lightning speed, evading their strikes while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Engaged in a fierce battle, Enel refused to surrender. He continued to chant incantations, causing the lightning in the sky to intensify, forming a tempest of electrical fury. "Damn it," Enel shouted. "Sui, you will pay for this." Enel unleashed a surge of lightning power, his form becoming translucent, as if he were the embodiment of thunder itself. He soared into the sky, preparing to unleash a cataclysmic lightning assault upon Sui. "Lightning strike," Enel proclaimed. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, enveloping Sui in a storm of electric wrath. Seeing this, Sui activated his Susanoo. A colossal purple warrior emerged behind him, deflecting each bolt of lightning. Enel, caught off guard, was struck by the long sword of the Susanoo. Yet, he swiftly summoned more lightning, forming a protective shield that thwarted the Susanoo's advance. No sooner had he completed this than he activated the second form of Susanoo. Its form expanded, and its power surged. Wielding dual swords, he launched a fierce offensive toward Enel. In response, Enel pushed his abilities to their limits. His body became enveloped in lightning, manifesting as a colossal figure of the Thunder God. The Thunder God brandished a lightning spear, engaging in a fierce duel with Susanoo. Their battle was intense, shaking the very foundations of the island. Lightning and sword energy intertwined, unleashing devastating forces that toppled the island's structures and flora. Enel, brace yourself, Sui bellowed, commanding Susanoo to execute his ultimate technique, Indra's Arrow. Indra's Arrow formed a massive purple beam, hurtling toward Enel at breakneck speed. Enel had no time to evade, and the beam struck him head-on. Wounded, Enel fell to the ground, struggling to rise, his eyes filled with rage and defiance. However, Sui offered him no respite. He charged toward Enel, ready to deliver the final blow. At last, Sui gathered all his strength and unleashed his ultimate move. Grasping the ice wheel orb, he infused his sword with a powerful haki and delivered a devastating slash towards Enel. This strike embodied the essence of the flying sword style, exhibiting phenomenal power. Enel was unable to withstand it, and was instantly cleaved in two by the sword's aura. His form dissipated amidst the lightning, ultimately reducing to mere ashes. Having obtained the lightning fruit, Sui resolved to depart from Sky Island, seeking a tranquil sanctuary to absorb the fruit's power. He believed that by mastering the lightning fruit, his strength would significantly augment, elevating him to a royal level of power. Bidding farewell to the residents of Sky Island, Sui embarked on his solitary adventure. He navigated his small boat across the vast ocean, heading towards distant isles. After several days of sailing, Sui arrived at an uncharted island. This island was picturesque, teeming with verdant life and vitality. Sui decided to linger here for a while to absorb the powers of the lightning fruit. He discovered a serene valley at the heart of the island, surrounded by shady trees and babbling brooks, an ideal locale for harnessing the fruit's energy. Seated in the tranquil valley, Sui placed the lightning fruit before him, focusing his mind and spirit to commence the absorption process. He understood that merging with the fruit was no simple task. It required the integration of the tailed beast's power for a successful fusion. Sui first entered a meditative state, harmonizing his breath and mindset. Gradually, he sensed the flow of the tailed beast's power within him, a formidable force, brimming with wild energy, poised to erupt at any moment. Next, he directed his focus towards the lightning fruit in his hand. The fruit radiated an enticing glow, accompanied by the faint sound of electricity. Sui realized that this was one of the world's most powerful devil fruits, the lightning fruit, bestowing the ability to command lightning. With utmost caution, Sui brought the lightning fruit closer, channeling its energy into his body. The power surged through him like an electric current, eliciting sharp pangs of pain. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he persevered in guiding the fruit's power to meld with the tailed beast's energy. Initially, the two forces clashed, causing his body to tremble and cold sweat to pour down his brow. Gradually, through Sui's relentless effort, the energies began to harmonize. He could distinctly feel his strength amplifying as his body underwent astonishing transformations. Days later, Sui had fully absorbed the power of the lightning fruit. His eyes gleamed with a golden light, and electric patterns danced across his skin. He sensed that he could now summon lightning at will, wielding its might with ease. Upon successfully merging with the lightning fruit, Sui contemplated how to incorporate this newfound lightning ability into his various techniques, thereby enhancing their potency. After numerous attempts and rigorous practice, he mastered several techniques infused with lightning power. The first technique was lightning release, Thousand Birds. Sui combined the lightning energy with lightning release chakra, significantly amplifying the power of Thousand Birds. Enemies struck by this attack would endure intense electric damage, leaving them paralyzed and immobile. The second technique was Susanoo, Thunder Mode. As Sui activated Susanoo, he infused lightning energy into its armor, endowing Susanoo's strikes with electric damage. This mode not only heightened the attack power of Susanoo, but also inflicted severe lightning damage upon foes. The third technique was Ice Wheel Orb, Thunderblade. Sui fused the lightning energy with the icy power of the Ice Wheel Orb, creating a novel form of attack. This blade struck with the swiftness of thunder. capable of tearing through enemy defenses and inflicting lethal harm. The fourth technique was Amaterasu, Thunderfire. Su-Yi merged the black flames of Amaterasu with lightning energy, forging a potent fiery assault. This flame possessed the ability to incinerate all in its path, while delivering severe electric damage, causing grievous burns and paralysis to adversaries. In addition to integrating these lightning abilities into his existing techniques, Su-Yi also devised entirely new moves. These techniques harnessed the speed, power, and range of lightning energy, enabling Su-Yi to navigate battles with greater finesse. To test his capabilities, Su-Yi resolved to seek out formidable sea beasts for combat. He swiftly encountered a gigantic sea creature, its body crackling with electricity, exuding a fierce aura. Su-Yi summoned the power of lightning, enveloping himself in a radiant aura, reminiscent of a thunder god descending upon the earth. He charged at the beast, unleashing Susanoo, engaging in a fierce confrontation. Su-Yi's Susanoo wielded its katana, clashing with the sea creature's claws, creating dazzling sparks. Concurrently, he released Amaterasu, the black flames cascading over the beast, inflicting immense pain. After a fierce battle, the sea creature succumbed to Su-Yi's might. He inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of power. He understood now that his combat prowess had reached new heights. Having spent a period of tranquility on the island, Su-Yi resolved to continue his journey. He believed that with relentless effort, he would one day emerge as the world's most formidable pirate, fighting for freedom and justice. Chapter 19. The Snow Woman After a Lengthy Voyage. Su-Yi arrived at a small island, situated at the edge of the beast Kaido's waters, a thriving hub of trade. Su-Yi intended to gather some intelligence here. He entered a tavern in the town and casually took a seat. The tavern buzzed with activity, filled with patrons. "Bartender, bring me your strongest drink," Su-Yi ordered, sipping his beverage while eavesdropping on the conversations around him. "Miss, how much for information on the 3 admirals of the Navy?" Su-Yi inquired of the bartender, Snow Woman. 100 million berries. No haggling, Snow Woman replied from behind the bar. "Oh, and what about the 4 emperors, Kaido and Doflamingo?" Su-Yi asked with a smile. "You. Someone's causing trouble," Snow Woman called for her bouncers. A burly pirate approached Su-Yi, intentionally bumping into his shoulder. Turning to face the pirate, Su-Yi noticed a sinister glint in his eyes. "What, looking for a fight?" Su-Yi replied coldly. The pirate glared fiercely at Su-Yi and said, "You outsider. How dare you cause a ruckus here? Do you know whose territory this is?" Su-Yi smiled slightly. "I care not whose territory this is. I merely wish to enjoy my drink in peace." The pirate, enraged by this, drew a dagger and lunged at Su-Yi. Quick as a flash, Su-Yi unsheathed his ice wheel and deflected the pirate's blade. "It seems you prefer punishment over hospitality," Su-Yi remarked calmly, enveloping the ice wheel in haki. Intimidated by Su-Yi's power, the pirate hesitated. At that moment, a group of pirates burst in, surrounding Su-Yi. They were members of the Crocodile Pirates, arriving to avenge their injured comrade. The leader of the Crocodile Pirates, Crocodile Dak, strode forward from the crowd, a towering figure with a brutish visage, glaring menacingly at Su-Yi. "Boy, you have guts to harm someone in my territory," Crocodile Dak growled. Su-Yi stared coldly at Crocodile Dak, unflinching. "Your territory? I had not heard of it." Furious, Crocodile Dak commanded his men to attack Su-Yi. With a calm demeanor, Su-Yi unleashed his conqueror's haki, a powerful force surging forth like a tsunami, overwhelming the tavern. Members of the Crocodile Pirates collapsed, unconscious under the pressure of Su-Yi's haki. Su-Yi swung his great sword, delivering a decisive blow. Crocodile Dak, panicked, attempted to evade but was too late. The blade sliced across his chest, leaving a deep wound. Screaming in agony, Crocodile Dak bled profusely, gazing at Su-Yi with terror. Su-Yi gathered his conqueror's haki once more, releasing a shockwave towards Crocodile Dak. The shockwave struck mercilessly, sending Crocodile Dak crashing through the tavern's wall, rendering him motionless in the street outside. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the remaining members of the Crocodile Pirates fled in fear. Su-Yi, relentless, pursued them, dispatching each one. In the end, Su-Yi stood alone in the tavern, surveying the chaos left in his wake. Rather than leaving, he seized the bartender, Snow Woman. renowned for her beauty and known as the Ice Mountain Beauty. She was also a key aide to Doflamingo. Sui believed capturing her would compel Doflamingo to reveal himself. He bound Snow Woman to a chair in the tavern and sat opposite her, coldly observing her. Snow Woman glared back, silent. "Where is Doflamingo?" Sui demanded. With a derisive laugh, Snow Woman replied, "Do you think I would tell you?" Frowning, Sui realized that information would not come easily from her. He decided to employ other tactics. Placing the ice wheel against her neck, he said coldly, "Should you refuse to speak, I will show you the true power of the ice wheel." Unfazed, Snow Woman smiled defiantly. "Go ahead and try. I will not yield." Sui manipulated the ice wheel, causing it to emanate an intense chill. He pressed it lightly against her neck, leaving a faint ice mark. Snow Woman shivered but remained silent. Seeing her resolve, Sui intensified the cold. More ice marks appeared on her neck, her complexion growing increasingly pale. Still, she gritted her teeth, refusing to divulge any information. Suddenly, the tavern door burst open and a group of pirates stormed in. They were Doflamingo's subordinates, alerted to Snow Woman's abduction. Surrounding Sui, tensions escalated, ready to erupt into violence. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, halting both sides. "Everyone, stand down." Doflamingo appeared at the entrance, slowly making his way inside. He fixed a dark gaze on Sui, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Release Snow Woman, or you will regret it." Sui smirked, pressing the ice wheel closer to Snow Woman's neck. "I will not release her. What will you do about it?" he provocatively challenged. Doflamingo's expression darkened, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Then do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, he struck, launching a sharp, linear attack at Sui. Sui quickly raised the ice wheel to defend, but still found himself hit, sent crashing into several tables. Struggling to rise, he tasted blood at the corner of his mouth. Doflamingo approached, his gaze icy and unyielding. "Now release Snow Woman, and I may spare your life." His words were laced with menace, leaving no room for defiance. Sui wiped the blood from his lips and smiled faintly. "Doflamingo, do not try to intimidate me. Even if I let her go, you would still not spare me, would you?" Doflamingo's eyes narrowed. Sui had struck a nerve. The atmosphere grew tense, as if the air itself had frozen. "You are a clever one," Doflamingo sneered, "but let me assure you, no matter how clever you are, you will not escape my grasp today." With that, Doflamingo launched his assault. His linear attack struck like lightning from all directions, forcing Sui to exert himself in defense. Despite his efforts, Doflamingo's relentless onslaught began to overwhelm him. In the midst of the brawl, Sui cleverly concealed his face with a hood, preventing Doflamingo from recognizing him. Even under fierce attack, Sui maintained his composure, skillfully evading and countering. Doflamingo, believing victory was his, approached Sui, ready to eliminate this troublesome adversary. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, Sui leaped up, tearing off his hood, revealing his true identity. Doflamingo's eyes widened in shock as he stood frozen, unable to believe that the opponent he had suppressed was none other than the infamous Sui. Sui regarded Doflamingo coldly, his eyes brimming with mockery and battle fervor. "Surprised, are we? Ha ha ha. I relish playing the role of the underdog." Doflamingo regained his composure and commanded his subordinates to attack. However, Sui was ready. He unleashed his Susanoo to meet the oncoming assault. The two sides clashed once more, with Sui's Susanoo wielding a great sword, pushing back Doflamingo's minions one by one. Realizing the tide was turning, Doflamingo decided to take matters into his own hands. He swung his line attack towards Sui, imbued with immense power, each strike resonating with explosive force. Sui employed Susanoo to parry, engaging in a fierce battle with Doflamingo. After dozens of rounds, Sui gradually gained the upper hand. Seizing an opportune moment, he unleashed Amaterasu, and black flames instantly engulfed Doflamingo. Doflamingo, ensnared within Amaterasu, writhed in agony, attempting to escape the fiery embrace, but to no avail. His body incinerated within the black flames, ultimately reduced to ashes. Sui gazed upon the remains consumed by Amaterasu, now a heap of threads, musing inwardly that Doflamingo, the old fox, wouldn't appear in his true form. So he turned towards Snow Woman, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Snow Woman stared at Sui in bewilderment, unsure as to why he had suddenly turned his attention to her. Soy fixed a frigid gaze upon Snow Woman, declaring, "Snow Woman, your mission has concluded." Snow Woman, aghast, attempted to plead, "Wait, we can negotiate." However, Soy afforded her no opportunity to speak, summoning forth the power of lightning, unleashing a potent electrical surge towards her. Snow Woman, unable to evade, was struck squarely in the chest. Propelled by the electrical force, Snow Woman crashed through the bar's windows, plummeting onto the frigid street outside. She struggled to rise, blood trickling from her mouth, her gaze fixed upon Soy with resentment. Aware that her demise was imminent, she resolved to witness Soy's fruit abilities before her end. Enduring the pain, she mustered her remaining strength, preparing to unleash her ultimate technique. Snow Woman erupted in a frenzied laugh, then exclaimed, "Ice crystal barrier." The ice sword in her grasp shimmered with blinding light, followed by the formation of a barrier of ice and snow, enveloping both her and Soy. Soy, observing the surrounding ice and snow barrier, remained unperturbed, knowing that he could shatter it with his lightning power. Soy inhaled deeply, evoking the lightning power within him. His body radiated a dazzling electrical glow, akin to the descent of a thunder god. Then, raising his fist, he struck the ice and snow barrier with tremendous force. The collision of lightning power and the ice and snow barrier unleashed a deafening roar. Under the onslaught of the lightning, the ice and snow barrier gradually shattered, vanishing without a trace. Snow Woman, witnessing the shattering of her ultimate technique, revealed despair in her eyes. She knelt weakly on the ground, blood incessantly pouring from her mouth. Soy approached Snow Woman, uttering coldly, "This is the disparity between you and me, Snow Woman. Do you comprehend?" Snow Woman nodded with a bitter smile, then, with her last vestige of strength, said, "I understand, Soy. You are the true powerhouse, while I am merely a humble puppet." With those words, Snow Woman closed her eyes, her body gradually transforming into a heap of frigid frost. Soy observed Snow Woman's disappearance before him in silence, without a trace of pity. Under the cloak of night in Dressrosa, the royal palace was ablaze with lights. Doflamingo, seated upon a luxurious chair, furrowed his brow, anxiety evident in his eyes. He was awaiting a call with Kaido and the 5 elders. Presently, the Den Den Mushi rang. Doflamingo inhaled deeply, pressing the receive button. The Den Den Mushi transformed into Kaido's likeness, the formidable pirate wearing a sinister grin. "Doflamingo, I hear you've encountered some difficulties?" Kaido sneered. Doflamingo, fixing his gaze upon Kaido in the Den Den Mushi, suppressed the fury within his heart. He knew that he couldn't afford to lose Kaido's support at this moment. Indeed, Kaido-sensei, this fellow named Soy is exceedingly troublesome. I hope to receive your assistance. Kaido chuckled, his voice laced with malice. "I can assist you, but I require you to provide more information regarding devil fruits. You know, I harbor a keen interest in those enigmatic fruits." Doflamingo cursed Kaido inwardly, but he understood that this was the price he had to pay. "Very well, Kaido-sensei. I shall impart all that I know to you. But please, dispatch reinforcements as soon as possible." Kaido smiled contentedly, concluding the call. Doflamingo placed the Den Den Mushi down, massaging his temples. Next, he had to face the 5 elders. After a time, the Den Den Mushi rang once more. This time, it assumed the likeness of the 5 elders. The 5 elders' eyes gleamed with sagacious yet ruthless light, causing Doflamingo to feel a chill. "Doflamingo, we have heard of your recent troubles," the 5 elders stated slowly. "Indeed, 5 elders Sama. I hope to receive your assistance in dealing with a fellow named Soy," Doflamingo said, striving to appear as humble as possible. The 5 elders exchanged glances, then said, "We can assist you, but you must pledge to assist us in achieving certain political objectives in the world to come." Doflamingo gritted his teeth, knowing that this was a veiled extortion by the 5 elders. However, in order to preserve his position, he had no choice but to comply. "No problem, 5 elders Sama. I agree to your conditions." The 5 elders nodded, appearing quite pleased with this response. "Then let us wish ourselves a pleasant collaboration, Doflamingo." With those words, they concluded the call. Doflamingo slumped back in his chair, a profound sense of frustration washing over him. To contend with Soy, he had to collaborate with these vampires. But this also solidified his resolve to eliminate Soy. By no means would he allow his position to be threatened. Chapter 20. Dressrosa. After vanquishing the doppelganger of Don Quixote Doflamingo, Sui resolved to depart from the tavern, setting his sights on Dressrosa to eliminate Doflamingo himself. On his journey to Dressrosa, he stumbled upon an uncharted island, plagued by a harsh environment, volcanic eruptions, and flowing lava. Unbeknownst to him, this was the territory of Jack, one of Kaido's 3 calamities. While on the island, Sui encountered a merchant ship that had been plundered. After rescuing the ship, he learned of the pirates' stronghold and decided to exact vengeance upon them. Upon arriving at the pirates' lair, Sui found it heavily guarded. Stealthily, he infiltrated the area, evading the patrolling pirates until he reached the core of the stronghold, where he laid eyes on the towering figure of Jack. Jack, sensing Sui's presence, turned with a cruel grin, taunting, "You must be the one who injured the Snow Woman. Very well, I shall show you true pain." With that, Jack transformed into a colossal mammoth and charged at Sui. Reacting swiftly, Sui parried Jack's assault with his katana, leaving Jack momentarily astonished. "I didn't expect you to possess some skill," he grunted before launching another fierce attack. Jack used his long trunk to deflect Sui's strikes, flinging him away. Sui performed a graceful roll in midair, landing deftly. Jack's laughter boomed. "Is this all you've got?" Sui replied with a smirk. "This is merely a warm-up." Determined to wear Jack down, Sui employed his Shuinpa technique, darting around Jack while avoiding direct confrontation. Frustrated, Jack swung his trunk and limbs wildly, striving to land a hit. Yet, Sui maintained a strategic distance, rendering Jack's efforts ineffective. As time progressed, Jack's stamina waned and his movement slowed. Recognizing the opportune moment for a counterattack, Sui unleashed his Earth Explosion Star, propelling Jack into the air. He then activated Universal Attraction, elevating both himself and Jack to the sky. In the vast expanse above, Sui summoned the Black Sun, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Jack, bewildered, exclaimed, "What is this power?" Sui activated his Susanoo, enveloping himself in violet armor. The Susanoo wielded the immense ice wheel, its eyes gleaming with resolute determination. Sui ignited the Bankai of the ice wheel, launching the 1,000-hand ice dragon slash. Countless ice dragons, crackling with electric brilliance, surged towards Jack. In terror, Jack screamed as he unleashed his hot wind fist, a fierce gale aimed at the ice dragons. The two forces collided, resulting in a violent explosion that sent rocks flying across the island. Jack mockingly taunted, "Is this your limit?" Sui calmly retorted, "This is just the beginning." Harnessing his lightning abilities, he channeled electricity into the ice wheel, which instantly became enveloped in a crackling aura of power. With a flourish, Sui swung the ice wheel toward Jack, whose movements grew sluggish from the electrifying force. Seizing the chance, Sui commanded Susanoo to launch another assault. He continued to wield the ice wheel, unleashing arcs of lightning that struck Jack like dancing silver serpents. Jack howled in agony, his body trembling under the relentless barrage. Despite his fierce resistance, Jack summoned all his strength to withstand Sui's electrical onslaught, yet it was in vain. Sui's lightning surged like a tempest, relentlessly battering Jack's defenses. As the lightning struck, Jack trembled violently, gritting his teeth and sneering. "Is this your true strength?" "Not nearly enough." With that, Jack lunged at Sui, swinging his massive fists. Sui activated Susanoo once more, using his katana to block Jack's blow. Simultaneously, he unleashed Amaterasu, engulfing Jack in inky black flames. Despair flickered in Jack's eyes as he realized escape was futile. He cried out, "Kaido, please avenge me." Unmoved, Sui swung the ice wheel, slicing through the sky with a tremendous bolt of lightning. The strike cleaved Jack in two, his anguished scream echoing as his form disintegrated into ash, dissipating into the air. Having defeated Jack, Sui pressed onward to Dressrosa. Along the way, he received numerous messages from across the world, including the latest updates on Kaido. Sui knew that a confrontation with Kaido was inevitable. Upon arriving in a bustling port city, Sui took respite in a tavern for the night. The following morning, he received an unexpected call from a familiar voice, Kaido himself. Coldly, Kaido inquired, "Sui, You have slain my Jack, have you not? Indeed, Sui responded nonchalantly. He was no match for me. Kaido's expression darkened. That fool Jack lost to you? Do not presume this means you can defeat me. Sui's voice turned icy. Kaido, I shall not keep you waiting long. Soon, I will arrive in Wano to face you. Enraged, Kaido retorted, Very well, I await your arrival. I hope you will not disappoint me. With that, he ended the call. In the ensuing days, Sui remained at the tavern, diligently studying intelligence on Kaido. He gathered every detail regarding Kaido's abilities, fighting style, and weaknesses from various sources. Sui understood that comprehensive knowledge of his adversary was paramount for victory in battle. After an extensive voyage, Sui finally reached Dressrosa. To infiltrate the city, he donned a cloak and mask, transforming into a mysterious swordsman. Blending into the crowd, he made his way into the heart of Dressrosa. At the center of the city, Sui beheld a grand arena, teeming with spectators and resounding with cheers. Intrigued, he decided to infiltrate the arena, hoping to uncover clues regarding his mission. Utilizing his agility, Sui successfully slipped into the arena and found a vantage point among the audience, keenly observing the contest unfolding before him. In one corner of the arena, Sui noticed a young girl adorned in splendid battle attire, her gaze resolute as she focused intently on the matches. He observed a distinctive accessory on her wrist, seemingly a family emblem. Determined to learn more about her, Sui approached stealthily, feigning a casual bump into her. Startled, the girl turned to face him. My apologies, miss, Sui said, feigning contrition. I am a traveler new to this place. May I ask your name? The girl scrutinized him curiously before responding. I am Rebecca, daughter of King Riku. Sui's heart raced. He had unexpectedly encountered the daughter of King Riku. Rebecca, indeed, he chuckled. How remarkable. Miss Rebecca, I am a wandering swordsman. Sui smiled and said, I have heard whispers of a mysterious devil fruit in Dressrosa. I wonder if you might assist me in my search. Rebecca furrowed her brow. Hesitating for a moment, I am unfamiliar with any such devil fruit. She shook her head, but I can inquire further. Sui chuckled appreciatively. I am truly grateful to you, Miss Rebecca. One evening, Rebecca suddenly approached Sui, revealing that she had unearthed a lead regarding the devil fruit. She guided Sui to a secret room where an ancient map was concealed. The map marked the location of the devil fruit. Pointing at it, Rebecca said, however, I am uncertain of the exact site. All I can offer are my best wishes. Sui gazed at Rebecca and accepted the map. Thank you, Rebecca. If this rumor holds any truth, I shall not squander your assistance. Rebecca smiled. May you swiftly discover the devil fruit, Sui. May your strength bring more justice and peace to this world. Sui wandered the streets of Dressrosa in search of Doflamingo's lair. At that moment, he sensed two familiar presences nearby. Turning his head, he spotted Sugar and Treble not far off. A reward delivered to my doorstep. Thank you, Sui whispered as he stealthily approached Treble and launched a sudden attack. Channeling all his strength, he unleashed Susanoo, wielding his katana against Treble. Treble reacted swiftly, summoning his ability to conjure a massive wall to obstruct Sui's strike. However, Sui's might was overwhelming. The wall was cleaved in an instant. Treble was taken aback, astonished by Sui's formidable power. He hastily conjured more walls in an attempt to thwart Sui's onslaught, but no matter how he resisted, he could not withstand the might of Susanoo's blade. After several decisive strikes, Sui finally shattered Treble's defenses. He leapt into the air, launching his final assault. Treble, filled with dread, attempted to flee, but it was too late. Sui's ice will pierce Treble's chest, extinguishing his life. Treble's form gradually transformed into a heap of ice, dissipating into the air. Beside them, Sugar, witnessing this scene, screamed in terror, unable to fathom how easily Sui had dispatched Treble. She turned to flee, but Sui had no intention of letting her escape. Sugar, your abilities are indeed formidable, Sui remarked coldly, but alas, you have crossed paths with me. Gathering the power of lightning, he unleashed a potent bolt towards Sugar. She had no time to evade and was struck by the electric force. Her body convulsed momentarily before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Sui hoisted Sugar onto his shoulder and fled, intending to deliver her to the little people. Having vanquished Treble and subdued Sugar in Dressrosa, Sui soon faced Diamante, one of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family. Diamante, a master swordsman known as the Flagship, resolved to personally confront this adversary upon hearing of Treble and Apos' defeat. A fierce duel erupted on the streets of Dressrosa between Sui and Diamante. Although Diamante was a powerful foe, Sui regarded him with disdain. Diamante sneered, "Sui, how dare you harm a member of the Don Quixote family? Today, you shall pay for your transgressions." With that, he activated the powers of the Flap Flap fruit, transforming his sword into a piece of fabric. With a flick of his wrist, the fabric morphed into countless sharp threads, darting towards Sui. Diamante's assault was swift as lightning, yet Sui effortlessly deflected each attack, leaving Diamante in shock. Determined to conclude the battle swiftly, Sui focused his energy and invoked Susanoo. Diamante, witnessing Susanoo's emergence, was gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. "This is impossible. You possess such power," he gasped. Sui commanded Susanoo to assault Diamante. The speed of Susanoo far surpassed Diamante's reaction time, reaching him in an instant. Diamante hastily raised his katana in defense, but it was futile against Susanoo's might. With a cry, Diamante spat blood as he was sent sprawling backward. He rolled on the ground several times before collapsing in a pool of blood. Sui approached Diamante. Observing the fallen high-ranking official, Diamante weakly lifted his gaze, despair etched in his eyes. You have such overwhelming strength," he murmured. "System, display my current attribute modification page." A luminous screen materialized. Host, Sui status, healthy race, human, growth stage, age, 16 constitution, 30 modifiable spirit, 15 modifiable strength, 40 modifiable speed, 40 modifiable talent, chakra body. Lightning fruit, tailed beast Jinchuriki skills, flying sword technique, 8 gates, 80 god airstrike, marine 6 styles, blood rage, universal pull, earth explosion star, Susanoo. Chapter 21. Doflamingo in Dressrosa. Sui decisively vanquished the formidable members of the Don Quixote family, Treble, Sugar, and Diamante. The highest-ranking officials of the family, Virgo and Doflamingo, resolved to personally eliminate this looming threat. Virgo, one of the foremost leaders of the Don Quixote family, held the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy, wielding immense power and cunning. An adept user of armament hockey, Virgo could harden his entire body, significantly augmenting his defensive capabilities. Doflamingo, the leader of the Don Quixote family and the possessor of the string fruit, commanded the ability to manipulate strings to attack his adversaries and create invisible barriers, rendering him exceptionally resilient. He was often referred to as the Heavenly Demon, a testament to his formidable strength. One fateful night, Virgo stealthily approached Sui's residence, intending to launch a surprise attack. However, Sui had already sensed Virgo's arrival. He feigned slumber, biding his time for Virgo to draw near. As Virgo stood at the edge of Sui's bed, raising his sword to strike, Sui abruptly opened his eyes, triggering a trap he had previously set. A flurry of shurikens and kunai descended from the ceiling, intercepting Virgo's sword. Startled, Virgo had no time to react as Sui delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling. Swiftly, Sui executed the body flicker technique, positioning himself behind Virgo with his katana poised at his throat. Virgo scoffed, "Impressive, young one. But if you think this is enough to defeat me, you are gravely mistaken." With a surge of armament hockey, Virgo thrust Sui away. Charging forward, he taunted, "You are still too young to comprehend true power." Calmly, Sui replied, "Then show me what you are capable of, Virgo." Virgo unleashed a barrage of attacks, which Sui countered with a Susanoo. "There is nothing in this world that I cannot sever," Sui declared. Virgo retorted with a smirk, "Let us see you prove that." Transforming into his armored form, he enhanced his strength. Perceiving the rise in Virgo's power, Sui inwardly acknowledged, "This fellow is indeed formidable." Concentrating his energy, he summoned the nine-tailed fox spirit. With a resounding roar, the fox merged with Sui's Susanoo, transforming it dramatically. Now clad in armor forged from the fox's power, Sui's katana shimmered with a chilling aura. commanding the Susanoo imbued with the nine-tailed fox's essence. Sui effortlessly parried Virgo's assaults. Determined to take the initiative, he gathered the force of lightning and unleashed a formidable bolt toward Virgo, who was struck and rendered momentarily paralyzed. Seizing the opportunity, Sui launched a series of slashing attacks, inflicting severe wounds upon Virgo. In that instant, Doflamingo activated his devil fruit powers, conjuring countless threads in an attempt to ensnare Sui. Reacting swiftly, Sui utilized his Susanoo to sever the threads, freeing himself from Virgo's constraints. Observing this, Doflamingo sneered, "Sui, your strength indeed surprises me. However, soon you shall witness true terror." Sui met Doflamingo's gaze, unfazed. "Then allow me to witness your prowess." Doflamingo manipulated his string abilities, transforming the threads into deadly blades aimed at Sui. While Sui defended with his Susanoo, Doflamingo's onslaught intensified. Determined to eliminate Doflamingo first, Sui amassed lightning energy and unleashed a colossal bolt. Doflamingo hastily formed a barrier of threads to counter the attack. The explosion from the collision sent Doflamingo careening backward, grievously injured. Seizing the moment, Sui charged forward, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Doflamingo. However, Virgo rushed to shield Doflamingo, transforming into his armored form to block Sui's path. Despite Sui's relentless strikes, he was unable to breach Virgo's defense. The two engaged in a fierce clash for numerous exchanges, with Virgo growing increasingly frustrated as he struggled to gain the upper hand. Yet, Sui remained composed, revealing no vulnerabilities. Suddenly, Doflamingo seized an opportunity, employing his string powers to affix nearly transparent threads to Virgo's blade, enhancing its sharpness and speed. Feeling the change in his weapon, Virgo thrilled at the prospect of a renewed attack. He launched a fierce offensive, aiming to overwhelm Sui. However, Sui had already discerned Doflamingo's strategy. Skillfully evading Virgo's blade, he surged toward Doflamingo. Caught off guard, Doflamingo hastily erected a defensive line with his threads. Yet, Sui's speed was overwhelming, rendering Doflamingo's barrier ineffective. With a powerful strike, Sui cleaved through Doflamingo's defense, causing him to crash through the tavern wall. As Doflamingo slowly regained consciousness, he beheld Sui standing before him, his eyes ablaze with hatred and fury, yet tinged with a flicker of respect. Sui, gazing down at Doflamingo, calmly inquired, "Why do you pursue power and status, Doflamingo? Is it merely to satiate your ambition?" Doflamingo chuckled coldly, "Ambition? Indeed. I seek to become the sovereign of this world. Only by wielding absolute power can I control it and realize my vision." Sui frowned, responding, "Your vision is to dominate the world? Such pursuits will only yield suffering and destruction. Why not strive to improve this world, enabling people to live better lives?" Doflamingo erupted in laughter. "Improve the world? How naive. This world is inherently cruel. Only the strong can survive. I am willing to be that strong one. Willing to pay any price for that goal." With a sigh, Sui lamented, "Doflamingo, you are blinded by power and ambition. You do not comprehend that true strength is not for domination or oppression, but for protection and salvation." Doflamingo scrutinized Sui, his gaze filled with confusion as he began to reassess this extraordinary man. Sui continued, "If you are willing to relinquish your ambition and pursue genuine strength, perhaps we could become allies. Together, we could fight to safeguard this world." Doflamingo fell silent for a moment before chuckling. "Sui, you are quite intriguing. However, my ambition remains unchanged. As for you, I admire your strength and courage. I hope we can engage in battles as exhilarating as this in the future." Sui recognized that he could not sway Doflamingo's resolve. Yet, he harbored a hope that this dialogue might plant a seed of doubt in Doflamingo's heart, prompting him to ponder the future. Rising to depart, Sui cast one last glance at Doflamingo, saying, "Doflamingo, may you find true strength. Until then, let us settle our differences another day." As Doflamingo watched Sui's retreating figure, an inexplicable emotion stirred within him. He understood that Sui was a worthy adversary, and he would continue his relentless pursuit of his nearly mad ambition. At that moment, a mysterious figure emerged, blocking Sui's path. With vigilance, Su Yi regarded the enigmatic individual, shrouded in a black cloak, crowned with a pointed hat, and enveloped in shadows, rendering them exceedingly mysterious. The enigmatic figure gazed at Su Yi and softly remarked, "It appears you possess considerable prowess, having defeated Doflamingo." His voice was low and resonant, evoking a sense of reverence. Su Yi furrowed his brow, feeling an overwhelming aura emanating from the mysterious individual, one far surpassing any adversary he had previously encountered. Even Doflamingo could not compare. "Who are you?" Su Yi inquired. The mysterious figure smiled faintly and replied, "You may call me the Five Elders." Su Yi's heart raced. He had heard of the Five Elders, the highest authorities of the world government, wielding immense power. He was astonished to discover that the figure before him was indeed one of them. The Five Elders regarded Su Yi and continued, "I admire your strength. If you are willing to join us in maintaining the world's order, I can spare you today." Su Yi's gaze sharpened. He understood the gravity of the decision before him. Joining the Five Elders would grant him tremendous power and status. Yet it would also bind him to the very entity he had once despised. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yi lifted his head and resolutely declared, "I appreciate your invitation, but I must decline. I am not a guardian of this world's order. I am a harbinger of change." The Five Elders chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by Su Yi's response. "I see. Then allow me to test your capabilities today, to ascertain whether you are worthy of transforming this world." With that, the Five Elders exuded an overwhelming force that left Su Yi breathless. He recognized that he was about to face the most formidable challenge of his life. Confronting the Five Elders, Su Yi understood the battle ahead would be arduous. The Elders' aura resembled an immovable mountain. Nevertheless, Su Yi felt no fear. He summoned all his strength, readying himself for combat. The Five Elders launched the first strike. With a golden staff in hand, he waved it gently, transforming it into a brilliant beam of light that surged towards Su Yi. Not daring to hesitate, Su Yi instantly activated his Susanoo, using his katana to deflect the golden light. The collision produced a deafening roar, and Su Yi felt a powerful force push against him, forcing him to stumble back a few steps. He was astonished. The Elder's strength far exceeded his expectations. The Five Elders smiled slightly and continued to assault. His staff swung continuously, unleashing beams of golden light from various angles to attack Su Yi. Su Yi defended with all his might, integrating the chakra of the Nine Tails into his Susanoo, thereby amplifying its power. However, in the face of the Elder's relentless onslaught, Su Yi gradually found himself at a disadvantage. The Elder's strength seemed inexhaustible, effortlessly repelling Su Yi's counterattacks. Realizing he needed to uncover a weakness in the Elder to secure victory, Su Yi scrutinized the Elder's movements during the brief moments of defense. He observed that the golden staff possessed a unique power, accompanied by mysterious energy fluctuations with each swing. Su Yi speculated that the staff might be a rare and powerful devil fruit artifact. If it endowed its wielder with extraordinary strength, the Elder's formidable abilities would be more comprehensible. Determined to seize an opportunity to overcome the Five Elders, Su Yi decided to take a calculated risk. He feigned a weakness, luring the Elder into launching a powerful attack. As anticipated, the Elder took the bait, his staff transforming into a colossal beam of golden light directed at Su Yi. Seizing the moment, Su Yi combined the chakra of the Nine Tails with the lightning power of the ice wheel, forming a potent blade of lightning. He surged forward to meet the golden light, thrusting the lightning blade toward the Elder's staff. The blade struck the staff with a thunderous clash, causing the Elder to feel an immense force crashing against him, nearly causing him to lose grip on his staff. His expression shifted slightly, clearly taken aback by Su Yi's formidable assault. Capitalizing on the opportunity, Su Yi pressed the offensive, commanding his Susanoo to unleash a series of fierce sword strikes upon the Five Elders. The Elder was compelled to defend, struggling to withstand Su Yi's relentless attacks. After an intense exchange, Su Yi and the Five Elders were locked in a fierce stalemate. Although Su Yi's strength fell short, his unwavering spirit and cunning strategy enabled him to fend off the Elder's assaults. However, the Elder's power was overwhelmingly potent. As the battle wore on, Su Yi began to feel the strain of fatigue. He realized that without a swift shift in momentum, overcoming the Elder would be a formidable challenge. Resolute, Su-yi decided to unleash his ultimate technique. He concentrated all his energy, pushing the chakra of the Nine Tails and the lightning power of the Ice Wheel to their limits. Simultaneously, he activated the complete form of his Susanoo, reaching the zenith of its power. The fully formed Susanoo wielded its katana, emanating an astonishing aura. With a fierce roar, Su-yi commanded his Susanoo to launch a final assault against the five elders. The katana, imbued with an earth-shattering force, surged toward the elder. The elder's expression turned grave. He understood the magnitude of this attack and could not afford to be careless. Gathering all his strength, he raised his staff high above his head, preparing to withstand Su-yi's ultimate blow. The katana clashed with the staff, producing a deafening sound. The two immense forces collided, creating a powerful shockwave that swept through the arena. Everyone present instinctively shielded their faces and arms against the overwhelming blast. Chapter 22. The Sabaody Archipelago following the intense clash. Both Suji and the five elders retreated a few paces. A hairline fracture appeared on the five elders' cane, and their complexion paled slightly. Suji perceived that their assault had finally inflicted damage upon them. Suji pressed their advantage, affording the five elders no respite. The complete Susanoo launched a series of formidable sword techniques, compelling the five elders to mount a full defense. Under Suji's relentless barrage, they gradually found themselves on the defensive. After a protracted and arduous battle, the five elders began to exhibit signs of fatigue. Their movements became sluggish, and their power waned. Suji, sensing victory within reach, channeled their full power, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Manipulating the Susanoo, Suji concentrated all their might, unleashing a colossal wave of sword energy. This energy, imbued with the chakra of the Nine Tails and the electric force of High Rinmaru, possessed immense power. The five elders' countenance shifted as they realized they could not withstand the attack and could only attempt to evade it. The sword energy grazed the five elders, leaving a deep gash on their shoulder. They grunted, their bodies swaying, clearly suffering a severe injury. Suji, sensing imminent victory, seized the opportunity to launch another offensive. The Susanoo unleashed a series of powerful sword strikes, overwhelming the five elders. Finally, unable to withstand Suji's onslaught, they were struck down. Suji advanced slowly toward the fallen five elders, preparing to deliver the final blow. However, at that precise moment, a mysterious spatial rift materialized, engulfing the five elders. Suji departed Dressrosa aboard a small vessel, embarking on a new voyage. They resolved to venture into the new world, the latter half of the Grand Line, a realm teeming with formidable individuals. Suji believed that there they would encounter even more powerful adversaries and embark on more thrilling adventures. During the arduous voyage, Suji faced a myriad of challenges, including severe weather and ferocious sea beasts. Undeterred, they persevered, overcoming each obstacle through unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit. After several days of sailing, Suji finally arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago in the New World. This archipelago was a peculiar place, abundant with mangrove trees that secreted a unique resin, forming bubbles. These buoyant and translucent bubbles floated in the air and could even support objects. Suji disembarked on the Sabaody Archipelago, captivated by the spectacle before them. The island's structures were crafted from bubbles, their vibrant colors creating a whimsical, fairy tale-like ambience. Suji strolled through the island, absorbing its enchanting atmosphere. Suji navigated the crowd, approaching Rebecca, their mind awash with questions as to why she was here. As they drew closer, they noticed Rebecca engaged in conversation with a mysterious man. This enigmatic figure was clad in a deep purple robe, topped with a wide-brimmed hat that obscured most of their face. Their voice, a deep, magnetic timbre, exuded an air of unfathomable depth. Suji halted, observing from the periphery. They overheard the mysterious man interrogating Rebecca about devil fruits. Rebecca appeared hesitant, but ultimately divulged some information. Suji was taken aback, never imagining Rebecca would discuss such sensitive matters with the mysterious man. They decided to maintain a distance, observing the situation. After a brief exchange, the mysterious man handed Rebecca an envelope. She accepted it with a nod before turning to leave. The mysterious man watched her departure, a sardonic smile playing on their lips. Suji resolved to follow Rebecca, seeking to understand the situation. They trailed her discreetly through the crowd, exiting the auction house. Rebecca seemed oblivious to Suji's pursuit, proceeding along the street before turning into a secluded alleyway. Suji quickened their pace, following suit. Rebecca paused in the alley, as if awaiting someone. Suji concealed themselves, observing her every move. Presently, the mysterious man appeared at the opposite end of the alley. He approached Rebecca, greeting her with a smile. "Well, Miss Rebecca, have you made your decision?" Rebecca nodded, replying, "Yes, I have. I am willing to join your organization and seek the legendary devil fruit." The mysterious man nodded approvingly, stating, "Excellent, Miss Rebecca. I am confident that with your involvement, our plans will proceed more smoothly." Rebecca offered a slight smile, asking, "So, what are our next steps?" The mysterious man responded, "We must first locate the whereabouts of the devil fruit. According to intelligence, it may be hidden somewhere in the New World. We intend to dispatch a team to search for it, and we hope you will join us." Rebecca nodded, affirming, "No problem. I will do everything in my power to assist you." The mysterious man concurred, stating, "Then it is settled. We shall convene at the docks tomorrow morning to prepare for departure." Rebecca nodded before departing the alley. The mysterious man watched her leave, a sardonic smile curling on their lips. Suji, having witnessed the entire exchange, was perplexed as to why Rebecca would align herself with the enigmatic organization. They decided to continue tracking Rebecca to unravel the situation. Rebecca left the alley, proceeding along the street before entering an inn. Suji discreetly followed, discovering that she had entered a room. Suji waited outside the inn for a while before approaching the door and knocking. Rebecca answered, her expression reflecting surprise at Suji's presence. "Suji, what are you doing here?" Rebecca inquired. Suji responded with a smile, "I saw you at the auction house, so I followed you. I wish to know why you have joined that mysterious organization." Rebecca hesitated before replying, "Actually, I joined that organization to seek a legendary devil fruit. I heard that it possesses miraculous powers that can save Dressrosa." Suji nodded, stating, "I see. However, why choose to join them?" Rebecca explained, "Because that organization possesses a powerful intelligence network that can assist me in locating the devil fruit. Moreover, I believe that joining them can bring more hope to Dressrosa." At the entrance of the auction house, a celestial dragon emerged with a retinue of bodyguards. The celestial dragon strode forward arrogantly, disdainful of their surroundings. Suddenly, they spotted Rebecca, their eyes gleaming with avarice. The celestial dragon approached Rebecca, declaring in an imperious tone, "Hey, woman, become my slave." Rebecca frowned, stating, "I am sorry. I have no interest in becoming a slave." The celestial dragon sneered, retorting, "You have no say in the matter." With a wave of their hand, the celestial dragons signaled their bodyguards to seize Rebecca. The bodyguards immediately lunged forward, attempting to subdue her. Suji, realizing they could no longer stand idly by, surged forward, interposing themselves between Rebecca and the bodyguards. The celestial dragon, spotting Suji, glared with indignation, exclaiming, "Who are you? How dare you interfere with me?" Suji fixed the celestial dragon with a cold stare, stating, "Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that you will not harm her." The celestial dragon scoffed, retorting, "What do you amount to, daring to speak to me in such a manner?" With a gesture, the celestial dragon instructed the bodyguards to attack Suji. The bodyguards promptly charged, attempting to restrain them. Undaunted, Suji swiftly drew Hai Rinmaru, engaging the bodyguards in a fierce battle. While the bodyguards were skilled, Suji's power was far greater. He wielded the ice wheel, dispatching the bodyguards one by one. The celestial dragon, witnessing his protectors being overpowered by Sui, felt a flicker of panic in his eyes. He turned to flee, but Sui had anticipated this move. In a swift motion, Sui lunged forward, subduing the celestial dragon. He gazed coldly at him and declared, "You have committed numerous atrocities. It is time to pay the price." With that, Sui raised the ice wheel, preparing to deliver the final blow. Just then, a voice rang out, "Stop." Turning to the source, Sui saw an elderly man standing a short distance away, observing him intently. The old man wore a tattered cloak, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, yet his eyes shone with remarkable clarity. He approached Sui slowly and said, "Young man, you cannot kill him." Sui furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why not?" The old man replied, "Because he is a celestial dragon. Killing him would bring about great trouble." Sui scoffed, "I fear no trouble." The old man shook his head, saying, "This is not merely a matter of fear. You must consider Dressrosa. If you slay the celestial dragon, it will spell disaster for Dressrosa." After a moment's hesitation, Sui ultimately lowered the ice wheel. He coldly regarded the celestial dragon, saying, "Leave, I spare you this time." The celestial dragon cast a terrified glance at Sui before hastily retreating with his bodyguards. The old man looked at Sui and smiled, "Young man, you are brave but also reckless." Sui regarded the old man and asked, "Who are you?" The old man responded, "I am Rayleigh, a retired pirate." Sui stared at Rayleigh in astonishment, never expecting to encounter the legendary pirate here. He respectfully said, "I have long admired your name, Mr. Rayleigh." Rayleigh smiled slightly, replying, "No need for formality, young man. What is your name?" Sui answered, "My name is Sui." Rayleigh nodded, saying, "Sui, your actions earlier were perilous. You must exercise caution in the future." Sui acknowledged, "I understand. Thank you for your warning." Rayleigh chuckled, "No need to thank me. I simply do not wish to see a promising young man meet a premature end." Gratefully, Sui looked at Rayleigh and asked, "Mr. Rayleigh, what brings you here?" Rayleigh replied, "I am here in search of someone." Curious, Sui inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Rayleigh answered, "I seek a pirate named Barrett." As Sui conversed with Rayleigh, he learned that Rayleigh had lived in seclusion on Sabaody Archipelago for many years, enjoying a leisurely life. Appreciative of Sui's strength and courage, Rayleigh invited him to join for dinner. Sui gladly accepted and accompanied Rayleigh to his abode. Rayleigh's residence, located on the outskirts of Sabaody Archipelago, was a tranquil and unassuming cottage. He prepared a sumptuous dinner, and they conversed over the meal. During their discussion, Rayleigh discovered that Sui was seeking a way to enter the New World and offered his assistance. Rayleigh informed Sui of a special location in Sabaody Archipelago where one could enter the depths of the sea through a coding process to reach the New World. He suggested that Sui seek out a woman named Shaki, who could assist him with the coding. Gratefully, Sui looked at Rayleigh and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Rayleigh. I will head there promptly to find Miss Shaki." Rayleigh smiled, "No need for thanks, young man. I look forward to witnessing your endeavors in the New World." After dinner, Rayleigh mentioned he had matters to attend to and would need to leave for a time. He urged Sui to be cautious on Sabaody Archipelago and to avoid conflicts with the celestial dragons. Sui nodded, saying, "I will be careful, Mr. Rayleigh. Thank you once again for your help today." Rayleigh waved his hand, "No need for thanks, young man. I hope we have the chance to meet again." The following morning, Sui bid farewell to Rayleigh and set off to the location Rayleigh had mentioned in search of Miss Shaki. He traversed the streets of Sabaody Archipelago, arriving at a bustling commercial district. Sui searched the area and finally located a bar named Shaki's. He entered and saw a tall woman wearing sunglasses standing behind the bar. Approaching her, Sui inquired, "Hello, are you Miss Shaki?" The woman smiled slightly and replied, "Indeed, I am Shaki. How may I assist you?" Sui responded, "I have heard that you can help people with coding to enter the New World. I would like to request your assistance in completing the coding." Shaki nodded, saying, "No problem, I can help you with the coding. However, you will need to pay a fee first." Without hesitation, Sui paid the fee and followed Shaki to the basement. She produced a massive bubble and wrapped Sui's ship within it. She explained that this bubble could withstand immense pressure underwater, ensuring the ship's safe passage to the New World. After completing the coding, Sui thanked Shaki and returned to the dock, preparing to set sail for the New World. He navigated the coded vessel gently into the sea. Protected by the coding, Sui's ship successfully traversed the underwater expanse, arriving in the New World. Gazing at the vast, tumultuous ocean before him, his heart brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 23. Fishman Island. Sui successfully traversed the ocean depths and arrived in the New World. He navigated his vessel, now coated with a protective film, towards Fishman Island, a mysterious isle situated in the latter half of the Grand Line. During his voyage, he encountered several pirate assaults. However, with his formidable prowess, he effortlessly vanquished these foes. After a considerable time at sea, the silhouette of Fishman Island came into view. Fishman Island resembled a colossal bubble, floating amidst the deep ocean. Sui steered his ship gently into this bubble, traversing a lengthy tunnel before finally entering the island's interior. Inside, he discovered a breathtaking realm adorned with a cerulean sky, crystalline waters, and a thriving city. He docked his ship at the port and disembarked onto the island. As Sui strolled through Fishman Island, admiring its splendid scenery, he suddenly witnessed a group of pirates bullying a number of fishmen. Without hesitation, he rushed forward to rescue them. His heroic act caught the attention of the island's inhabitants, who gazed at him with gratitude, expressing their thanks. Sui smiled in response and continued his leisurely exploration of the island. At that moment, Sui sensed a powerful aura. Turning to investigate, he found a towering fishman before him. Hody Jones regarded Sui coldly, inquiring, "Who are you to dare cause a ruckus in my territory?" Sui calmly introduced himself. "I am Sui, an adventurer. I merely cannot abide the sight of those pirates tormenting the fishmen." With a sneer, Hody Jones retorted, "An adventurer? It appears you were simply seeking your own demise." Undeterred, Sui met Hody Jones's gaze, declaring, "You are nothing but a mere clown. If you possess the ability, then come and test it." Hody Jones let out an enraged roar and launched an attack against Sui. Swiftly, Sui summoned Susanoo, wielding his katana to fend off Hody Jones's assault. Though Hody Jones possessed immense strength, Sui, empowered by Susanoo, successfully countered his strikes. The two engaged in a fierce battle, drawing numerous fishmen spectators. Realizing his strength was insufficient to defeat Sui, Hody Jones resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. He produced a pill and swallowed it. The pill significantly augmented Hody Jones's power, rendering him more ferocious. Observing this, Sui resolved to end the conflict swiftly. He concentrated all his energy and unleashed Conqueror and Appos as Haki, a formidable force that swept across Fishman Island, causing many residents to faint. Hody Jones too succumbed to the overwhelming Haki, collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Sui approached and pressed his katana against Hody Jones's throat. "You have lost, Hody Jones. Now, I require your promise to cease your bullying of the island's residents." Hody Jones clenched his teeth, begrudgingly nodding in acquiescence. Sui sheathed his katana and turned to depart. Rising from the ground, Hody Jones glared at Sui's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with resentment. Sui lingered on Fishman Island, forging deep friendships with Neptune and the island's inhabitants. When the time came for him to leave, Neptune decided to host a banquet in honor of Sui, expressing his gratitude. The banquet took place in the royal palace of Fishman Island, attended by nobles and notable figures. During the feast, Neptune reiterated his thanks for Sui's valor and invited him to savor the island's culinary delights. Amidst the festivities, Sui met a beautiful mermaid named Shirahoshi, the princess of Fishman Island, characterized by her flowing blue hair and radiant, expressive eyes. She was gentle and kind, beloved by the island's residents. Sui and Shirahoshi shared delightful conversation, quickly becoming good friends. During their dialogue, Sui learned that Shirahoshi had once been targeted by a notorious pirate named Vanderdecken IX, who sought her as the object of his destructive powers. Vanderdecken IX, infamous for his abilities, could designate any object as a target and launch it with unerring precision. Years prior, during an assault, he had chosen Shirahoshi as his target, plunging her into perpetual fear. Despite the vigilant protection of the island's inhabitants, Vanderdecken IX had never relented in his pursuit of her. To assist Shirahoshi in escaping his relentless chase, Sui resolved to take action. With Neptune's help, he located Vanderdecken IX's hideout and stealthily infiltrated his lair, where an intense battle ensued. Vanderdecken was a tall, unsightly man, wielding the power to hurl any object at his chosen target, which would pursue its mark unfailingly. His target was Shirahoshi, and he launched a massive stone towards her. Sui, witnessing this, immediately summoned Susanoo and shattered the stone with his katana. Enraged that his attack had been thwarted, Vanderdecken IX unleashed a barrage of stones upon Sui and Shirahoshi. Acting swiftly, Sui scooped up Shirahoshi, evading the assault. He then summoned Kurama, utilizing its chakra to rebound Vanderdecken's attacks back at him. Vanderdecken IX was struck by his own projectiles and fell to the ground. Seizing the moment, Sui approached and pressed his katana against Vanderdecken's throat, coldly stating, "Vanderdecken, your attempt to harm Shirahoshi is utterly unforgivable." Vanderdecken gazed at Sui in terror, pleading, "Please, spare me. I shall never dare again." With a disdainful snort, Sui replied, "Spare you? It is not so simple." With that, he swung his katana, ending Vanderdecken's life. The residents of Fishman Island erupted in cheers, expressing their gratitude for Sui's bravery. Sui entrusted Vanderdecken's remains to Neptune, informing him of the pirates' malevolence and the necessity for due retribution. Neptune expressed his gratitude for Sui's actions, promising to handle Vanderdecken's body appropriately. Shirahoshi gazed at Sui with appreciation, saying, "Thank you, Sui. You have saved me from Vanderdecken IX's pursuit." Sui smiled in response, "No need for thanks, Shirahoshi. We are friends, and it is only natural to assist one another." Upon learning that Sui had resolved the issue with Vanderdecken 9, Neptune was immensely grateful and decided to host another banquet in Sui's honor. The event, held in the royal palace, invited even more nobles and dignitaries. During this gathering, Neptune once again expressed his gratitude for Sui's gallantry and invited him to indulge in the island's exquisite cuisine. As the festivities continued, Sui and Shirahoshi enjoyed each other's company once more. Shirahoshi looked at Sui with grateful eyes, saying, "Sui, thank you for everything you've done for me. Without you, I might never have escaped Vanderdecken IX's pursuit." Sui smiled, "No need for thanks, Shirahoshi. We are friends, and it brings me joy to help you." Neptune, observing the closeness between Sui and Shirahoshi, felt a sense of happiness. He recognized that Sui was a brave, kind-hearted, and upright individual, and it was indeed fortunate for Shirahoshi to know him. After the banquet concluded, Sui bid farewell to Neptune and Shirahoshi, preparing to depart from Fishman Island and continue his journey into the New World. Neptune and Shirahoshi watched him leave with reluctance, their hearts brimming with gratitude and sorrow. Meanwhile, the Marine Headquarters Admiral Kizaru learned of Sui's presence on Fishman Island and resolved to capture him personally. He led a fleet towards Fishman Island. During the voyage, Sui suddenly sensed a powerful presence. Turning his head, he discovered that a fleet led by Kizaru was approaching. A chill ran down Sui's spine. He had not anticipated Kizaru would come in person. Aware of Kizaru's formidable strength, he understood the necessity of remaining vigilant. As Kizaru's fleet drew nearer, Sui resolved to take the initiative. He activated Susanoo, brandishing his katana and launching an attack against Kizaru's fleet. Kizaru, noticing Sui's assault, curled his lips into a cold smile. He raised a finger and unleashed a laser that effortlessly neutralized Sui's strike. Realizing Kizaru's strength far exceeded his expectations, Sui decided to exert his full power and engage Kizaru in a fierce battle. Kizaru's fleet continued to close in, encircling Sui. With a mocking grin, Kizaru declared, "You cannot escape, Sui. Surrender quietly." Unfazed, Sui retorted, "Kizaru, spare me your chatter. If you wish to capture me, then defeat me first." Thus began an intense confrontation between Sui and Kizaru. Throughout the skirmish, Sui observed Kizaru's incredible speed, rendering his strikes ineffective. Kizaru exploited his speed advantage to relentlessly assault Sui. However, under Susanoo's protection, Kizaru's attacks failed to inflict any harm upon him. The battle reached a stalemate. But Kizaru's fleet was not inclined to remain passive. They launched a barrage of attacks at Sui, attempting to disrupt his fight. Surrounded, Sui found himself in a perilous situation. Aware that he must escape swiftly to avoid capture, he resolved to unleash his full strength in a life-or-death showdown with Kizaru. Activating the power of the tailed beast mode, he erupted with immense chakra. With a mighty shout, he concentrated his chakra onto his katana and struck at Kizaru. Sensing Sui's overwhelming power, Kizaru could not afford to be careless. He amassed all his strength and released a powerful laser, clashing with Sui's katana. The two immense forces collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated throughout the area, damaging Kizaru's fleet. Seizing the opportunity while Kizaru was momentarily distracted, Sui swiftly retreated from the battlefield, piloting his vessel to safety. Observing this, Kizaru immediately commanded a pursuit. A fierce chase ensued on the high seas between Sui and Kizaru's fleet. Utilizing the powers of Susanoo and the Ninetales mode, Sui continuously evaded Kizaru's relentless pursuit. Nevertheless, the sheer number of Kizaru's fleet presented a significant challenge as they launched continuous assaults in an attempt to thwart his escape. Gradually feeling fatigued from the battle, Sui recognized the urgency of extricating himself from this dire predicament. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated his conqueror's haki within. With a thunderous shout, the haki erupted, enveloping the entire battlefield. The members of Kizaru's naval forces were overwhelmed by the sheer force of the haki, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Sui successfully broke free from Kizaru's pursuit and continued his journey towards the new world. After evading Kizaru, Sui felt utterly exhausted. He understood the necessity of finding a safe haven to recuperate. However, Kizaru's fleet remained undeterred, continuing their pursuit. Severely injured from the battle, Sui's physical strength and chakra were nearly depleted as he navigated his vessel through the ocean. At that moment, another ship appeared on the horizon. Adorned with the flag of the Revolutionary Army, reinforcements had arrived. The ship approached Sui's vessel, and its occupants waved to him. Recognizing the figure aboard as Sabo, a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, Sui felt a surge of relief. Sabo leaped onto Sui's ship and inquired with concern, "Sui, are you all right?" Shaking his head, Sui replied, "I'm fine, just a bit injured." Sabo nodded, "That's good to hear. We received word that Kizaru was pursuing you, so we came to offer assistance." Grateful, Sui looked at Sabo and said, "Thank you, Sabo. If it weren't for you, I might have already fallen into Kizaru's grasp." Sabo waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks, Sui. We are all striving for the same goal." Sabo and the members of the Revolutionary Army escorted Sui back to their base. There, doctors treated his injuries and provided ample rest. Within the confines of the Revolutionary Army's base, Sui engaged in profound discussions with Sabo. Sabo informed Sui that the Revolutionary Army had been closely monitoring his actions, expressing a desire for collaboration to overthrow the oppressive reign of the world government. Sui resonated with the ideals of the Revolutionary Army and resolved to join forces with them in their struggle against the world government. In the days that followed, Sui recuperated at the Revolutionary Army's base, while collaborating with Sabo and others to devise strategies against the world government. They planned to unite with other resistance factions to collectively dismantle the world government and establish a more just and equitable world. After a period of recovery, Sui's wounds gradually healed. He decided to depart from the Revolutionary Army's base and continue his journey to the New World in search of more allies to join him in the fight against the world government. Chapter 24. Vegapunk. Upon learning that Bear was imprisoned in Punk Hazard, Sui resolved to infiltrate the island and rescue him. He navigated his vessel stealthily toward Punk Hazard, anchoring in a concealed location before donning a black stealth suit, preparing to breach the island. Utilizing a technique akin to moonwalking, Sui ascended onto Punk Hazard without a sound, carefully traversing the island's periphery while evading patrolling soldiers. Punk Hazard was an expansive island with intricate internal structures. Sui meticulously observed his surroundings, searching for Bear's confinement site. After a diligent search, he halted before a colossal edifice, noting the numerous guards surrounding it, indicating its significance. Determined to enter the building, he stealthily maneuvered past the sentinels, gaining entry. Inside, the building was brightly lit, with a plethora of rooms flanking the corridor. Sui cautiously advanced, seeking Bear's location. Suddenly, he discerned sounds emanating from within a room. Approaching quietly, he peered through the crack of the door, revealing a group of scientists engrossed in their work. Among them, he recognized a familiar figure, Vegapunk. Realizing that this room was likely Vegapunk's laboratory, Sui opted to enter. Intent on discovering Bear's whereabouts, he gently pushed the door open and slipped inside, concealing himself behind a laboratory table while observing Vegapunk and the scientists. Vegapunk was engaged in a discussion regarding the progress of their experiments. Sui listened intently, hoping to glean information about Bear. Suddenly, Vegapunk mentioned Bear's name. Sui's ears perked up as he focused on their conversation. Vegapunk informed the scientists that Bear had been transformed into a formidable weapon for executing special missions. and that his confinement location was on the opposite side of the island. With this crucial information, Sui resolved to leave Vegapunk's laboratory and proceed to rescue Bear. Before departing, he noticed an array of peculiar instruments on a table and surmised they were connected to Bear's transformation, so he discreetly pocketed them. Exiting the laboratory, Sui cautiously made his way down the corridor toward Bear's confinement site. He remained vigilant, evading the patrolling soldiers to maintain his cover. After a period of stealthy navigation, Sui finally arrived at Bear's holding location. He beheld two enormous containers, one housing Bear's body and the other his head. Realizing that to rescue Bear, he must shatter the containers, he stealthily approached them, preparing to strike. Just as he was about to act, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. He quickly concealed himself behind the containers, assessing the newcomers. A group of scientists clad in white uniforms approached the containers, commencing their routine inspections. Seizing the opportunity while the scientists were distracted, Sui crept closer to the containers. He swung his katana, shattering the glass and liberating Bear's body and head. The scientists were momentarily stunned by the unforeseen turn of events, rendered speechless as they gazed at Sui and Bear. In the ensuing chaos, Sui swiftly collected Bear's head and body, employing his moonwalking technique to escape the confinement area. The scientists, regaining their composure, commenced their pursuit of Sui. Clutching Bear's head and body, Sui sprinted across the island, the scientist hot on his heels, intent on reclaiming Bear. Utilizing his moonwalking and shaving techniques, Sui adeptly evaded capture, weaving through the island until he finally shook off his pursuers. Ascending to his vessel, he cradled Bear's head and body on the deck, meticulously examining their condition. To his dismay, he discovered Bear's body had been transformed into a robotic form, while the head remained in a dormant state. Determined to assist Bear, Sui resolved to return to the Revolutionary Army's base, seeking the aid of Sabo and other comrades. He adjusted his course, steering the ship toward the Revolutionary base. During the voyage, Sui endeavored to establish a connection with Bear's head, striving to awaken his consciousness. After considerable effort, Bear's head finally stirred to life. Upon awakening, Bear found himself in an unfamiliar environment, gazing at Sui with confusion and inquiring, "Who are you? Why am I here?" Sui recounted the events leading up to this moment, revealing his identity as a revolutionary and his mission to rescue him. Bear, filled with gratitude, responded, "Thank you." Sui. Engaging in conversation, Sui learned of Bear's transformation. He resolved to bring Bear back to the revolutionary base to aid in restoring his form. The world government dispatched the Seraphim, advanced combat robots developed by Vegapunk, to hunt down Sui and Bear. The Seraphim possessed immense combat capabilities, capable of effortlessly obliterating a warship. As they journeyed back to the revolutionary base, Sui and Bear were suddenly ambushed by the Seraphim, which dove from the sky and unleashed a fierce assault. Quickly evading the onslaught, they realized that to escape the Seraphim's relentless pursuit, they must defeat it. Sui activated his Susanoo, wielding his katana against the Seraphim. However, the Seraphim nimbly dodged his strikes and retaliated swiftly. A fierce battle ensued, during which the Seraphim showcased its formidable power, cornering Sui and Bear. Taking a deep breath, Sui resolved to unleash the Earth Explosion Star technique. Forming hand seals, he concentrated chakra in his palms before forcefully slamming his hands against the ground, activating the technique. Instantly, the Earth Explosion Star drew surrounding objects into the air, forming a colossal sphere of rock, ensnaring the Seraphim and rendering it immobile. Seizing the moment, Sui executed the Universal Pull technique, channeling chakra into his palms once more and thrusting them toward the Seraphim, activating the technique. The Seraphim was drawn into the air, struggling to break free from the gravitational grasp. In this critical moment, Sui summoned the power of the tailed beast, manifesting a massive nine-tailed fox that let out a thunderous howl and charged toward the Seraphim. Aware that victory required all his strength, Sui activated the nine-tailed fox mode. Releasing a torrent of chakra, he shouted fervently, channeling this chakra into his katana as he struck at the Seraphim. The Seraphim was struck by Sui's powerful blow, sustaining significant damage. Yet, it persisted in its assault, becoming increasingly ferocious. Despite its injuries, the Seraphim struggled to continue its attack, but ultimately collapsed to the ground. Having successfully defeated the Seraphim, Sui and Bear exhaled in relief, knowing that the world government would not relent and that vigilance was paramount. Following their victory, they pressed onward toward the revolutionary base. After several days at sea, Sui and Bear finally reached the Revolutionary Army's stronghold. Upon hearing the news, Sabo and other revolutionary leaders rushed to greet them. Sabo, upon seeing Bear, embraced him with fervor, expressing his gratitude to Sui. "Thank you, Sui. You saved our comrade." Sui returned the sentiment with a smile. "No need for thanks, Sabo. We all strive for the same cause." In the days that followed, the revolutionary scientists began their work on Bear's body, seeking a method to restore him to his former self. Meanwhile, Sui and Bear recuperated at the base, awaiting the restoration of Bear's form. Within the revolutionary base, Sui formed bonds with many like-minded companions. They strive together for a common goal. Regardless of the treacherous path ahead, they will forge ahead with unwavering determination to become the most formidable warriors in the world. After a period of recuperation, the bear's body gradually healed. The scientists of the Revolutionary Army discovered a method to restore him to his original state and successfully performed the surgery. While formulating a plan to overthrow the world government, Sui and the bear engaged in profound discussions with the revolutionary leader, Long. Long conveyed to Sui and the bear, "This revolution pertains to the fate of countless individuals. We must exert ourselves to the utmost." Sui nodded in agreement, responding, "We comprehend, Mr. Long. This revolution is not solely to dismantle the world government, but also to establish a more just and equitable world." Long regarded Sui with approval, stating, "You are indeed correct. The objective of the revolution is to ensure that every individual can lead a life of happiness, free from oppression and exploitation." The bear interjected, "To achieve this goal, we must unite all forces that can be united. I firmly believe that as long as we work together, we can certainly overthrow the world government." Long nodded in agreement, saying, "You are right, Bear. We need to establish connections with other resistance forces and collaboratively strategize this revolution. Only then can we enhance our chances of victory." Sui remarked, "Mr. Long, we have already communicated with members of other resistance factions and jointly devised a plan to overthrow the world government. We are confident that through our united efforts, we will achieve success." Long looked at Sui and the bear with satisfaction, saying, "You have done well. I believe that with your involvement, the revolutionary cause will undoubtedly succeed." In the days that followed, Sui and the bear engaged in extensive exchanges with members of other resistance forces, collaboratively formulating plans to dismantle the world government. They understood that this would be a grueling struggle, yet they were prepared to strive relentlessly to become the mightiest warriors in the world. During the planning process, Sui and the bear met many like-minded companions. They fought together for a shared purpose. Regardless of the arduous road ahead, they would persist in their quest to become the most powerful warriors in existence. One day, Long invited Sui and the bear to his office for an in-depth conversation. Long addressed Sui and the bear, "You are both vital members of the Revolutionary Army, and I wish to discuss some important matters with you." Sui and the bear nodded, indicating their willingness to listen. Long continued, "The world government has been oppressing the people. We must overthrow their rule. However, to successfully dismantle the world government, we require greater strength." Long informed Sui and the bear that the Revolutionary Army was planning a large-scale uprising aimed at toppling the world government. He hoped that Sui and the bear would participate in this revolution, contributing their efforts to the cause. Without hesitation, Sui and the bear agreed to Long's request, expressing their readiness to sacrifice everything for the overthrow of the world government. Long appreciated their resolve and informed them that the Revolutionary Army was collaborating with other resistance factions to orchestrate this uprising. He hoped that Sui and the bear would establish connections with members of other resistance forces to collectively fight for the revolutionary cause. Within the Revolutionary Army's base, after a period of recuperation and training, Sui prepared to leave the base in search of more allies in the new world. He understood that toppling the world government required additional strength, and he must enhance his own prowess swiftly. During his voyage, Sui suddenly sensed a powerful presence. Turning his gaze, he discovered a naval warship approaching. A chill ran down his spine. He had not anticipated encountering the Navy here. Aware of the formidable strength aboard the naval vessel, he remained vigilant. Sui activated his Susanoo, gripping his katana tightly in preparation for battle. However, as the warship drew near, he was astonished to find none other than the naval hero, Carp, standing at the bow. Carp, spotting Sui, smiled and exclaimed, "Sui, I didn't expect to find you here." Sui retracted his Susanoo and replied, "Mr. Carp, I too did not anticipate encountering you here." Carp leapt onto Sui's vessel, scrutinizing him as he said, "I heard you defeated Doflamingo in Dressrosa. That is truly remarkable." Sui humbly responded, "You flatter me, Mr. Carp. I merely did what I was meant to do." Carp nodded, stating, "Young man, you possess great potential. I look forward to your performance in the new world." Sui smiled, replying, "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Carp. I will continue to strive for excellence." Carp patted Sui's shoulder, asking, "By the way, where do you plan to go next?" Sui answered, "I intend to venture into the new world to seek more companions to combat the world government." Carp nodded, acknowledging, "I understand your intentions. However, be cautious. The situation in the new world is exceedingly complex." Sui expressed his gratitude to Carp, saying, "Thank you for the reminder. Mr. Carp, I will exercise caution." Carp waved his hand, saying, "No need for thanks, young man. I hope we have the opportunity to meet again." Sui nodded, responding, "I hope so too, Mr. Carp." Carp jumped back to his warship, waving goodbye to Sui. Sui waved in return and then steered his vessel onward toward the new world. Chapter 25. The Golden Lion Shiki during their voyage. Sui suddenly sensed a powerful presence. Turning his gaze, he was astonished to see a colossal pirate ship approaching. A chill ran down his spine. He had not anticipated encountering pirates in this location. Aware that the ship might harbor formidable combatants, he could not afford to be complacent. Sui activated his Susanoo, gripping his katana tightly, prepared for battle. As the pirate vessel drew nearer, he was taken aback to recognize the figure standing at the bow, none other than the infamous Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki's eyes locked onto Sui, a sardonic smile spreading across his face. "Sui, what a surprise to find you here," he scoffed. With a composed demeanor, Sui retracted his Susanoo and replied, "Mr. Golden Lion, I too did not expect to encounter you here." Shiki scrutinized Sui, remarking, "Escaping from Impel Down and causing such a stir. Impressive indeed." Sui humbly responded, "You flatter me, Mr. Golden Lion. I merely did what I deemed necessary." With a derisive laugh, Shiki declared, "Young man, you possess considerable potential. Yet, today upon meeting me, your journey shall come to an end." Unfazed, Sui met Shiki's gaze. "Mr. Golden Lion, you seem overly confident." Shiki erupted into laughter. "You have no idea of my strength. Today, I shall reveal to you what a true powerhouse looks like." Sui initiated his attack, employing the flying sword technique. He swiftly swung his katana, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp sword energy directed at Shiki. The latter adeptly evaded Sui's strikes while launching counterattacks. However, Sui's speed rendered Shiki's assaults ineffective. Next, Sui summoned the ice wheel, conjuring an ice dragon that exhaled frigid breaths toward Shiki. The icy onslaught immobilized Shiki momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Sui unleashed the Black Sun of the Spirit Word, summoning a massive black sun to crash down upon Shiki. The impact left Shiki severely wounded, yet he refused to yield, becoming even more ferocious. With a thunderous roar, Shiki brandished his twin swords, launching an aggressive onslaught against Sui. The latter nimbly dodged while countering. "Mr. Shiki, you have already lost. Cease your futile struggles," Sui proclaimed. Shiki retorted with a chilling smile, "Boy, do not grow too complacent. I have yet to unleash my full power." Undeterred, Sui replied, "Then allow me to witness your true strength, Mr. Shiki." Sui activated the Marine 6 styles, expertly employing techniques such as finger pistol, gale step, iron block, paper drawing, moonwalk, and shave, launching a relentless assault on Shiki. Although Shiki was forced to retreat under Su Yi's barrage, he continued to fight valiantly. Recognizing the need for enhanced power, Su Yi decided to employ Haki, enveloping his katana with armament Haki to augment its hardness. He then activated Conqueror's Haki, unleashing a formidable shockwave toward Shiki. The latter was struck by the force, sent hurtling away. Seizing this moment, Su Yi unleashed the heavenly star of the earth explosion, summoning a gigantic meteor to crash down upon Shiki. However, Shiki was quick to respond, activating his devil fruit ability, Gravity Fruit. With a thunderous shout, Shiki pressed his hands against the ground, causing a powerful gravitational field to emanate from him. The meteor's descent slowed dramatically, ultimately hovering in midair. "Boy, do you believe this will defeat me?" Shiki taunted. Su Yi's heart sank. He had not foreseen Shiki's ability to manipulate gravity, preventing the meteor from approaching him. Shiki continued to exert his power, attracting nearby objects to himself and utilizing them to counterattack. A massive boulder hurtled towards Su Yi. He dodged swiftly, but still suffered a glancing blow to his shoulder. Realizing the formidable nature of Shiki's gravity fruit ability, Su Yi understood he could not afford to be careless. He activated his Susanoo once more, striking at Shiki with his katana. Yet, Shiki once again employed his power, drawing Su Yi's katana towards himself, rendering it immobile. With a mocking grin, Shiki declared, "Boy, your attacks are futile." Undeterred, Su Yi persisted in his assault, swinging his fist toward Shiki. However, the pirate countered by attracting Su Yi's strikes closer to him. "Your blows lack strength," Shiki chuckled. Su Yi recognized that to overcome Shiki, he needed to devise a strategy to counter the gravitational abilities. Observing Shiki's movements carefully, he searched for an opening. He noticed that whenever Shiki activated his power, a force field would materialize around him. If he could breach this force field, perhaps he could dismantle Shiki's gravity control. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi concentrated his energy into his katana and, with a fierce shout, launched a powerful strike. The katana collided with Shiki's force field, producing a deafening crack. Under Su Yi's assault, the field began to fracture. Shiki's expression shifted, disbelief washing over him as he realized Su Yi could damage his barrier. Seizing this moment of distraction, Su Yi renewed his attack, slashing at Shiki with his katana. Shiki hastily evaded but still sustained a cut on his arm. Furious, Shiki glared at Su Yi, growling, "You have thoroughly enraged me." Once again, he unleashed his gravitational power, drawing objects from the surroundings towards him. He weaponized these items, retaliating with even greater ferocity. The Golden Lion, with a triumphant demeanor, regarded Su Yi, saying, "So, young man, do you now comprehend my power?" Su Yi understood that to defeat Shiki, he needed to be even more cautious. He activated his nine-tailed fox mode, releasing a surge of potent chakra. With a commanding shout, he channeled this chakra into his katana and struck at Shiki. Su Yi's katana shattered Shiki's force field entirely, striking the pirate and inflicting severe damage. Having successfully vanquished the Golden Lion Shiki, Su Yi drew significant attention from the Navy headquarters. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admirals Akainu, Kizuru, Akiji, and Chief of Staff Tsuru convened an urgent meeting to discuss how to address the threat posed by Su Yi. Sengoku spoke first, according to intelligence. Su Yi has defeated Don Quixote Doflamingo in Dressrosa and subsequently triumphed over the Golden Lion Shiki in the New World. His strength cannot be underestimated. We must take him seriously. Kong nodded in agreement, stating, "I concur with Sengoku. Su Yi is an exceptionally promising young man. We must act swiftly to prevent him from growing stronger." Chief of Staff Tsuru suggested, "I recommend we designate Su Yi as a high-priority target with a bounty of 3 billion berries. This would attract more bounty hunters and pirates to deal with him, while also demonstrating our resolve to the world government." Admiral Akainu supported Tsuru's proposal, asserting, "I agree. Su Yi is a dangerous adversary. We must eliminate him promptly." Admiral Kizaru appeared somewhat hesitant, questioning, "But Su Yi possesses formidable strength. Can we truly capture him?" Admiral Akiji calmly interjected, "Regardless of Su Yi's capabilities, we must take action. Allowing him to continue his ascent could lead to an even greater threat in the future." Ultimately, Sengoku made the decisive call, "Very well, we shall issue a bounty for Su Yi at 3 billion berries. I will also notify our branches worldwide to keep a close watch on Su Yi's movements and report immediately upon any sightings. Under the orders of the warring states, the naval headquarters swiftly issued a bounty on Su Yi. The bounty notice, which included Su Yi's photo and information, was disseminated widely, capturing the attention of people across the globe. The Straw Hat Pirates and the Red-Haired Pirates were both astounded upon seeing Su Yi's bounty notice aboard their respective ships. Luffy exclaimed in disbelief, "Wow, Su Yi has a bounty of 3 billion berries. He is truly remarkable." Zoro nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Su Yi's strength is formidable. However, we must remain vigilant, as our own bounty is not insignificant." Sanji took a puff of his cigarette and remarked, "That Su Yi is quite the legendary figure. We must strive to train harder to keep pace with him." Nami gazed at the bounty notice and said, "With such a high bounty, Su Yi will undoubtedly attract the attention of many bounty hunters and pirates seeking to cause him trouble. We must warn him to be cautious." Chopper, looking anxious, added, "Yes. Su Yi must be in great danger now. We need to find him quickly to assist him." Usopp, with a look of envy, chimed in, "Can you believe it? Su Yi has a bounty of 3 billion berries. That is so cool." On the side of the red-haired pirates, Shanks also spotted Su Yi and Appo's bounty notice. Beckman took a drag from his cigarette and said, "This Su Yi is indeed an extraordinary individual. To have a bounty of 3 billion berries indicates that his strength has garnered the recognition of the naval headquarters." Jesus Burgess chuckled, "This kid Su Yi is quite impressive. I realized back in Windmill Town that he was no ordinary person." Lucky Roo, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Su Yi is truly incredible. We must find him and engage in a proper contest." Shanks smiled faintly at the bounty notice, saying, "Su Yi is indeed an intriguing character. It seems the new world is about to become lively once more." Both the Straw Hat Pirates and the Red-Haired Pirates were taken aback by Su Yi's bounty, yet they understood that his strength had been acknowledged. Meanwhile, on Onigashima, Kaido and Big Mom also came across Su Yi's bounty. Kaido frowned and remarked, "This Su Yi has a bounty of 3 billion berries. It seems his strength has gained the recognition of the naval headquarters." Big Mom, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Su Yi? Is he the one who escaped from Impel Down and fought against the Golden Lion Shiki? He is truly formidable." Kaido pondered for a moment and asked, "Big Mom, do you think this Su Yi has the potential to become the 5th Emperor of the Sea?" Big Mom contemplated and replied, "Although Su Yi is powerful, he will likely need to face more challenges to claim the title of the 5th Emperor. Nevertheless, his potential is indeed vast." Kaido snorted, "Humph, the 5th Emperor? I shall see if Su Yi possesses such strength." Big Mom smiled and said, "Kaido, do not underestimate Su Yi. His strength may have already surpassed our expectations." Both Kaido and Big Mom were astonished by Su Yi's bounty, yet they acknowledged that his strength had been validated. They resolved to keep a close watch on Su Yi's movements to ascertain whether he could truly become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Kaido frowned again, saying, "This Su Yi, with a bounty of 3 billion berries, is indeed a troublesome opponent." Big Mom, in a fit of anger, declared, "That brat Su Yi dares to challenge the authority of the 4 emperors. He is truly reckless." Kaido addressed Big Mom, saying, "We cannot allow Su Yi to continue growing. We must take action to prevent him from becoming the new Emperor of the Seas." Big Mom nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Kaido. We must act swiftly and not allow Su Yi to threaten our positions." Kaido and Big Mom decided to join forces to confront Su Yi, recognizing that his strength posed a significant threat to their authority, and they understood that unity was essential to safeguard their status. Meanwhile, Dracula Mihawk on his solitary island observed Su Yi's bounty notice, lost in thought. Mihawk recalled their battle in the East Blue, where Su Yi's strength had already astonished him. Now, with a bounty of 3 billion berries, his prowess had garnered the acknowledgement of the naval headquarters. Mihawk realized that Su Yi was growing rapidly and that his strength was increasingly approaching his own. He could not help but reflect, "This young man is truly not to be underestimated." Speaking to himself, Mihawk mused, "Su Yi, your growth is remarkable. It seems you are nearly my equal." A sense of satisfaction washed over Mihawk, for the stronger Su Yi became, the more he could find a worthy opponent. Mihawk craved the thrill of combat, an instinct inherent to his identity as a swordsman. Taking a deep breath, he understood that he must intensify his training to maintain his competitive edge. He resolved to remain on the solitary island, honing his swordsmanship to prepare for future challenges. Simultaneously, Su Yi's bounty notice sparked widespread discussion across the oceans. People speculated whether Su Yi would rise to become the new emperor of the seas, challenging the authority of the four emperors. Su Yi's bounty notice was posted in bars, restaurants, and ports, becoming a topic of casual conversation. Some believed in Su Yi's potential to become the new emperor of the seas, while others argued that his youth rendered him incapable of contending with the four emperors. Chapter 26. The Land of Wano. Following Su Yi's triumph over the Golden Lion Shiki, the system rewarded him with newfound abilities, Yin-Yang Release and Hashirama Cells. Yin-Yang Release is a formidable ninjutsu that manipulates the forces of Yin, Yang, and the five elements, enabling the creation of astonishing effects. Su Yi realized that this technique would play a pivotal role in his future battles. The Hashirama Cells, a miraculous substance from the Naruto universe, would bestow upon him remarkable vitality and regenerative capabilities. Understanding the potential of the Hashirama Cells, Su Yi knew that they would significantly enhance his strength. He commenced his studies on the application of Yin-Yang Release and Hashirama Cells. He discovered that Yin-Yang Release could be executed through hand seals, while the Hashirama Cells could be integrated into his body via injection. Su Yi first endeavored to utilize Yin-Yang Release. He formed the necessary seals to channel his chakra, condensing the forces of Yin and Yang into the palm of his hand. With a gentle wave, he unleashed the power of Yin-Yang Release. As he did so, the space around him distorted, and he felt an extraordinary sensation, as if he could control everything. Next, Su Yi cautiously injected the Hashirama Cells into his body, stimulating the fusion of the cells with his own chakra. The Hashirama Cells rapidly disseminated within him, merging seamlessly. He felt an overwhelming surge of power, and his regenerative abilities were greatly amplified. With the mastery of Yin-Yang Release and Hashirama Cells, Su Yi resolved to venture to the land of Wano to confront Kaido. The land of Wano is Kaido's domain and one of the four emperors of the New World. Aware that defeating Kaido would require meticulous preparation, Su Yi meticulously analyzed Kaido's abilities. He recognized that Kaido was the user of the mythical Zoan-type Devil Fruit, Fish Fruit, in its Azure Dragon form, which granted him immense power and regeneration. Su Yi decided to leverage Yin-Yang Release to counter Kaido's Devil Fruit abilities, knowing that it could influence his powers. Furthermore, he opted to enhance his own regeneration through the Hashirama Cells, fully aware that the battle against Kaido would be intensely fierce, necessitating sufficient recovery capabilities to withstand various circumstances. After thorough preparation, Su Yi boarded a vessel and set sail towards the land of Wano. Simultaneously, Kaido received word of Su Yi's impending challenge. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "Su Yi, you dare to challenge me? You will pay dearly for your audacity." Kaido began to summon his subordinates to prepare for the confrontation, knowing that this would be a fight to the death. Fire Disaster Ember and Plague Disaster Queen, both of whom were Kaido's trusted generals, flanked Su Yi, surrounding him. Outnumbered, Su Yi engaged in a fierce battle against Ember and Queen, understanding that he must first defeat Kaido's minions to reach his ultimate foe. Activating his Susanoo, he summoned a complete form of the Ethereal Guardian. Clad in the power of the Nine Tails, he grasped the ice wheel and readied himself for the impending clash. Ember and Queen transformed into their animal forms, launching a relentless assault on Su Yi. Wielding the ice wheel, Su Yi entered into an intense confrontation with his adversaries. During the clash, he activated his bloodlust state, significantly enhancing his strength and speed. Ember and Queen attempted a coordinated strike against him, but Su Yi adeptly evaded their onslaught. Seizing the moment, he launched an attack against Ember. "Foolish boy, do not presume you can defeat us," Ember shouted. "We will make you pay dearly." Queen added, "Then come forth and let me witness your prowess." Su Yi retorted, brandishing the ice wheel. He swung the ice wheel towards Ember, who narrowly dodged but still suffered a wound to his wing. "Damn it, how is this brat so fast?" Ember exclaimed. Focus. Let us attack together. Queen commanded. Huh, is this all the might you possess? Sui laughed. Ember inhaled deeply, channeling his inner strength into a fiery onslaught. Behold, the guardian fire dragon. He bellowed, summoning a colossal flame dragon that surged towards Sui, ablaze with searing heat, seemingly ready to consume all. Realizing the threat, Sui did not hesitate. He activated his Susanoo, enveloped in the power of the Nine Tails, and prepared for the impending confrontation. Ember directed the fire dragon's ferocious assault, while Sui nimbly dodged its fiery strikes, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. With a decisive swing of the ice wheel, Sui aimed for the fire dragon. However, the creature skillfully evaded the blow, retaliating with blasts of scorching flames. Understanding that to vanquish Ember, he must first conquer the fire dragon, Sui resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. Looks like I must reveal my true strength, Sui declared, inhaling deeply as he concentrated his power into the ice wheel. With a powerful shout, he unleashed a formidable strike toward the fire dragon. The ice wheel met the fire dragon, encasing it in ice. Yet, instead of halting its assault, the dragon grew more furious. Ember, observing this, sneered, Sui, do you truly believe this will defeat me? Once more, Ember conjured a larger, fiercer fire dragon, hurtling towards Sui. Acknowledging Ember's formidable prowess, Sui resolved to exert all his strength in this life-or-death struggle. Activating his Nine Tails mode, he released an overwhelming chakra, channeling it into his great sword as he charged at Ember. Ember was struck by Sui's attack, sustaining significant damage. However, he did not relent. Instead, he became even more ferocious. Recognizing that defeating Ember required an ultimate move, Sui took a deep breath, concentrating his strength into his great sword before unleashing a powerful blow against Ember. Ember was hit hard, but he persisted, becoming even more frenzied. Queen, seizing the moment, transformed into his Brontosaurus form and unleashed a colossal Brontosaurus missile towards Sui. Sui quickly dodged, but the missile struck the ground with a deafening explosion, sending Sui careening. Sui, if you cannot even defeat me, how do you intend to challenge the four emperors? Queen taunted, a mocking grin on his face. Picking himself up from the ground, Sui gazed at Queen defiantly. Your attacks are indeed formidable, Plague Disaster Queen, but I shall not yield easily. Activating his Susanoo once more, empowered by the Nine Tails and wielding the ice wheel, he prepared for the confrontation. Aware that to triumph over Queen, he must exert his utmost effort, Sui remained resolute. Queen fired another Brontosaurus missile towards Sui, who nimbly evaded the projectile while retaliating against Queen. He swung the ice wheel, but Queen's body proved too resilient, leaving only a faint scar upon his form. Your attacks bear no weight against me, Sui, Queen jeered. Undeterred, Sui continued his offensive, throwing punches at Queen. Yet, Queen unleashed another Brontosaurus missile, drawing Sui's fist toward him. Gripping Sui's fist tightly, Queen laughed. Your strikes are feeble, Sui. In response, Sui decided to execute the 80 God Void Strike. He swung the ice wheel, launching the technique at both Ember and Queen. The 80 God Void Strike, an ultimate technique acquired during his time in the Naruto universe, allowed him to strike multiple targets simultaneously. The Inferno Calamity and the Plague Queen were struck by the 80 God's Void Strike, their bodies propelled through the air. Seizing this opportunity, Sui launched another assault against them, wielding the ice wheel and aiming his strike with precision. The Inferno Calamity and the Plague Queen were severely injured by Sui's onslaught, yet they refused to surrender, becoming even more frenzied. Observing their tenacity, Sui resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. He activated Susanoo, donning the power of the Nine Tails beast and grasping the ice wheel, preparing to deliver his most formidable blow. Upon vanquishing the Inferno Calamity and the Plague Queen, Sui recognized that an even more formidable adversary awaited him, Kaido. He decided to employ Yin-Yang Release to completely eradicate the calamities. Channeling his chakra, Sui concentrated the powers of Yin-Yang and the 5 elements in his palm. With a gentle wave, he unleashed the Yin-Yang Release. As he did so, the space surrounding the Inferno Calamity and the Plague Queen began to warp. as if ensnared by an enigmatic force, rendering them immobile. Su-yi bellowed, consolidating the force of Yin-Yang release in his palm. Then, with a vigorous sweep of his hand, he directed the energy towards the calamities. The power of Yin-Yang release struck the Inferno Calamity and the Plague Queen, instantly obliterating their forms, reducing them to ashes. With their defeat, Su-yi exhaled in relief. During the fierce battle against the two calamities, the system bestowed upon him a new reward, the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan, a powerful ocular technique from the world of Naruto, possessed the ability to manipulate life and death, as well as control time and space. Su-yi realized that the Rinnegan would become an essential asset in his future battles. He began to study the application of the Rinnegan, discovering that it could unleash various potent ninjutsu through the activation of its ocular power. Su-yi first experimented with the basic abilities of the Rinnegan, Universal Pull and Heavenly Push. Activating the ocular power, he executed both techniques, causing the surrounding space to distort. He felt an extraordinary sensation, as if he could command everything around him. Next, Su-yi endeavored to explore the advanced capabilities of the Rinnegan, Planetary Devastation, and the Wheel Tomb, Edge Hell. He activated the ocular power once more, executing these formidable techniques. As he did, the earth beneath him was drawn into a powerful gravitational force, forming a colossal meteorite. Simultaneously, four invisible entities emerged from Su-yi's shadow, launching an assault upon the ground. After defeating the Inferno Calamity and the Plague Queen, an unexpected ally appeared, Yamato. The daughter of Kaido, Yamato harbored discontent towards her father's tyranny. She resolved to betray Kaido and ally with Su-yi in a joint effort against him. At that moment, Yamato suddenly materialized before Su-yi, gazing intently at him. Su-yi, I wish to join forces with you, she declared. Perplexed, Su-yi inquired, why do you wish to ally with me? Yamato replied, because I too despise Kaido's tyranny. I aspire to overthrow his rule and establish a fairer, more equitable nation. Nodding in understanding, Su-yi responded, I see. Since we share a common goal, let us unite as allies. Delighted, Yamato exclaimed, wonderful. With your assistance, I am confident we will succeed in toppling Kaido's regime. Together, Su-yi and Yamato resolved to confront Kaido. Yamato offered to provide intelligence about Kaido, aiding Su-yi in the forthcoming battles. In the days that followed, Su-yi and Yamato diligently studied Kaido's weaknesses and devised strategic plans. Tama, the heir of the Kozuki clan, had long dreamt of overthrowing Kaido and restoring the glory of his family. Upon learning of Su-yi and Yamato's intentions, he chose to join their cause. Tama approached Su-yi and Yamato, declaring, Su-yi, Yamato, I wish to lend my strength to your fight against Kaido. Welcoming Tama's addition, Su-yi said, Tama, we are glad to have you with us. Together, we shall surely succeed in dismantling Kaido's rule. Gratefully, Tama responded, thank you, Su-yi and Yamato. I will strive to ensure I do not let you down. Though young, Tama exhibited unwavering conviction and courage. Su-yi and Yamato believed he would become a vital force in their quest to overthrow Kaido. Meanwhile, Kaido grew aware of Yamato's betrayal. Enraged, he roared his fury, vowing to tear Yamato and Su-yi apart with his own hands. Recognizing the threat posed by Su-yi and Yamato, Kaido resolved to confront them directly. He understood that this battle would be a matter of life and death, yet he was prepared to fight relentlessly to preserve his dominion. Su-yi and Yamato readied themselves for the impending clash, aware that Kaido was a formidable foe. Nevertheless, they held firm belief in their abilities to triumph over him. Kaido appeared before Su-yi and Yamato, sneering as he addressed them. Su-yi, Yamato, how dare you betray me? You are truly oblivious to your own demise. Unfazed, Su-yi replied, Kaido, today we shall dismantle your reign and establish a nation founded on fairness and equality. Chapter 27. The fifth Emperor Su-yi took a deep breath, concentrating all his mental energy. He closed his eyes, feeling the powerful force surging within his body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within. Nine-Tails Susanoo, summon. Su-yi shouted, swiftly forming hand seals. As his voice echoed, torrents of crimson chakra erupted from his body, gradually materializing into a colossal figure of a nine-tailed fox. This fox exuded an overwhelming aura, its gaze piercing, as though it possessed its own will. Next, Sui formed seals once more, proclaiming, "Heavenly sword flow, activate." As the words left his lips, the figure of the nine-tailed fox vanished, replaced by fierce sword energies. These energies crisscrossed through the air, forming a formidable sword net that enveloped Sui within. Finally, gripping the Ice Will Maru tightly, he declared, "Ice Will Maru, unleash." With his voice, a powerful chill erupted from the blade, swiftly spreading to engulf the entire battlefield in a wintry realm. With the Ice Will Maru firmly in hand, Suyi's eyes radiated determination. He felt the immense power coursing through him, preparing to launch a final assault against his adversary. In this tense and exhilarating battlefield, Sui displayed astonishing might, becoming the focal point of all gazes. Utilizing the Nine Tails Susanoo, a force so potent it rendered him nearly invincible, Sui wielded the Ice Will Maru, a mysterious weapon reputed to freeze all. Kaido observed Sui conjuring the Nine Tails Susanoo, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. However, rather than being intimidated, it ignited a fiercer fighting spirit within him. "Humph, do you think you are the only one capable of transformation?" Kaido sneered, then bellowed, "Azure Dragon, transform." In an instant, Kaido's form began to shift dramatically. His body swelled, covered in a multitude of scales, his limbs morphing into razor-sharp claws. His head transformed into that of a dragon, eyes gleaming with a menacing light. Within moments, Kaido had transformed into a massive azure dragon, his colossal frame coiling upon the battlefield like a towering mountain. The dragon opened its cavernous maw, releasing a deafening roar that unleashed a powerful pressure across the entire arena. "Sui perish!" Kaido roared, extending a claw towards him. Unfazed, Sui gripped the Ice Will Maru tightly, ready to confront the oncoming attack. Facing Kaido's assault, Sui remained undeterred. He clutched the Ice Will Maru, his gaze sharp. "Nine Tails Susanoo, counterattack!" Sui shouted, commanding the Nine Tails Susanoo to wield the Ice Will Maru. Striking at Kaido, the titanic fist of the Susanoo, imbued with immense power, struck Kaido's dragon form. Yet, Kaido's defenses were formidable. He absorbed the blow, sustaining minimal damage. "Haha, your attack is feeble." Kaido laughed arrogantly, extending a claw toward the Susanoo. The Susanoo nimbly evaded Kaido's strike and swung the Ice Will Maru once more, aiming at Kaido. This time, Sui concentrated all his strength, and the Ice Will Maru, accompanied by fierce sword energies, cleaved towards Kaido and Appo's body. Kaido sensed the overwhelming power of the Ice Will Maru and roared, extending his claw to collide with it. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the Ice Will Maru clashed with Kaido's claw, generating a powerful shockwave. The surrounding air seemed to tear apart, creating violent gusts. In this exchange, Sui and Kaido were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. However, the battle had only just begun, and their confrontation would intensify. As Sui and Kaido reached a stalemate, Momonosuke suddenly unleashed his potential, transforming into dragon form. He soared into the air, launching an attack on Kaido. In his dragon form, Momonosuke was extraordinarily powerful, his offensive capabilities greatly enhanced. He opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames toward Kaido. Kaido hastily dodged, but the flames still scorched his body. Standing at the center of the battlefield, Sui inhaled deeply, then began summoning the tailed beasts. He closed his eyes, palms pressed together, murmuring incantations as if performing a mystical ritual. Suddenly, Sui opened his eyes, slamming his hands against the ground. At that moment, a tremendous chakra erupted from within him, forming a dazzling light that spread swiftly, enveloping the entire battlefield. Soon, Sui's form began to change, and behind him, 9 colossal tails gradually appeared, each radiating a different hue. He then closed his eyes once more, summoning the one tail to the 8 tails. With hands clasped, he whispered to the tailed beasts, seemingly communicating with them. Abruptly, Sui opened his eyes and waved his hands vigorously. In response, the chakra of the one tail to the 8 tails began to coalesce, forming 8 gigantic figures. These figures represented the one-tail Shikaku, 2-tail Matatabi, 3-tail Isabu, 4-tail Son Goku, 5-tail Kato, 6-tail Saiken, 7-tail Chomei, and 8-tail Gyuki. The 8-tailed beasts emerged upon the battlefield, their bodies pulsating with powerful chakra fluctuations, causing the very space to tremble. They gazed at Sui as if awaiting his command. Sui, satisfied with the sight of the 8-tailed beasts, took a deep breath and began directing them to attack. He commanded the 1-tail to employ wind release, the 2-tail fire release, the 3-tail water release, the 4-tail lava release, the 5-tail earth release, the 6-tail acid release, the 7-tail insect release, and the 8-tail lightning release. The 8-tailed beasts, following Su Yi's orders, unleashed their assaults on Kaido. They opened their mouths, gathering various elemental chakra, and released it toward Kaido. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with a dazzling array of elemental chakra, creating a magnificent spectacle. In the midst of Su-I and Kaido's confrontation, Kaido realized that Su-I was amassing the chakra of the tailed beasts, intending to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. To thwart Su-Yi's ambition, Kaido resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, Rumble 8 Trigrams. Kaido swung his Kanabo, channeling chakra, and then struck fiercely towards Su-I and his allies. A colossal bolt of lightning shot forth from his weapon, accompanied by a deafening roar, surging towards Su-I and his companions. In this dire moment, Yamato resolutely stepped forward, placing herself in front of Su-I. She understood the immense power of the Rumble 8 Trigrams, yet she did not hesitate for a moment. Quickly, Sui, I will hold off Kaido's attack. Yamato urged Sui. Sui stared at Yamato in astonishment, his heart swelling with emotion. He recognized that Yamato was sacrificing her life to protect him. No, Yamato, I cannot allow you to do this, he cried out. However, Yamato firmly shook her head, proclaiming, This is my choice, Sui. I hope you can realize our dream and become a true hero. With that, she turned to face Kaido's Rumble 8 Trigrams, gathering all her chakra to withstand the impending blow. The Rumble 8 Trigrams struck Yamato, utterly obliterating her form. Sui watched in agony as Yamato fell, a raging inferno igniting within him. Kaido, you shall pay the price, he bellowed. Closing his eyes, he concentrated all his chakra, preparing to use the Rinnegan to merge the tailed beasts, becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki to avenge Yamato. Sui took a deep breath, concentrating all of his mental energy. He closed his eyes, feeling the immense power surging within him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. 9-tailed beasts, assemble, he shouted, swiftly forming hand seals. As his voice echoed, torrents of red chakra erupted from his body, gradually materializing into 9 distinctly shaped tailed beasts. These creatures exuded a formidable aura, their gazes piercing as if imbued with their own will. Then, Sui formed seals once more and declared, Rinnegan, activate. At that moment, his eyes transformed. His once black pupils turned a vibrant purple, intricate patterns emerging upon his irises. Finally, he bellowed, 10 Tails merge. As his voice resounded, the 9-tailed beasts swiftly converged towards him, ultimately coalescing into a colossal 10 Tails. This entity emanated an overwhelming, suffocating presence, its gaze filled with brutality and murderous intent. Sui felt the 10 Tails' power coursing through him, his resolve fortifying. He understood this was his final opportunity to conquer Kaido. Kaido, perish, Sui proclaimed, his hands moving rapidly to form seals. With his declaration, the 10 Tails' power surged wildly within him. Gritting his teeth, he endured the excruciating pain, consolidating this immense energy. Violent blood, life expenditure, 10 Tails' power, yin-yang release, combined for the ultimate strike. Sui roared, unleashing his most potent move. Simultaneously, Kaido gathered his full strength, preparing for his ultimate assault. He roared, extending a claw towards Sui. Rising Dragon Flame Bagua, ultimate strike. Kaido thundered, executing his most formidable technique. The two assaults rapidly closed in on one another, culminating in a cataclysmic collision. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, the battlefield enveloped in a dazzling radiance. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as their powers clashed, unleashing a force capable of annihilating the very heavens. The surrounding air was violently torn apart, creating fierce gusts. At the epicenter of the collision, a massive sphere of light enveloped both Sui and Kaido. The sphere expanded relentlessly before erupting, generating powerful shockwaves. The entire battlefield was engulfed, trees and rocks obliterated in an instant. This force threatened to obliterate the world itself, instilling a sense of dread. As the brilliance gradually faded, both Sui and Kaido lay unconscious upon the ground. The earth-shattering battle had finally drawn to a close. In the dimming light of the battlefield, they remained sprawled, oblivious to the world around them. The intensity of their conflict was indelibly etched into the hearts of all witnesses. "Kaido, you have lost," Sui murmured weakly, a trickle of blood at his lips. Kaido managed to pry open his eyes, gazing at Sui, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his features. "Sui, you are indeed formidable. I concede defeat with respect." With that, Kaido closed his eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness. Sui inhaled deeply, slowly rising to his feet. He regarded Kaido with a newfound respect. In this merciless world, Kaido had proven to be a formidable adversary, his resilience and tenacity deserving of admiration. "Kaido, you are a worthy opponent. May you rest in peace," Sui whispered softly before turning away. In this confrontation, Sui not only triumphed over Kaido, but also conquered his own limitations. He successfully harnessed the power of the nine-tailed beasts, becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, and utilized Yin-Yang release to merge the energies of violent blood and life expenditure, delivering the final blow. Following the monumental clash between Sui and Kaido, news of the event spread rapidly across the globe. People were astonished to learn that this young pirate had defeated Kaido, ascending to the status of the new fifth emperor of the sea. Conversations about Sui's remarkable feat echoed worldwide, his name becoming a topic of casual discussion. The Navy headquarters convened an emergency meeting to strategize in response to this shift in power. Simultaneously, Sui's bounty skyrocketed. The Navy set his bounty at a staggering 4 billion berries, marking it as one of the highest bounties recorded to date. Sui emerged as the focal point of global attention, his name becoming legendary. Speculation abounded regarding the changes this young pirate would bring to the world. As Sui claimed his title as the fifth emperor of the sea, discussions about his exploits permeated every corner of the globe. "Have you heard? Sui has become the fifth emperor of the sea, with a bounty soaring to 4 billion berries," one pirate remarked to his companion. "Of course. It's the talk of the world," the companion replied. "He is truly remarkable to have vanquished Kaido." "Indeed, Sui is a legendary figure," another pirate reflected. "His journey is just beginning. I believe he will achieve even greater feats in the future." In another small town, people were equally captivated by Sui's accomplishments. "Sui is incredible. He is my idol," an enthusiastic young man exclaimed. Chapter 28. Execution. Sui gazed perplexedly at the newspaper in his hands, his brow furrowed with concern. The headline announced, "The Navy headquarters has declared that the public execution of the pirate ace will take place in Marineford, and the date has been moved up to next week." How could this be? A wave of confusion washed over Sui. According to his recollection, Ace's execution was not supposed to occur until 2 years after the Marineford War. Yet now, the Navy headquarters had unexpectedly advanced the date, leaving him utterly astonished. Suddenly, a possibility struck him. His presence might have altered the course of history in this world. His arrival had changed the outcome of the Marineford War, thereby affecting Ace's fate. It seemed he had no choice but to take action, and a resolute determination settled within him. In pursuit of the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates, Sui resolved to seek out an informant. He entered a tavern, scanning the room for anyone who might possess valuable information. His attention was drawn to a man seated in a corner, whose hat obscured most of his face. Yet, Sui discerned from the man's gaze that he was no ordinary individual. Approaching the man, Sui took a seat and inquired, "I require some information. Can you assist me?" The man regarded Sui for a moment before responding, "That depends on what you are willing to offer in exchange." Sui produced a bag of berries and placed it on the table. "Is this sufficient?" he asked. The man smiled slightly. "Indeed it is. What would you like to know?" I seek information regarding the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates, Sui replied. After a brief silence, the man stated, the Whitebeard pirates have been active in the New World recently. Their movements are quite secretive, but I can help you locate them. How long will it take? Sui inquired. 3 days, the man responded. I will do my utmost to find them, provided you are prepared to pay a sufficient amount of berries. No problem. I shall return in 3 days, Sui affirmed before rising to leave. For the next 3 days, Sui awaited news. On the 3rd day, he returned to the tavern and found the man once more. I have located the Whitebeard pirates, the man announced. They are en route to Marineford, seemingly to rescue Ace. Thank you for the information, Sui expressed gratefully, handing over the berries. Suddenly, a group of pirates burst into the tavern, clearly familiar with the establishment, laughing boisterously. After a few drinks, they began to scrutinize the other patrons. Their gaze fell upon Sui. Hey, look at those two over there. They appear quite wealthy. One pirate remarked to his companion. Indeed, we could seize the opportunity to rob them, another pirate replied. The band of pirates advanced towards Sui and the informant. Encircling them, Sui regarded them coldly, remaining silent. You there, hand over all your money, or we shall not be polite. One pirate snarled. Sui scoffed. I advise you to abandon this notion. We are not lambs to be slaughtered. The pirates erupted in laughter. Huh? Who do you think you are to speak to us like that? One pirate yanked off Sui's hat, revealing his face. The tavern fell into stunned silence as the patrons recognized Sui, shocked by his identity. Good heavens, it's the Yonko Sui. How dare you provoke such a being? Exclaimed a terrified customer. The pirates, upon realizing whom they had confronted, became flustered and at a loss. Sui stood, casting a cold gaze upon the pirates. Now, I offer you a choice. Leave this place immediately, or face the consequences. The pirates exchanged glances, then hastily dropped their weapons and fled the tavern. The patrons exhaled in relief, grateful for the turn of events. The incident of Sui thwarting a pirate robbery quickly spread throughout the island. Residents and visitors alike were astonished by Sui's identity, engaging in fervent discussions about his deeds. Did you hear? That man named Sui is actually one of the Yonko, one resident remarked. Indeed, it's truly incredible. Who would have thought such a formidable figure would visit our island? Another replied. I heard he just drove off a group of pirates. They fled in terror upon seeing his face, a visitor chimed in. Meanwhile, this news reached the ears of the Navy on the island. The Navy felt a surge of tension at this development and immediately bolstered their defenses to prevent Sui from posing a threat to their base. We must closely monitor Sui's movements and report any developments immediately, the Navy commander ordered. The atmosphere on the island grew tense, as the populace felt uneasy about Sui and Appo's arrival. After resting on the island, Sui set forth once more to expedite his search for the Whitebeard pirates. He decided to employ the powers of the lightning fruit, transforming into lightning to scour the seas. Standing by the shore, Sui closed his eyes and focused his mind. His body radiated a dazzling aura of electricity, gradually morphing into a lightning form. He then soared into the sky, darting across the ocean like a flash of lightning. Additionally, Sui merged his observation haki with his heart net, creating a more potent sense of perception. The heart net allowed him to predict his opponent's movements, while observation haki enabled him to sense the aura of those around him. To fuse these two abilities, Sui first needed to attain a state of profound tranquility. He closed his eyes, took deep breaths, and calmed his thoughts, shutting out external distractions. Then, Sui extended his consciousness to the environment, attuning himself to every element in the air. Gradually, he began to perceive the surrounding auras. Before long, Sui had searched the seas for a day and a night. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura, the presence of the Whitebeard pirates. Sui immediately flew toward that direction and soon spotted their ship, transforming back into human form. He landed aboard the vessel to meet Whitebeard. Reuniting with Whitebeard on the pirate ship, the two engaged in animated conversation, reminiscing about times gone by. Whitebeard. It has been far too long since we have sat together like this, Sui smiled. Indeed, Sui, how time flies. Since your departure, It has been difficult for us to meet as often as we once did, Whitebeard replied reflectively. My apologies, Whitebeard. I have been preoccupied with various challenges, neglecting our bond. Sui expressed regretfully. No need for apologies, Sui. We are all striving for our dreams. This is merely a temporary separation. Whitebeard waved off the sentiment. Sui then shared tales of his recent adventures, including his climactic battle with Kaido and his ascension to becoming one of the Yonko. Whitebeard listened intently, pride swelling within him at Sui's growth. Sui, you have truly astonished me. In such a short time, you have risen to the rank of Yonko. Remarkable, Whitebeard exclaimed. Thank you, Whitebeard. It is all due to your enduring words of wisdom, Sui said sincerely. The two continued their conversation, shifting from tales of adventure to the current state of the world. They deliberated on the Navy's movements, the intentions of the other Yonko, and the various power struggles in the new world. Sui, do you believe this world is becoming increasingly chaotic? Whitebeard inquired. Perhaps, Sui replied, but with our efforts. I firmly believe that one day this world will transform into something far more beautiful. Indeed, let us continue to strive for that splendid world. Whitebeard raised his glass and toasted with Sui. By the way, are you aware that Ace has been captured by the Navy? Whitebeard inquired. Sui nodded, saying yes. I am aware. Therefore, we must devise a plan to rescue him. However, the Navy headquarters is not easily breached. Whitebeard furrowed his brow. We must formulate a flawless strategy. Thus, Sui and Whitebeard commenced a detailed discussion regarding the rescue of Ace. They meticulously analyzed the Navy's troop deployments, defensive measures, and potential variables, subsequently drafting a comprehensive operational plan. In order to successfully rescue Ace, we must divide into two teams, Sui articulated. One team will be responsible for diverting the Navy's attention, while the other will stealthily infiltrate the prison to rescue Ace. Whitebeard concurred with Sui's proposal, stating, I believe, Sui, you should lead a group to attract the Navy's focus, while I personally lead a team to infiltrate the prison and rescue Ace. Sui pondered for a moment and replied, Very well, Captain Whitebeard. However, I believe you should remain aboard to command the overall situation. I can lead the team to draw the Navy's attention. Whitebeard patted Sui on the shoulder, saying, All right, let us proceed as you suggest. I trust in your capabilities. Consequently, Sui and Whitebeard began to arrange their plans, preparing to launch the rescue operation for Ace. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates were filled with enthusiasm, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to save their brother Ace. While Sui collaborated with Whitebeard on the rescue strategy, the Navy headquarters convened an emergency meeting. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Navy Hero Garp, the three admirals Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, along with all the vice admirals, gathered to discuss countermeasures against the Whitebeard Pirates. Esteemed colleagues, the Whitebeard Pirates have amassed their forces, preparing to rescue Ace, Sengoku stated solemnly. We must swiftly devise a strategy to thwart their efforts. The Whitebeard Pirates are not easily dealt with. Garp furrowed his brow, adding, especially that Sui, his strength is formidable and should not be underestimated. Admiral Akainu coldly asserted, I will make those pirates understand that the might of the Navy is not something they can challenge. I believe we should concentrate our forces to guard the prison. Akiji proposed, as soon as we detect the Whitebeard Pirates' movements, we should launch an immediate attack. I concur, Kizura nodded. However, we must also allocate a portion of our forces to guard against any feints. Thus, Sengoku, taking everyone's opinions into account, devised the Navy's defensive plan, assigning the commanders into several teams responsible for defending various areas of the Navy headquarters. He also specifically instructed the scientific division to enhance weapon development to maximize their effectiveness in combat. Following the meeting, the Navy commanders swiftly returned to their respective posts to execute their tasks. The Navy headquarters immediately entered a state of heightened alert, with soldiers standing ready to confront the impending assault from the Whitebeard Pirates. The Navy was divided into two teams, one responsible for guarding the prison, while the other remained on standby to respond to any surprise attacks from the Whitebeard Pirates. Simultaneously, the intelligence department closely monitored the movements of the Whitebeard Pirates. Each time a piece of information was received, Sengoku promptly notified all officers to ensure they could adjust their tactics in a timely manner. As the Whitebeard pirates prepared to rescue Ace, red-haired Shanks also learned of Ace's impending execution. He immediately summoned his crew, preparing to seek out Whitebeard to dissuade him from acting impulsively. "Friends, I have heard that Ace is to be executed by the Navy," red-haired Shanks addressed his crew. "We must intervene and prevent Whitebeard from acting rashly and making irreversible decisions." "But Shanks, Whitebeard is one of the 4 emperors. Can we truly persuade him?" a crew member questioned anxiously. "We must at least try," red-haired Shanks replied resolutely. "We have been old friends for a long time. I believe you will heed my counsel." Thus, red-haired Shanks led his crew towards the location of the Whitebeard pirates. After a considerable voyage, they finally located Whitebeard's ship. "Whitebeard, I hope you will heed my advice," red-haired Shanks said directly upon meeting him. "Do not act impulsively in your quest to save Ace. The Navy headquarters is not easily breached. We should consider our options carefully." Whitebeard gazed at red-haired Shanks, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "Shanks, I appreciate your goodwill. However, Ace is my son. I cannot stand by idly while he faces execution. This time, I must rescue him. But your actions may only place Ace in greater peril," red-haired Shanks urged. "I believe Ace would not wish for you to sacrifice everything for him." Whitebeard shook his head, stating, "I have made my decision, Shanks. Thank you for your concern, but I will not change my mind." Seeing Whitebeard's resolute stance, red-haired Shanks understood that further persuasion was futile. He sighed and resolved to respect Whitebeard's decision while providing assistance from the shadows. "Very well, I respect your choice," red-haired Shanks said. "Should you need help, do not hesitate to reach out." Whitebeard cast a grateful glance at red-haired Shanks, saying nothing further. Thus, red-haired Shanks bid farewell to Whitebeard and departed with his crew. Chapter 29. Rescue in the Naval Headquarters. Ace and Jinbei were imprisoned in the 6th underground level of Impel Down. The security here was exceptionally tight, with guards constantly monitoring the movements of the prisoners. Ace and Jinbei were confined in solitary cells, their powers completely restrained. Their limbs were shackled, rendering any escape futile. "Ace, don't worry. We will find a way to rescue you," Jinbei reassured Ace. "Rest assured, Jinbei, I will not lose hope," Ace replied with determination. "I believe Ciyi will come to save us along with Whitebeard." At that moment, a guard approached and opened their cell door. Holding a document, he addressed Ace. "Ace, your execution date has been set for 3 days from now." Ace glared at the guard, his eyes filled with rage. He understood the urgency of their situation. Time was of the essence, or he would face execution at the hands of the Navy. "Jinbei, we need to think of a plan quickly, otherwise." "I won't have another chance," Ace whispered urgently. Jinbei nodded and began to scrutinize the structure of the cell, seeking any potential weaknesses. However, the 6th level of the prison was designed with such meticulousness that almost no vulnerabilities were present. "It seems we can only wait for external rescue," Jinbei sighed. In this critical moment, Ace and Jinbei could only place their hopes in Ciyi and the Whitebeard pirates. They eagerly anticipated their arrival, longing for freedom. Meanwhile, Carp came to visit Ace, carrying a basket of fruits and food, smiling as he approached Ace's cell door. "Ace, it has been a long time," Carp said cheerfully. Ace looked up, seeing Carp's figure, his emotions a tumultuous mix. "Old man, why are you here?" Ace asked coldly. Carp chuckled, placing the fruits and food on the ground. "I came to have a chat with you. I know it's lonely and difficult here." After a moment of silence, Ace inquired, "What do you want to talk about?" Carp sat down across from Ace and said, "Ace, I know you harbor resentment towards me, but I want you to understand that I chose the Navy because I believe justice can triumph over evil." "Justice?" Ace scoffed. "How do you define justice? In the eyes of the Navy, are we not the embodiment of evil?" "No, that is not what I mean," Carp shook his head. "I know that the Whitebeard pirates are not inherently bad. You have your own principles and beliefs and strive to protect what is important to you. However, this world needs order and rules. The Navy exists to uphold that order." Ace sighed. "Yet, there are evil entities within the Navy. Can you truly claim to represent justice?" Carp fell silent, aware of the truth in Ace's words. There were indeed corrupt elements within the Navy who abused their power for personal gain. However, Karp believed that the vast majority of the Navy remained steadfast in their commitment to justice, striving for world peace. Ace, I know it's hard for you to comprehend all of this at once. Karp spoke sincerely, but please believe me, the Navy is not your enemy. We wish to work with you to maintain order and peace in this world. Ace remained silent for a long time before finally saying, Old man, thank you for visiting me. However, I cannot abandon my beliefs. I will escape and continue pursuing my dreams. Karp nodded, acknowledging Ace's determination. I understand your resolve. But please remember, no matter where you go, I will care for you and support you. With Hancock's assistance, Monkey D. Luffy successfully infiltrated Impel Down. They arrived near the prison aboard Rear Admiral Mole's warship, preparing to initiate their rescue operation. Luffy concealed himself within Hancock's garments, peering through the openings to observe the surroundings. Mole, a high-ranking naval officer, could navigate the warship into Impel Down without hindrance. Hancock skillfully employed her charm to engage with Mole, allowing Luffy to board the warship undetected. Upon deciding to rescue Ace, Hancock resolved to assist Luffy in infiltrating the so-called impregnable fortress. Utilizing her allure and cunning, she concealed Luffy within her clothing, successfully evading the guard scrutiny. After reaching Impel Down, Hancock brought Luffy to a relatively safe location and informed him, I can only take you this far. The rest is up to you. Luffy expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Hancock. Without you, I wouldn't have made it here. Hancock blushed slightly and waved her hand, saying, You're welcome, Luffy. I just hope Ace remains safe. Subsequently, Hancock contacted Director Magellan, hoping he would grant her access to visit Ace. Upon receiving consent, she ascended to the 6th level of the Great Prison and encountered the incarcerated Ace. Ace was somewhat taken aback by Hancock's presence. She encouraged him, Ace, do not lose hope. Luffy is on his way to rescue you. He asked me to tell you that he will arrive soon. Hearing Hancock's words warmed Ace's heart. He smiled and replied, Thank you, Hancock. I will hold on and await Luffy's arrival. During Luffy's search for Ace within Impel Down, he unexpectedly encountered the escaped clown Buggy. Buggy, once Luffy and Appo's rival and a former member of the Roger Pirates, had been imprisoned and impelled down for some reason. When Luffy saw Buggy, he exclaimed in surprise, Buggy? What are you doing here? Buggy scratched his head and laughed. Ha ha ha. How could such a thing escape my notice? I was planning to find an opportunity to escape, and it turned out to be so smooth. Luffy chuckled. Congratulations, Buggy. But I need to rescue Ace now. Are you all right? Upon hearing this, Buggy's expression turned serious. Ace? The Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates? He's also imprisoned here? Luffy nodded, briefly explaining Ace's predicament. After listening, Buggy decided to join Luffy in his mission to rescue Ace. After all, Ace is the son of Roger. How could I not help? Buggy declared, adding, Furthermore, I have my own score to settle with Whitebeard. As Luffy and Buggy searched for Ace, they inadvertently stumbled into the 2nd level of Impel Down. This level housed numerous notorious criminals who were thrilled by the arrival of Luffy and Buggy. Spotting the prisoners, Buggy suddenly had an idea and said to Luffy, Straw Hat, we can release these prisoners and let them cause chaos. This way, we can seize the opportunity to find Ace. After considering Buggy's suggestion, Luffy deemed it a good idea and agreed to cooperate. They made their way to the control room of the 2nd level and successfully unlocked the prisoner shackles. Chaos erupted as prisoners fled their cells, clashing with the naval soldiers. After liberating the prisoners of the 2nd level, Luffy and Buggy pressed onward into the deeper recesses of Impel Down. They reached the 4th level, where even more dangerous criminals were held. Here, they encountered the formidable prison warden, Magellan. Magellan, a user of the Venom fruit, possessed lethal poison attacks. Upon seeing Luffy and Buggy in his domain, he resolved to stop them at all costs. Straw Hat, your adventure ends here, Magellan sneered. This is the 4th level. You shall not pass me. Luffy disregarded Magellan's threats and resolutely declared, I will not give up. I must rescue Ace. As Luffy charged towards Magellan, he unleashed his signature move, the Gum Gum Pistol. His fist propelled forward like a bullet, astonishingly swift. However, Magellan effortlessly evaded Luffy's assault and retaliated with a punch in his Poison Dragon form. Observing this, Luffy swiftly executed the Gum Gum Pendulum in an effort to strike Magellan, Yet Magellan adeptly dodged once more, countering with his tail in Poison Dragon form, landing a blow on Luffy. The venom corroded Luffy's body, inflicting excruciating pain. Nevertheless, Luffy persevered in battle, employing the Gum Gum Sweep Kick to launch a series of strikes at Magellan. Magellan defended himself with his wings in Poison Dragon form before initiating a counterattack. He unleashed a torrent of venom, creating a hazardous area. Unwittingly inhaling the toxic mist, Luffy felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Struggling to maintain consciousness and continue his fight, he found Magellan's onslaught increasingly relentless. Ultimately, Luffy succumbed to Magellan's Poison Dragon form and lost consciousness. After Luffy was knocked out by Magellan, Buggy whisked him away from the battlefield. However, amid the chaos of Impel Down, they inadvertently lost contact. Buggy was left to seek a way to rescue Luffy alone, while Luffy was discarded by the guards to the 5th level of Impel Down. The 5th level was a frigid wasteland, with temperatures so low that ordinary individuals could not survive. Yet, due to his Gum Gum Fruit powers, Luffy was able to endure in such an extreme environment. Despite this, he remained unconscious and unable to act independently. Just as Luffy's life hung by a thread, an individual appeared, Vongala, known as Little Vong, a former subordinate of Crocodile, now an independent escape artist. Upon encountering Luffy in Impel Down, Little Vong resolved to assist him through this dire predicament. However, due to exhaustion, Little Vong also collapsed in the snow. At that moment, the Queen of the Transgender appeared. The Queen was a notable figure in the 5th level of Impel Down, possessing the Hormone Fruit ability, allowing him to control the gender of males at will. Upon seeing the unconscious Little Vong and Luffy, he chose to offer his aid. The Queen transported Little Vong and Luffy to the 5th level of Impel Down, his territory. There, he provided them with shelter, allowing them to recuperate in safety. Ivankov, the user of the Hormone Fruit, could manipulate human hormones to expedite the healing process. Under Ivankov's meticulous care, Luffy finally awoke after 20 hours of unconsciousness. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was greeted by familiar faces. Realizing he had been rescued by his allies in the Revolutionary Army, filling him with gratitude, he then revealed his identity to Ivankov, along with his paternal connection to Dragon. "Dragon is my father. Please help me rescue Ace," Luffy implored. Ivankov smiled upon hearing this, understanding the profound bond between Luffy and Ace and the significance Ace held for Luffy. Thus, he resolved to assist Luffy in his quest to rescue Ace. After Luffy regained consciousness, he conferred with the Revolutionary Army about a plan to save Ace. To bolster their strength, they decided to first rescue Crocodile and Jinbei, who were imprisoned in Impel Down. Crocodile, a notorious pirate held in the 6th level, was once one of the Shichibukai. Jinbei, a fishman imprisoned in the 5th level, was a former member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Both had been captured by the Navy for various reasons and were incarcerated in Impel Down. Luffy and the Revolutionary Army resolved to rescue Crocodile and Jinbei. They first ventured to the 6th level, locating Crocodile's cell. Crocodile was astonished by the arrival of Luffy and the Revolutionary Army, yet he recognized their efforts as crucial to rescuing Ace. With the assistance of Luffy and the Revolutionary Army, Crocodile successfully escaped from his cell. They then proceeded to the 5th level to find Jinbei's cell. Jinbei expressed gratitude for their rescue and chose to join their ranks. Following the successful liberation of Crocodile and Jinbei, the strength of the Revolutionary Army significantly increased. They resolved to initiate their mission to rescue Ace immediately. Both Crocodile and Jinbei agreed to support Luffy in facing the challenges ahead. Luffy declared, "Ivankov, thank you for saving me. I am ready now. We are going to rescue Ace." Ivankov replied, "No problem, Luffy. We will do everything in our power to assist you in rescuing Ace." Crocodile remarked, "Humph, though Ace is Whitebeard's son, I do not wish for him to perish at the hands of the Navy. I will help you, Straw Hat." Jinbei added, "I too shall lend my utmost effort to aid you, Luffy. We cannot allow Ace to be executed by the Navy." Buggy exclaimed, "Ha ha, everyone is so enthusiastic. I cannot stand idly by. Count me in." Ivankov responded, "Excellent, let us act together. Remember, our goal is to rescue Ace and escape from Marineford." Luffy affirmed, "Yes, I understand. Let us depart swiftly." Chapter 30. The War on the Summit. Ace knelt upon the execution platform, his hands tightly shackled by cuffs forged from sea stone. His gaze was profound and tranquil, as if he had come to terms with the fate that awaited him. Against the backdrop of the spectacular arrival of pirates, Ace's figure appeared particularly solitary. Sengoku stood at the command deck of the flagship, his expression grave as he regarded Ace. After an intense internal struggle, he resolved to declare Ace's death sentence to the world, alongside the revelation of his identity as the son of the Pirate King, Roger. Before you now stands the embodiment of wickedness, the son of the Pirate King, Roger, Ace. Sengoku's voice reverberated through the broadcast, reaching every corner of the globe. All eyes converged on Ace, his lineage igniting a wave of shock. The name Roger was known far and wide. He had been a legend in this world and the greatest adversary of the Navy. Now, as his son faced execution, did this herald the end of the glorious era of pirates? Ace lowered his head, listening to the echoes of his destiny. Memories of joyful moments spent with Luffy and thrilling adventures alongside Whitebeard flooded his mind. All of this would reach its conclusion today. His life would culminate in this very instant. Silence enveloped the crowd as they anxiously awaited Sengoku's next words. Each person understood that Ace's fate would reshape the world's paradigm. This decision poised to rewrite history. Sengoku inhaled deeply, continuing in a solemn tone, "Ace, due to your numerous transgressions, you shall face execution today. Your life will serve as a testament to the power of justice, and your death shall bring peace to the world." As Sengoku pronounced the judgment, the arena fell into an eerie stillness. Ace's fate was sealed, his life on the brink of conclusion. At that moment, dozens of pirate ships surged forth from the depths of the sea, breaking the surface with a tremendous splash. These vessels were colossal, resembling moving fortresses upon the ocean, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. At the bows of the ships, the flag of the Whitebeard pirates fluttered majestically. The banner depicted a vividly animated white skull, overseeing the battlefield as if proclaiming its authority. The hulls bore the scars of battle, telling tales of the Whitebeard pirates' illustrious victories. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, stood resolutely at the bow of the flagship, wielding a massive blade, his gaze piercing as he surveyed Marineford. His presence invoked a collective gasp among the Navy, filled with reverence. As one of the four emperors reigning over the New World, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates radiated unparalleled majesty. His arrival ignited the spirits of the pirates, who cheered in exuberance. "Whitebeard has come," the pirates roared, rallying together to seize victory and rescue Ace. Amidst their jubilant cries, the ships of the Whitebeard pirates drew ever closer to Marineford. The Navy watched in trepidation, hearts racing with both fear and excitement, aware that a monumental clash was imminent. The emergence of the Whitebeard pirates was akin to a tsunami sweeping over Marineford. Their momentum shook the battlefield, awakening the Navy to the reality that a fierce battle lay ahead. Whitebeard stood tall at the bow of the flagship, his unwavering gaze fixed upon Ace, who knelt upon the execution platform, filled with determination. In defiance of Sengoku's pronouncement, Whitebeard bellowed, "My son, Ace, I will not allow you to die." As his declaration reverberated, Whitebeard clenched his fists and slammed them downward, unleashing the power of the Tremor fruit, causing violent tremors to ripple through the world. The sea erupted, monstrous waves surging towards Marineford. In the face of the impending tsunami, Admiral Aokiji stepped forward, calmly observing the approaching tide as he murmured, "Ice Age." Instantly, a wave of frigid air enveloped Aokiji, spreading swiftly and freezing the surrounding seawater to form a magnificent ice wall. The tsunami crashed against the ice barrier, sending shards flying. Yet the wall remained steadfast, successfully thwarting the onslaught. Aokiji's fruit ability, the Ice fruit, allowed him to freeze objects upon contact. In this critical moment, he utilized his powers to safeguard the Navy's position, averting the tsunami's devastation from the soldiers. "Stay calm, hold the line." Aokiji's voice resonated across the battlefield, bolstering the morale of the Navy. The soldiers looked to Aokiji with admiration and trust, reassured by the presence of such a formidable ally. With Aokiji's encouragement, the Navy regrouped, steadfastly resisting the Whitebeard pirates' assault. Despite Whitebeard's immense power, The Navy resolutely defended their territory, unwavering in the face of adversity. "Men, charge with me," Whitebeard commanded, brandishing his bicinto and leading the pirates forward. They surged like a flood towards Marineford, traversing the tumultuous waves in their quest to reach Ace. Whitebeard advanced step by step, his gait unwavering and fearless, his silhouette illuminated by the moonlight, resembling an indomitable deity. Behind the magnificent entrance of the pirates, Whitebeard displayed the strength of the mightiest pirate, willing to incite cataclysmic disaster to rescue Ace. While Aokiji successfully withstood the tsunami, Admiral Kizaru also sprang into action. He leapt into the air, transforming into a blinding beam of light, hurtling towards the Whitebeard pirates and Appos ships with the intent to directly assault Whitebeard and disrupt the pirates and Appos. "Advance. You shall not pass, Yasukani no Magatama," Kizaru declared, unleashing a barrage of dazzling light projectiles that cascaded toward Whitebeard like a meteor shower, each possessing the potential to obliterate a warship in an instant. In response to Kizaru's onslaught, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, stepped forth. He wielded the powers of the Phoenix Fruit, able to transform into a colossal phoenix, endowed with remarkable regenerative abilities and formidable defenses. Marco transformed into the phoenix, soaring to counter Kizaru's assault, using his wings and tail feathers to shield against the luminous projectiles. The impact ignited explosive bursts, yet Marco's abilities allowed him to swiftly recover from the injuries sustained, resolutely resisting Kizaru's onslaught. "Marco, do not overexert yourself," Whitebeard urged with concern, full of confidence in Marco's strength yet equally worried for his safety. "Father, do not fret. I am unscathed," Marco replied resolutely, fully aware of the weight of his responsibility to protect the Whitebeard pirates and rescue Ace. Kizaru regarded Marco with surprise, impressed by his prowess. TSK, as expected of the 1st Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates. "Truly formidable," Kizaru remarked with a smile. "Kizaru, do not underestimate the Whitebeard pirates," Marco shouted defiantly, unfurling his massive wings and pushing the capabilities of the Phoenix to their limits. Flames blazed in the air, illuminating the sky. "Very well, if you are so determined, allow me to reveal my true power," Kizaru retorted, his smile fading into seriousness. The clash between Kizaru and Marco was fierce, both being formidable users of their respective devil fruits. Kizaru wielded the light fruit, capable of transforming his body into light, moving at light speed to launch attacks, while Marco, as the Phoenix fruit user, possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities, capable of swiftly recovering from any injury sustained. The battle between the two commenced with unparalleled intensity. The yellow monkey transformed into a beam of light, racing towards Marco with astonishing speed, attempting to utilize his advantage in velocity to overcome his opponent. However, Marco's reflexes were equally swift. He immediately metamorphosed into his phoenix form, soaring into the sky to evade the yellow monkey's assault. "Marco, your fruit ability is indeed formidable, but I shall not be defeated," the yellow monkey declared. He transformed once more into a beam of light, unleashing a barrage of luminous projectiles towards Marco. These projectiles descended upon Marco like a meteor shower, their speed utterly breathtaking. Marco rolled through the air, dodging the yellow monkey's radiant attacks. He flapped his wings, emitting a fierce azure flame to counter the luminous projectiles. The flames collided with the projectiles, igniting a spectacular display of sparks. The fierce confrontation between the two warriors captivated the attention of all on the battlefield, each observer anxiously fixated on this clash of titans. Observing the intensity of the battle, the yellow monkey resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. He gathered all his strength and fired a colossal yellow laser towards Marco. This beam possessed incredible destructive power, capable of obliterating a small mountain. Realizing the peril, Marco understood he could not withstand the laser's might directly. He quickly ascended to the heights, attempting to evade the impending attack. Yet, the yellow monkey's laser was alarmingly swift, rapidly closing in on Marco. Just as the laser was about to strike him, Marco unexpectedly used his body as a shield, intercepting the devastating beam. "Ah, a commendable effort." "Marco," the yellow monkey scoffed, "but such an attack is insufficient to vanquish me." Marco emerged from the flames, seemingly unscathed. With a dismissive smile, he retorted, "Yellow Monkey, you rely solely on speed to triumph. If I were to engage you at close quarters, would you still maintain such an advantage?" With that, Marco charged towards the Yellow Monkey at an astonishing pace, launching a furious assault. His fists rained down upon the Yellow Monkey like a torrential downpour, their speed leaving spectators awestruck. The Yellow Monkey had no choice but to continuously evade, striving to avoid close contact with Marco. The two exchanged blows in an incredibly fierce contest, their velocities astonishing, leaving countless afterimages in the air. As the battle raged between the Yellow Monkey and Marco, Admiral Akainu also entered the fray. Aware of the Whitebeard pirate's formidable strength, he resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, meteors of magma, to swiftly alter the tide of battle. Standing atop the headquarters, Akainu's gaze was steely as he surveyed the Whitebeard pirates. He emanated a searing aura, as if a river of molten lava surged within him. "It is time to end this war," Akainu murmured, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve. As his words fell, Akainu clasped his hands together and recited an incantation. Instantly, his powers erupted, unleashing torrents of magma that transformed into colossal magma meteors, cascading down upon the Whitebeard pirates. The meteors of magma represented Akainu's ultimate offensive maneuver. Wielding devastating force, the magma meteors trailed long tails of flame, resembling a magnificent meteor shower that illuminated the entire battlefield. Yet, behind this breathtaking spectacle lurked a lethal threat. The magma meteors ruthlessly struck the pirate ships, igniting fierce explosions. The vessels were obliterated, and pirates leaped into the sea to escape. Those fortunate enough to evade the initial strike suffered severe burns. The air was filled with screams of agony and despair, echoing the brutality of war. Whitebeard clenched his fists, channeling the tremor power between his arms. His gaze radiated unwavering determination, reminiscent of an immovable mountain. With a mighty roar, "I am Whitebeard." His fruit ability surged to its fullest potential. A powerful shock wave emanated from Whitebeard, rippling outward like ever-changing ripples, engulfing the entire battlefield. This force was immense, as if the very earth trembled in response. The ice wall, immobilized by Akiji's powers, began to crack under the impact of the shockwave. These fissures spread rapidly, ultimately causing the entire ice wall to collapse. Ice fragments shattered into countless crystals, scattering across the sea, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. The tremor not only shattered Akiji's ice wall, but also affected the nearby naval vessels. Ships rocked violently under the shockwave's influence, with some even developing cracks. The naval soldiers struggled to maintain their balance, yet many were still thrown to the ground. As Whitebeard showcased his awe-inspiring tremor ability, the 7 warlords observed the scene from a distance. They engaged in fervent discussions, marveling at the power of this legendary pirate. Dracul Mihawk fixed his gaze upon Whitebeard, a flicker of admiration evident in his eyes. "Indeed, Whitebeard's strength is remarkable," he murmured. Bartholomew Kuma watched Whitebeard, silently nodding in acknowledgement. "Whitebeard's power is undeniable. Yet I believe the Navy possesses its own strategies to counter him. This war will inevitably be fierce." Boa Hancock crossed her arms, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. "Humph, Whitebeard lives up to his reputation. However, my dear Luffy shall not be defeated by him." Crocodile gazed at Whitebeard, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Whitebeard, I hope your strength can save your son. Yet, in this war, I shall be the true victor." Chapter 31. The appearance of Sui as the battle at the summit intensified, a mysterious figure made a sudden entrance. Sui, renowned for his unparalleled charm and formidable strength, was hailed as one of the 5 emperors. His arrival captured the attention of all present. With a confident stride, Sui approached the battlefield between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates. His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. "I have arrived, Mihawk," Sui stated calmly, his tone infused with self-assurance. Mihawk, the Eagle Eye, regarded Sui with a glimmer of excitement. "I have awaited your arrival, Sui." He unsheathed his black blade, Yuru, pointing it at Sui. "Let us determine who reigns supreme." A faint smile played upon Sui's lips as he assumed a combat stance. I share your sentiment, Mihawk. Let us engage in a spirited battle. The atmosphere crackled with escalating intensity as the two formidable swordsmen prepared for their peak confrontation. Sui, still smiling, slowly drew his longsword, Ice Wheel. The blade emanated an aura of frost, shimmering with a ghostly blue light. In the face of Mihawk, Sui exuded confidence and resolve. Eagle-Eye Mihawk, let us fight fiercely, Sui proclaimed, his voice imbued with unwavering conviction. Mihawk's gaze sharpened, and Yoru resonated with a deep hum. Acknowledging the power of Ice Wheel in Sui's grasp, he roared, "Come forth, Sui. Let us see who the true master of swordsmanship is." Mihawk launched the first assault, Yoru cleaving through the air with formidable force aimed at Sui. Remaining composed, Sui gracefully parried the strike with Ice Wheel, creating an elegant arc in the air. Subsequently, Sui unleashed the Ice Dragon Dance, sending forth an icy tempest that transformed into a dragon hurtling toward Mihawk. In response, Mihawk concentrated, manifesting a multitude of sword shadows with Yoru, weaving a vast net to counter the icy onslaught. With a swift execution of steel-cutting flash, Mihawk sent a radiant slash towards Sui. Unyielding, Sui swiftly maneuvered Ice Wheel, conjuring layers of ice barriers to withstand the force of the strike. Then, Sui launched into a dazzling display of sword dance. His movements resembled a butterfly in flight, seamlessly weaving through the air, captivating all who beheld him. Ice Wheel appeared to come alive in his hands, casting waves of chilling brilliance that compelled Mihawk to respond with utmost caution. Seeing this, Mihawk unleashed his own formidable sword techniques. His strikes were lightning-fast and fierce, prompting Sui to defend with all his might. The two swordsmen exhibited a unique beauty in their techniques, showcasing unparalleled speed and strength that left spectators awestruck. In this fierce duel, both Sui and Mihawk unleashed their signature moves. Their swordplay intertwined like a vivid tapestry of colors, mesmerizing the onlookers. Suddenly, Mihawk seized an opportunity. Executing his ultimate move, Black Blade Slash, a colossal wave of sword energy surged towards Sui. Unfazed, Sui whirled Ice Wheel like a windmill, creating a formidable defensive barrier. The sword energy collided with the shield, igniting a shower of sparks. Seizing the moment, Sui counterattacked with a flurry of strikes, forcing Mihawk to retreat. On the battlefield, the 7 warlords of the Sea and Navy soldiers took notice of the duel between Sui and Mihawk. Their clash was a spectacle of grandeur that elicited admiration from all. Akainu observed the fierce battle, his expression growing increasingly grave. This Sui poses a significant threat. Holding his own against Mihawk, he murmured. Kizaru's eyes widened as he watched Sui's fluid swordsmanship. Who is this individual? How can he match Mihawk blow for blow? He marveled. The Navy soldiers halted their skirmishes, captivated by the duel unfolding before them. Awe filled their expressions as they revered the exceptional skills displayed by the two masters of swordplay. Within the ranks of the Whitebeard pirates, cheers erupted as the pirates witnessed Sui's valor. They rallied behind him, the atmosphere charged with excitement. Marco gazed at Sui, silently wishing, "Sui, you must prevail." Amid the fierce conflict, Mihawk could not help but engage in conversation with Sui. His eyes remained resolute, yet his tone carried a hint of respect. "Sui, your strength astounds me. I did not anticipate you reaching such heights." Sui smiled slightly, responding with calm composure. "Mihawk, your prowess is indeed formidable. However, this battle has only just begun." Mihawk nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this is merely the beginning. We must exert ourselves to honor the title of the world's greatest swordsman." With that, Mihawk charged at Sui once more, Yoru gleaming with cold light. His assault intensified, seemingly a response to Sui's words. Sui met the challenge head-on, wielding Ice Wheel to counter Mihawk's onslaught. At that moment, their swordsmanship reached its zenith, creating a breathtaking spectacle. "Eagle-Eye Mihawk, reveal your true power," Sui called out. "As you wish, Sui," Mihawk replied. Recognizing the magnitude of Mihawk's onslaught, Sui understood he must unleash his full potential. He resolved to activate the true power of Ice Wheel, entering its Bankai state. Simultaneously, he activated the Blood Overdrive mode, augmenting his strength to its utmost limits. Ice Wheel, Bankai. Sui shouted, an overwhelming aura surging forth. The blade radiated blinding light, the air around it vibrating violently, unable to withstand such formidable power. The great Crimson Lotus Ice Wheel represented the Bankai form of Ice Wheel, an immensely powerful force capable of altering the battlefield's dynamics. When fully unleashed, it assumed a new form, known as the Great Crimson Lotus Ice Wheel. Upon its manifestation, 12 massive lotus flowers erupted around Ice Wheel. These flowers, crystalline and translucent, radiated a mysterious glow. Each blossom held immense power, serving both as an offensive weapon and a defensive shield. Simultaneously, Sui activated the blood overdrive mode, his eyes turning crimson as he exuded an aura of ferocity. This perilous state significantly enhanced his strength, speed, and endurance by tapping into his life potential. Prepared, Sui locked his gaze on Mihawk and let out a thunderous roar. With Ice Wheel, imbued with an endless chill, he executed a devastating strike. This blow encompassed all of Sui's strength and the might of Ice Wheel's Bankai, emanating tremendous force. Mihawk, recognizing the gravity of the situation, did not hesitate. He summoned all his power, pushing Yoru to its limits and unleashing a colossal cross slash to meet Sui's final strike. The two titanic techniques clashed in the air, unleashing a brilliant explosion of light. The sword energy crisscrossed the air, generating tremendous shockwaves that compelled both the Navy and the pirates to retreat. The two combatants were evenly matched, each vying for the upper hand in their fierce contest. Suddenly, a flaw appeared in Hawkeye Mihawk's finishing move. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Sui swiftly adjusted the trajectory of his Ice Wheel, concentrating the power of the Crossflower upon Mihawk's exposed weakness. With a deafening roar, Sui's Crossflower shattered Mihawk's strike. The momentum of the slash remained unabated, hurtling directly towards Hawkeye Mihawk. Surprised by Sui's keen observation and decisive action, Mihawk, a seasoned warrior, instinctively reacted. In the instant that his black blade Yoru was deflected, he swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the full force of the blow. Although he escaped direct harm, Sui's Bankai strike left a deep gash upon his shoulder. Mihawk's expression darkened as he leaned on Yoru, locking eyes with Sui. Truly impressive, Sui, Mihawk remarked, his voice tinged with admiration. Today, you have unveiled new possibilities. I look forward to our next encounter, where I hope to see you even stronger. Sui smiled and nodded. Thank you, Hawkeye Mihawk. I too shall strive to surprise you even more in our future clash. On the ship, Luffy watched Ace, surrounded by the Navy, his heart ablaze with uncontainable fury. He inhaled deeply and bellowed with all his might, Ace, I'm coming to save you. This proclamation resonated like thunder across the battlefield. Hearing Luffy's voice, warmth surged through Ace, and he raised his head, offering Luffy a grateful smile. Witnessing Luffy's arrival and his interaction with Ace, Sengoku's fury boiled over. He turned to Garp, shouting, Look at the company your family keeps. Do you have any explanation for this, Garp? Garp, pride shining in his eyes as he gazed at his grandson Luffy, chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, there's no need for such anger. This is my grandson, a young man brimming with courage and a sense of justice. I am proud of him. Sengoku glared at Garp in discontent, retorting, Garp, how can you still find humor in this? Your grandson is challenging the authority of the Navy. He is our enemy. Garp shook his head with a smile, responding, Sengoku, I believe Luffy will make the right choice. He is a true pirate, but not an evil one. I trust he will find his place in this war. Sengoku sighed in resignation, realizing that further argument would be futile. He redirected his attention to the battlefield, focusing on the unfolding events of the war. Luffy's heart raced with urgency and rage as he saw Ace bound to the execution platform. He dashed toward the gallows, recklessly charging into the Navy's defenses. Along the way, he faced fierce resistance. Yet Luffy, driven by sheer will and formidable strength, repelled the Navy's assaults time and again. Gradually, exhaustion began to weigh upon him, yet his resolve only intensified as he sprinted closer to Ace's execution site. At that moment, Sengoku issued the order for Ace's execution. Now, execute Ace. Sengoku's command reverberated across the battlefield. Luffy's heart sank further in panic as he watched the executioners raise their weapons, poised to strike down Ace. Just as the blade was about to make contact, Luffy unleashed an overwhelming burst of Conqueror's Haki. This surge of Haki swept across the battlefield like a tempest, leaving nearby Navy personnel momentarily dazed. The executioners faltered, their movements halted by the force. Seizing this fleeting moment, Luffy propelled himself toward the execution platform. As Luffy surged forward, Garp appeared, standing in his path. A complex array of emotions crossed Garp's face as he gazed at his grandson, filled with conflict and anguish. "Luffy, you mustn't go any further," Garp said solemnly. "Ace must pay for his crimes. I cannot allow you to rescue him." Luffy met his grandfather's gaze with unwavering determination. "Grandpa, I must save Ace. He is my brother. I cannot let him die here." After a moment of silence, Garp inhaled deeply and replied, "Luffy, I am truly sorry, but I cannot let you pass." With that, he assumed a combat stance, prepared to thwart Luffy's advance. Realizing that he could not sway his grandfather, Luffy resolved to fight with all his might. He entered Gear Second, his form glowing crimson, muscles swelling as his strength surged. He then concentrated his energy and unleashed a powerful punch toward Garp. Garp, quick to react, raised his arms to block Luffy's strike. Their fists collided, creating a tremendous sound. The shockwave rippled outward, forcing those nearby to retreat from the intensity. Under the immense force, Garp stumbled back a few steps, gazing at his grandson with a mixture of pride and astonishment. Though reluctant to admit it, Garp recognized that Luffy's strength had surpassed his expectations. Seizing this opportunity, Luffy darted past Garp, racing toward Ace. Garp made no further attempts to obstruct him, silently watching Luffy's retreating figure, filled with helplessness and sorrow. For Garp, this moment evoked pride in Luffy's growth, yet deep concern for the painful choices that lay ahead. Chapter 32. The Flame Emperor through Luffy's relentless efforts. Ace's shackles were finally undone. However, at that moment, a barrage of cannonballs suddenly rained down upon the execution platform. The ensuing explosion enveloped the stage in a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring the unfolding chaos. After a brief interval, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing a fiery passageway that seemed to have been conjured by Luffy's devil fruit abilities, granting them a potential escape route. Ace gazed at Luffy with profound gratitude swelling within him. With a smile, he proclaimed, "Luffy, you have always been like this, fearlessly aiding others, so courageous and steadfast. I sincerely thank you, my brother." Fixing his eyes on the naval fleet before them, Ace declared resolutely, "Luffy, let us show them our might." Luffy returned the smile, responding, "Absolutely, Ace. Let us unleash our fury." Ace unleashed his powerful technique, the Flame Ring. Fire Pillar, a devastating move that summoned an immense pillar of flame. The fiery column roared forth like a dragon, surging towards the naval forces. The searing flames distorted the air, casting a brilliant light. Upon striking the naval vessels, it triggered a violent explosion. Wherever the flame pillar roamed, ships were obliterated in an instant, splintered wood flying amidst the inferno. Caught off guard, the sailors were engulfed in the raging fire, writhing in agony. Those fortunate enough to escape were still scorched and suffering. The might of the Flame Ring, Fire Pillar, was astonishing. Following this, Ace executed his signature move, the Fire Fist. Channeling all his strength, he concentrated flames upon his fist and then struck out. Countless blazing fists rained down upon the Navy, igniting a series of fierce explosions. The Fire Fist possessed immense power. Not only did it generate extreme heat, but it also unleashed tremendous shockwaves. Upon impact, it would first incite a fierce fiery explosion, followed by a forceful impact that sent targets flying. Under the relentless barrage of Fire Fist, the Navy was incapable of mounting an effective defense, helplessly witnessing their comrades fall one after another. Seeing this, Luffy swiftly entered his Gear Second state, employing the technique known as Shave. This ability harnessed the powers of his Gum Gum fruit, accelerating his blood flow and significantly enhancing both speed and strength. Enveloped in a red, heated aura, Luffy resembled a blazing inferno. Utilizing Shave, he maneuvered effortlessly through the enemy ranks, darting through flames and soaring into the air to evade naval attacks while seeking opportunities to strike. Luffy's movements were incredibly swift, confounding the Navy, who found it impossible to counter. Amidst the fierce onslaught from Ace and Luffy, the Navy found themselves in dire straits. Yet, Ace pressed on, preparing to unleash one of his most formidable techniques, the Firefly Fireball. Taking a deep breath, Ace maximized the potential of his flame fruit. With a powerful roar, he summoned forth a multitude of dazzling fireballs that soared towards the naval fleet like a spectacular fireworks display. The Firefly Fireball's might was unparalleled. It not only radiated extreme heat but also generated immense shockwaves. Upon striking its target, it would incite a fierce explosion, followed by a powerful force that sent targets sprawling. In the ensuing chaos, the Navy struggled to mount any semblance of defense, forced to watch helplessly as their comrades fell one after another. The battle atop the platform escalated to a fever pitch. Suddenly, Admiral Aokiji of the Navy intervened, unleashing a formidable technique, the Ice Bird. Activating the powers of his ice fruit to their utmost, Aokiji expelled a powerful icy gust that formed a massive ice bird, soaring towards Ace and Luffy. The ice bird spread its expansive wings, exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of a ghost from a frigid realm. Its gaze was steely, and its sharp beak glimmered with a piercing cold light, instilling dread. The ice bird traced an elegant arc through the air, propelled by a fierce gust, hurtling towards Ace and Luffy. In response, Ace promptly executed Mirror Flame, a technique capable of creating fiery reflections. Concentrating flames in his hands, he cast them skyward, forming a fiery mirror. The flame mirror spun in the air, colliding with Aokiji's ice bird, igniting a fierce clash of fire and ice. The ice bird and the flame mirror faced off in midair, with cold air and heat waves intermingling in a fierce confrontation. Aokiji's ice bird continuously spewed forth icy blasts, attempting to freeze Ace's fiery reflection, while Ace's mirror flame valiantly resisted the ice bird's assault with its formidable flames. The ice bird let out a piercing cry as it dove towards the flame mirror. Its wings stirred a biting cold wind, causing the air around the flame mirror to seem as if it were solidifying. The flame mirror fought with all its might, coalescing flames into a wall of fire that blocked the ice bird's advance. Yet, the ice bird persisted, circling around the flame mirror in search of a weakness. At that moment, Ace focused intently, commanding the flame mirror to launch a fierce counterattack against the ice bird. The flame mirror erupted in a blaze of scorching flames, engulfing the ice bird. The ice bird struggled within the flames, attempting to break free from the fiery grip. However, the frost upon its body melted under the intense heat, ultimately transforming into vapor and dissipating into the air. Simultaneously, the flame mirror began to fade from energy depletion, scattering into a shower of sparks and snowflakes, falling amidst the Navy ranks. After the explosive clash of fire and ice, Ace resolved to return to the Whitebeard pirates. However, the Navy soldiers were unwilling to let him escape easily, encircling him with fierce determination. In this dire situation, Ace unleashed another powerful technique, God Fire, Unknown Fire. Channeling his focus, he maximized the potential of his flame fruit. Instantly, a sphere of intense flames manifested between his hands, moving like a sentient creature, radiating an aura of fear. God Fire, Unknown Fire. Ace bellowed, hurling the flames towards the Navy soldiers. The God Fire, Unknown Fire surged through the Navy ranks like a fiery dragon. Wherever it passed, Navy soldiers fled in panic, terrified of being consumed by the flames. Yet, some were caught unawares, ensnared by the fire. The searing pain elicited cries of anguish as they desperately attempted to extinguish the flames engulfing them. Amidst the fierce combat of the top war, Edward Newgate, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, sensed his time was drawing near. Gazing at his sons before him, he resolved to issue his final command as captain. "Children, I must bid you farewell," Whitebeard spoke with a profound tone. "You must survive and return safely to the New World." His words brimmed with determination and hope. He desired for his sons to inherit his will and continue to forge ahead in a new era. His gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, envisioning a more prosperous and peaceful world. The members of the Whitebeard pirates looked at their captain, their eyes filled with reluctance and reverence. They understood that this moment was imminent, yet they remained resolute in their willingness to fight for Whitebeard, for his beliefs and ideals. Whitebeard gazed at his beloved sons, inhaled deeply, and summoned all his strength, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. This assault would signify not merely the defeat of the Navy, but the proclamation of an era's end. I am a remnant of the old era. The new world cannot bear my ship. Whitebeard roared, accompanied by a deafening roar. Whitebeard unleashed the powers of the Tremor fruit, elevating his might to its zenith. He swung his fist towards the Marine headquarters, generating a formidable shockwave that radiated outward from his hand. The waves churned violently, and the sky shifted in hue. Under the onslaught of this tremendous force, the Marine headquarters crumbled instantaneously, bricks and debris scattering amidst a cloud of dust. All present were left in awe of Whitebeard's overwhelming strength. This singular blow not only obliterated the Marine headquarters, but also heralded the conclusion of an era. Through his actions, Whitebeard conveyed to the world that the remnants of the old era would ultimately vacate the stage, paving the way for the youth to lead the new world. Faced with Ace's tenacious resistance and the relentless pursuit of the Marines, Akainu could no longer remain passive. Rising to provoke, he sought to incite Ace's fury, hoping to seize an opportunity for victory. Fire Fist Ace, you fled the moment you were rescued, truly akin to a lost dog. Akainu mocked. The Whitebeard pirates are just as expected. Their captain is of the same ilk. Whitebeard is merely a failure of a bygone era, utterly insignificant in this new age. Ace, upon hearing Akainu's taunts, was engulfed in fury. He fixed his unwavering gaze upon Akainu, his eyes alight with determination. The Whitebeard pirates were Ace's most cherished allegiance, and he held profound respect for Whitebeard as his captain. Akainu's words were intolerable. Do not overestimate yourself. Ace retorted angrily. Captain Whitebeard is the greatest pirate in this world, not someone you can judge at will. As for me, I shall prove that I am no lost dog, but a true pirate. Listening to Akainu's derisive remarks, Ace's rage ignited further. With a mighty roar, he channeled all his strength into flames and unleashed a fiery punch towards Akainu. This era is called Whitebeard, Ace declared with fervor. Unfazed, Akainu let out a cold laugh, summoning his full power and activating the abilities of the magma fruit. His right fist glowed with a fiery radiance, as molten material bubbled and churned, radiating intense heat. He retaliated with a magma-infused punch, intent on vanquishing this young pirate. The two attacks collided in the air, producing a thunderous sound. Scorching flames intertwined with boiling magma, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The energy from the flames and magma surged outward, cracking the ground and evaporating seawater, transforming the area into a searing wasteland. Under the tremendous impact, Ace was struck back by Akainu's magma punch, crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with trembling hands, his gaze resolutely fixed on Akainu. Meanwhile, Akainu stood firm, his uniform tattered, his expression slightly grave. You are but an ordinary flame, Akainu sneered. While I possess magma that can consume even fire. This is the disparity, Ace. In this new era, your flames cannot endure. After enduring Ace's fierce assault, Akainu resolved to unleash his full might against him. However, just as he was about to strike, a chilling sword aura surged from behind him. This sword energy, imbued with powerful coldness, caused the surrounding air to plummet in temperature. Akainu quickly turned, only to behold Su-E wielding the ice wheel, executing his ultimate technique, Ice Dragon Whirlwind. This potent sword energy released by the ice wheel manifested as an ice dragon, spiraling towards the enemy. The ice dragon's form resembled a razor-sharp blade, capable of slicing through anything. The ice dragon whirlwind surged towards Akainu, leaving him no time to evade. The magma was extinguished by the frigid aura of the ice wheel. Unable to withstand the bone-chilling sword energy, Akainu could only clumsily raise his arm, utilizing the powers of the magma fruit to mitigate some of the sword's impact. Nevertheless, the force of the ice dragon whirlwind was overwhelming, striking Akainu squarely and sending him crashing to the ground. A deep wound appeared on his body, blood flowing freely. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Akainu struggled to rise. Su-E, he glared at Su-E, his eyes seething with fury and murderous intent. How dare you interfere in marine affairs? You will pay dearly for this. Su-yi regarded Akainu with an impassive expression, calmly stating, Akainu, have you forgotten? We are enemies. I will not allow you to easily kill Ace. As Akainu and Su-yi engaged in a fierce confrontation, Marine Admirals Kizaru and Akiji arrived to provide support. They were taken aback upon witnessing Akainu stymied by Su-yi's Ice Dragon Whirlwind. Oh, it appears we have encountered a formidable adversary, Kizaru remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, I never anticipated that Su-yi would possess the ability to withstand Akainu, Akiji concurred. At that moment, Su-yi observed Kizaru and Akiji's arrival with a wry smile. He understood he was now facing immense pressure. Fending off the combined might of the three admirals would not be an easy task. What have I done to deserve such a challenge, facing the onslaught of three admirals? Su-yi mused self-deprecatingly. Despite the dire circumstances, he refused to yield. He recognized that he could no longer hold back. He must exert every ounce of his strength to withstand the admiral's assault. Thus, he took a deep breath, channeling all his power into the ice wheel, preparing for a grueling battle. Chapter 33. 1 against 3 in the face of the three admirals of the Navy. Su-yi opted for a proactive offensive strategy. He leaped backward, maintaining a strategic distance from Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji, and swiftly summoned Susanoo. This formidable technique represented Su-yi's utmost power, manifesting as a colossal blue armor only when he fully harnessed his strength. Armed with a long sword, Susanoo emanated a chilling aura, reminiscent of a battle deity from the underworld. Susanoo, strike Akiji. Su-yi commanded, his voice resonating with authority. Responding to his call, Susanoo swung its sword downward towards Akiji. The latter, sensing the impending attack, promptly deployed the powers of his ice fruit, conjuring a massive ice wall to withstand Susanoo's assault. As the sword collided with the ice barrier, countless shards of ice erupted into the air. However, the ice wall proved feeble against the overwhelming force of Susanoo, shattering instantaneously. Akiji, realizing the danger, hastily evaded to avoid the repercussions of Susanoo's onslaught. Undeterred, Su-yi pressed on with his assault, directing Susanoo to relentlessly pursue Akiji while simultaneously seeking openings to attack Kizaru and Akainu. The speed of Susanoo was astonishing, swiftly closing the distance to Akiji once more. Its sword poised to strike again. With no escape route available, Akiji was compelled to muster all his strength in defense. He activated his ice fruit powers, attempting to elementalize his body to evade Susanoo's blow. Nevertheless, Su-yi denied him this chance, commanding Susanoo to unleash a sword pressure that firmly pinned Akiji beneath its blade. Feeling an immense burden, Akiji's elemental form began to falter under the weight of Susanoo's pressure. At that critical juncture, Kizaru and Akainu intervened, launching counterattacks to shield Akiji from Susanoo and Appo's fury. Kizaru unleashed a barrage of light pellets, striking Susanoo, while Akainu transformed into magma form, charging towards Susanoo with a molten fist. Together, their combined might successfully thwarted Susanoo's advance, alleviating Akiji from immediate peril. Su-yi, you truly are the most formidable opponent we have encountered, Kizaru remarked, a hint of admiration in his voice. However, today is destined for your defeat. Oh, is that so? Come then, let me witness the extent of your abilities. Su-yi retorted with a sardonic smile. Akainu, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination, warned, Su-yi, no matter how fiercely you struggle, you shall not prevail against us today. To uphold the dignity of the Navy, we must vanquish you. Then bring it on, and let me see what the three admirals of the Navy are truly capable of. Su-yi replied, unyielding. Akiji regarded Su-yi with a serious expression. While I hold great respect for your strength, we will show no mercy. Prepare yourself. Words are unnecessary. Come forth. Su-yi answered resolutely. As Su-yi engaged in fierce combat with the three admirals, Whitebeard seized the moment to approach Akainu from behind. Witnessing Ace's defeat at Akainu's hands, his heart swelled with rage. You dare to harm my son Ace. Whitebeard bellowed, his fury palpable. He concentrated all his energy into his right fist, harnessing the powers of the Tremor fruit, and struck at Akainu's head with tremendous force. The impact was so powerful that it seemed to shake the very fabric of space itself, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Akainu, sensing the imminent threat, swiftly turned, attempting to block Whitebeard's attack, but it was too late. Whitebeard's fist landed squarely on his face, sending him hurtling through the air. Akainu tumbled several times before managing to stabilize himself, feeling a burning pain on his face, clearly suffering significant injury from Whitebeard's assault. Glaring at the fallen Akainu, Whitebeard's eyes brimmed with a mixture of anger and sorrow. He turned to Ace, preparing to assess his son's injuries. "Ace, my child, are you all right?" Whitebeard inquired with deep concern. Ace, mustering his strength, opened his eyes to gaze at his father. "I'm fine, old man," he replied weakly. Just then, as Akiji and Kizuru were about to assist Akainu, Sui unexpectedly summoned the Ten Tails. This formidable creature, imbued with immense power and destructive capability, altered the dynamics of the battlefield once again. "Hey, look over here. Your opponent is me," Sui proclaimed loudly. Akiji and Kizaru were compelled to momentarily abandon their support for Akainu and confront Sui and the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails roared with fury, launching itself towards Akiji and Kizaru. Sui, wielding the ice wheel, followed closely behind, seeking an opportunity to strike. Seeing this, Akiji and Kizaru were forced to summon all their strength to combat the impending threat. Akiji transformed into an ice pillar, attempting to halt the advance of the Ten Tails, while Kizaru unleashed a flurry of light pellets, targeting both the Ten Tails and Sui. Yet, the Ten Tails proved far more powerful than they had anticipated. It effortlessly shattered Akiji's ice pillar and used its tail to obliterate Kizaru's light pellets. Seizing the moment, Sui unleashed a barrage of ice blades from the ice wheel, striking both Akiji and Kizaru. As they were struck, Akiji and Kizaru were forced to retreat. In that instant, Sui executed a technique known as Earth Explosion Star, ensnaring Akiji and Kizaru within a colossal stone sphere. The stone orb rapidly sank into the ground, temporarily severing their connection to the outside world. Having dealt with Akiji and Kizaru, Sui turned his attention to Akainu, who was presently engaged in a fierce confrontation with Whitebeard. Sui resolved to join the fray, assisting Whitebeard in overcoming Akainu. Whitebeard, wielding his Naginata, stood as a formidable mountain, with each strike carrying the force to cleave stone. Akainu, agile and adept at close-quarters combat, launched relentless punches akin to a raging flame dragon. The two battled fiercely, each exchanging blow for blow. Whitebeard's strikes were ferocious, accompanied by the roar of the wind. While Akainu retaliated, his fists ignited with the power of the magma fruit. Suddenly, Whitebeard let out a thunderous shout, bringing his Naginata down with the force of a thunderbolt. Realizing he could not evade, Akainu transformed his hands into magma to absorb the blow. A tremendous crash echoed as magma met blade, generating a shockwave that forced those nearby to stagger backward. Akainu, feeling the weight of Whitebeard's immense power, silently marveled at his strength. However, he refused to yield. Seizing the opportunity as Whitebeard's energy waned, he transformed into a magma giant, bombarding Whitebeard with a relentless flurry of molten fists. Unfazed, Whitebeard spun his Naginata, creating a formidable defensive barrier. The magma fist struck against the Naginata, igniting sparks in the air as the two forces clashed. Neither party would relent, and the battle reached a stalemate. Yet, age was catching up with Whitebeard, and the prolonged skirmish began to wear him down. Sensing this, Akainu decided to capitalize on the moment to deliver a decisive blow. He unleashed the full extent of his magma fruit powers, preparing for a fatal strike against Whitebeard. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Whitebeard steadied his breath, channeling all his strength into his Naginata to counter Akainu's impending assault. Just then, a powerful tremor emanated from behind Akainu. Sui had successfully diverted Kizuru and Akiji's attention, alleviating some of the pressure on Whitebeard. Akainu realized he had lost the prime opportunity to defeat Whitebeard and was compelled to retreat momentarily to reassess the battlefield. "Hey, Akainu, don't even think about running away. How about you take a slice from my blade?" Whitebeard laughed heartily. No sooner had he spoken than Whitebeard charged at Akainu, his Naginata poised for the strike. His speed was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning, instantly closing the distance to Akainu. The latter, realizing the threat, raised his fists to block Whitebeard's onslaught. However, Whitebeard's attack was not aimed directly at Akainu. Instead, he adeptly struck the ground beside Akainu. With a resounding crash, the ground split open, creating a massive chasm. Akainu lost his balance and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Whitebeard launched a relentless barrage of attacks, his Naginata striking at Akainu like a tempest. Akainu could only muster his strength to defend himself, but facing Whitebeard's ferocious onslaught, he gradually found himself in a precarious position. Suddenly, Whitebeard exploited a flaw in Akainu's defense, delivering a powerful blow to his shoulder with the Naginata. Unable to withstand the force, Akainu was sent flying, crashing to the earth. Whitebeard did not relent. He swiftly pursued, poised to deliver a fatal strike to Akainu. However, at that moment, Kizaru and Aokiji finally broke free from Suyi's entanglements and rushed to Akainu's aid. "Hey, Whitebeard, don't go too far," Kizaru exclaimed with a grin. Aokiji transformed into an ice pillar, standing guard before Whitebeard. Perceiving the situation, Whitebeard had no choice but to abandon his assault and turn to confront Kizaru and Aokiji. Flying sword style, ultimate technique, Heavenly Dragon Flash, Sui bellowed, summoning a formidable sword pressure directed at Akainu. This technique was immensely powerful. Wherever the sword pressure passed, the air was torn asunder, emitting a piercing sound. Akainu, recognizing the threat, hurriedly activated the powers of the magma fruit to counter Suyi's attack. "Bring it on. I am Akainu," he roared, transforming into a magma giant. He formed magma fists to meet Suyi's Heavenly Dragon Flash. The collision of magma and sword pressure unleashed a tremendous explosion, causing the surrounding air to quiver. Thanks to the magma fruit, Akainu successfully resisted Suyi's formidable strike, but at a cost. The magma on his body was dispersed by the sword pressure, revealing charred skin underneath. Akainu felt a surge of blood rise in his chest, nearly causing him to spit blood. Yet, he understood that he could not succumb. He had to continue fighting. Suppressing his discomfort, he prepared to retaliate once more. "Hellhound!" Akainu shouted, unleashing the strongest move of the magma fruit. A colossal dog head formed from magma in the air, baring its massive jaws as it lunged towards Sui. Seeing this, Sui wasted no time and activated Susanoo to defend himself. The magma dog head collided with Susanoo, producing a deafening sound. Neither Akainu nor Sui yielded. Both exerted their utmost effort to vanquish the other. The battlefield was engulfed in smoke and chaos. "Do you think your fruit is powerful?" Sui scoffed. "Let me show you my prowess. 100 million volts, Thunder Beast," he roared. Accompanied by his shout, a gigantic Thunder Beast emerged from him. This Thunder Beast, immense as a mythical steed of the Thunder God, radiated a terrifying pressure. The Thunder Beast roared and charged at Akainu with lightning speed. Akainu, realizing the danger, did not hesitate. He unleashed a massive fire breath, a towering column of flames shooting forth from his hand to collide with the Thunder Beast. With a thunderous roar, fire and lightning intertwined, resulting in a colossal explosion. However, Suyi's offensive did not cease. He activated his fruit's power once more, shouting, 100 million volts, Thunderbird. A gigantic Thunderbird appeared behind Sui, its wings unfurled, darting past like lightning, carrying a devastating force as it dove toward Akainu. Alarmed, Akainu never anticipated Suyi's fruit abilities to be so formidable, unleashing such terrifying attacks in succession. Without a moment to ponder, he unleashed another fire breath, attempting to fend off the Thunderbird's assault. 100 million volts, Thunder Dragon, Sui cried out. With a roar, a massive Thunder Dragon emerged behind him. This Thunder Dragon combined the power of the Thunder Beast with the speed of the Thunderbird, emanating an overwhelming pressure. The Thunder Dragon roared and surged toward Akainu with lightning swiftness. However, Suyi's fruit abilities proved overwhelmingly powerful. The Thunder Beast, Thunderbird, and Thunder Dragon struck Akainu in succession, making it nearly impossible for him to withstand. Akainu sustained severe injuries, his body burned in multiple places by the lightning, plunging him into a critical state. Struggling to rise, his eyes burned with defiance and fury. "How is this possible?" Akainu muttered, bewildered by such an overwhelmingly powerful fruit ability. Despite his grievous injuries, he refused to concede. He endured the pain, preparing to continue the battle against Sui. Yet, Sui offered him no respite. He resolved to press the advantage and utterly defeat Akainu. Akainu, you should concede, Sui declared. Today, your opponent is me, and you cannot prevail. Just as Sui was about to deliver a fatal blow to Akainu, an immense force surged from behind him. Sui swiftly sidestepped, witnessing Carp's fist strike the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kid, I can't let you kill him, Carp stated with a serious tone. Sui regarded Carp, understanding that this naval hero's arrival had shifted the tide of battle once more. He could not help but admire Carp's strength while contemplating his strategy. Mr. Carp, why do you wish to thwart me? Sui inquired. I am a member of the Navy. Protecting its soldiers is my duty, Carp replied. I cannot bear to witness any more needless sacrifices. But your comrades are attacking mine, Sui countered. Your actions will only exacerbate the cruelty of this war. I understand. But I must uphold my principles, Carp resolutely stated. I will not allow you to kill Akainu. But I will also do my utmost to prevent your allies from harming each other. Chapter 34. Blackbeard Teach under the clandestine manipulation of Blackbeard Teach. The war on the top entered an entirely new phase. Whitebeard sensed the sinister machinations of Blackbeard and roared, Teach, step forth. With a smile, Blackbeard emerged from the shadows, replying, finally realized, old man. In a fit of rage, Whitebeard unleashed a powerful punch that struck a tall building, sending shockwaves through the structure as it crumbled under the force of his blow. Truly merciless, haha. Blackbeard laughed, dark hole. He activated his fruit ability, conjuring a swirling vortex of darkness before him. With confident declaration, he proclaimed, before me, all abilities are rendered void. The clash of Whitebeard's tremor punch and Blackbeard's dark water fist generated a violent shockwave. To everyone's astonishment, Whitebeard's powers were absorbed by Blackbeard's dark fruit ability. How disgraceful. Old man, Blackbeard taunted, do you still not understand? Unperturbed by Blackbeard's provocation, Whitebeard swiftly swung his blade towards Blackbeard's shoulder. The strike was as fierce as a thunderstorm, landing squarely on Blackbeard's abdomen. Taken aback, Blackbeard could barely react as he watched Whitebeard seize his neck. No, father. I am your son. Are you truly going to kill me? Whitebeard's gaze was steely, filled with a mix of fury and sorrow as he regarded Blackbeard. He understood that Blackbeard had irrevocably chosen a path of no return. I am sorry, Teach, Whitebeard said calmly, but you are no longer my son. Blackbeard, dumbfounded, struggled against Whitebeard's iron grip, but it was futile. Just then, members of the Blackbeard pirates arrived just in time to mount a rescue. Father, release our captain, they shouted, brandishing their weapons and launching an assault on Whitebeard. Reluctantly, Whitebeard had to defend himself, allowing Blackbeard the opportunity to escape. Once free, Blackbeard quickly distanced himself, eyeing Whitebeard warily. Father, are you truly willing to sacrifice yourself for these foolish sons of yours? He provoked. Amidst the fierce war on the top, Sui successfully repelled Carp and rushed towards Whitebeard. Carp, undeterred, relentlessly pursued him, intent on preventing Sui from joining Whitebeard. Sui, you will not escape, Carp roared. Sui evaded Carp's relentless pursuit, knowing that if he couldn't shake Carp off, he would be unable to fight alongside Whitebeard. Seizing the moment, he turned and struck Carp with his blade, sending him flying. Mr. Carp, my apologies, Sui said, but I must assist Captain Whitebeard. With that, he hastened towards Whitebeard's direction, while Carp rose to give chase once more, igniting an intense chase across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Ace finally confronted Blackbeard. Witnessing Blackbeard's betrayal, his heart burned with rage. Teach, how dare you? Ace shouted, unleashing his explosive fire fist, flames surging like a tidal wave towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard's expression shifted as he hastily activated his dark fruit ability, erecting a black barrier to withstand Ace's onslaught. The collision of the explosive fire fist and the black barrier resulted in a tremendous explosion, intertwining flames and darkness in a fierce elemental conflict. Blackbeard chuckled darkly in the shadows, seemingly unperturbed by Ace's assault. Is this the extent of your power, Ace? He mocked. In the heat of battle, Ace suddenly felt a mysterious force awakening within him. This was the awakening of his fruit's power, the culmination of his relentless training and exploration. Ace had long dedicated himself to mastering the power of fire, and now he had finally achieved that goal. His eyes ignited with intensity as flames enveloped his form, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. He sensed the will of the flames, an everlasting force that consumed all. The fire in his hands surged, transforming from a fiery orange into a deep blue. This was a higher echelon of flame, possessing greater temperature and destructive capability. The flames in Ace's grasp seemed to come alive, roaring like a blue dragon. "Flame Emperor!" Ace shouted, unleashing the full extent of his fruit's power. Instantly, a searing blaze erupted from within him, morphing into a colossal fireball that ascended into the sky. The fireball spun and absorbed the surrounding heat, gradually transforming into an incredibly scorching sun. Blackbeard gazed upward at the flaming sun, his expression growing increasingly grave. He could feel the terrifying power encapsulated within the Flame Emperor, a violent force capable of obliterating everything in its path. "Blackbeard, this is my strongest strike. Brace yourself," Ace bellowed. As soon as the words left his lips, the Flame Emperor descended like a meteor towards Blackbeard. In Blackbeard's eyes, it appeared as though the entire world was engulfed in flames, suffused with blue infernos. He dared not hesitate, promptly activating his dark fruit ability to form a massive black barrier in front of him. The fiery sun collided with the black barrier, producing a deafening roar. Fire and darkness clashed violently, igniting an intense elemental conflict. Under the pressure of the Flame Emperor's impact, the black barrier began to shatter, fragments scattering in all directions as if obliterated by the confrontation. As Blackbeard evaded Ace's relentless assault, he searched for an opportunity to counterattack. His resolve grew stronger, as if he were plotting something. Suddenly, seizing a moment of vulnerability, he charged towards Ace, unleashing his dark water. The dark water enveloped Ace like a gaping maw, suffocating him. Ace experienced a wave of intense asphyxiation and struggled, but could not escape the dark water's grip. Blackbeard seized the opportunity, striking Ace in the abdomen. Ace cried out in pain, his body propelled backward, crashing to the ground. He struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze unwavering. Akainu's eyes widened as he observed Ace, exclaiming, "This fire ability has reached the realm of Fruit Awakening. Truly unexpected." Kizaru stroked his chin, frowning. "It seems we can no longer underestimate Ace. His strength has risen several tiers." Akiji silently regarded Ace, saying nothing, but his eyes revealed recognition and wariness of Ace's newfound power. Admiral Sengoku looked at Ace, his tone grave. "Ace's rate of growth is astonishing. He has become a highly dangerous adversary. We must proceed with caution." Karp stood nearby, watching his grandson with a mixture of pride and concern. "Ace, your growth fills me with pride, but do not let it lead to arrogance. The war is far from over." The members of the Whitebeard Pirates erupted in cheers for Ace. Marco exclaimed, "Ace, you are incredible. Who would have thought you would achieve Fruit Awakening? Our odds of victory have just increased." As Blackbeard was taken aback by Ace's awakened power, his desire for the tremor fruit intensified. Clenching his teeth, he vowed to seize the legendary fruit. "Damn it, I must obtain the tremor fruit." Blackbeard roared, summoning his pirate crew. "You lot, attack." Thus, the Blackbeard Pirates surged forward, launching a fierce assault on the Whitebeard Pirates. Each of these formidable pirates, under Blackbeard's command, surged toward the enemy like an unstoppable tide. Unfazed, Whitebeard raised his Naginata, unleashing a powerful tremor force that repelled wave after wave of Blackbeard's pirates. His strength was enough to shake the very earth, each swing of his weapon generating fierce shockwaves. "Teach, no matter how cunning you may be, today I shall utterly defeat you," Whitebeard declared resolutely. Blackbeard let out a derisive laugh and once again activated the powers of the dark fruit, attempting to absorb Whitebeard's seismic force. However, Whitebeard had already seen through his scheme and promptly restrained his power, thwarting Blackbeard's absorption plan. "Do not underestimate me, Teach," Whitebeard bellowed. The two clashed once more, Whitebeard's Naginata colliding with Blackbeard's hooks, creating sparks of ferocity. They vied for dominance on the battlefield, each exchange showcasing extraordinary prowess. Blackbeard, seeing this, felt a surge of anxiety. He knew that if he could not swiftly defeat Whitebeard, his plans would likely unravel. Thus, he resolved to unleash his ultimate move to decisively vanquish Whitebeard. Dark Judgment. Blackbeard roared, deploying his secret weapon, a power capable of absorbing all Devil Fruit abilities, which had proven immensely effective in past battles. Under Blackbeard's assault, Whitebeard found himself gradually ensnared in a dire predicament, besieged by Blackbeard and his band of pirates. "Hey, Blackbeard, look over here," Sui shouted loudly. Startled, Blackbeard turned to face Sui, who was flanked by a colossal blue samurai figure wielding a massive ice sword, exuding an aura of chilling cold. Susanoo, brandishing the ice wheel, charged at Blackbeard. Blackbeard hurriedly activated the powers of the dark fruit, attempting to absorb the ice sword strike. Yet, the ice wheel was no ordinary weapon. Its ice attribute rendered Blackbeard's powers incapable of total absorption. The moment the ice wheel struck Blackbeard, he felt a bone-chilling cold envelop him, ice spreading across his body in an attempt to freeze him. Shocked, Blackbeard struggled valiantly against the encroaching ice, managing to break free from its grasp. On the battlefield, Sui and Ace finally joined forces to confront Blackbeard. Standing back to back, they felt the depth of their trust and synergy. Ace smiled at Sui, saying, "Sui, it's been a while since we worked together. I hope you haven't lost your touch." Sui smiled in response, "Fear not, Ace, we remain the same harmonious duo as before." Sui maneuvered Susanoo, wielding the ice wheel as he charged at Blackbeard, with Ace following closely, unleashing waves of searing flames. Observing this, Blackbeard swiftly activated his dark fruit abilities, attempting to absorb the oncoming attack of the ice wheel. The blade of the ice wheel, imbued with potent ice attributes, proved too formidable for Blackbeard's powers to fully absorb. Ice and darkness collided, generating intense shockwaves. Blackbeard staggered back under the force of the impact, but managed to withstand the blow. Ace's flames surged forth like a fiery dragon toward Blackbeard. Blackbeard hastily attempted to absorb the fiery power. However, Ace's flames were exceedingly powerful, even after some were absorbed. The residual flames continued to advance toward Blackbeard. The fire erupted before him, engulfing him in a sea of flames. Blackbeard roared in defiance, struggling against the fiery onslaught. Yet, as the heat intensified, his body began to suffer burns, causing him excruciating pain. "Damn it," Blackbeard cursed. At that moment, Sui, controlling Susanoo, launched another attack. Wielding the ice wheel, he charged at Blackbeard at incredible speed. Faced with this onslaught, Blackbeard had no choice but to abandon his resistance against Ace's flames, focusing all his efforts to counter Sui's assault. As reinforcements from Blackbeard's crew, Jinbe, Van Augur, Avaro Pizarro, and Lafitte, arrived, the situation grew increasingly precarious. "So many have come. I'm rather scared," Sui joked to Ace. Ace chuckled and patted Sui on the shoulder. "Don't worry, we can handle this." Nodding, Sui swiftly activated the Rinnegan, ascending into the sky to prepare for the almighty push. At that moment, every soul on Marineford looked up in awe at this magnificent sight. The Rinnegan represented Sui's most potent ocular technique, possessing devastating power. The almighty push was an immensely powerful offensive maneuver capable of reducing everything nearby to rubble. Sui resolved to employ this technique to decisively shift the tide of battle. In the air, Sui gathered his strength, his eyes flashing with mysterious light. A suffocating pressure followed, instilling a profound sense of threat in all present. "Almighty push," Sui shouted, unleashing his formidable power. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward from him, surging toward Blackbeard's crew and the Navy. This force swept through like a tidal wave, shattering the ground and toppling structures. Blackbeard and his crew attempted to resist, yet many were sent flying, falling into unconsciousness. The Navy also bore the brunt of the impact, with numerous personnel injured, plunging the scene into chaos. In this critical moment, Admiral Sengoku had no choice but to intervene personally, activating his abilities to counter the force of the almighty push. As the power of the almighty push gradually subsided, the battlefield lay in ruins. Blackbeard's crew and the Navy were left in stunned disbelief, even Whitebeard displaying an expression of astonishment. Chapter 35. Black Arm Zephyr confronted by the formidable onslaught of Sui. Former Marine Admiral Zephyr could not restrain himself from stepping forward. He glared at Sui, his arms imbued with haki, and unleashed a powerful punch towards him. Zephyr's strength was exceptionally potent. Both his armament haki and observation haki had been cultivated to an exceedingly high level. Additionally, his mastery of martial arts allowed him to exert tremendous force in close combat. Furthermore, Zephyr was well versed in the six powers, which rendered him even more adept in battle. Sui, you must know your limits. Do you think there is no one in the Marines who can stop you? Zephyr bellowed. He launched the first strike, his fists moving with the speed of lightning, raining down upon Sui like a torrential downpour. Sui remained composed, enveloping his arms in haki to meet Zephyr's punches head-on. Their fists collided, producing a deafening sound reminiscent of steel clashing. Unfazed by Zephyr's assault, Sui promptly activated the 8 gates, entering a state of heightened blood flow, while his armament haki enveloped his entire body. With immense strength and speed, he countered Zephyr's ferocious onslaught. Zephyr, let me witness the prowess of a Marine hero, Sui declared with confidence. Do not get too complacent, Sui. The best is yet to come, Zephyr replied through gritted teeth. As their fists and feet intertwined, a powerful shockwave erupted. Their speeds were so rapid that onlookers struggled to discern their movements. Each encounter sent tremors through the air, creating an astonishing spectacle. Zephyr employed the Marines' 6 powers, exhibiting both offensive and defensive capabilities with remarkable agility. His fists fell upon Sui like raindrops, yet each strike was met with Sui's unwavering haki. Simultaneously, Sui's attacks were sharp and relentless, repeatedly breaching Zephyr's defenses and forcing him to retreat. Zephyr, do you possess any other skills? Sui taunted. Enraged by the provocation, Zephyr realized he could no longer hold back. He unleashed the full power of the Marines' 6 powers, intensifying his offensive. His fists, wrapped in fierce armament haki, delivered devastating blows with each attack. After an intense clash, Zephyr and Sui arrived at the ultimate confrontation. Zephyr executed his final technique, crushing short punch, a devastating strike aimed at decisively vanquishing his opponent. In response to Zephyr's ultimate blow, Sui methodically unlocked the 8 gates, one by one, opening the first gate, the rest gate, the life gate, the injury gate, the closing gate, the view gate, the shock gate, and finally the death gate. Each gate bestowed upon Sui an augmentation of strength and speed. As Sui progressed through the gates, a violent surge of energy enveloped his body. With each gate that opened, a powerful gust erupted from within him, impacting the surrounding environment. Upon opening the first gate, a gale swirled around Sui, whipping up dust from the ground. As the rest gate opened, the wind's force intensified, forming a powerful vortex. The subsequent gates unleashed increasingly potent winds, plunging the scene into chaos. When Sui unlocked the death gate, the area around him transformed into a tempestuous whirlwind. Debris, dust, and leaves danced in the furious winds, as though he stood at the eye of a storm. This overwhelming force left all spectators in awe, their eyes transfixed on Sui, anticipating his next move. Sui's sensations also underwent a profound transformation. With each gate that opened, he felt a marked enhancement in strength, speed, and endurance. When all 8 gates were fully unlocked, he felt as if he possessed boundless power, capable of confronting any adversary. In this state of heightened confidence, Sui charged at Zephyr, prepared for the final showdown. His speed was so extraordinary that he left a trail of afterimages in the air. Recognizing the futility of evasion, Zephyr braced himself for the confrontation. Night Kai, Sui shouted as he rushed towards his foe. In that instant, Sui's speed reached unprecedented heights. His figure streaked through space like a bolt of lightning, exuding an unstoppable force. His hands became sharp blades, slicing through the air, producing a piercing sound. The clash of their fists triggered a fierce shockwave. It was as if the air itself had been torn apart, emitting a sharp, shrill cry. All present recoiled, unable to bear witness to such a destructive confrontation. Ultimately, Sui successfully withstood Zephyr's crushing short punch and dealt a grievous blow to him. Zephyr, severely injured, spat out blood and was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. This dramatic moment was broadcasted to the world by Buggy, allowing everyone to witness the spectacle of Sui unleashing the Eight Gates. People around the globe tuned in via television, computers, and smartphones to observe this monumental duel, their astonishment at Sui's performance palpable. "My heavens, who is this man?" one spectator exclaimed. "He single-handedly defeated the marine hero Zephyr. How terrifying." Another viewer expressed disbelief. "The fifth Emperor Sui. He is destined to become the new overlord of this world," someone predicted. Across the globe, individuals anxiously followed the developments of the Marineford War. Sui's performance became a topic of fervent discussion, while Buggy's broadcast heightened the audience's visceral understanding of the war's intensity and brutality. Simultaneously, high-ranking officials of the world government were closely monitoring the situation. Upon witnessing Sui's effortless defeat of Zephyr, they were taken aback. "This Sui is unexpectedly formidable. We must reassess the threat he poses," one of the five elders remarked. "Indeed, should he continue to grow in strength, he may become a significant menace to us," another elder concurred. In the midst of this heated discussion, the world government began contemplating strategies to counter this emerging threat. They understood that if they failed to curtail Sui's ascendance in due time, the balance of power across the world would be disrupted, leading to unprecedented turmoil. Meanwhile, various media outlets reported extensively on this epic battle. Newspapers emblazoned their front pages with Sui's visage, his name spreading like wildfire across the globe overnight. "Fifth Emperor Sui, the world is about to change," one newspaper boldly declared in its headline. Increasingly, people began to focus on Sui and his Whitebeard pirates, eagerly anticipating the legendary figure's future exploits. However, some expressed concern over his rise, fearing it would lead to chaos and upheaval in the world. Chapter 36. The Thunder God. After an intense battle, Sui found himself in a state of exhaustion. Suddenly, a portal appeared above him, and Isambron V. Nejuro, wielding the original Demon Slayer, erupted from it, seizing the opportunity to ambush Sui. With his unique abilities, Isambron V. Nejuro amplified the power of the original Demon Slayer to its zenith. The strike was so potent that it could cleave mountains asunder. At that moment, Sui could not evade. He barely raised his arm in defense. "Damn it. You five old stars. You have forced my hand," Sui roared. In the blink of an eye, the blade of the original Demon Slayer struck Sui's shoulder. He felt an overwhelming force surge through him, as if struck by lightning, causing him to involuntarily kneel to the ground. A deep gash appeared on his shoulder, blood gushing forth. Witnessing Sui being ambushed by Isambron V. Nejuro, Whitebeard and his crew anxiously sought to assist him. However, Sui shouted, "Do not come closer. Quickly leave Marineford. I will not perish. I am Sui." Hearing his resolute voice, Whitebeard and the crew halted, trusting in Sui's strength, understanding that he wished to spare them from involvement in this conflict. Whitebeard clenched his fists, gazing at Sui standing alone against the foe, filled with admiration. "Sui, you must return safely," he proclaimed loudly. Sui turned, offering Whitebeard and his crew a confident smile. "Do not worry, Captain Whitebeard. I will not be bested by these foes," he declared. With that, Sui focused on the battle before him. He understood that defeating Isambron V. Nejuro was imperative to ensuring the safe departure of Whitebeard and his crew. Yet, he refused to surrender. Enduring the pain, he clenched his fists and let out a howl toward the heavens. In an instant, an unparalleled surge of electricity erupted from within him, transforming into a tempest of lightning. 1,000,000,000 volts. "Thunder God," Sui bellowed. Accompanied by this furious cry, Sui unleashed the entirety of his electrical might. His form was enveloped in lightning, his muscles swelling, bones crackling with energy. Behind him, a colossal apparition of the Thunder God emerged, radiating an aura of dread. Transforming into the ethereal embodiment of the Thunder God, Sui's size multiplied several times. His body seemed to merge with the lightning, each movement infused with formidable electrical power. Bolstered by this strength, Sui rose once more, confronting Isambron V. Nejuro directly. Isambron V. Nejuro was taken aback. Sensing the terrifying power emanating from Sui, a force capable of annihilating all, Is this your full strength? He inquired solemnly. Sui did not respond. He merely fixed his gaze upon Izambaron v. Najuro, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. At this moment, he harbored but one thought: to vanquish the enemy and protect his comrades. With a step into the void, Sui vanished, reappearing before Izambaron v. Najuro. He concentrated the lightning power in his hand into a long sword, thrusting it toward Izambaron v. Najuro. Izambaron v. Najuro raised his blade in defense, and the two powerful forces collided, sparking countless embers. The impact forced both combatants to stagger back, refusing to yield. Seizing the moment, Sui launched a relentless barrage of attacks. His form darted across the battlefield like lightning, wielding the lightning sword with the ferocity of a tempest, leaving Izambaron v. Najuro struggling to keep pace. At this juncture, Sui identified an opening and drove the lightning sword toward Izambaron v. Najuro's chest. This strike was imbued with all of Sui's might. If it connected, it would inflict fatal damage. Though Izambaron v. Najuro was formidable, he gradually found himself overwhelmed by Sui's nearly frenzied onslaught. His movements became disordered, and his defenses began to falter. Amidst the fierce struggle, Sui summoned forth an even greater surge of electrical power. He conjured the 100 million volt Thunderbird, 100 million volt Thunder Beast, and 1 billion volt Thunder Dragon, creatures forged from lightning, each possessing immense destructive capacity. The first to materialize was the 100 million volt Thunderbird, a colossal avian figure unfurling its wings with a piercing cry. Its feathers glimmered with brilliant arcs of electricity, its eyes sparkling with lightning. The Thunderbird circled the skies, poised to unleash a lethal strike upon the enemy. Next, the 100 million volt Thunder Beast emerged onto the battlefield. This massive beast, composed of lightning, boasted a robust physique and formidable claws. It roared as it charged toward the enemy, each strike infused with potent electrical energy capable of melting steel. Having successfully summoned the Thunderbird and Thunder Beast, Sui resolved to unleash his ultimate move, the 1 billion volt Thunder Dragon. This gargantuan dragon, entirely composed of pure lightning, radiated an aura of dread. Upon its arrival on the battlefield, it opened its gaping maw and unleashed a deafening roar toward the enemy. Under Sui's command, these three lightning entities launched a ferocious assault against Izambaron v. Najuro. The Thunderbird swooped through the air, unleashing bolts of lightning in an attempt to obscure Izambaron v. Najuro's vision, while the Thunder Beast and Thunder Dragon confronted him head-on, tearing at his form with their bodies and claws. Although Izambaron v. Najuro was powerful, he gradually found it increasingly difficult to withstand the combined onslaught of the three lightning creatures. His techniques became disordered, and his body sustained multiple injuries from the electrical force. Yet, Sui was far from finished. He resolved to deliver a final, devastating blow to his adversary. Gathering all his strength, he summoned a colossal bolt of lightning and hurled it toward Izambaron v. Najuro. This bolt contained the might of divine retribution, obliterating all in its path. Realizing the imminent danger, Izambaron v. Najuro strained to defend himself, but ultimately could not withstand the terrifying surge of electricity. His body was reduced to ashes within the lightning, dissipating into the ether. With wide eyes, Izambaron v. Najuro uttered his final words: "How is it possible that you are so strong?" Chapter 37. The Conclusion. Red-haired after Sui successfully vanquished Izambaron v. Najuro, he collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Witnessing this scene, Akainu was seized by a nefarious thought: to take advantage of the moment and eliminate Sui. As the Admiral of the Navy, Akainu was formidable. Confident in his ability to accomplish this task, he activated his Devil Fruit powers, poised to launch a lethal strike against Sui. However, at that very instant, Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, appeared abruptly, brandishing his sword, Griffin, as he positioned himself before Akainu. "What is your intention, red-haired?" Akainu glared at Shanks, his voice low and menacing. With a grave expression, Shanks replied, "I have come to put an end to this battle. Continuing this senseless conflict will only result in further needless casualties. If anyone still wishes to fight, let them come forth. We shall be your opponents, red-haired pirates." Akainu's countenance darkened further. He recognized Shanks' formidable strength, Should the red-haired pirates join the fray, the situation would turn exceedingly unfavorable for him. Nevertheless, Akainu was not one to yield easily. He glared at Shanks, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Do not think for a moment that I fear you, red-haired. Even if you all join forces, I shall not retreat." With a faint sigh, Shanks responded, "Akainu, you must understand that we are not here to engage you in battle. We merely seek to halt this pointless struggle and minimize the casualties. Can you not even grant us this modest request?" After a moment of silence, Akainu weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He knew the red-haired pirates were a formidable force, and if a confrontation ensued, the outcome was uncertain. Moreover, the current circumstances were not advantageous for the Navy. Prolonging the conflict could lead to even greater loss of life. Ultimately, Akainu made his decision. He glared at Shanks, his voice dripping with malice as he said, "Very well, red-haired. I shall grant you this favor. However, should I encounter you meddling in Navy affairs again, do not blame me for being ungracious." With that, Akainu retracted his powers and turned away. The other members of the red-haired pirates also sheathed their weapons, following Shanks. "Red-haired, I shall remember this. One day, you will pay the price," Akainu muttered under his breath. After Akainu departed, Blackbeard observed the retreating figures of the red-haired pirates with a disdainful smile. "Impressive, red-haired. You certainly have a flair for the dramatic," he mocked. The members of the red-haired pirates glared at Blackbeard, but Shanks raised a hand, signaling them to refrain from acting impulsively. He turned to face Blackbeard, his tone icy. "Teach, our battle is not over. Should you wish to continue, I shall oblige." Blackbeard erupted in laughter. "Red-haired, you remain as arrogant as ever. Do you truly believe your meager crew can halt me?" Shanks replied calmly, "How can one know without attempting?" As soon as the words left his lips, Shanks swiftly drew Griffin, aiming a strike at Blackbeard. Reacting with alacrity, Blackbeard activated the powers of the dark fruit, absorbing Shanks' attack into the shadows. Nevertheless, Shanks did not relent. He unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, intimidating Blackbeard, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind him, delivering a swift slash. Caught off guard, Blackbeard was wounded, blood streaming from his injury. He roared in fury, pivoting to retaliate with a punch. Yet, Shanks parried with his sword, standing firm against Blackbeard's assault. Thus commenced an intense clash, their speeds remarkable, each strike potent enough to be lethal. Onlookers, both Navy and pirates alike, stood entranced by this epic confrontation. In a moment of peril, Ace scooped up Sui and sprinted desperately toward the sea. Trafalgar Law shouted for Ace to hasten. Observing this, Akiji snorted coldly, declaring, "I cannot allow your escape, Ice Age." With that, Akiji pressed his hands to the ground, an icy aura rapidly spreading. The surrounding sea solidified into a massive block of ice, encasing the submarine where Ace and Sui were situated. "Damn it! Akiji has frozen the sea," Ace cursed, anxiety coursing through him. Trafalgar Law remained composed, assuring, "Ace, do not worry. I will find a way to break this ice." The submarine plunged swiftly beneath the ice, but Akiji's ice age covered a vast area, preventing complete escape from its grip. In a moment of desperation, Trafalgar Law resolved to take a risk. "Ace, hold on to Sui tightly. I am accelerating our descent," Trafalgar Law instructed. Ace clutched Sui closely, feeling the submarine's descent quicken. He realized that this was Law's gamble, betting on his ability to breach Akiji's blockade before it fully solidified. With a thunderous crash, the submarine shattered through the ice and plunged into the depths of the sea. Akiji frowned, surprised that Trafalgar Law had managed to breach his ice age. "Humph. Consider yourselves fortunate. However, should we meet again, it will not be so easy to evade," Akiji remarked before turning away. Inside the submarine, Ace and Trafalgar Law exhaled in relief. Ace looked down at Sui, concern etched on his face. "Sui, are you all right?" Sui slowly opened his eyes, managing a weak smile. "I am fine, thank you, Ace." At that moment, the submarine had descended to a safe depth. Trafalgar Law adjusted their course, steering toward their destination. Meanwhile, Sengoku stood silently to the side, observing the battle. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly unleashed his powers, transforming into a colossal Buddha and striking out with a mighty fist. A massive shockwave surged toward Blackbeard and Shanks, shattering everything in its path. Blackbeard and Shanks were forced apart, each retreating a few steps. Standing between them, Sengoku's piercing gaze and booming voice commanded, "This is not a battleground for you. Cease your fighting at once." Blackbeard and Shanks exchanged glares, but ultimately obeyed Sengoku's command, recognizing that further conflict could lead to catastrophic consequences. Thus, the fierce battle concluded in a stalemate. Blackbeard, clutching his wound, cast a fierce glare at Shanks before turning away. Shanks, in turn, sheathed his weapon and led the red-haired pirates away from the Navy headquarters. Chapter 38: The Ancient Tyrannosaurus Fruit Within the Confines of the Submarine. Sui lay quietly upon the medical bed, his body marred by numerous wounds, his breath faint. Trafalgar Law observed him with palpable concern and inquired, "Sui, how do you feel?" With great effort, Sui slowly opened his eyes and managed a faint smile, replying, "I am fine, merely a bit weary." Despite his words, Trafalgar Law understood that Sui had exhausted all his strength. Although the yin-yang ninjutsu within him was formidable, it demanded an immense amount of physical and mental energy. "Rest for a moment. I shall tend to your injuries," Trafalgar Law stated. Sui nodded and closed his eyes once more, aware that he needed to regain his strength swiftly to face the challenges ahead. Trafalgar Law took a deep breath and placed his hands upon Sui. Channeling the power of his devil fruit, a gentle radiance emanated from his hands, enveloping Sui. Under the glow, Sui's wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The once gruesome injuries gradually smoothed out. Even the deep gashes revealing bones started to fade away beneath the light. Trafalgar Law's eyes widened in astonishment at the miraculous scene before him. He had never anticipated that the yin-yang ninjutsu possessed such extraordinary restorative capabilities. After a while, Sui slowly opened his eyes again, his complexion significantly improved. He looked at Trafalgar Law and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Trafalgar Law." Law waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks, we are now allies, and it is only natural to assist one another." At that moment, the submarine had navigated away from the icy barrier created by Akiji, returning once again to the embrace of the sea. Sui and Trafalgar Law exchanged smiles, both feeling a sense of relief after a harrowing ordeal. Inside the submarine's cabin, Sui and Trafalgar Law sat opposite one another. Sui regarded Law earnestly and declared, "Trafalgar Law, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my pirate crew." Upon hearing this, Trafalgar Law's expression wavered with hesitation. He recognized Sui's formidable strength and had witnessed the astonishing prowess of his yin-yang ninjutsu. However, a lingering shadow loomed in his heart. Doflamingo. "Sui, I am grateful for your invitation, but I must first inform you that my purpose in becoming a pirate is to seek vengeance against Doflamingo," Trafalgar Law replied slowly. Sui nodded, understanding the weight of Trafalgar Law's sentiments. After all, Doflamingo was the perpetrator who had slain his parents, and that hatred loomed like a mountain upon his heart. "Trafalgar Law, I comprehend your feelings. However, I must tell you that I have already defeated Doflamingo," Sui stated calmly. Trafalgar Law's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom what he had just heard. Doflamingo was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, an immensely powerful foe. He had assumed that defeating Doflamingo would require a grueling battle. How is that possible? Doflamingo is so powerful. How could you have vanquished him? Trafalgar Law questioned in confusion. With a smile, Sui recounted his encounters, beginning with their clash in Logue Town, through the fierce battle in Dressrosa, and culminating in Doflamingo's defeat in Whole Cake Island. "I need to think this over," Trafalgar Law finally said. Sui nodded in understanding, responding, "That is perfectly fine. Take your time to contemplate. I believe our pirate crew will undoubtedly become a great team." In the following days, Trafalgar Law was lost in thought. He weighed the pros and cons of joining Sui's crew while considering his own path forward. Ultimately, he resolved to set aside his hatred and join Sui. Sui opened the system space, gazing upon the 3 devil fruits before him, his heart racing with excitement. These 3 fruits were the spoils he had acquired after defeating Kaido's calamities. Animal type: elephant fruit, ancient species, mammoth fruit. Animal type: dragon fruit. Ancient species: brachiosaurus fruit. Animal type: dragon fruit. Ancient species: pterosaur fruit. Cradling the 3 devil fruits in his palm, Sui silently intoned, "System." Merge these 3 devil fruits into one. The system promptly responded, "Understood, host." Initiating fusion of the devil fruits. Please hold on. Moments later, the 3 fruits radiated a brilliant light. The glow gradually coalesced, forming a brand new devil fruit. Animal type, mythical beast, dragon fruit. Ancient species, triceratops fruit. As Sui grasped this newly formed devil fruit, he felt the terrifying power contained within. A subtle smile graced his lips, for he knew this fruit would become his new source of strength. System notification. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the new mythical beast devil fruit, Tyrannosaurus fruit. The Tyrannosaurus fruit exuded an ancient aura that inspired awe. Without further hesitation, Sui placed the fruit in his mouth and began to chew. First, his skin transformed, becoming as rough as the hide of a mammoth, enveloped in a thick layer of scales. These scales not only provided formidable defense, but also reduced damage during combat. A pair of immense horns sprouted from his head, resembling the long tusks of a mammoth, remarkably sturdy. Behind him, a lengthy tail emerged, the end of which resembled that of a dragon, allowing for free movement. Next, Sui acquired the abilities of the animal type, elephant fruit, ancient species, mammoth fruit. He felt his strength surge exponentially, with remarkable enhancements to his power, speed, and endurance. Additionally, he gained the regenerative capabilities characteristic of the mammoth, rendering him more resilient in battle. Following this, he obtained the powers of the animal type, dragon fruit, ancient species, Brachiosaurus fruit. His sense of balance and agility experienced a significant boost, enabling him to move nimbly on both land and air. Moreover, he inherited the immense strength of the Brachiosaurus, making him formidable in close combat. Lastly, he acquired the abilities of the animal type, dragon fruit, ancient species, pterosaur fruit. He felt the gift of flight bestowed upon him, allowing him to soar freely through the skies. Additionally, he gained the sharp claws and teeth of the pterosaur, enhancing his threat in combat. Chapter 39. Return. Ace heard Sui's call and immediately rushed to his side. He gazed at the imposing figure before him, a tall man with rough skin and horns sprouting from his head, his heart filled with astonishment. "Sui, is this the manifestation of your fusion with the powers of 3 fruits?" Ace inquired. Sui nodded and replied, "Indeed, I feel an immense strength coursing through my body, as if nothing could harm me." With a smile, Ace responded, "In that case, I shall not hold back." He took a deep breath, and flames erupted around him, his hair dancing like fire, his eyes ablaze with intense heat. "Flame Emperor!" Ace shouted, unleashing a tremendous force that radiated from him. Sui felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Ace, excitement surging within him. He understood that Ace was testing his strength. Without a moment's hesitation, Sui summoned the power within, his body instantly cloaked in scales, a pair of colossal horns sprouting from his head, and a long tail emerging from behind. "This is still not enough," Sui said indifferently. Ace raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, then I shall see if you can withstand this move." With that, he clasped his hands together, and the flames around him coalesced into a massive fireball. The fireball radiated terrifying heat, threatening to incinerate everything in its vicinity. "Flame Emperor, Great Fire Blast!" Ace bellowed, propelling the fireball towards Sui. Feeling the terrifying power contained within the fireball, Sui and Apos' heart raced with excitement. He recognized that Ace was fighting him earnestly. "Bring it on!" Sui shouted, charging directly at the fireball without flinching. The fireball collided with Sui, producing a deafening roar. Yet, to Ace's astonishment, Sui stood unharmed amidst the flames. "How is this possible?" Ace stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was witnessing. With a faint smile, Sui declared, "Your attack has concluded. Now it is my turn." With a mere thought, Sui vanished from his spot, reappearing before Ace, delivering a powerful punch. Caught off guard, Ace was sent flying by Sui's strike. He adjusted his posture midair, landing on the ground with a glint of excitement in his eyes. "Sui, you have indeed grown significantly stronger. However, defeating me will not be so simple," Ace asserted. Sui chuckled, "Let us see about that." Thus began an intense battle between Sui and Ace. Their speed and strength reached extraordinary heights. leaving the forest utterly ravaged in the wake of their conflict. Nevertheless, no matter how Ace attacked, Sui met him with ease. Ultimately, Ace, exhausted, had no choice but to concede. Sui, you have won. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly, Ace admitted. Sui patted Ace on the shoulder, saying, Ace, your strength is formidable as well. One day, you will become the most powerful user of the flame fruit in the world. Ace smiled, his eyes glimmering with determination. He knew that as long as he continued to strive, there would come a day when he would surpass Sui, becoming the strongest flame fruit user in existence. System. Display my current attribute modification page. With a flash, a translucent screen appeared. Host, Sui status, healthy race, human, growth phase, age, 17 constitution, 50 modifiable spirit, 30 modifiable strength, 50 modifiable speed, 50 modifiable talent, 10 tails Jinchuriki. Thunder fruit, Tyrannosaurus fruit sailing across the vast ocean. Sui stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant horizon. Just then, the ship's doctor, Luo, approached him. Sui, we are nearing the Sabaody archipelago. Do you have any plans? A slight smile crossed Sui's face. Luo, as the ship's doctor, you must be quite familiar with the Sabaody archipelago, correct? Luo nodded. I have been there before and have a fair understanding of it. The archipelago consists of 79 giant mangrove trees and is home to many famous attractions and entertainment venues. Sui stroked his chin thoughtfully. In that case, let us linger in the Sabaody archipelago for a while. It will be a good opportunity for the crew to relax and gather some intelligence. Luo nodded in agreement. I support your decision. However, the Sabaody archipelago is a melting pot of various characters. We must proceed with caution. Of course, Sui affirmed. Luo, as our ship's doctor, you shall be responsible for organizing everyone's activities. Luo smiled. Rest assured, I will handle it well. But do keep an eye on your safety. Avoid stirring up trouble. Sui laughed heartily. Do I seem like the type to cause trouble? Luo shrugged. Who knows? You are always so unpredictable. As Sui and Luo arrived at Area 13 of the Sabaody archipelago, they found themselves at Shaki's bar, their old haunt. Upon entering, the atmosphere of the bar instantly became lively. Hey, long time no see, boss. Luo greeted Shaki with a smile. Shaki, busy mixing drinks behind the bar, looked up and beamed at Sui and Luo. Oh, it's you two. It's been ages. Sui and Luo took their seats at the bar, and Shaki prepared a drink for each of them. I heard you recently caused quite a stir at the Marine headquarters, turning Marineford upside down. Is that true? Shaki inquired curiously. Luo chuckled. Those Marines are hardly worth mentioning. We are one of the 4 emperors. This is but a minor affair. Shaki shot Luo a glare. You're as arrogant as ever. But surely, you didn't come to the Sabaody archipelago just for drinks? Sui nodded. Indeed, we have matters to attend to. Shaki, do you know where Rayleigh is? Shaki paused for a moment. Rayleigh? What do you want with him? Luo took a sip of his drink. Sui wishes to invite him out of retirement to join us in opposing the world government. Shaki furrowed her brow. Rayleigh has been in seclusion for years. Would he be willing to return to the fray? Sui replied resolutely. I believe he will. After all, he too yearns for a peaceful world. Shaki sighed. Very well. I can tell you Rayleigh's whereabouts. However, whether you can persuade him is entirely up to you. Sui and Luo exchanged knowing smiles, feeling a sense of confidence. They understood that since Shaki agreed to reveal Rayleigh's location, she must have a way to convince him. Thank you, Shaki, Sui expressed gratefully. Shaki waved her hand dismissively. Don't mention it. I'm merely helping you make a connection. Whether or not you can convince Rayleigh depends on your own abilities. Chapter 40. Supernova Kid in Area 13 of Sabaody Archipelago. Sui and Luo were in search of the whereabouts of the underworld figure, Rayleigh. However, during their quest, they unexpectedly encountered one of the supernovas, Kid, along with his crew member, Killer. Kid and Killer were wreaking havoc across the Sabaody archipelago, mercilessly slaughtering innocent civilians and plundering merchant ships. Witnessing this atrocity ignited a fierce rage within Sui and Luo. Kid, how can you indulge in such wanton slaughter of the innocent? Sui shouted indignantly. Kid and Killer halted their rampage, turning to face Sui and Luo. A cold smirk crept across Kid's lips as he remarked, Isn't this the infamous Sui? What, do you wish to meddle in our affairs? With a frigid gaze, Su-yi retorted, you are massacring innocents here, and I cannot stand idly by. Kid burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha, how amusing. Su-yi, who do you think you are? If you wish to stop us, you ought to consider whether you possess the capability. With that, a palpable aura of malice emanated from Kid as he charged at Su-yi. Meanwhile, Killer brandished his weapon and lunged towards Luo. Kid possessed the power of magnetism, allowing him to manipulate surrounding metallic objects to form formidable attacks, while Killer was known as the Swordsman of Slaughter. During the skirmish, Su-yi showcased extraordinary swordsmanship, slicing through countless metallic objects. Luo skillfully evaded Kid's onslaught using his medical expertise while providing support to Su-yi. As the battle dragged on without resolution, both Kid and Killer grew increasingly anxious, surprised by the tenacity of their adversaries. Su-yi, I never anticipated your strength would have improved so significantly. Kid gritted through clenched teeth. Su-yi scoffed, declaring, Kid, I have long stated that the indiscriminate killing of innocents is a grave error. Today, I shall enact justice and eradicate you two scoundrels. In response, Kid and Killer erupted into raucous laughter, simultaneously launching an assault on Su-yi. Kid swung a massive iron hammer while Killer unleashed a flurry of sharp blades, attacking Su-yi from both sides. Undeterred, Su-yi activated the power of the Tyrannosaurus fruit, instantly transforming his form. His skin hardened to an impenetrable armor, resembling dragon scales, and his strength surged, akin to that of a genuine Tyrannosaurus. Facing the onslaught of Kid and Killer, Su-yi advanced, meeting them head-on. He swung his fist, enveloped in the armament haki, colliding with Kid's hammer. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as Kid's hammer was sent flying while Su-yi executed a backflip, landing gracefully. Killer unleashed his blades from all directions. But Su-yi's eyes glinted with determination as he opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of terrifying flames. Dragon Breath. This newfound ability allowed Su-yi to condense flames into a dragon form, possessing immense destructive power. Killer's blades melted before the onslaught of the dragon's breath. Unable to withstand the fury, both Kid and Killer were forced to retreat, shock coursing through them as they realized Su-yi's newfound strength. Damn it! How can this guy be so powerful? Kid seethed. Meanwhile, Killer wore a somber expression, recognizing that they were likely no match for Su-yi. Suddenly, a fierce glint appeared in Kid's eyes as he hurled his hammer at Su-yi, seizing Killer and leaping towards the sea. Trying to flee? It won't be that easy. Su-yi snorted, pursuing them. Standing at the coastline of the Sabaody archipelago, Su-yi coldly observed Kid and Killer attempting to escape into the ocean. Gripping the ice wheel, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. This was a rare opportunity to teach these lawless supernovas a lesson. Flying sword style, thunderclap slash. Su-yi bellowed, swinging the ice wheel to unleash a powerful slash. The strike shimmered like a brilliant comet, slicing through the air towards Kid's small vessel. Feeling the overwhelming aura of death approaching from behind, both Kid and Killer were taken aback. Quick, defend! Kid shouted, raising his hammer to shield himself. Yet, the slash from the ice wheel cleaved through Kid's hammer effortlessly, continuing its trajectory with unyielding force, crashing into the small boat. Boom! The vessel was obliterated, cleaved in two, and both Kid and Killer were thrown off. Kid managed to stabilize himself with agile reflexes, while Killer plummeted helplessly into the sea. A cold glint appeared in Su-yi's eyes as he hesitated not for a moment. Once more swinging the ice wheel. Flying sword style, ultimate technique, sky-soaring dragon flash. The second slash erupted, even more powerful than the first. As it sliced through the air, it produced a piercing shriek. Kid's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the terrible power within the strike, realizing he could not withstand it with his current strength. Stop! We surrender! Killer cried out desperately. However, Su-yi showed no mercy. The strike unleashed by the ice will surge forth like an unstoppable torrent, swiftly engulfing Killer. Ah! Killer screamed in agony as the slash from the ice will cleaved him in two, blood splattering. After dispatching Killer, Su-yi turned his gaze toward Kid, who was now bloodied and filled with rage and fear. Su-yi, how dare you injure me? I will not let you go. Kid roared. Su-yi chuckled coldly, retorting, that statement belongs to me, Kid. This is the consequence of your indiscriminate slaughter. With that, Sui raised the ice wheel once more, poised to deliver the final blow to Kid. However, at that moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. A terrifying aura erupted from beneath the ocean and Appo's surface, sending Sui flying. He performed a roll in midair, landing on the ground with a grave expression. He sensed an immensely powerful presence rapidly approaching. Boom! A colossal figure surged from the sea, landing between Sui and Kid. This figure bore 3 heads, each mouth agape, bellowing at Sui. This is a hydra? Sui's pupils constricted as he recognized the creature. The 3-headed sea monster, a legendary beast of the ocean, possessed formidable strength. They were known for their ferocity, relishing the consumption of ships and sailors, making them one of the most feared foes among mariners. The hydra fixed its gaze on Sui, eyes gleaming with malice. It opened its massive jaws, lunging towards Sui. Sui activated the power of the Tyrannosaurus fruit, transforming once more, while simultaneously covering the ice wheel with armament hockey, preparing to confront the Hydra. Chapter 41. Dragon God Transformation. Tyrannosaurus Fruit Ability. Dragon Claw. With a resounding roar, Sui transformed into a terrifying Tyrannosaurus, charging towards the 3-headed sea monster. His claws glinted with a metallic sheen, as if capable of rending anything asunder. The 3-headed sea monster was undeterred, each head simultaneously opening its gaping maw to bite at Sui. Unfazed by the imminent danger, Sui brandished his sharp dragon claws, engaging in an intense melee with the creature. Bang, bang, bang. Each blow landed with tremendous force as Sui faced the sea monster in a battle of titanic proportions. His dragon claws struck the beast with ferocity, sending sprays of blood into the air, while the sea monster retaliated with frenzied bites, causing Sui considerable trouble. However, the prowess of the 3-headed sea monster was formidable. Each head possessed independent thought, allowing for coordinated attacks and defenses, which significantly increased the pressure on Sui. Tyrannosaurus Fruit Ability. Dragon Wings. Sui shouted, and his body suddenly expanded, sprouting a pair of enormous dragon wings. These wings granted him remarkable agility in flight, enabling him to maneuver more adeptly against the sea monster. Dragon Wing Slash. Sui flapped his wings and lunged at the sea monster. His wings, sharp as blades, cleaved fiercely towards it. Dragon Fist. Sui swung his dragon claws with great force, his fists radiating dazzling light, as if to obliterate everything in their path. The sea monster, intimidated by Sui's imposing aura, opened its maw wide, attempting to swallow him whole. Yet, Sui denied it that opportunity. Break for me. Sui roared, delivering a powerful punch to one of the sea monster's heads. This strike contained all his might, obliterating one of its heads in a violent explosion. The sea monster emitted a piercing shriek, and the remaining 2 heads became even more frenzied, attacking Sui from either side. Undaunted, Sui wielded his dragon wings to evade the monster's assaults while seeking a chance to deliver a decisive blow. Finally, he found a perfect opening. With a powerful flap of his dragon wings, he surged towards the sea monster, his claws shimmering with radiant light as they struck one of its remaining heads. Boom! The head was shattered by Sui's claws, its body convulsing violently before sinking slowly to the ocean floor. After dealing with the troubles posed by the supernova's Kid and Killer, Sui and Law continued their search for the whereabouts of the Dark King Rayleigh in the Sabaody archipelago. However, fate had a jest in store for them. One evening, while enjoying drinks at a bar, Sui and Law unexpectedly encountered Admiral Kizaru. Sui and Law furrowed their brows, sensing impending trouble. "Oh, isn't this the Yonko Sui and Law?" Kizaru remarked with a smile. "What brings you two here for a drink?" Calmly, Sui replied, "We are merely passing through. Stopping for a drink to unwind." Chuckling, Kizaru said, "Since we've met, why not stay for a drink? It won't cost you anything." Law cursed inwardly, understanding Kizaru's ill intentions and the schemes brewing in his mind. "No need, we have matters to attend to. We must take our leave," Sui stated, rising with Law to depart. Yet, Kizaru blocked their exit, grinning, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Join me for a drink. It won't hurt." Sui's brows furrowed tighter. He realized they might not escape easily today. "Very well, it seems respect is in order," Sui conceded. The trio sat once more, and Kizaru ordered an expensive bottle of red wine, pouring a glass for Sui and Law. Let us toast to the future of the world government. Kizaru raised his glass and drank deeply. Sui and Law, resigned, clinked their glasses with Kizaru. However, in an instant, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Kizaru suddenly made his move, his body transforming into a streak of light, appearing before Sui and Law in the blink of an eye. He then unleashed a lightspeed kick, striking fiercely at Sui. Startled, Sui had not anticipated Kizaru's sudden aggression. In a moment of urgency, he activated the Tyrannosaurus fruit ability, his form swelling into that of a massive Tyrannosaurus. Bang! The lightspeed kick collided with the Tyrannosaurus, creating a thunderous sound. Yet, the dinosaur merely shook its head, sustaining little damage. Oh, this is intriguing, Kizaru remarked, somewhat taken aback. In the face of Kizaru's assault, Sui, now a Tyrannosaurus, felt his resolve strengthen. He opened his gaping maw and lunged at Kizaru. In the next instant, Kizaru appeared behind the Tyrannosaurus, delivering a powerful kick to its tail. Anticipating this, Sui swung his tail like a steel whip, striking Kizaru with tremendous force. Boom! Another deafening crash echoed as Kizaru was sent flying by Sui's tail. Wow, how terrifying! Kizaru laughed heartily. He then pressed his palms together, his body radiating brilliant light before transforming into a colossal sun. Eichaku Jagyoku, Kizaru shouted, expanding into a massive sun that emitted blinding brilliance, illuminating the entire bar as if it were midday. Tyrannosaurus fruit ability, dragon wings. Sui roared, his body swelling once more as he sprouted enormous wings, granting him enhanced aerial maneuverability to contend with Kizaru. Dragon wing slash. Sui flapped his wings, launching a series of fierce slashes towards the radiant figure. However, upon contact with the sun, these strikes were devoured by the light, failing to inflict any harm on Kizaru. Useless, Sui, Kizaru's voice echoed from the sun. Under the light, all attacks turned to nothingness. Then let us try this move. A determined glint flashed in Sui's eyes. He flapped his wings vigorously and soared towards Kizaru, his form continuously shifting until he transformed into a colossal Tyrannosaurus once more. Dragon God Transformation. Sui bellowed, his body expanding dramatically into a magnificent dragon god. The presence of the dragon god exuded terrifying power, shaking the very foundations of the bar. The dragon god roared. Sui opened his mighty maw and unleashed a thunderous roar towards the sun. The roar, imbued with immense power, caused the sun to tremble violently. Indeed, you are capable of injuring me, Sui. You have not disappointed me, Kizaru gritted his teeth. However, this battle must come to an end. With that, the sun emanated even more blinding light, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. Kizaru then swung a mighty fist, delivering a devastating blow towards Sui, now transformed into the dragon god. Unfazed by Kizaru's earth-shattering punch, the dragon god met the attack with a fierce swipe of its claws. Boom! Another resounding explosion occurred, obliterating the entire bar. Both the dragon god and Kizaru were propelled backward, crashing into the walls, which crumbled into dust. Chapter 42. Ancient Weapons. Sui, I must concede. You indeed possess the merit to compel my seriousness. Huang Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and declared, however, this battle must come to an end. With that, Huang Yuan clasped his hands together, and his body radiated a dazzling light. Subsequently, he transformed into a colossal, resplendent Buddha. The brilliance of the Buddha illuminated all great Sundathagata. The luminous Buddha, manifested from Huang Yuan, folded his hands in prayer, unleashing a terrifying beam of light that surged towards Sui and Luo. As the beam traversed the space, it caused distortions, as if time itself were in danger of being consumed by this radiant force. A chill ran through Sui's heart. He recognized there was no retreat left for him. He vigorously flapped his dragon wings, shielding Luo behind him, preparing to confront Huang Yuan's formidable assault head-on. Yet, just as the beam was on the verge of striking them, an unexpected change occurred. A mysterious voice resonated in Sui's mind. Young warrior, do you seek my power? Sui was momentarily taken aback. The voice felt eerily familiar. He suddenly realized it emanated from the power of the devil fruit within him. Without further contemplation, he responded within his mind, I require your strength. Please assist me in vanquishing Huang Yuan. As you wish, the enigmatic voice replied. In the next instant, Sui felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. This force erupted like a volcano, filling him with an invigorating energy. This is the awakening of the devil fruit. Sui was both astonished and elated. Empowered by this awakening, Sui sensed a significant enhancement in his Tyrannosaurus fruit ability. He propelled himself and Luo into the air, deftly evading Huang Yuan's beam of light. The luminous Buddha, now taken aback, exhibited a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated Suyi's capacity to awaken the powers of the devil fruit. You have indeed awakened the powers of the devil fruit, Sui. My admiration for you continues to grow, Huang Yuan stated. Yet this battle must reach its conclusion. With that, the radiant Buddha once again unleashed the brilliance, firing multiple terrifying beams of light. However, Sui had transformed beyond recognition. He flapped his dragon wings, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, effortlessly dodging Huang Yuan's light attacks. Huang Yuan, it is over, Sui bellowed, launching a powerful punch. This strike contained an overwhelming force, as if it could shatter space itself. The collision of the beam and the punch produced a deafening explosion. The luminous Buddha's beam disintegrated under the impact, and Huang Yuan's expression contorted in agony. I cannot believe I am losing to you, Huang Yuan uttered in disbelief. The dragon god, embodied by Sui, descended to the ground, gazing at Huang Yuan with calmness. You are indeed formidable, but the victor shall be none other than me. Huang Yuan smiled ruefully, acknowledging the truth in Sui's words. He had exerted all his strength in this skirmish, yet remained unable to overcome Sui. I concede wholeheartedly, Huang Yuan remarked. I hope you achieve greater success on the Grand Line. With that, the luminous Buddha gradually dissipated, reverting to his original form. Sui, too, returned to human form, sharing a knowing smile with Luo, their hearts brimming with emotion. At the auction in the Sabaody archipelago, Sui and Luo sought the whereabouts of the legendary Rayleigh. They had heard whispers of a mysterious tycoon who would auction a precious item likely connected to ancient weapons. The atmosphere of the auction was vibrant, filled with an array of rare treasures. Sui and Luo mingled within the crowd, keenly observing the proceedings while searching for potential leads. At that moment, a short, silver-haired elder stepped onto the auction stage. With a smile gracing his face, his eyes twinkled with a hint of cunning. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's auction, the elder proclaimed. I am your host for this event. You may call me Old Fu. Old Fu cleared his throat and continued. Today, we present a remarkably precious item for auction. This item bears a close relationship with the legendary ancient weapons. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a flurry of excitement. Speculations about the item's true identity began to circulate. Old Fu smiled slightly, signaling for silence. I believe you are all eager, so I shall not keep you in suspense. The item up for bid is a map detailing the whereabouts of ancient weapons. At this revelation, the atmosphere surged with fervor. Sui and Luo were also taken aback, realizing they had stumbled upon a clue related to ancient weapons. Old Fu, satisfied with the crowd's reaction, continued. This map was recovered from an ancient shipwreck. It meticulously charts the routes traversed, proving invaluable for the search of ancient weapons. The excitement in the hall intensified, with attendees raising their paddles to vie for the precious map. Sui and Luo joined the bidding, ultimately securing the map for a staggering sum of 1 billion berries. The auction hall buzzed with energy. Sui and Luo navigated through the crowd, seeking the whereabouts of the legendary Rayleigh. Suddenly, Sui spotted a familiar figure in a corner. Rayleigh, Sui exclaimed with delight. The figure turned, revealing a weathered face etched with experience. Looking at Sui, he smiled and said, it is Sui and Luo. How long it has been. This man was none other than the legendary pirate, Rayleigh, renowned across the seas. He had served as the first mate to the pirate king, Joel D. Roger, possessing both formidable strength and profound knowledge. Sui and Luo approached Rayleigh, bowing respectfully. Sui spoke. Rayleigh, we seek your assistance. Rayleigh smiled slightly. Oh, what assistance do you require? Luo explained their quest for the poneglyphs. Rayleigh nodded, acknowledging the truth. Indeed, the poneglyphs exist in some corner of this world. I can assist you in your search, but it will take some time. Su Yi and Luo were elated. With a legendary figure like Rayleigh aiding them, their hopes of finding the poneglyphs had grown significantly. Then we shall trouble you, Rayleigh, Sui said. Rayleigh waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. I too have a keen interest in the poneglyphs. It is fortuitous that we can search together. Perhaps we shall uncover some intriguing matters along the way. Chapter 43. Sabo. As Su Yi exited the auction house, his heart brimmed with profound reflections. Not only had he encountered the enigmatic Rayleigh, the king of the underworld, but he had also acquired invaluable insights into the application of Haki. This knowledge would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous asset in his forthcoming adventures along the Grand Line. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye, Sabo, his long-lost friend. Sabo, the esteemed second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, was renowned for his formidable strength and astute intellect. Sui approached him with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Sabo, it's been far too long. Sabo, recognizing Su Yi, responded with a warm smile. Su Yi, I see you're here in the Sabaody archipelago as well. The two friends embraced, their camaraderie evident. Sabo inquired with genuine concern, How have you been, Sui? With a smile, Sui replied, I've been well, navigating through numerous experiences. By the way, how are things with the Revolutionary Army lately? Sabo sighed. We are relentlessly striving to dismantle the world government. However, the path is fraught with challenges, and we face many formidable adversaries. After exchanging more pleasantries, Sabo suddenly recalled something important. Sui, I need to ask for your assistance with a matter. Curious, Sui asked, What is it? If it is within my capacity, I shall certainly help. Sabo produced a document from his pocket and handed it to Sui. This contains intelligence regarding secret bases operated by the world government. We have been investigating these sites, hoping to uncover evidence of their nefarious deeds. However, the enemy is powerful, making it exceedingly difficult for us to approach these bases. Sui carefully examined the document before nodding. This information is crucial. I will investigate these bases promptly. Should I make any discoveries, I will inform you without delay. Sui fell silent for a moment, contemplating the peril and feasibility of this mission. Secret bases were typically fortified with heavy defenses, making infiltration a daunting task. Yet, he understood the gravity of this undertaking. If the Revolutionary Army could unearth evidence of the world government's malfeasance, it would significantly bolster their costs. Ultimately, Sui nodded resolutely, stating, Very well, I accept this task. Sabo gazed at him with gratitude. Thank you, Sui. I have faith that you will accomplish this mission successfully. Once you complete it, we must celebrate together. Sui chuckled. Absolutely. We shall have a grand celebration upon the task's completion. Before parting ways, Sabo remembered another important piece of information. Sui, there is one more thing to caution you about. According to our intelligence, the world government seems to be secretly developing a new type of weapon. This weapon possesses immense power, and should it come to fruition, it will pose a grave threat to the world. Therefore, while investigating the secret bases, remain vigilant for any information related to this weapon. Sui nodded, acknowledging the significance of the warning. This information is vital. I will investigate those bases as swiftly as possible. If I uncover anything, I will notify you immediately. Sabo looked at Sui appreciatively. Thank you, Sui. If these bases indeed harbor evidence of the world government's wrongdoing, revealing this information to the public could incite a monumental transformation. Sui understood the weight of this intelligence and resolved to temporarily set aside his quest for the history's true text to aid the Revolutionary Army in exposing the world government's transgressions. After conversing a little longer, Sabo, burdened with responsibilities, had to take his leave. As they bid farewell, he reiterated the importance of caution and self-preservation. Sui nodded firmly, acutely aware of the gravity of his responsibilities. After Sabo departed, he commenced his investigation into the secret bases. Following thorough inquiries, Sui uncovered a startling revelation. These secret bases were intricately connected to the enigmatic century of blank history. He realized that these locations might conceal the truths the world government sought to suppress. After leaving the Sabaody archipelago, Sui and Luo began their search for the world government's secret bases, utilizing the intelligence provided by the Revolutionary Army. Their relentless pursuit led them to a hidden island deep within the sea. This island, enveloped by the ocean and adorned with lush vegetation, exuded an air of mystery. Su-yi and Luo cautiously ascended the island, seeking the entrance to the secret base. Navigating through the jungle, they remained vigilant, attuned to their surroundings. Suddenly, Luo halted and whispered, "Sui, there's movement ahead." Following Luo's gaze, Sui discerned several figures stirring among the foliage. They crept closer, discovering that the figures were agents of CP9, the world government's elite operatives. The CP9 agents patrolled the vicinity to deter intruders from approaching the secret base. Exchanging glances, Su-yi and Luo resolved to quietly neutralize the operatives. Splitting into two groups, they stealthily advanced towards the agents. Once within striking distance, they launched their attacks simultaneously. Luo, utilizing his fruit ability of invisibility, deftly maneuvered behind the agents, incapacitating them with ease. Meanwhile, Sui unleashed his formidable Conqueror's Haki, sending the agents sprawling. With minimal effort, they dispatched the CP9 operatives and pressed onward, ultimately discovering a concealed secret base nestled within a cavern. This base was heavily fortified, with armed soldiers patrolling its periphery. Hiding in the shadows, Su-yi and Luo observed the base's activities. They noticed a vast laboratory deep within the facility, filled with an array of instruments and equipment. Clearly, this was the site of the world government's clandestine experiments. Luo murmured, "This must be where the world government conducts its secretive research." Sui nodded solemnly, realizing he was on the brink of unveiling the world government's malevolent actions. The two friends stealthily infiltrated the base, evading the patrolling guards. They traversed a concealed passageway leading to the laboratory area. A strange atmosphere enveloped the laboratory, with ominous machinery emitting low, rumbling sounds. At the center of the room stood a colossal tank containing a grotesque creature. This creature bore the head of a dragon, the body of a human, and the tail of a serpent, presenting an unsettling sight. Sui and Luo stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the monstrosity before them. What is this creature?" Luo gasped in shock. Sui shook his head, indicating he had never encountered such a being. He surmised that this creature was likely a vile creation of the world government. Chapter 44. Cheeto. Suddenly, the laboratory doors swung open, and a group of the 7 warlords, the Seraphim, stormed in. Upon discovering Su-yi and Luo, they immediately raised their weapons, preparing for combat. "Invaders, seize them," one of the Seraphim shouted. Su-yi and Luo instantly entered a state of battle, engaging in a fierce clash with the Seraphim. During the fray, Su-yi showcased his formidable Conqueror's Haki, rendering numerous Seraphim unconscious. Meanwhile, Luo wielded his fruit abilities, fiercely battling the agents. Just as the situation became critical, a contingent of Revolutionary Army members unexpectedly appeared, joining the fray. These revolutionaries had been dispatched by Sabo to provide support, possessing remarkable combat prowess that swiftly turned the tide of battle. With the assistance of the Revolutionary Army, Su-yi and Luo succeeded in vanquishing the Seraphim of the world government. They liberated the creature imprisoned within the laboratory and escorted it back to the Revolutionary Army base. Upon arrival at the Revolutionary Army base, Su-yi and Luo encountered the liberated creature. To their astonishment, they discovered that it possessed human-like intelligence and could comprehend their language. After a brief exchange, they learned that the creature was named Cheeto, a victim of a gene experiment conducted by the world government. The government had sought to engineer a powerful warrior through genetic modification, but the experiment failed, leaving Cheeto as the sole being endowed with human intellect. Cheeto harbored a deep-seated hatred for the world government and yearned for vengeance. Su-yi and Luo resolved to assist him, believing that Cheeto would emerge as a formidable force against the oppressive regime. With Sabo's aid, Su-yi and Luo provided Cheeto with a secure refuge, embarking on a journey to train him, helping him harness his powers, and supplying him with all he required. With the support of the Revolutionary Army, Cheeto's abilities gradually awakened. He exhibited astounding combat strength, becoming a valuable ally to Su-yi and Luo. Cheeto, fully named Cheeto Vegapunk, was the most powerful Seraphim created by Dr. Vegapunk. Utilizing his genius intellect and technological expertise, He possessed self-awareness, capable of independent thought and action, making him a potent asset in the hands of the Revolutionary Army. Before Sui rescued Cheeto from the clandestine base of the world government, he had been imprisoned in a secret laboratory, enduring inhumane treatment. However, after his liberation by Sui, Cheeto tasted the sweetness of freedom and was filled with gratitude towards him. Cheeto wielded immense power, his body forged from the toughest alloys, capable of withstanding all physical assaults. Moreover, he possessed the ability to fly, soaring effortlessly through the skies. His abilities extended beyond this. He harbored a unique power known as the Blazing Flame, unleashing scorching fire from his mouth to incinerate all in its path. This flame was dreadfully formidable, capable of reducing adversaries to ashes in an instant. In terms of personality, Cheeto appeared reclusive and aloof. Having spent an extended period in the laboratory, he struggled with interpersonal communication, yet deep within, he yearned for freedom. Post-rescue, he began to learn the virtues of trust and gradually integrated into Suyi's team. Cheeto's appearance was strikingly handsome, with short black hair framing his piercing golden eyes. His tall, muscular frame exuded a palpable sense of strength. Physically, Cheeto possessed a modified physique, with smooth muscle contours and astonishing power. His speed, endurance, and reflexes far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, rendering him a lethal weapon on the battlefield. On a day of respite, Sui and Cheeto decided to engage in a sparring match to deepen their mutual understanding. Both were confident in their abilities, eagerly anticipating this exhilarating confrontation. The training ground was selected for its spaciousness, allowing them to fully exhibit their prowess. Standing at opposite ends of the arena, they locked eyes, brimming with competitive spirit. "Cheeto, allow me to witness the fruits of your training," Sui remarked with a smile. Cheeto nodded, a flicker of excitement in his gaze. "Sui, don't underestimate me. I shall give it my all." The battle commenced, and both Sui and Cheeto surged towards one another. Their speed was akin to lightning, rendering their movements nearly imperceptible to the onlookers. Suddenly, Sui's form expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex. His skin shimmered in a golden hue, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Cheeto, confronted by the transformed Sui, remained vigilant, preparing for the onslaught. The Dragon God transformation is indeed extraordinary, Cheeto thought, silently commending while heightening his alertness. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, in its mighty form, opened its enormous jaws and unleashed a torrent of searing flames towards Cheeto. Reacting swiftly, Cheeto deployed his blazing wings to shield himself. The flames collided with the wings, producing a thunderous roar. After successfully countering the flames, Cheeto launched a counterattack, rapidly maneuvering behind Sui to deliver a fierce strike. However, Sui seemed to have anticipated Cheeto's movement, skillfully evading his assault. With a mighty roar that reverberated through the forest, Sui lunged at Cheeto, the sheer force causing the ground to tremble. Cheeto adeptly dodged while seeking an opportunity to counter. Under the pressure exerted by Sui, Cheeto found himself cornered. Realizing that he must fight with all his might, he resolved to go all out. Cheeto steadied himself, channeling his energy into his fist. With a mighty shout, he launched a powerful punch towards Sui. His fist tore through the air with a piercing sonic boom. Observing this, Sui stood his ground, unleashing a formidable punch of his own. The two fists collided, resulting in a deafening explosion, and a powerful shockwave emanated from their point of contact, uprooting trees in the vicinity. As the dust settled, both Sui and Cheeto staggered back a few steps. Cheeto shook his aching arm, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He hadn't anticipated Sui's transformed strength to be so overwhelming. The two engaged in an intense battle within the training ground for several hundred rounds, neither emerging victorious. The audience, captivated by the spectacle, erupted in cheers. Ultimately, Sui seized upon a momentary lapse in Cheeto's defense and lunged forward, sinking his teeth into Cheeto. Caught off guard, Cheeto was unable to evade and was forcefully thrown aside by Sui. Cheeto landed heavily on the ground, struggling to rise, covered in blood. Yet his eyes burned with indomitable spirit. Sui reverted to his human form, approached Cheeto, extended his hand, and smiled, saying, "Cheeto, you performed admirably. I hope to battle you again in the future. Cheeto grasped Suyi's hand, nodding in gratitude. He understood that this battle had deepened his comprehension of Suyi's capabilities and had fostered a greater respect for his formidable benefactor. Chapter 45. Moonlight Moria Su-yi Luo. And Cheeto prepared to venture into the infamous Devil's Triangle to confront the legendary warlord, Moonlight Moria. The Devil's Triangle, located in an unknown area of the New World, is shrouded in mystery and fraught with peril. During their preparations, Su-yi inquired of Cheeto, "Are you truly certain you wish to accompany us? It is exceedingly dangerous." Cheeto nodded resolutely and replied, "I have made my decision. I seek vengeance for my past and justice from the world government. Furthermore, I believe that together with you, we shall succeed." Luo patted Cheeto on the shoulder, assuring him, "Do not worry, Cheeto, we shall protect you. We also require your strength." The Devil's Triangle is a region notorious for having claimed the lives of countless sailors and ships, leaving many to rest eternally beneath the waves. A thick mist blankets this area, preventing sunlight from penetrating and casting an eerie gloom over the waters. Amidst the fog, the outlines of islands can be discerned, yet their existence remains uncertain. While the surface of the sea is deceptively calm, treacherous undercurrents churn beneath, rendering navigation perilous. Many vessels have lost their way here, ultimately meeting their demise upon hidden reefs. The trio gathered their supplies and embarked on their journey to the Devil's Triangle aboard a sturdy sailing ship. Navigating through the vast ocean toward their goal, they encountered various harsh weather conditions and assaults from marine creatures, yet these challenges could not deter their resolve. Utilizing his navigational skills, Luo deftly avoided numerous hazards, ensuring the ship's steady progression. After a prolonged voyage, they finally arrived at the Devil's Triangle. The area was enveloped in thick mist, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Cheeto gazed anxiously around and asked, "Is this truly the Devil's Triangle? It feels so frightening." Su-yi reassured him, "Do not be afraid, Cheeto, we shall be fine. Remember, we aim to become the strongest warriors in the world." Luo nodded in agreement and pointed ahead, saying, "There lies an island. Let us land there to rest and devise our strategy." They anchored the ship near the island and cautiously made their way ashore. Upon exploring, they discovered a dilapidated temple that, despite its ruin, emanated an aura of mystery. Inside the temple, they uncovered an ancient map that marked a location, seemingly the hideout of Moonlight Moria. "It appears we have found the lair of Moonlight Moria," Luo remarked. Studying the map, "We must act swiftly to prevent his escape." Sui nodded firmly, declaring, "Very well, we shall set out for that location tonight." Guided by the map, Su-yi, Luo, and Cheeto reached Moonlight Moria's hideaway. An uncanny atmosphere enveloped the area, sending chills down their spines. Under the moonlight stood an ancient castle, its walls entwined with vines, emanating a foreboding presence. Luo scanned the surroundings warily, questioning, "Is this truly the hiding place of Moonlight Moria? Something feels amiss." Cheeto gripped his weapon tightly, expressing his apprehension. "Do we really have to go in? I'm feeling a bit scared." Su-yi comforted him. "Cheeto, do not worry. We will safeguard you. Moreover, do you not wish to avenge your kin? This is our opportunity." Taking a deep breath, Cheeto nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. Observing this, Su-yi smiled faintly and turned to Luo, saying, "Let us proceed, but remember to exercise caution." Luo nodded, and the three ventured into the castle. Inside, they discovered a staircase leading to the underground. Torches burned along the staircase, illuminating their path. Descending, they entered a vast subterranean cavern. In the center stood a colossal shadow, radiating an ominous aura. That shadow was Moonlight Moria. He seemed to sense their arrival and slowly turned, revealing a sinister grin. "Welcome to my domain." His voice echoed through the cavern. "Now that you are here, do not expect to leave alive." Su-yi stepped forward, instructing, "Cheeto, Luo, do not disappoint me." Moonlight Moria scoffed, declaring, "You underestimate yourselves. Allow me to end your existence." In a fierce battle, Cheeto and Luo united against Moonlight Moria. Luo displayed his formidable devil fruit powers, conjuring a vast room that ensnared Moonlight Moria within. Cheeto unleashed his raw physical strength in a relentless assault. each punch ignited with fiery intensity, distorting the air around them. As Moonlight Moria faced their combined onslaught, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Realizing he must retaliate or face defeat, he resorted to a desperate measure, harnessing the shadows he had collected to amplify his power. Moonlight Moria summoned the surrounding shadows, merging them with himself, causing his strength to surge dramatically. His form grew colossal, his eyes glowing a menacing red, appearing both eerie and terrifying. "Behold my true power," Moonlight Moria roared, launching a furious attack on Cheeto and Luo. His immense frame struck the ground like an earthquake with each step, and his massive fist crashed down upon the trio, wielding a force that seemed capable of rending space itself. Cheeto and Luo fought valiantly to withstand Moonlight Moria's ferocity, yet their efforts felt futile against his overwhelming might. Sui observed the unfolding battle with a calm demeanor, understanding that he needed to identify Moonlight Moria's vulnerability to secure victory. Suddenly, he noticed a fleeting moment during Moria's shadow absorption when his body would momentarily stall. This is the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Sui positioned himself behind Moonlight Moria just as his fist was about to strike Cheeto, unleashing his most powerful blow. This punch channeled all of Sui's strength, radiating an aura of terror. Dragon God Break. Sui bellowed as his fist collided with Moonlight Moria. In an instant, Moria's form disintegrated, countless shadows scattering from his shattered body. He emitted a final, anguished wail before vanishing in a burst of blinding light. Chapter 46. Frostmoon Ryuma. After Sui and Cheeto triumphed over the Moonlight Moria, a mysterious figure emerged before them. This figure exuded a formidable sword intent, causing both Sui and Cheeto to involuntarily shudder. The newcomer was none other than the legendary swordsman of Wano Country, Frostmoon Ryuma, brandishing a demonic blade. His eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. "I sense an immense sword intent emanating from you." Frostmoon Ryuma gazed intently at Sui, speaking slowly. "Let us engage in a duel." Feeling the intense battle spirit radiating from Frostmoon Ryuma, a fierce fire ignited within Sui's heart. He understood that this would be a fiercely matched confrontation, an excellent opportunity to demonstrate his prowess. "Very well, I accept your challenge," Sui responded resolutely. The duel between Sui and Frostmoon Ryuma commenced on a clearing on the island. They stood 5 paces apart, each locking eyes with the other. The air was thick with tension, and the sword energy surged, sending snowflakes swirling around them. With the ice wheel in hand, a glint of cold light flashed in Sui's eyes. He launched the first strike, his feet gliding over the snow as he dashed towards Frostmoon Ryuma like a bolt of lightning. Frostmoon Ryuma's gaze was piercing, his katana swung out, intercepting Sui and Appo's ice wheel. The clash of blade against blade resonated with a crisp sound. "Impressive, this is intriguing," Frostmoon Ryuma smiled faintly, his katana tracing a unique arc as it sliced towards Sui. Sui reacted swiftly, the ice wheel unsheathing in an instant to block Frostmoon Ryuma's assault. The blades collided in midair, sparking a brilliant display of light. "You're quite skilled," Frostmoon Ryuma remarked, his tone appreciative. The two engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle, their weapons clashing with a resounding rhythm. Sui's strikes fell like a torrential downpour, while Frostmoon Ryuma elegantly evaded and countered with grace. Channeling all his strength into the ice wheel, Sui moved like a whirlwind across the snowy ground, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. "Heavenly sword style, Gale!" Sui shouted, disappearing in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared behind Frostmoon Ryuma, the ice wheel carving a graceful arc aimed at him. Sensing the impending strike from behind, Frostmoon Ryuma's heart raced. He pivoted swiftly, raising his katana to block Sui's slash. Good speed, but not sufficient. A glimmer of admiration passed through Frostmoon Ryuma's eyes as he deftly flicked his wrist, redirecting the ice wheel with a skillful twist. Undeterred by the failed strike, Sui planted his feet firmly in the snow and spun like a top, the ice wheel emitting dazzling beams of sword light. Heavenly sword style, sword dance. The sword light intertwined, enveloping Frostmoon Ryuma in a net of blades. Sui's swordplay fell upon him like a storm, leaving Frostmoon Ryuma struggling to find an opening. Yet, being a top-tier swordsman, Frostmoon Ryuma quickly adapted, wielding his katana in a fluid motion to counter Suyi's intricate dance of blades. As Suyi felt the awakening of the power within the Overlord Dragon Fruit, his strength surged. Meanwhile, Frostmoon Ryuma sensed Suyi's advancement, his battle spirit intensifying. The warm-up is over. It's time to get serious. A serious look crossed Frostmoon Ryuma's face as he wielded his katana, unleashing his ultimate technique. Frostmoon Dragon Spiral. In an instant, a wave of intense cold erupted from Frostmoon Ryuma, surrounding him with a dragon of ice. The ice dragon lunged ferociously at Suyi. Recognizing the terrifying power contained within the ice dragon, Suyi did not dare to underestimate it. He gripped the ice wheel tightly, channeling all his strength into it. Bankai, Dragon God Flash. The ice wheel trembled violently, emitting a resounding dragon's roar. A magnificent ice-blue divine dragon erupted from the sword, engaging the ice dragon in combat. The divine dragon and ice dragon clashed in the air, sending shards of ice flying and exuding an overwhelming chill. Suyi and Frostmoon Ryuma remained grounded, exerting their full power, commanding their respective dragons. Ultimately, the divine dragon overpowered the ice dragon, barreling toward Frostmoon Ryuma. With a sharp gaze, Frostmoon Ryuma swung his katana, cleaving the divine dragon in two. Your swordsmanship is indeed impressive, Suyi, Frostmoon Ryuma acknowledged while defending against the attack. However, to defeat me, this level of skill is still insufficient. Upon hearing this, a resolute glimmer shone in Suyi's eyes. He recognized the truth in Frostmoon Ryuma's words. To overcome him, he required even greater strength. Then, as you wish, allow me to showcase my true power. Suyi inhaled deeply, elevating his strength to its zenith. Heavenly Sword Style, Ultimate Technique, Celestial Dragon Flash. Suyi leaped high, the ice wheel radiating a blinding brilliance. In an instant, the sword energy coalesced into a vast dragon, soaring towards Frostmoon Ryuma. Faced with Suyi's earth-shattering strike, Frostmoon Ryuma remained undaunted. He gripped his katana tightly, pouring all his might into it. Bankai, Frostmoon Dragon God Armor. A surge of cold enveloped Frostmoon Ryuma, encasing him in a suit of armor forged entirely from ice. The armor took the shape of a dragon, signifying Frostmoon Ryuma's identity. Frostmoon Ryuma roared, swinging his katana to meet Suyi's celestial dragon flash. The clash of blade against blade erupted in a thunderous roar. Ice shards and sword energy exploded, shredding the surrounding snow into tatters. Both Suyi and Frostmoon Ryuma were pushed back from the impact, yet Suyi executed a roll mid-air, landing steadily on the ground. His eyes burned with fervent battle spirit as he fixed his gaze on Frostmoon Ryuma. The armor on Frostmoon Ryuma bore a crack, yet he remained unfazed. He regarded Suyi with a glimmer of admiration. Suyi, you truly astonish me. However, to defeat me, this level of power still falls short. A faint smile graced Suyi's lips as he replied, then let me show you my true strength. With that, he gripped the ice wheel tightly, channeling all his power into the blade. The ice wheel trembled violently, emitting a piercing hum. Heavenly Sword Style, Ultimate Technique, Nine-Headed Dragon Flash. Suyi swung the ice wheel, conjuring 9 streams of sword energy that transformed into 9 soaring dragons, assaulting Frostmoon Ryuma from all directions. As the sword energy tore through the air, it seemed to rip apart reality itself, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Frostmoon Ryuma felt the terrifying power within this strike, a look of determination flashing across his eyes. He recognized that this was the greatest challenge he had faced in his battle against Suyi. Yet, he felt no fear. Instead, it ignited a fierce battle spirit within him. Frostmoon Dragon God Armor, Complete Liberation. The ice armor enveloping Frostmoon Ryuma blazed with light, the chill amplifying exponentially. The dragon patterns on the armor seemed to come alive, resonating with a thunderous dragon's roar. Boom! The 9-headed dragon flash collided with the Frostmoon Dragon God Armor, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. A powerful storm erupted around them, scattering the snowflakes into the air. Chapter 47. The Storm Following a Fierce Battle. Suyi and Frostmoon Dragon Horse stood facing each other, their fighting spirits gradually subsiding. Suyi sheathed his ice wheel blade and, with a smile, remarked, "You are indeed formidable, Mr. Frostmoon Dragon Horse. It is an honor to have drawn even with you." Frostmoon Dragon Horse returned the smile, replying, "You are not lacking either. Sui, your swordsmanship has left a lasting impression on me. I believe we shall cross swords again in the future." Upon hearing Frostmoon Dragon Horse's words, Sui felt a surge of inspiration. He gazed intently at Frostmoon Dragon Horse and earnestly proposed, "Mr. Frostmoon Dragon Horse, I have a proposition for you." "Oh, what is this proposition?" Frostmoon Dragon Horse inquired with curiosity. "I wish for you to join me as a partner in adventure," Sui said sincerely. "Of course, I will not pressure you. If you are willing, we shall face the challenges of the future together. If you choose to decline, I shall respect your decision." Frostmoon Dragon Horse fell into a momentary silence, weighing the pros and cons of the offer in his mind. Observing his hesitation, Sui decided to encourage him further. "Mr. Frostmoon Dragon Horse, please believe that by embarking on this adventure with me, you will witness a broader world and encounter greater warriors. We can learn from one another and progress together." Frostmoon Dragon Horse lifted his gaze, meeting Sui's determined eyes, and a surge of passion ignited within him. He recognized that Sui spoke from the heart. At last, Frostmoon Dragon Horse nodded and said, "Very well, I accept your offer to become your partner. May we create many wonderful memories together." A joyful smile illuminated Sui's face as he extended his hand, saying, "Welcome aboard, Mr. Frostmoon Dragon Horse. I believe that together, we will forge numerous miracles in the days to come." Frostmoon Dragon Horse grasped Sui's hand, feeling the warmth of his grip, and knew that his decision was the right one. The journey away from the terrifying triangle proceeded smoothly. After the intense battle with Moonlight Moria, the malevolent aura in these waters had dissipated considerably. Sui, Cheeto, and Frostmoon Dragon Horse each showcased their skills, steering the vessel toward the rising sun. During their voyage, they admired the breathtaking sunrises and sunsets, savored a variety of delectable seafood, and reveled in the grandeur of the ocean. Ro and Cheeto sought Frostmoon Dragon Horse's insights on swordsmanship, and he, inspired by their fervor for the sword path, shared many of his own cultivation experiences. On one particular day, as Sui and Frostmoon Dragon Horse were discussing their next course of action on the ship, they were suddenly interrupted by a commotion from outside the cabin. "What is happening?" Sui frowned, glancing at Frostmoon Dragon Horse. Frostmoon Dragon Horse also wore a puzzled expression and shook his head. "Let us go see." Emerging from the cabin, they spotted the ship's doctor, Trafalgar Law, and navigator, Cheeto, anxiously staring out at the sea from the deck. "Trafalgar Law, Cheeto, what has transpired?" Sui approached and inquired. Trafalgar Law pointed toward the water, his expression grave. "Captain, we are in trouble. We have just received word that a powerful storm is approaching, and it poses a threat to the vessel." Cheeto added, "Moreover, according to meteorological predictions, this storm may last for several days. We must take swift action to prevent damage to the ship." Upon hearing this, Sui's expression turned serious. He was acutely aware of the perils of maritime storms. Without prompt action, the consequences could be dire. "Trafalgar Law, Cheeto, do you have any suggestions?" Sui asked. Trafalgar Law pointed towards the bow, recommending, "I suggest we adjust the ship's heading to sail in the opposite direction of the storm. Additionally, we should reinforce the stability of the vessel to minimize the storm's impact." Cheeto nodded in agreement, adding, "Furthermore, I will instruct the crew to prepare by reinforcing the ship with sandbags to increase buoyancy. If necessary, some crew members can assist on deck." After contemplating for a moment, Sui deemed their suggestions viable and issued a command. "Proceed as you have advised. All hands, prepare for the storm." Under Sui's leadership, the crew sprang into action. They adjusted the ship and Appo's heading and bolstered its stability according to Trafalgar Law and Cheeto and Appo's guidance. Sandbags were transported onto the deck to enhance buoyancy. Once all preparations were complete, the crew awaited the storm's arrival with bated breath. Sui, Frostmoon Dragon Horse, Trafalgar Law, and Cheeto stood on the deck, attentively monitoring the storm's trajectory. As time passed, the storm drew ever closer. The waves surged violently, and the wind howled, resembling an apocalyptic scenario. Sui and his companions braved the tempest, keenly observing the vessel's condition to ensure its safe passage through the storm. Standing at the bow, Sui gazed out at the boundless sea when suddenly the lookout called out, "Captain, A colossal sea king is sighted ahead, nearly 5,000 meters long. Hearing this, Sui immediately commanded a course change to evade the Sea King's attack. The crew busied themselves, operating the ship with urgency. The colossal Sea King was an exceedingly dangerous creature, typically lurking beneath the waves, striking only when prey drew near. Sui and Frostmoon Dragon Horse led the crew in a cautious response to this unforeseen threat. "Prepare for battle," Sui shouted. "Frostmoon Dragon Horse, let us strike together." "Agreed." Frostmoon Dragon Horse responded resolutely. Together, they leaped into the air, launching their assault on the Sea King. Sui wielded the Ice Wheel Blade, unleashing arcs of sword energy that sliced through the air, while Frostmoon Dragon Horse summoned the Frostmoon Dragon Armor, engaging the Sea King in fierce combat. The Sea King roared with deafening ferocity, unleashing a torrent of water that surged towards Sui and Frostmoon Dragon Horse. The two deftly evaded the onslaught while counterattacking. In the midst of the intense skirmish, Sui and Frostmoon Dragon Horse displayed remarkable synergy, collaborating seamlessly against the Sea King. The Ice Wheel Blade and their swords intertwined in a dazzling display of potent sword energy. After a grueling clash, Sui and Frostmoon Dragon Horse finally identified the Sea King's weakness. Sui unleashed the Flying Sword technique, Nine-Headed Dragon Flash, summoning 9 streams of sword energy that transformed into soaring dragons, all converging upon the Sea King. Simultaneously, Frostmoon Dragon Horse activated the Frostmoon Dragon Armor, Complete Liberation, morphing into a massive ice dragon to engage in the final showdown with the Sea King. Under the combined force of their assault, the Sea King ultimately succumbed, letting out a mournful cry before plunging into the depths of the ocean. Chapter 48. Is Whitebeard in critical condition? After Sui and Frostmoon Longma successfully vanquished the colossal Sea King, the fleet continued its voyage across the vast ocean. Sui stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the boundless sea, pondering the adventures that lay ahead. At that moment, a carrier pigeon soared through the sky, dropping a newspaper. Sui caught the paper and was struck by the headline, "The World's Strongest Man, Whitebeard Pirates Withdraw." A shiver ran down Sui's spine. He shared an inexplicable bond with the Whitebeard Pirates. Years ago, in Rogue Town, their captain, Edward Newgate, had come to his aid. Sui had always held a deep sense of gratitude towards the Whitebeard Pirates. Why would they choose to withdraw? A frown creased his brow, and a wave of unease washed over him. Determined to uncover the truth, he resolved to visit Whitebeard. He summoned Luo, Cheeto, and Longma to discuss the matter. Upon hearing Sui's proposal, they all expressed their agreement, sharing his concerns over the withdrawal of the Whitebeard Pirates and eager to lend their support. "Then let us pay a visit to Whitebeard together," Luo suggested. Cheeto and Longma nodded in assent, and thus the four set forth to the location of Whitebeard's retreat. After making the necessary preparations, Sui and his companions set sail towards Whitebeard's haven. During their voyage, they reminisced about the illustrious past of the Whitebeard Pirates, their hearts brimming with respect. After several days at sea, they finally reached their destination. Upon disembarking, they made their way toward the place where Whitebeard had withdrawn. Deep within the island, they discovered a grand castle, the very stronghold of the Whitebeard Pirates. Sui took a deep breath, approached the castle, and knocked on the massive door. Moments later, the door creaked open to reveal a familiar figure, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco paused upon seeing Sui, then broke into a slight smile. "Ah, it's you all. What a rare visit." Sui returned the smile. "Marco, we've heard about the withdrawal of the Whitebeard Pirates, so we came to see what has transpired." With a gentle sigh, Marco invited Sui and his companions into the castle. Inside, he recounted the reasons behind the withdrawal of the Whitebeard Pirates. It turned out that they had decided to pass the captaincy to Edward Newgate's son, Portgas Ace. Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division, was immensely powerful and held Whitebeard's deep admiration. Following Edward Newgate's decision to retire, the crew had voted to appoint Ace as the new captain, a choice that all members supported, believing in Ace and Apos' capability to continue their legendary journey. However, Ace himself felt lost. He understood that becoming captain entailed immense responsibility, which filled him with trepidation. Upon learning of the Whitebeard pirates' withdrawal, Sui resolved to visit Ace and offer him encouragement. Simultaneously, Luo, Cheeto, and Longma expressed their willingness to support Ace in facing the challenges ahead. The four approached Ace's residence, finding him alone by the seaside, staring vacantly at the ocean. Sui stepped forward and gently placed a hand on Ace's shoulder. "Ace, I've heard about your crew's withdrawal." Ace turned, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. "Sui, I don't know if I can handle this position." Sui sat beside Ace, smiling reassuringly. "Ace, your strength is undeniable, but more importantly, you possess a heart brave enough to face any challenge." "A heart brave enough to face any challenge," Ace murmured, a glimmer of understanding dawning in his eyes. He rose, gazing resolutely at the sea. "Thank you, Sui. I know what I must do now." From that day forth, Ace embraced a new mindset towards the members of his crew. He diligently learned how to become an exemplary captain, leading the Whitebeard pirates into further adventures. Meanwhile, Sui, Luo, Cheeto, and Longma chose to remain on the island temporarily to assist Ace during this transitional period. They believed that under Ace's leadership, the Whitebeard pirates could surely reclaim their former glory. After departing from the Whitebeard pirates, Sui's thoughts remained with the legendary figure. He decided to visit Whitebeard once more, eager to witness his condition firsthand. Upon returning to Whitebeard's retreat, he found the captain's condition far more dire than he had anticipated. Whitebeard's body was exceedingly frail, teetering on the brink of death. Sui approached the bedside, softly calling out, "Captain Whitebeard, I have come to see you." Whitebeard slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his face upon seeing Sui. "Sui, you've come." Sui sat by Whitebeard's bedside, concern etched on his face. "How is your health?" With a smile, Whitebeard replied, "My body is no longer what it once was. I fear my time is short." A wave of sorrow surged through Sui, yet he fought back tears, offering solace. "Captain Whitebeard, please do not say such things. Your life has been filled with legend. We all revere you." Whitebeard shook his head, his gaze profound. "Sui, life has its end, but I am grateful to have met such remarkable young individuals like you. You give me hope for the future of the sea." Weighed down by grief, Sui could not stand idly by as death approached Whitebeard. He resolved to employ the Yin-Yang release technique to extend Whitebeard's life. This forbidden technique from the world of Naruto could grant temporary vitality. Though it could not cure terminal illness, it could prolong life. Sui requested Marco to fetch paper and ink, beginning to inscribe the seals for the Yin-Yang release. He set up a formation within the room, encircling Whitebeard in the center. Once everything was prepared, Sui commenced the technique. His hands formed seals, channeling chakra from within to infuse it into Whitebeard. As the Yin-Yang technique unfolded, Whitebeard's complexion gradually regained its color, and his breath steadied. Sui recognized his success. After hours of sustaining the technique, exhaustion enveloped him, yet he persevered, gritting his teeth to continue. Finally, through his efforts, Whitebeard slowly opened his eyes. "Sui, I feel much better," Whitebeard expressed gratefully, gazing at Sui. Sui beamed with relief. "Captain Whitebeard, it is wonderful to see you recovering." Chapter 49. Vice Admiral Jiuan. While Sui traversed the vast ocean, he unexpectedly encountered a naval warship. The sailors aboard the vessel, upon sighting Sui, immediately sounded the alarm and armed themselves to the teeth. At the bow of the ship stood Vice Admiral Jiuan, her icy gaze fixed firmly upon Sui. With a commanding voice, she ordered, "Fire." The ship's cannons roared, and cannonballs tore through the air, hurtling towards Sui's vessel. Frowning, Sui swiftly commanded, "Law, use your fruit ability to slice the cannonballs." Law nodded, a determined glint in his eyes. Harnessing his fruit powers, he vanished from sight only to reappear before the incoming cannonballs. "Room," Law bellowed, unleashing a wave of slicing force. An unseen power cleaved the cannonballs in twain, their explosion sending massive waves crashing across the sea. Jiuan, surprised, narrowed her eyes but did not concede. Instead, she rapidly recalibrated her tactics, directing her sailors to continue their assault. "Fire! Do not cease," she commanded. The naval soldiers operated the cannons incessantly, while Sui and Law nimbly evaded the barrage of ammunition. Without hesitation, Sui ordered, Law, teleport us aboard the warship. Law grasped Su Yi's hand, and in an instant, they vanished, reappearing on the deck of the naval vessel. The sailors, taken aback, raised their weapons in alarm. Ji Yuan furrowed her brow and coldly inquired, "Who are you? Why have you attacked a naval warship?" With a calm smile, Su Yi replied, "We are merely ordinary travelers, caught off guard by the presence of a naval ship." Ji Yuan scrutinized Su Yi, attempting to discern the truth in his eyes. However, Su Yi's gaze was clear and devoid of fear. As Su Yi faced off against the naval forces, a bold plan sparked in his mind. He resolved to seize Vice Admiral Ji Yuan amidst the chaos to extract vital intelligence. A mischievous glimmer flickered in Su Yi's eyes as he spoke to Law. "Provide cover for me." Law nodded, comprehending Su Yi's intent. He activated his fruit ability, conjuring a vast room around the warship, within which time appeared to stagnate, slowing the movements of the naval soldiers. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yi employed his moonwalk and swiftly leaped toward the warship, targeting Vice Admiral Ji Yuan. As he approached, a flicker of panic crossed her face. She swiftly drew her weapon, bracing herself for confrontation. Su Yi smirked, his ice wheel in hand emanating a chilling aura. He swung his blade toward Ji Yuan, who raised her sword to parry. The clash of blade against blade resonated with a crisp sound. After several exchanges, Ji Yuan realized that Su Yi's strength far exceeded her expectations. Anxiety gripped her heart. If this continued, she would struggle to withstand Su Yi's onslaught. At that moment, the naval soldiers regained their composure, raising their weapons and opening fire upon Su Yi. Law conjured a barrier within the room, deflecting the incoming bullets. Su Yi frowned, pondering silently. "I cannot afford to delay any longer. I must conclude this swiftly." A resolute glimmer appeared in his eyes as he leapt high into the air, his ice wheel radiating a brilliant light. "Bankai, Snow Love," Su Yi shouted, causing the ice wheel to transform into countless snowflake petals that surged toward Ji Yuan, enveloping her in an overwhelming storm. Pale-faced, Ji Yuan felt the impending threat of death as the snowflakes descended upon her. Gritting her teeth, she concentrated all her strength into her sword and unleashed a powerful sword wave. The collision of the sword wave and the flurry of petals produced a deafening explosion. The warship trembled violently, causing many sailors to lose their footing and fall. In the heat of battle, Su Yi and his crew successfully defeated the naval soldiers and captured Ji Yuan. Bound and furious, Ji Yuan glared at Su Yi. "Do as you wish, whether to kill or torture. It's all the same." She spat venomously. With a slight smile, Su Yi approached her, saying, "Vice Admiral Ji Yuan, we mean you no harm. We merely wish to ask you a few questions." Taken aback, Ji Yuan scrutinized Su Yi, attempting to fathom his intentions. "What questions?" she asked coldly, clearing his throat. Su Yi inquired, "Vice Admiral Ji Yuan, why did you choose to join the Navy?" Ji Yuan hesitated, clearly unprepared for such a question. After a moment of silence, she replied, "For justice, to protect." Su Yi nodded and continued, "And what are your views on pirates?" Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, scoffing, "Pirates are nothing but a band of scoundrels. They should be eradicated." With a subtle smile, Su Yi recognized that Ji Yuan's prejudice stemmed from naval indoctrination. He resolved to enlighten her, revealing the other side of piracy. "Vice Admiral Ji Yuan, you are mistaken. Among pirates, there are many who uphold justice. They, like the Navy, fight to protect what they hold dear." Su Yi asserted with unwavering conviction. Ji Yuan frowned, clearly unconvinced by Su Yi's words. Determined to change her perspective, he recounted tales of his adventures and how he and his companions upheld righteousness upon the seas, aiding the weak. A conflicted expression crossed Ji Yuan's face as she listened. After concluding his story, Ji Yuan suddenly asked, "Isn't your pursuit not for fame and fortune?" Su Yi smiled gently, responding, "We seek not fame or fortune. We follow our inner convictions, helping those in need. In this journey, we have gained something far more precious than wealth: friendship, courage, and growth." Ji Yuan fell into contemplation, beginning to reevaluate her perceptions of those labeled as pirates. She recognized that her long-held biases might be due for a change. "If you truly embody what you say, I am willing to reconsider my relationship with pirates," Ji Yuan murmured softly. A smile spread across Su Yi's face, He sensed Ji Yuan's wavering resolve. Seizing the moment, he suggested, "Vice Admiral Ji Yuan, if you would like, we can introduce you to our companions. They, like you, are champions of justice." Su Yi extended a sincere invitation. After a moment's hesitation, Ji Yuan finally nodded. "All right, I wish to meet your companions." Thus, Su Yi untied her bonds and led her to the ship's cabin. Inside, La Cheeto, Longma, and the other crew members were discussing their next course of action. Upon Ji Yuan's entrance, the conversation ceased, and all eyes turned toward her. She felt an invisible weight upon her shoulders, but maintained her composure. La stepped forward, smiling warmly. "Vice Admiral Ji Yuan, welcome aboard our ship. I am La, the ship's doctor." Ji Yuan nodded, saying, "Thank you for freeing me. While I still harbor prejudice against pirates, I am willing to hear your reasons for becoming one." In response, La began to narrate his adventures, detailing how he and his comrades fought for justice across the seas. Ji Yuan listened intently, her expression revealing a complex mix of emotions. After La finished his tale, Ji Yuan took a deep breath and said, "Your stories have moved me deeply. Perhaps it is time for me to reassess my views on pirates." With a smile, Su Yi remarked, "Vice Admiral Ji Yuan, we do not yearn for battle. Rather, we aspire to create a peaceful world. We hope that one day, pirates and the Navy can jointly safeguard these waters." Chapter 50. Bartolomeo. During their voyage, they heard tales of a pirate crew led by a formidable captain named Bartolomeo, who possessed the terrifying powers of the barrier fruit. Intrigued by this name, Su Yi resolved to seek out this legendary figure. After some inquiries, Su Yi learned that Bartolomeo resided on a remote island in the New World. He commanded his crew to alter their course toward the designated island. After a considerable journey, Su Yi and his companions finally arrived at the island. Surrounded by the vast sea, the island was lush and picturesque. As they set foot on the land, Su Yi and his companions carefully searched for any signs of Bartolomeo. Suddenly, they were drawn by the sound of commotion, discovering a group of pirates assaulting a young boy. Upon closer inspection, Su Yi recognized the boy as the very Bartolomeo he sought. He was taken aback by Bartolomeo's youth and remarkable combat prowess. Determined to rescue him, Su Yi unsheathed his sword, ice wheel, and charged into the fray. With a swift display of swordsmanship, he repelled the assailants. Bartolomeo, astonished, gazed at Su Yi, clearly surprised by his timely intervention. Su Yi smiled and extended his hand, introducing himself. "You must be Bartolomeo. I am Su Yi, and I wish to befriend you." Bartolomeo, momentarily stunned, soon broke into an excited grin, exclaiming, "Wonderful! You are Su Yi. I've heard of your feats. You have defeated a marine admiral and are a remarkable hero." Su Yi chuckled, modestly replying, "I suppose, but you are truly impressive." Bartolomeo scratched his head, blushing slightly. Su Yi patted his shoulder and asked, "Would you like to join our pirate crew and explore the seas together?" Bartolomeo's eyes widened with excitement. "Really? I can join you?" Su Yi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. We need a powerful ally like you." Overjoyed, Bartolomeo leaped with excitement, declaring, "Fantastic! I would love to join you." After a moment's thought, Su Yi continued, "We plan to journey to the end of the New World in search of the One Piece. Are you familiar with it?" Bartolomeo's eyes widened in astonishment. "The One Piece? That is the legendary treasure left by the pirate King Roger, said to contain boundless wealth and power. Are you truly going to seek it?" Su Yi nodded resolutely. "Yes. We believe that finding the One Piece will enable us to transform this world." Just as their conversation grew animated, a sudden, urgent alarm echoed through the air. Bartolomeo's expression shifted to one of alarm. "It's a marine warship. They must have discovered our presence." Su Yi furrowed his brow. "They arrived quickly. Bartolomeo, lead the way. We must leave this place at once." Bartolomeo nodded, guiding Su Yi and the others deeper into the forest. The marine ship was rapidly approaching, and time was running short. As they hurried through the woods, dodging the marine pursuit, the warship relentlessly followed, closing the distance between them. Suddenly, they encountered a sheer cliff, with the endless sea crashing below. Su Yi halted, turning to his companions. "It seems we have nowhere left to escape." Carp fixed a stern gaze upon Su Yi and his companions, his voice low and serious. Sui, they must bring you back. Sui responded with a calm smile. Mr. Carp, why not leave the Marines and join me instead? Carp sighed heavily. I am a Marine. It is my duty to eliminate pirates. With that, he assumed a battle stance, ready to confront Sui and his companions. Mr. Carp, please wait, Sui interjected, raising a hand. We do not wish to be enemies with the Marines. Let us find a middle ground. You allow us to leave, and we part ways peacefully. Carp frowned, clearly unconvinced by Sui's proposition. Sui, do not think you can play tricks. Today, I must eliminate you. As his words fell, Carp launched a powerful punch, a fierce gust of wind accompanying it. Sui reacted swiftly, drawing his sword to defend himself. The clash of fist and blade sent shockwaves through the air. Sui staggered back, while Carp remained steadfast. Mr. Carp, if that is the case, I must apologize. Sui shouted, charging at Carp with his sword drawn. Carp, recognizing the threat, prepared himself, gathering all his strength to counter Sui's assault. The sword strikes fell like a torrential storm upon Carp, who faced the onslaught without fear, countering with fierce punches. The clash of their combat echoed like thunder, the sea churning violently. After several exchanges, Sui began to gauge Carp's strength. Each punch from Carp was like iron, imbued with tremendous power. Though Sui and Apos' swordplay was swift, he found himself slightly lacking in raw strength. Is this all you can do? Carp taunted, attacking with derision. Undeterred, Sui's resolve only strengthened. He unleashed more sword techniques, channeling his haki to its fullest extent, forcing Carp to momentarily retreat. At that moment, Bartolomeo shouted, Sui, allow me to assist you. With that, Bartolomeo clasped his hands together, activating his devil fruit ability. A massive barrier swiftly formed, trapping Carp within. Carp frowned, taken aback by Bartolomeo's sudden intervention. Yet, rather than panicking, he erupted in laughter. A mere trick. And you think to ensnare me? With a thunderous stomp, Carp unleashed a powerful shockwave that shattered Bartolomeo's barrier, sending both combatants flying. Mr. Carp, we do not wish to be your enemies. If you insist on fighting, we will match you blow for blow, Sui declared with unwavering conviction. Carp paused, then suddenly burst into laughter. Very well, let us have a good, clean fight. With that, Carp charged at Sui again, his strikes fiercer than before. Sui and his companions braced themselves. An intense battle was inevitable. After a fierce exchange, both Sui and Carp found themselves breathless and exhausted. Ultimately, Sui triumphed with a final, decisive move. Upon his defeat, Carp did not express anger but instead bore an approving smile. Young man, you are indeed impressive. You have become a true warrior. With that, Carp turned and departed, disappearing beyond the horizon. Chapter 51. The Blue Demon and the Red Demon. Sui and his companions sailed across the vast ocean, reveling in the breathtaking scenery and cherishing their newfound freedom. Gathered on the deck, they indulged in delectable food while engaging in spirited discussions about their future. Trafalgar Law took a sip of his drink and inquired, Sui, what direction shall we head next? Pointing to the nautical chart, Sui replied, we are presently situated in the latter half of the Grand Line, and I wish to challenge one of the four emperors, Big Mom. Cheeto widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, Big Mom? She is one of the four emperors. Are you truly going to confront her? With a smile, Sui affirmed, indeed. To become the strongest pirate crew in the world, we must face the mightiest foes. Longla raised his glass in support, stating, I stand by Sui's decision. We shall follow him unwaveringly. Jardin nodded in agreement, while Bartolomeo shouted with enthusiasm, fantastic. I can hardly wait to battle Big Mom. Filled with gratitude for his steadfast companions, Sui recognized that it was their unwavering support that empowered him to steadfastly pursue his goals. Then let us proceed towards Big Mom's territory, he declared resolutely. At that moment, a shiver coursed through Sui's body as he glimpsed a foreboding future, a potent sense of danger enveloping him, signaling an imminent and ferocious attack. He bellowed, everyone, get down. Though uncertain of the cause, his comrades obeyed his command without hesitation. Just as the ship's hull splintered, a formidable assault surged forth. Boom! The vessel was obliterated, and Su-Yi and his companions were hurled away by the violent shockwave. They adjusted their positions mid-air, each utilizing their abilities to regain stability. Su-Yi activated the powers of the Tyrannosaurus fruit, transforming into a colossal dragon deity to withstand the explosion's impact. Bartolomeo erected a barrier to shield Cheeto and Longma, while Law employed his surgical fruit abilities to create numerous footholds in the air to aid his companions. 8 gates of Duanjia, 6th gate, the gate of view, open. Su-Yi shouted, feeling his chakras surge within him, augmenting his strength dramatically. 8 gates of Duanjia, 7th gate, the gate of shock, open. He pushed his body to the limits as the 7th gate was unleashed, emanating blue steam, while his hair turned crimson. 8 gates of Duanjia, 8th gate. The gate of death, open. This final gate, a forbidden technique, unleashed a torrent of blood, further amplifying his power. In that instant, his strength reached unprecedented heights. Su-Yi sensed an eruption of power within him, akin to a volcano awakening. He summoned Susanoo, a magnificent blue warrior appearing behind him, wielding the ice wheel. Concentrating all his strength into the ice wheel, he declared, Bankai, ice wheel. The weapon transformed into an enormous entity, causing the temperature to plummet and encasing the sea in a thick layer of ice. The blue demon and the red demon, witnessing this spectacle, recognized the gravity of the situation and unleashed their giant clan technique, Baku. 2 colossal orbs of light erupted from their hands, charged with destructive power, hurtling towards Su-Yi. Baku, a unique technique of the giant clan, stemmed from their immense strength and formidable stature. It concentrated their power into fists or weapons, delivering devastating shockwaves to their enemies. When the giants invoked Baku, their bodies radiated a crimson glow, instantaneously enhancing their might and speed. The power of Baku was astounding, capable of effortlessly annihilating everything in its vicinity. Ice wheel, final frozen river. Su-Yi swung the ice wheel, causing the temperature to plummet, freezing the sea beneath him. Instantly, countless massive ice spikes erupted from the frozen surface, charging towards the Baku of the blue and red demons. The clash of sword energy and Baku produced a thunderous explosion. The ocean roared as colossal waves surged forth, engulfing nearby vessels. In the heat of battle, Su-Yi seamlessly transitioned between techniques, transforming into the dragon deity and wielding Susanoo, fiercely contending against the blue and red demons. His figure darted through the fiery explosions, each strike imbued with annihilating force. At that moment, Su-Yi suddenly detected a flaw in the opponent's technique. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes as he exerted his strength, thrusting the ice wheel towards the blue demon. The blue demon, in terror, exclaimed, "Who are you? How do you possess such formidable power?" As the ice wheel pierced the blue demon, an intense cold erupted, encasing him in ice. The red demon gasped in shock and hastily retreated. Su-Yi, unwilling to grant him respite, swiftly unleashed the power of the 6 paths, binding the red demon in place. The red demon struggled fiercely but could not escape the grip of the 6 paths. With an icy glint in his eyes, Su-Yi swung his sword. The sword energy surged forth, cleaving the red demon in 2. Seeing his comrade slain, the blue demon's eyes turned crimson with rage as he bellowed furiously, swinging a massive iron rod towards Su-Yi. The ice wheel collided with the iron rod, producing a deafening clang. The surrounding sea churned violently, powerful shock waves smashing vessels into splinters. The battle between Su-Yi and the blue demon escalated to a fever pitch. They exchanged blows at breakneck speed, each clash igniting brilliant sparks. Throughout the combat, Su-Yi meticulously analyzed the blue demon's fighting style, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Finally, during a fierce confrontation, Su-Yi discerned the blue demon's weakness. With a sudden surge of power, he drove the ice wheel into the blue demon's chest. Caught off guard, the blue demon was struck, letting out a pained howl as his massive form was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a distant island. Su-Yi denied the blue demon any respite and pursued him, delivering his final blow. Bankai, final ice wheel. The ice wheel released an aura of frigid air, freezing everything in its vicinity. The blue demon's movement slowed, despair flickering in his eyes. Boom. The final ice wheel struck the blue demon, encasing him entirely in ice. He remained frozen in the same position, his vitality fading. As Sui descended, the ice wheel shimmered with a chilling radiance. At that moment, his companions arrived. Witnessing the breathtaking culmination of the battle, Bartolomeo exclaimed with excitement, "Sui, you are incredible. You single-handedly defeated the Blue Demon and the Red Demon." Chapter 52. The Ship of the Gods. After vanquishing the Blue and Red Demons, Sui and his companions realized that their vessel had become irreparably damaged. The hull was in shambles, rendering it unfit for further navigation. Sui surveyed the wrecked ship, his brow furrowing as he remarked, "The ship is beyond repair. We must seek a new one." His companions nodded in agreement. Cheeto inquired, "What shall we do now?" After a moment of contemplation, Sui responded, "Let us first locate an island, procure a new ship, and then continue our adventure." His companions voiced their assent, and they adjusted their course towards a nearby island. The island appeared vibrant and lush, teeming with life. The numerous inhabitants created a bustling atmosphere. Upon docking at the port, Sui and his companions disembarked. The townsfolk, warm and welcoming, cast curious glances at the weary travelers. Before a quaint inn, Sui paused and suggested to his companions, "Let us rest here for the night." They nodded in agreement and entered the inn to request accommodations. The innkeeper, a jovial middle-aged man, scrutinized Sui and his companions before cheerfully stating, "You must be adventurers from afar. Welcome to our little town." Sui acknowledged him with a nod, saying, "Indeed, we are in search of a place to rest." The innkeeper laughed heartily. "You have come to the right place. Though my inn may be modest, it is well equipped and the service is attentive. I assure you will be satisfied." Sui smiled in return. "Thank you for your hospitality." The innkeeper directed his staff to escort Sui and his companions to their rooms and instructed the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner. After settling in, Sui and his comrades took a stroll around the lively town, greeted with warm smiles from the residents. As night enveloped the town, Sui and his companions gathered around a crackling campfire, sharing dinner and exchanging stories. Bartolomeo, gnawing on a roasted chicken leg, mumbled, "Sui, your swordsmanship must be unparalleled." Sui chuckled lightly, "It's decent, but there are always those stronger. By the way, Cheeto, have you made any progress with your flame abilities?" At this, Cheeto summoned a fiery orb in his hand, controlling it with deft precision. "I feel my mastery over fire is improving. Perhaps one day, I can manifest flames like you." Ro laughed. "You all are putting in great effort. I believe we will realize our dreams of becoming the strongest pirate crew in the world." Jin took a sip of his drink and asked, "Sui, I've been curious about your fruit ability. What is it?" Sui paused for a moment before smiling. "My fruit ability is the Dragon God Fruit, allowing me to transform into a dragon and wield immense power." His companions displayed expressions of astonishment, taken aback by the strength of Sui's ability. Bartolomeo's eyes widened. "Ah, that explains your prowess. Dragons are legendary beings, imbued with great strength." Sui nodded. "Indeed, the Dragon God transformation grants me formidable power, but it also burdens me with greater responsibilities. Nevertheless, I find joy in it." As they conversed, sharing food amidst the serene night, they reveled in each other's company, hearts brimming with anticipation for the future. With the sea breeze tousling his hair, Sui gazed up at the starlit sky, feeling a surge of emotion. He understood that as long as they remained united and steadfast, they would surely achieve their aspirations of becoming the strongest pirate crew in the world. Sui entered a shipyard, articulating his requirements to the owner. The owner, recognizing Sui's distinguished demeanor, welcomed him warmly. "Esteemed guest, what kind of vessel do you seek?" he inquired courteously. After a moment of contemplation, Sui replied, "I require a sturdy and durable ship, capable of withstanding treacherous seas. Additionally, it must be equipped with advanced navigational tools and sufficient provisions of food and fresh water." The owner nodded in understanding. "I comprehend your needs. I shall construct a vessel that meets your specifications. Please allow me approximately 2 weeks." Sui agreed and left a deposit before departing the shipyard. He found a nearby inn to rest while awaiting the completion of the ship. During this time, Sui remained diligent, visiting the shipyard daily to monitor the construction progress and engage with the owner, ensuring the ship would fulfill his requirements. After 2 weeks of meticulous labor by the shipyard workers, the vessel was finally completed. This ship, with its unique design and streamlined hull, boasted exceptional sailing capabilities. It was outfitted with cutting-edge navigational equipment, including compasses, sextants, and nautical charts, providing reliable support for Suez adventures. Furthermore, the ship was stocked with ample provisions, ensuring that they would not face shortages at sea. Sui was immensely satisfied with the ship, which he named the Ship of the Gods. After finalizing the payment with the shipyard owner, who congratulated him on acquiring a new vessel and wished him smooth sailing on his adventures, Sui returned to the inn. Excitedly, he gathered his companions to unveil the new ship. Their eyes sparkled with exhilaration upon seeing the Ship of the Gods. Cheeto exclaimed, "This ship is magnificent, far superior to our previous one." Jian caressed the hull, smiling, "With this vessel, we shall surely reach the end of the Grand Line." Bartolomeo could hardly contain his excitement, shouting, "I can't wait to set sail on our adventures." Ro reminded them, "Though we have a new ship, we must not let our guard down. The ocean is fraught with unknowns, and we must remain vigilant." Sui nodded, agreeing with Ro. Looking at his companions, he spoke resolutely, "You are all correct. We cannot afford to relax our vigilance simply because we have acquired a new ship. During our adventures, we must unite and face every challenge together." Chapter 53. Vinsmoke Ichiji. Suddenly, Vinsmoke Ichiji appeared at sea, riding a colossal flying dragon that unleashed destruction upon an island. Germa 66. A mysterious military organization ruling the North Sea, is governed by the Vinsmoke family. They possess formidable technological prowess and military might, often engaging in illicit activities. Sui was at the port, preparing the ship when he was startled by a thunderous roar from above. Raising his gaze, he beheld a gigantic flying dragon circling the sky, emblazoned with the emblem of Germa 66. A frown creased Sui's brow as he pondered the intentions of Germa 66. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he promptly summoned his companions to board the vessel, bracing for a potential assault. At that moment, Vinsmoke Ichiji descended from the flying dragon, inciting a wave of commotion. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze lingering momentarily on Sui's ship. Standing at the bow, Sui locked eyes with Vinsmoke Ichiji, sensing the formidable aura emanating from him, understanding that the visitor bore ill intentions. With a cold smirk, Vinsmoke Ichiji taunted, "Are you the pirates who dare to challenge the four emperors?" Sui replied with a calm smile, "Indeed, we are the miracle pirates." A glint of cold light flashed in Vinsmoke Ichiji's eyes as he declared, "In that case, allow me to test your strength." With that, he leaped from the back of the dragon, launching himself towards Sui's ship. "Cheeto, it's your turn," Sui commanded. Cheeto stood face to face with Vinsmoke Ichiji, both brimming with fierce combat spirit. Vinsmoke Ichiji sneered and struck first, his form flickering as he appeared before Cheeto, delivering a powerful punch. Cheeto reacted swiftly, raising his arms to defend, but the force of Vinsmoke Ichiji sent him staggering back several steps. Regaining his footing, Cheeto retaliated, channeling his fiery abilities to envelop his fist in searing flames, launching a fierce strike at Vinsmoke Ichiji. The latter scoffed, standing his ground and countering with a punch of his own. Their fists collided with a thunderous roar, flames and shock waves intertwining and engulfing the surroundings. After several exchanges, both opponents seemed evenly matched, yet Vinsmoke Ichiji began to decipher Cheeto's fighting style, adapting his attacks accordingly. He nimbly dodged Cheeto's fiery strikes, seizing opportunities for counterattacks. Ultimately, in a close-quarters clash, Vinsmoke Ichiji exploited a weakness in Cheeto's defense, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Cheeto reeled in pain as Vinsmoke Ichiji swiftly pursued, landing a foot against his chest. Cheeto fell to the ground, but in a critical moment, he ignited his flame abilities, surrounding himself in a blazing inferno that repelled Vinsmoke Ichiji. Seizing the chance to distance himself, Cheeto steadied his stance. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to unleash his full power. Flames roared around his fist, igniting the very air itself. He leapt into the air, his fiery punch soaring toward Vinsmoke Ichiji. Sensing the formidable might of the attack, Vinsmoke Ichiji's expression turned grave. He could not afford to underestimate it and summoned the full extent of Germa's 60 SIXS technological might to form a protective shield before him. Cheeto's flaming fist collided with the shield, erupting in a deafening explosion. The shield trembled violently, but ultimately withstood Cheeto's full-force strike. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Vinsmoke Ichiji resolved to employ his ultimate technique, Spark, double rotation. This unique martial art of Germa 66 demanded the simultaneous use of both armament haki and observation haki, a feat of great difficulty. Stabilizing his form, Vinsmoke Ichiji clasped his hands together, a powerful energy coalescing within him. Sparks ignited around his body, and he surged forward like a bolt of lightning toward Cheeto. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Vinsmoke Ichiji, Cheeto braced himself, aware that this attack would be extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, Vinsmoke Ichiji closed the distance, unleashing a punch enveloped in armament haki and observation haki toward Cheeto. Cheeto, refusing to falter, crossed his arms defensively before his chest. The impact of Spark, double rotation against Cheeto's arms produced a deafening crash. The ground beneath them shattered instantly, and powerful shock waves radiated outward, snapping trees and rocks, which were swept into the vortex of energy. Caught in the tumult, both Cheeto and Vinsmoke Ichiji were propelled backward. They adjusted their positions mid-air, landing steadily upon the ground. Cheeto felt a sharp pain in his arms, yet his gaze remained resolute. He knew he had successfully withstood Vinsmoke Ichiji's ultimate attack. Vinsmoke Ichiji, astonished, had not anticipated that Cheeto could endure his signature move. Undeterred, this only ignited a fiercer desire for battle within him. The two resumed their fierce clash, this time unleashing their full abilities. Flames and lightning danced around them, each collision igniting powerful shockwaves. Cheeto possessed a unique synthetic blood known as green blood coursing through his veins. This blood contained the genetic factors of a Paramecia-type devil fruit user, bestowing him with corresponding powers. As Cheeto grew, new experiences continuously emerged within him, etched into his genetic factors. During their duel, Cheeto sensed an intense surge of power, as though something was on the brink of awakening within him. He recognized this as a call from his genetic factors, urging him to conclude the battle swiftly. Thus, Cheeto resolved to go all out, activating all the green blood within him, elevating his power to its zenith. In that moment, his form transformed, sprouting a pair of enormous black wings from his back, his hair igniting into blazing flames. Channeling every ounce of strength, Cheeto's green blood surged within him. His eyes shimmered with fiery intensity, and his hair danced like flames. With a mighty punch, he shouted, "Phoenix Flame!" A torrent of powerful flame energy erupted from Cheeto, soaring skyward. The fire coalesced into a gigantic phoenix, diving toward Vinsmoke Ichiji. This strike, a fusion of green blood's power and the abilities of the celestial angel, was awe-inspiring. Despite Vinsmoke Ichiji's desperate efforts to defend, he ultimately succumbed to Cheeto's overwhelming might and was defeated by his onslaught. Chapter 54. Biscuit Island's sunlight danced upon the tranquil sea as the pirate ship, named the Gods, sailed towards uncharted waters. On board, Su-E and Luo stood side by side, while the crew of the Gods brimmed with anticipation, ready to embrace new adventures. At that moment, the crew engaged in lively discussions about the imminent arrival at Biscuit Island, a renowned isle within the territory of Big Mom, celebrated for its delectable cookies. However, this island was also infamous for its perils and enigmas, with legends whispering of hidden treasures and lurking dangers. I have heard that Biscuit Island is home to an abundance of delicious cookies. I can hardly wait to taste them, exclaimed one eager crew member. Do not let your guard down. Biscuit Island harbors more than just cookies, another crew member cautioned. I have heard tales of treacherous creatures and traps on the island. Just then, the helmsman called out from the bow. An island has been spotted ahead. We shall arrive in approximately half an hour. Luo and Sui exchanged knowing smiles, aware that Biscuit Island was about to herald a new chapter in their adventures. As the Gods drew nearer, the silhouette of Biscuit Island gradually came into view. The island's peculiar shape resembled a colossal cookie, evoking an irresistible craving. Lush greenery adorned the island, its vibrant vegetation starkly contrasting with the surrounding azure waters. The gods gently navigated into the waters near Biscuit Island, seeking a suitable landing spot. The crew armed themselves, heightening their vigilance in preparation for potential threats. Luo and Su-yi stood at the prow, closely observing the island's conditions. They noted signs of human activity, yet no evident towns or villages were in sight. "It seems the inhabitants of Biscuit Island are few," Su-yi remarked. "That may be advantageous. We can explore the island with more freedom," Luo replied. Ultimately, the gods discovered a sandy beach along the southern shore of Biscuit Island, ideal for disembarkation. The crew swiftly prepared to set foot on this island shrouded in mystery. As they landed on the beach, the sunlight enveloped them, casting a golden glow upon their forms. The moment Su-yi and Luo stepped onto Biscuit Island, they were greeted by an intoxicating aroma of cookies. Following the scent, they arrived before a magnificent cookie house. The structure's round exterior, adorned with thick frosting, appeared irresistibly delectable. This cookie house must be filled with countless cookies," one crew member exclaimed with excitement. Luo and Su-yi shared a knowing smile and approached, gently pushing open the grand door of the cookie house. Beyond lay a long corridor lined with display cabinets showcasing an array of cookie flavors. As they ventured through the corridor, various enticing cookie scents wafted around them, igniting their appetites. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed through the air. "Be cautious, there may be foes," Luo warned, drawing his sword and fixing his gaze on the corridor's end. From the shadows emerged a colossal cookie monster, towering at approximately 3 meters. Its enormous form composed of an assortment of cookies, with eyes gleaming red. "The Cookie Monster!" the crew shouted, brandishing their weapons as they prepared for battle. The Cookie Monster roared and lunged towards the crew. Unfazed, Luo and Su-yi directed their comrades to scatter and attack the monster from various angles. In the heat of battle, the crew of the gods displayed remarkable skill and synergy. They capitalized on the Cookie Monster's sluggish movements, deftly evading its assaults while launching fierce counterattacks. After an intense struggle, the crew ultimately triumphed over the Cookie Monster. As the beast fell, the cookie house trembled violently, and the surrounding cookie walls began to collapse. "At last, we have dealt with this troublesome creature," one crew member sighed in relief. Luo sheathed his sword and surveyed the area, discovering a hidden door within the walls of the cookie house. He approached and pushed it open, revealing a staircase leading underground. "This cookie house is far from ordinary," Luo mused, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. One by one, the crew members of the gods descended the staircase, eager to uncover Biscuit Island's secrets. Their adventure on Biscuit Island was merely beginning. As the crew descended the dark, lengthy staircase, an air of mystery enveloped them. After some time, they arrived at a vast underground cavern. The walls were adorned with an array of cookies, glimmering enticingly. At the center of the cavern stood a gigantic cookie statue, seemingly observing every visitor. "What is this place?" one crew member inquired, bewildered. Luo fixed his gaze upon the cookie statue, sensing a formidable power emanating from it. "Indeed, this Biscuit Island holds more than meets the eye," he replied gravely. Just then, the cookie statue stirred to life. Its eyes glowed ominously, and it opened its mouth, emitting a deep rumbling sound. "The Cookie Monster!" the crew shouted, raising their weapons in alarm. The Cookie Monster emerged from the statue, its body crafted from an array of cookies, exuding an aura of invincibility. "This time, we must tread carefully. This Cookie Monster is far more powerful than the last," Luo warned. The crew nodded in agreement, dispersing to attack the monster from different angles. However, the Cookie Monster's defenses were formidable. No matter their efforts, they struggled to inflict significant harm. During the fierce confrontation, the crew gradually realized that they needed to identify the Cookie Monster's weakness to defeat it. Luo observed that certain cookie segments would temporarily detach when the monster was attacked. He resolved to use this vulnerability to devise a strategy. "There," he pointed out, spotting a soft cookie segment on the monster's back. Dragon Horse swiftly raised his weapon, launching a powerful strike at the monster's vulnerable spot. Upon impact, a tremendous explosion erupted. The blast caused the Cookie Monster to stagger, and pieces of Cookie began to fall away from its once impenetrable form, revealing a significant fissure. "Now is our chance. Attack!" Luo shouted, leading the charge. The crew launched a coordinated assault, their combined might obliterating the Cookie Monster entirely. As the beast fell, the surrounding cookie walls crumbled, allowing the crew of the gods to successfully navigate through the underground cavern. Chapter 55. Cracker vs. Ryoma. Charlotte Cracker, the second son of Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, one of the four emperors and a formidable sweet commander, possessed the terrifying power of the biscuit fruit, enabling him to manipulate biscuits in combat. Standing upon the sandy shores of Biscuit Island, he gazed at the members of the gods' pirate crew, his eyes ablaze with fury. Upon hearing that the gods' pirate crew had intruded upon Biscuit Island, disrupting its tranquility, he had come to assess the situation. "Who are you to dare trespass in Mama's territory?" Cracker's voice boomed, exuding an overwhelming presence. "We are the gods' pirate crew, here in search of the secrets of Biscuit Island," Su-Yi replied calmly. At these words, Cracker snorted derisively. "Secrets of Biscuit Island? Huh, there are no secrets here. You would do well to leave at once, lest you find me unfriendly." Undeterred, the members of the gods' pirate crew brandished their weapons, prepared to engage Cracker in fierce combat. "Cracker, we harbor no ill intent. Our curiosity about Biscuit Island brought us here to explore." Su-Yi attempted to defuse the escalating tension. Cracker glared at Su-Yi, clearly unconvinced by his words. "Curiosity? Humph. I suspect you seek to seize Mama's treasures." Realizing that a peaceful resolution was out of reach, Su-Yi resolved to fight with all his might to protect his crew. "So be it, then. I shall not hold back." His eyes gleamed with fierce determination. Inspired by Su-Yi's resolve, the crew erupted with fighting spirit. As an intense battle was about to unfold upon Biscuit Island, Cracker swung his massive biscuit sword at Su-Yi, who met the attack fearlessly with his ice wheel. Simultaneously, the crew members clashed with the biscuit soldiers of the island, the scene descending into chaos, filled with the sounds of clashing swords and war cries. The members of the gods' pirate crew demonstrated remarkable strength and teamwork, supporting one another as they fought against the enemies of Biscuit Island. Ryoma, with a confident smile, brandished a traditional katana and stepped onto the battlefield, invigorating his comrades. At that moment, the enemies had surrounded the crew entirely. Upon seeing Ryoma enter the fray, they mocked. "Huh, is this the best you can muster? Sending a nameless fool to his doom?" Unfazed, Ryoma calmly surveyed the enemy formation, searching for an opening. Suddenly, he moved like a flash, charging towards them. The enemies barely had time to react before Ryoma was upon them, his katana slicing through their ranks, dispatching several foes in an instant. The enemies of Biscuit Island were taken aback, astonished by Ryoma's prowess. Yet, the battle had only just begun, and the true test lay ahead. Ryoma plunged into the enemy throng, navigating seamlessly as his swordsmanship flowed like water, each strike claiming an enemy's life. The crew, witnessing Ryoma's valor, erupted in cheers of encouragement. Cracker, watching Ryoma, grinned menacingly. "Haha, another fool comes to die?" With a stoic expression, Ryoma tightened his grip on the legendary blade, remaining silent. The battle was imminent, and Cracker launched the first strike. Utilizing his biscuit fruit powers, he swiftly charged at Ryoma. However, Ryoma had already predicted Cracker's attack trajectory, effortlessly evading. Ryoma unleashed a fierce sword aura, and although Cracker reacted swiftly to dodge, he still sustained a wound. "Not bad. You have some skill." Cracker licked his wound, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Once more, he attacked, transforming into a colossal serpent, opening his gaping maw to bite at Ryoma. Unfazed, Ryoma executed his ultimate technique, Dragon Tornado Flash. This technique, born from his training in Wano, saw Ryoma become a streak of light, weaving around Cracker incessantly. Cracker attempted to counter, but each effort was easily evaded by Ryoma. Suddenly, Ryoma leaped high into the air, channeling all his strength into a decisive strike towards Cracker. This blow, imbued with unmatched force, bore down upon Cracker. Sensing its might, Cracker sought to evade, but it was too late. The sword aura struck him, sending him crashing through several trees, where he lay on the ground. Struggling to rise, Blood trickled from his mouth. His eyes filled with fury. "You have thoroughly enraged me." Cracker roared, his body swelling as hard biscuits erupted from his skin. His limbs grew robust, wielding an incredibly tough biscuit sword, transforming him into a gigantic biscuit man. The crew gasped at this transformation, realizing Cracker had harnessed the full extent of his biscuit fruit abilities. "Ryoma, be careful. He is unleashing his full power," Jiuan warned loudly. With a grave expression, Ryoma understood that Cracker's newfound strength made the forthcoming battle all the more daunting. Yet, he felt no fear. Instead, it ignited an even fiercer battle spirit within him. "I will not be defeated by you," Ryoma proclaimed, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, channeling his entire essence into it. The blade glimmered with radiant light as Ryoma propelled himself towards Cracker. In response, Cracker unleashed a ferocious roar, sweeping his enormous biscuit sword at Ryoma. Ryoma leaped into the air, evading Cracker's strike while simultaneously slashing down at Cracker's head. Cracker raised his sword in defense, the clash of their powers resulting in a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves that uprooted nearby trees, forcing the crew to retreat from the fierce impact. As the dust settled, Ryoma and Cracker remained steadfast. With a cold smirk, Cracker expanded further, his skin becoming even harder, shimmering with a metallic sheen. "Prepare to witness true power," Cracker bellowed, delivering a massive sweep of his sword that shattered the surrounding rocks. Ryoma's eyes narrowed, sensing that Cracker was about to unleash his trump card. Taking a deep breath, he pointed the tip of his renowned sword at Cracker. One sword style, Iato slash. In an instant, Ryoma vanished from sight, reappearing behind Cracker, his blade radiating brilliance. Bang! The blade carved through Cracker's form, showering the area in a torrential downpour of blood. With a pained howl, Cracker reverted to his original state, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Chapter 56. Candy Island. As chaos engulfed Cookie Island, Su-Yi and the crew of the Divine Pirates swiftly departed from its shores. They understood that the collapse of Cookie Island was merely the beginning, with more unknown adventures awaiting them. After a considerable voyage, the Divine Pirates finally arrived at Candy Island. This enchanting isle was adorned with vibrant candy structures and decorations, resembling a colossal candy paradise. Stepping onto Candy Island, Su-Yi was awestruck by the kaleidoscopic scenery. Candy buildings dotted the landscape, the streets were paved with chocolate, and the rooftops were sprinkled with confectionery fragments. Even the air was infused with the sweet aroma of candy. "Wow, this place is truly a haven for candy enthusiasts," exclaimed Longma. Jia Yuan and Bartolomeo could hardly contain their excitement as they rushed into a candy shop, eagerly purchasing a myriad of delectable sweets. Meanwhile, Luo and Su-Yi strolled leisurely across the island, reveling in the dreamlike surroundings. "Luo, do you think the inhabitants of this island are all candy lovers?" Su-Yi inquired with curiosity. Luo chuckled and replied, "Perhaps. But the residents seem to possess a peculiar fondness for candy." At that moment, a battalion of candy soldiers appeared, encircling Su-Yi and Luo. Towering and armed with massive lollipop weapons, their eyes gleamed with vigilance. "Intruders, you have trespassed into the realm of the Candy Kingdom. Leave now while you still can," bellowed the commanding candy officer. Exchanging knowing glances, Su-Yi and Luo recognized that the island was far from the serene facade it presented. "It appears there are intriguing events awaiting us here," Luo remarked with a smile. Su-Yi nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Let us uncover the secrets that this Candy Kingdom harbors." The commanding officer furrowed his brow, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Su-Yi and Luo, and hesitated to act rashly. "You would do well to refrain from making any hasty moves. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ungracious," the candy officer warned. With a smile, Su-Yi flicked his wrist, unleashing a wave of sword energy that sent one of the candy soldiers flying. "Let us see what you've got." Acknowledging the exceptional prowess of his adversaries, the candy officer ordered an attack. The candy soldiers brandished their colossal lollipop weapons and lunged at Su-Yi and Luo. Luo wielded his katana with agility, deftly navigating through the ranks of candy soldiers, each strike toppling an enemy. Meanwhile, Su-Yi brandished his ice wheel, his sword energy surging forth, forcing the candy soldiers to retreat. Suddenly, a gigantic candy giant emerged before them, standing approximately 10 meters tall and comprised of various colorful confections, exuding an irresistible scent. The candy giant emitted a low growl and charged at Su-Yi and Luo. Its fist descended, cracking the ground beneath them. Su-Yi leaped into the air, meeting the candy giant's punch with his blade. The collision produced a deafening sound, sending Su-Yi hurtling back while leaving a deep gash on the giant's fist. However, the candy giant offered no respite. It advanced with great strides, intent on crushing Su-Yi and Luo. The duo dodged swiftly, but soon realized that the candy giant was adapting to their movements. This is bad. The candy giant is mimicking our actions. Luo recognized that the creature was evolving. Su-Yi, brow furrowed, understood that they needed to find a way to defeat the candy giant quickly. Scanning their surroundings, he noticed colorful candies scattered on the ground. Luo, those candies, Su-Yi pointed out. Luo grasped Su-Yi's intention immediately, and they both leaped toward the scattered sweets, each grabbing a handful. Enraged, the candy giant roared and attempted to stomp on them. Yet, anticipating its move, Su-Yi and Luo hurled their candies at the giant's eyes. The giant, unable to evade, was struck and staggered back in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Su-Yi and Luo launched a counterattack, skillfully maneuvering around the candy giant and targeting its vulnerable spots. With their synchronized efforts, the candy giant ultimately succumbed, crashing to the ground. With the crisis averted, Su-Yi and Luo exhaled in relief, exchanging smiles, pleased with their teamwork. However, just then, the fallen candy giant began to transform. Its body gradually melted away into a viscous syrup. What is happening? Luo gasped in astonishment. Su-Yi's expression grew serious, sensing that the Candy Kingdom concealed even more secrets than they had anticipated. Cautiously, they approached the puddle of syrup, hoping to uncover a clue. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the syrup, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Su-Yi. What is going on? Su-Yi and Luo stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Ha ha ha, you are quite amusing. Come, become a part of me. The figure emitted an eerie laughter and lunged at Su-Yi and Luo. Startled, they raised their swords to defend themselves, but the figure, akin to a shadow, nimbly evaded their strikes. What manner of creature is this? Luo marveled inwardly. Since you refuse to become a part of me, then savor the taste of the candy giant. The figure declared, splitting into countless smaller candies that hurtled towards Su-Yi and Luo. In that moment, Luo had a sudden inspiration. Su-Yi, attack that shadow, he shouted. Su-Yi hesitated but quickly grasped Luo's intent. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled his sword at the figure. The blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at the shadow. The figure momentarily froze, attempting to dodge, but it was too late. The sword pierced through its form, causing it to disintegrate into syrup. Within the syrup, the figure reappeared, though this time it was somewhat transparent. You have indeed surprised me, but the game ends here, it proclaimed, gradually dissipating into the air. Perospero, the king of the Candy Kingdom, sat on his throne, his expression dark. He observed Su-Yi and Luo's every move through a magical mirror, anger flickering in his eyes. Chapter 57. The Eerie Figure Humph, daring to wreak havoc in my kingdom. Perospero scoffed, then let you become the slaves of the Candy Kingdom. With a wave of his hand, a legion of candy soldiers appeared before him. Go, capture those two intruders. The candy soldiers obediently surged towards Su-Yi and Luo. Just as they had vanquished the eerie figure, they found themselves confronted with the onslaught of candy soldiers. It seems the troubles of the Candy Kingdom are far from over, Luo remarked with a bitter smile. Su-Yi's expression turned grave. We must leave here at once. Otherwise, the consequences may be dire. The two wielded their weapons, fiercely resisting the advancing candy soldiers. However, the sheer number of soldiers began to overwhelm them. At that moment, a familiar group of figures appeared before Su-Yi and Luo. The gods' pirates are here to provide support. Longma and her companions arrived, joining the fray. With the inclusion of the gods' pirates, the tide of battle began to shift. Longma, Jiyuan, Bartolomeo, and others displayed their prowess, scattering the candy soldiers in disarray. Seeing this, Perospero's expression darkened further. Do not think you can win. He pressed his palms together and chanted incantations. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky of the Candy Kingdom, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Candy Magic Circle. Perispero bellowed, prepare to witness the true power of the Candy Kingdom. The ground of the Candy Kingdom cracked open, revealing a colossal candy magic circle. The circle emitted a dazzling light, enveloping Sui, Luo, and their allies. What is this? Luo exclaimed, astonished, looking around. The crew of the gods' pirates also wore grave expressions, sensing the unusual nature of the magic circle. Perispero stood at the center of the magic circle, laughing maniacally. Ha! Experienced the wrath of the Candy Kingdom. As his laughter echoed, the magic circle unleashed a powerful suction, drawing Sui, Luo, and the others into its depths. Feeling dizzy, Sui and Luo soon lost consciousness. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. All around them were buildings made of candy, vibrant and dreamlike. Where are we? Luo asked, bewildered. Sui cautiously surveyed their surroundings. I don't know, but we must leave here quickly. Perispero will not let us go easily. The two cautiously explored the candy world, searching for an escape. However, they soon realized that this world seemed boundless. No matter which direction they traversed, they could find no end. This is not a solution, Luo said, furrowing his brow. We need to decipher the patterns of this world if we are to find an exit. Sui nodded. You are right. Let us search for hidden clues. Thus, they began to diligently seek for hints. They discovered that everything in this candy world was made of candy, including the buildings, roads, and even the trees. Furthermore, each time they touched these objects, they were met with a hint of sweetness. Everything appeared delightful, yet it also exuded an unreal quality. Sui glanced around, pondering. Perhaps everything here is an illusion. Luo nodded in agreement. Your speculation holds merit. We must remain vigilant and not be deceived by this facade. The two continued their exploration of the candy world, searching for a way to escape. Along the way, they gradually uncovered clues seemingly connected to their past adventures. Do you remember? Back in the Candy Kingdom, we encountered that eerie figure. He claimed we had become a part of the candy giant, Luo suddenly remarked. Sui's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting that this world may have been created by that eerie figure, and that our adventures were merely his memories? Luo nodded. It is quite possible. Therefore, we must find that eerie figure and defeat him to leave this world. With a shared understanding, the two set out to locate the eerie figure. Following the clues, they eventually arrived at a grand candy palace. Deep within the palace, they spotted the eerie figure, seated upon a throne with an evil grin as he gazed at the intruders. You have finally arrived, the eerie figure proclaimed, standing to welcome them. But in this world made of candy, you are no match for me. With a flick of his hand, countless candy soldiers emerged from the palace's corners, encircling Sui and Luo. The two shouted in unison and launched a fierce assault against the candy soldiers. Sui wielded his ice wheel blade, each strike severing multiple candy soldiers. Luo deftly maneuvered among the candy soldiers, his katana claiming the lives of enemies with every swing. In the heat of battle, Sui and Luo demonstrated remarkable synergy and strength. They coordinated their efforts, repelling wave after wave of candy soldiers. Yet, with every batch they defeated, more soldiers emerged, seemingly without end. This will not do, Luo shouted amidst the chaos. We must identify the enemy's weakness and strike decisively. While fending off attacks, Sui observed his surroundings. He noticed a gigantic clock atop the palace, its hands moving slowly. Luo, look at that clock, Sui exclaimed. I believe that clock is the enemy's weakness. Luo followed Sui's gaze and spotted the enormous clock. Instantly, he understood Sui's intent. All right, let us focus our attacks on that clock. The two altered their strategy, no longer entangled with the candy soldiers, and instead concentrated their efforts on the clock at the palace's summit. Their attack struck true, causing the clock to tremble violently. As the clock shook, the candy palace began to quake. The previously fearless candy soldiers suddenly halted, fear etched upon their faces. What is happening? Luo asked, astonished, surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, Sui had a realization. Could it be that this candy world is controlled by that eerie figure? By attacking the clock, we are, in essence, attacking him. As if to validate Sui's hypothesis, the once still clock began to reverse, emitting a jarring sound of grinding gears. With the clock's reversal, the entire candy world began to collapse, with crumbling candy structures falling apart. Chapter 58. Perispero. In this world constructed of confections, you shall forever be my slaves. Su-yi and Luo were taken aback by this sudden transformation, yet they did not succumb to despair. The two stood back to back, bracing themselves against the collapsing candy realm. Luo, we must devise a way to thwart him, Su-yi declared with unwavering resolve. Luo nodded in agreement. I understand. We must locate that peculiar figure and defeat him to escape this world. Amidst the chaos of the crumbling landscape, they diligently searched for the enigmatic silhouette. At last, they spotted it atop a toppled candy tower, surveying the disheveled Su-yi and Luo with disdain. Do you truly believe this will vanquish me? The figure taunted with a cold smirk. In this confectionery world, I am a god. You stand no chance against my might. Su-yi gripped his ice wheel, declaring, No. As long as we unite our strength, we shall surely triumph over you. Luo raised his katana high, exclaiming, For freedom and the glory of the gods' pirates. We shall never surrender. The enigmatic figure roared in fury. Cursed be you. I will not concede to your feeble attempts. Channeling all his power, the figure unleashed a formidable candy spell. In the air, it transformed into countless sharp candy spikes, raining down upon Su-yi and Luo. Undeterred by this overwhelming assault, they commanded the candy soldiers to form a defensive line, collectively repelling the barrage. While defending, Su-yi and Luo continuously sought an opportunity to counterattack. At last, they discerned a flaw in the figure's defense. Now, Luo, Su-yi shouted. Luo understood immediately, his katana tracing a graceful arc toward the figure. Simultaneously, Su-yi swung his black blade, Autumn Water, releasing a fierce sword aura. Their strikes converged upon the figure, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The candy tower crumbled, and the figure emitted a defiant roar amidst the chaos. As the dust settled, Su-yi and Luo beheld the absence of the figure, leaving behind a ravaged candy world. With the figure's disappearance, the entire confectionery realm began to collapse. Su-yi and Luo clutched each other's hands tightly, bracing for the impending shockwave. At the moment the candy world disintegrated, a powerful dizziness enveloped them. However, when they reopened their eyes, they found themselves lying on a sunlit beach, the warm rays kissing their faces. As Su-yi and Luo celebrated their return to reality, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before them. Ah, you have finally returned, Perispero remarked, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Su-yi and Luo exchanged astonished glances, not anticipating this encounter. Perispero, what brings you here? Luo asked warily. Perispero shrugged. I am here to welcome you back to the real world. After all, we are old friends, are we not? Su-yi furrowed his brow, skeptical of Perispero's intentions. He knew this peculiar individual would not easily let them go. Since you have welcomed us, kindly take your leave, Su-yi replied coldly. Perispero chuckled. Oh, do not be so frosty. My visit is to propose a deal. A deal? Su-yi and Luo questioned, puzzled. Perispero nodded. Indeed. I know of a way to eliminate Mother, and I can assist you in finding her. However, in exchange, you must help me accomplish a task. Su-yi and Luo exchanged glances before inquiring, what task? A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Perispero and Appo's eyes. Help me reclaim my sweet desert island. The duo was taken aback, not expecting such a request. Sweet desert island? Isn't that your domain? Why must we aid you in its retrieval? Luo queried, perplexed. Perispero chuckled softly. Because the island conceals a secret I have long sought, one that pertains to the fate of the entire world. To obtain this secret, I require your strength. Su-yi and Luo fell into contemplation, aware that Perispero was undoubtedly scheming. After careful deliberation, Su-yi nodded, very well, we shall agree. But on the condition that you guarantee to reveal the secret regarding Mother once the island is reclaimed. Perispero smiled and nodded, of course, I pledge my honor. So, shall we shake on it? Upon reaching an accord, Perispero provided Su-yi and Luo with the route and crucial information to Sweet Desert Island. According to him, the island lay deep within the ocean, blanketed in thick frosting, resembling a colossal cake. Following Perispero's guidance, Su-yi and Luo set sail aboard the Thousand Sun, steering toward the island. Along the journey, they encountered treacherous weather and assaults from marine creatures, yet they overcame each challenge with fortitude. After a considerable voyage, they finally arrived at Sweet Desert Island. What lay before them was breathtaking. The frosting was as pure as freshly fallen snow, with candy structures adorning the landscape, transporting them to a fantastical fairy tale world. However, beneath this enchanting exterior lurked a grave peril. Shortly after landing, they were besieged by a horde of foes known as candy soldiers. Mounted on colossal candy steeds and wielding sharp candy swords, they unleashed terrifying howls. Su-yi and Luo sprang into action, engaging in a fierce battle with the candy soldiers. During the skirmish, they discerned that these soldiers were under some form of control, exhibiting unnaturally fierce aggression. They deftly navigated through the ranks of the candy soldiers, their weapons striking down upon their adversaries. In the heat of battle, Su-yi and Luo discovered the soldiers' weakness. Despite their formidable appearance, their power stemmed from a colossal candy gem. Destroying this gem would revert the soldiers to their original forms. With their target identified, Su-yi and Luo commenced their plan. They skillfully maneuvered among the candy soldiers, evading their strikes while searching for the giant candy gem. At last, amidst the conflict, Luo spotted the gem's location. He exchanged a knowing glance with Su-yi, and together they launched a simultaneous assault on the colossal candy gem. In that instant of attack, Su-yi and Luo unleashed unprecedented strength, sending the surrounding candy soldiers flying. Their strikes landed squarely on the candy gem, and with a resonant shattering sound, the gem was obliterated. Chapter 59. The Island of Desserts. As the candy gem shattered, the candy soldiers abruptly ceased their movements, collapsing one by one onto the ground. Their bodies gradually dissipated, transforming into ordinary confections. Su-yi and Luo exhaled in relief, having successfully reclaimed the Island of Desserts. They gazed at the scattered candies, unable to suppress their laughter. However, just as they believed the battle had concluded, a mysterious figure materialized before them. This apparition emanated a formidable aura, instilling in Su-yi and Luo an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Who are you? Why do you seek to destroy my Island of Desserts?" The voice of the enigmatic figure resonated deep and authoritative. Upon closer inspection, Su-yi and Luo realized that this shadowy presence was none other than the ruler of the island, the King of Desserts. He glared at them with palpable fury, seemingly enraged by their actions. Su-yi calmly replied, "We harbor no intention of offense. We have merely followed the guidance of fate to uncover the truth of the historical texts." The King of Desserts furrowed his brow. "Historical texts? Are you also in pursuit of that legend?" Su-yi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, to unearth the historical texts, we must unveil the secrets of your island." The King of Desserts fell silent for a moment, then sighed. "If that is the case, I can provide you with a clue regarding the historical texts." Energized by this revelation, Su-yi and Luo listened intently as the King of Desserts shared his insights. Filled with excitement, they expressed their gratitude before embarking on their quest to find the historical texts, guided by the clues provided by the king. Throughout their search on the Island of Desserts, they encountered numerous challenges, including inclement weather, ferocious wildlife, and hostile pirate crews. Nevertheless, these obstacles could not deter their relentless pursuit. After considerable effort, Su-yi and Luo finally discovered a lead on the historical texts. They arrived at a hidden chamber deep within a cave, where an ancient stone tablet lay concealed. The tablet was inscribed with mysterious symbols, precisely the historical texts they sought. As they endeavored to decipher the symbols etched upon the tablet, a group of uninvited guests suddenly intruded. These intruders belonged to a rival faction on the Island of Desserts, coveting its wealth and intent on seizing the historical texts for themselves. A fierce battle erupted within the chamber, as Su-yi and Luo unleashed their prowess against their adversaries, determined to protect the historical texts from falling into nefarious hands. During the skirmish, Su-yi showcased his extraordinary swordsmanship, while Luo employed his cunning intellect to devise clever strategies. Working in unison, they ultimately repelled their foes. Once the adversaries were vanquished, Su-yi and Luo resumed their efforts to decipher the historical texts. They discovered that the tablet contained a secret regarding the end of the Grand Line, a revelation that could alter the fate of the entire world. With Su-yi and Luo positioned as its key figures, Upon unraveling the historical texts, Sui and Luo were astounded. They recognized the immense responsibility that lay upon their shoulders. They must locate the One Piece and unveil the secrets of their world. However, during their continued search for the One Piece, they received astonishing news. Whispers suggested that the Island of Deserts was no ordinary isle, but rather one shrouded in monumental secrets, intricately linked to the century of blank history, potentially influencing the fate of the entire sea. Determined to investigate this mystery, Sui and Luo speculated that it might be connected to a relic hidden deep within the island. Thus, they ventured further into the Island of Deserts, embarking on a quest to find this relic. Throughout their search for the relic, they faced numerous perils and challenges. Yet, they persevered, fueled by unwavering faith and courage. Overcoming each adversity, at last, they uncovered the relic, cleverly concealed within the depths of the island, explaining why it had remained undiscovered until now. Within the relic's core, they encountered an ancient apparatus, resembling an artifact of a bygone era. Sui and Luo theorized that this device might be linked to the century of blank history and the secrets of the Island of Deserts. They resolved to activate the apparatus, hoping to unveil the truths hidden within. As they initiated the device, the relic suddenly quaked violently. A brilliant light enveloped the Island of Deserts as a formidable force surged throughout. In that moment, a mysterious figure emerged from the relic, exuding an aura of awe-inspiring power. The figure regarded Sui and Luo, speaking slowly, "You have finally arrived here. I am the creator of the Island of Deserts, the guardian of this world." Confronted by the presence of the island's creator, Sui and Luo were taken aback. Yet, they stood resolutely, prepared to face the impending confrontation. The creator of the Island of Deserts gazed at them, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "You possess formidable conviction and bravery. Perhaps you are capable of altering the fate of this world," he remarked. Subsequently, the creator recounted the tale of the century of blank history and the secrets of the Island of Deserts. It was revealed that the island was a unique realm, possessing the power to connect countless parallel worlds. A century prior, a group of adventurers from disparate worlds had arrived at the Island of Deserts in search of the One Piece. A fierce conflict ensued, ultimately fracturing the island into numerous parallel worlds. The creator, striving to restore the course of history, concealed the island using immense power and established a special device to identify a worthy successor. Throughout the annals of time, the creator had silently safeguarded this world, preventing malevolent forces from coveting these waters. However, as time passed, he began to feel overwhelmed. He recognized the necessity of finding a suitable heir to whom he could entrust the mantle of guardian. Sui and Luo were precisely the successors the creator sought. They held the key to unraveling the mysteries of the One Piece and would assume the responsibility of safeguarding the Island of Deserts and the parallel worlds. "Now that you have found your way here, it signifies your eligibility to inherit my power," the creator proclaimed. "I shall bestow upon you all my strength, with the hope that you will wield it wisely and bring true peace and justice to this world." As the creator and Appo's formidable energy surged into their beings, Sui and Luo felt their abilities significantly amplified. They understood that from this moment forth, they would bear the responsibility of protecting the Island of Deserts and the parallel worlds, ushering in a new dawn of hope for their realm. Chapter 60. Charlotte Bre. After resolving the crisis in the Candy Kingdom, Sui and his companions, including Law, continued their adventurous journey aboard the ship named the Gods, heading towards their next destination, Cake Island. Cake Island, a realm suffused with the essence of sweetness, is adorned with an array of delectable cakes and desserts. However, beneath the veneer of this seemingly idyllic island lies a mysterious family, the Charlotte family. The Charlotte family is a formidable member of the Big Mom Pirates, wielding powerful devil fruit abilities. Their dessert army and peculiar powers instill terror in countless pirates. Unbeknownst to Sui and Law's crew, they are on the brink of an unprecedented crisis. During their voyage, they inadvertently stumbled into a mysterious mirror world and found themselves ensnared within it. "What is this place?" Law inquired, surveying the surroundings filled with mirrors reflecting their shadows. Cheeto, in a state of anxiety, drew his weapon, exclaiming, "It seems we are trapped." Ryuma remained vigilant, observing the enigmatic mirror world, sensing that it concealed an extraordinary power. Jijian nervously leaned against Zaro, asking, Sui, will we be trapped here forever? With furrowed brows, Sui reassured them, No, I will ensure that we escape from here. At that moment, a figure emerged within the mirror world, tall and shrouded in a black cloak, adorned with a sinister mask. Welcome to the mirror world, the figure proclaimed, emitting a chilling laugh. Who are you? Law questioned, his tone laced with caution. I am Bre, an envoy of the Charlotte family, the figure replied. You have trespassed into our territory, and you must face punishment. Sui, maintaining his composure, asked, What punishment? Bre smirked coldly. The punishment is to remain in this mirror world forever, becoming slaves to our family. At her words, the crew of the gods erupted in fury. They would never submit to the Charlotte family. Do not jest. We will never become your slaves. Bartolomeo shouted defiantly. A sly smile crept onto Bre's lips. Then let us see. I hope your strength is as formidable as your courage. With that, Bre's figure vanished into the mirrors. Simultaneously, the mirror world was suddenly inundated with countless desert soldiers, surrounding the god's crew. Fight, my comrades! Sui cried, wielding his ice will blade as he charged towards the desert army. An intense battle erupted within the mirror world, as the crew of the gods clashed fiercely with the desert soldiers. Despite being outnumbered, they fought valiantly without fear. In the midst of the chaos, a powerful sword aura sliced through the air, cleaving a group of desert soldiers in half. Ultimate technique, Celestial Slash, Sui shouted, and the sword energy swiftly dispersed the desert army. Hold on, everyone. We will escape this cursed place. Law encouraged his comrades. Through their combined efforts, they managed to break free from the encirclement of the desert army. However, Bre reappeared before them. Impressive. Sui's crew indeed possesses some skill. Bre sneered. But the game has only just begun. With those words, she vanished once more. The mirror world began to tremble violently, and a colossal donut materialized, trapping the god's crew within. What is happening? Jijian exclaimed in astonishment. It seems Bre is getting serious, Law remarked gravely. Faced with the enormous donut, the crew knew they must unite to confront this impending crisis. Cheeto, Jijian, and Bartolomeo swiftly organized a defense, while Sui, Law, and Ryuma prepared to launch an offensive. Sui, do you have any ideas? Jijian asked anxiously. Sui analyzed the situation calmly. This donut seems to harbor a certain power. We must identify its weakness to break free. Just then, Bre appeared on the other side of the donut, wearing a menacing grin. The game has only just begun. I hope you can endure until the end, she taunted, before vanishing again. The crew anxiously awaited the next turn of events. Suddenly, the donut began to constrict, and a sense of foreboding washed over the god's crew. Oh no, the donut is closing in. Cheeto cried out. We must act quickly to shatter it. Ryuma shouted, swinging his renowned sword against the donut. However, the donut's constriction was swift, and Ryuma's attack proved ineffective. Law, do you have a plan? Jijian urged, desperation creeping into his voice. Law furrowed his brow. I will attempt to use my powers to see if I can cleave this donut. Concentrating his energy, Law focused his strength into his sword. Room, overtake, he declared, striking the donut with all his might. The sword energy instantly severed the donut in two, allowing the god's crew to escape its grasp. Phew, we finally made it out. Bartolomeo sighed in relief. Yet, Bre reappeared, a sly smile gracing her lips. The game has only just begun. Do not celebrate too soon. With that, she clasped her hands together, and the mirror world was once again flooded with innumerable desert soldiers. Oh no, the desert army has returned. Jijian shouted in alarm. Sui drew his ice wheel blade, his gaze fixed resolutely on Bre. It ends here, Bre. Your fate is sealed. Bre smirked mockingly. Is that so, just you? Without replying, Sui's ice wheel blade radiated an aura of chilling intensity. He harnessed the full extent of his haki, amplifying the blade and Appo's power to its zenith. Final release, Cross of Ice. Sui bellowed, unleashing a blinding burst of light from from the ice wheel blade. A massive cross-shaped ice slash surged forth, slicing through the air towards BRLE. As the icy wave swept through, the space around it seemed to freeze. An overwhelming chill permeating the atmosphere. BRLE's expression shifted as she sensed the terrifying power contained within the ice wheel blade, compelling her to take heed. Clasping her hands together, a potent pink glow enveloped her. "Desert Shield," she cried, manifesting a colossal pink barrier before her to withstand Su Yi's onslaught. The ice cross collided with the Desert Shield, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the surrounding space like fragile glass. As the dust settled, BRLE stared at Su Yi, her complexion pale. "I never anticipated you could unleash such formidable power." Holding the ice wheel blade, Su Yi coldly replied, "I warned you, your fate is sealed." Chapter 61. Su Yi vs. Katakuri as Zoro and Sanji engaged in fierce combat with the Sweet Giant. A towering figure emerged at the entrance of the Mirror World. This figure bore a striking resemblance to the sun with his radiant red hair, his attire embodying an intense metallic black aesthetic. "Brother, what brings you here?" BRLE exclaimed, astonished by her brother's sudden appearance. Katakuri, one of the Sweet Commanders of the Charlotte family, possessed formidable observation haki and exceptional devil fruit abilities. He cast a disdainful glance at the disheveled BRLE, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "I heard you were in trouble, so I came to check on you," Katakuri said, folding his arms with an air of nonchalance. BRLE furrowed her brow. "Brother, it's dangerous here. You should leave." Katakuri scoffed. "BRLE, you remain as timid as ever. With Mother around, these fools are hardly a threat." With that, he advanced slowly towards Cheeto and Luo, a glimmer of provocation in his eyes. Cheeto and Luo felt the overwhelming aura radiating from Katakuri and instinctively braced themselves, aware that this man was no ordinary adversary. "You must be part of Su Yi and Appo's crew," Katakuri remarked, a slight grin breaking across his face. "Allow me to test your abilities." In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Cheeto, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. Luo, sensing the danger, rushed towards Katakuri to assist Cheeto, but Katakuri anticipated his move, and with an uncanny agility, appeared in front of Sanji, delivering a knee strike that sent Luo sprawling. Without pause, he unleashed his Machi fruit powers, conjuring dozens of Machi balls that soared towards the Straw Hat Pirates. Su Yi brandished his ice wheel blade, slicing through the barrage of Machi with expert precision. Yet, Katakuri's relentless assault continued, his form darting towards Su Yi. Machi fruit, Machi spike. Katakuri's fist transformed into a mass of Machi, hurtling towards Su Yi. Su Yi and Appo's eyes widened as he swiftly raised his sword in defense. The impact resonated like thunder, and Su Yi staggered back, overwhelmed by the sheer force. What immense power, he thought, astonished. Seizing the moment, Katakuri pressed the attack, maneuvering deftly between the Machi balls, making it increasingly difficult for Su Yi to track him. Machi fruit. Cut rice cake. Katakuri unleashed a torrent of Machi, launching it at Su Yi. Though Su Yi countered with his ice wheel blade, the sheer volume of Machi began to overwhelm him. This cannot continue, Su Yi pondered, searching for a weakness. Suddenly, a spark of insight struck him. He activated his observation haki, discerning Katakuri's movements. Now, Su Yi propelled himself towards Katakuri with newfound determination. Katakuri, taken aback that Su Yi could perceive his trajectory, quickly formed a barrier of Machi to shield himself. He summoned the powers of the Tyrannosaurus fruit and the lightning fruit, emanating a terrifying aura. Dragon God form. Su Yi roared, his body swelling as he transformed into a colossal dragon, his strength dramatically enhanced, breaking free from the Machi's grasp. Katakuri's expression shifted as he realized Su Yi's hidden potential. "Even in your transformed state, you cannot escape my control." With a cold snort, he launched a more ferocious onslaught. Su Yi, now in his dragon form, unleashed his claws, engaging Katakuri in an aerial battle, both combatants locked in a fierce struggle. Yet, Katakuri's observation haki allowed him to predict Su Yi's moves, gradually forcing him into a defensive position. "I cannot lose like this," Su Yi thought, desperation creeping in. Suddenly, clarity struck him. He devised a plan. "Katakuri, brace yourself," Sui shouted, radiating brilliant light. In the next moment, his form fragmented into countless small ice dragons. Surging towards Katakuri, Katakuri, caught off guard, attempted to shield himself with Machi. "A mere trick," he scoffed, but the ice dragons, imbued with frigid energy, shattered the Machi barrier, rendering it ineffective. Now, Sui's eyes gleamed with resolve as he materialized before Katakuri, his claws poised to strike. Katakuri, unprepared, was struck by Sui's ferocious blow, sending him flying. "Cough. I didn't anticipate you possessing such power," Katakuri gasped, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. "I concede. I underestimated you." As he rose, determination returned to his gaze, yet the battle was far from over. Sui remained vigilant, uncertain of Katakuri's next move. "Let me show you my ultimate power," Katakuri declared, his hands clasped together as his aura surged. His form began to transform, a thick layer of Machi enveloping him. Suddenly, the surface cracked open, revealing massive arms extending forth, a bizarre and ominous sight. "This is my strongest form, Machi Fruit Awakening." Katakuri and Appo's voice deepened, now gravelly and resonant. Sui felt an unprecedented pressure weighing down on him, understanding that Katakuri was prepared to fight to the bitter end. "Come, let us conclude this battle," Sui shouted, launching the first strike. In his ice dragon form, he moved with blistering speed, closing the distance to Katakuri in an instant. Yet, awakened Katakuri's might had significantly increased, with numerous massive Machi arms assailing him from all directions, leaving Sui struggling to defend himself. With each fierce collision, Sui found himself at a disadvantage. Katakuri and Appo's Machi arms were not only powerful but also incredibly swift, making defense nearly impossible. "Am I destined to lose?" Sui lamented internally. "No, I must not give up." A fierce determination ignited within him. Gathering all his strength, he forcefully pushed away the surrounding Machi arms and concentrated it into his dragon claws. "Dragon God Roar!" Sui bellowed, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave towards Katakuri. Katakuri's expression shifted, realizing too late that he could not evade the attack. Boom! The explosion reverberated through the battlefield, engulfing it in blinding light. As the brilliance dissipated, Katakuri's figure had vanished, leaving behind a colossal crater. Breathing heavily at the edge of the pit, Sui grappled with the profound exhaustion that followed such an intense battle, yet ultimately, victory was his. "Katakuri, you have been defeated," Sui murmured. Chapter 62. Cake Island. "Sui, you were truly remarkable just now," exclaimed Ji Yuan with excitement, as he transformed into the dragon god and vanquished Katakuri. Sui smiled gently. "I never anticipated that the fusion of the Tyrannosaurus fruit and the lightning fruit would yield such formidable power." Luo patted Sui on the shoulder, expressing gratitude. "Thanks to you, we were able to triumph over Katakuri." Cheeto nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Sui, you are growing stronger by the day." Lama smiled faintly. "It seems I must also strive to enhance my training." Ji Yuan gazed at Sui, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "Sui, you have truly impressed me. Joining you all was undoubtedly the right decision." Bartolomeo, filled with enthusiasm, declared, "Sui, you are akin to our savior." Sui chuckled. "Please, let us not speak in such grand terms. We are comrades, and it's only natural that we support one another." Luo regarded Sui earnestly. "Sui, when you transformed into the dragon god, I saw the resolve and courage in your eyes. I believe you can indeed become the Pirate King." Sui nodded. "I shall endeavor to do so. However, the title of Pirate King is not solely my aspiration. It is a goal we all share." Cheeto clenched his fist. "Yes, we shall work together to achieve it." Lama smiled. "Then let us commence by defeating the 4 emperors." Ji Yuan nodded. "I will do my utmost to assist you in realizing your dreams." Bartolomeo exclaimed, "I too wish to be a companion of the Pirate King." Sui looked at his comrades, his heart brimming with gratitude. He knew that with their support, he could fulfill his dream of becoming the Pirate King. "Let us unite our efforts and strive to become the Pirate King," Sui proclaimed loudly. "Yes," his partners echoed in unison. "Sui, where shall we head next?" Ji Yuan inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yi replied, "We will proceed to Cake Island, which is the territory of Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors." Luo furrowed his brow. Charlotte Linlin? I have heard of her. She is a very formidable foe. Cheeto nodded. Indeed, Charlotte Linlin is known as Big Mom, and her strength is terrifying. Longma smiled faintly. Nevertheless, I believe we can overcome her. Ji Yuan looked at Sui. Do you have a plan? Sui confirmed. I intend to infiltrate Cake Island first, identify Charlotte Linlin's weaknesses, and then mount our attack. Bartolomeo enthusiastically stated, excellent idea. I will utilize my barrier fruit ability to protect everyone. Ji Yuan smiled. Then I shall take on the role of gathering intelligence to support everyone. Luo nodded. I will use my swordsmanship to clear the way. Cheeto clenched his fist. I will wield my strength to eliminate obstacles. Longma smiled. Then let us work together to defeat Charlotte Linlin and become the Pirate King. After a period of sailing, the gods' pirates finally reached Cake Island. This massive island, located in the latter half of the Grand Line, is the domain of Charlotte Linlin. Cake Island is a grand land where the structures resemble deserts, creating a dreamy atmosphere. However, beneath this enchanting facade lies a tremendous peril. Sui and his companions landed on the shores of Cake Island, cautiously surveying their surroundings to avoid detection by Charlotte Linlin and Apos as subordinates. Sui, what shall we do next? Ji Yuan whispered. After pondering, Sui replied, first, we need to find a place to hide on the island, then devise a way to infiltrate Charlotte Linlin and Apos as castle. Luo nodded. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Cheeto clenched his fist. I will protect everyone with my strength. Longma smiled faintly. Then let us commence our mission. Under Su Yi's guidance, the crew of the gods' pirates stealthily entered Cake Island. They evaded the patrols of Charlotte Linlin's subordinates and successfully found a hiding place. This should be safe for the time being. Sui assessed their surroundings and spoke softly. Ji Yuan nodded. I will use my abilities to provide intelligence support. Luo glanced at the map. Charlotte Linlin's castle is located in the heart of the island. We must find a way to infiltrate it. Cheeto clenched his fist. I will clear a path for everyone. Longma smiled faintly. Then let us formulate a detailed plan before we take action. As the Straw Hat Pirates devised their plan, Charlotte Linlin was indulging in a feast within her castle, oblivious to the arrival of the gods' pirates who were preparing to launch an assault. Mama, we have intruders. A member of the Charlotte family suddenly burst into the dining hall, exclaiming loudly. Charlotte Linlin paused momentarily before revealing a sinister grin. Intruders? Humph. I shall see who dares to trespass in my domain. Rising to her feet, her imposing figure emanated an overwhelming aura. She glared at the Charlotte family member who had rushed into the hall, coldly inquiring, where are the intruders? They are at the edge of the island. We have dispatched people to apprehend them, the Charlotte family member responded. Charlotte Linlin scoffed. Daring to invade my territory, I shall see what they are capable of. With that, she strode out of the dining hall toward the island's edge. Su-Yi, do we really have to proceed with this? Nami asked with some trepidation. Luo patted Nami's shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry, we will be cautious. Under Su-Yi's leadership, the gods' pirates split into 2 groups to commence their operation. One group was tasked with diverting Charlotte Linlin's attention, while the other seized the opportunity to infiltrate the castle. Upon reaching the island's edge, Charlotte Linlin spotted the gods' pirates engaged in battle with the Charlotte family members. She sneered, so it is merely a group of brats daring to intrude upon my territory. With that, Charlotte Linlin swung her massive arm, commanding, Smokey, deal with them. Simultaneously, another group of the gods' pirates successfully infiltrated Charlotte Linlin and Apos' castle. They evaded the guards and began searching for the historical texts regarding Charlotte Linlin. Under Charlotte Linlin and Apos' orders, one of the 3 suite commanders, Charlotte Smokey, led a contingent of Charlotte family members towards the gods' pirates. Charlotte Smokey, towering and wielding a massive sword, appeared incredibly formidable. Her fruit ability, the Squeeze Fruit, enables her to enhance her strength by extracting moisture from others. Straw Hat Pirates, meet your demise. Charlotte Smokey bellowed, swinging her sword towards the Straw Hat Pirates. Longma brandished his renowned blade, striking at Charlotte Smokey. She parried the attack with her sword, blocking Longma and Apos' assault. Chapter 63, Longma vs. Smuggy. Charlotte Smuggy, a towering figure wielding a colossal longsword, exuded an aura of formidable strength. She gazed coldly at the members of the god's pirate crew and remarked, "You dare to intrude upon my mother's territory? Such audacity is truly reckless." Longma offered a slight smile. "You must be Charlotte Smuggy. Allow me to experience your prowess." With that, he unsheathed his katana and charged at Smuggy. A fierce battle ensued as Smuggy swung her longsword, each clash of their blades resonating with thunderous echoes that seemed to rip through the very air, rendering it suffocating. The crew of the god's pirate crew engaged in their own intense skirmishes, with Law and Bartolomeo coordinating seamlessly to vanquish their foes. The formidable Taito exhibited his immense strength, effortlessly sending members of the Big Mom pirates flying, while Bartolomeo utilized his barrier fruit abilities to shield the Straw Hat crew. As the battle raged on, it became apparent that Smuggy was gradually losing ground. Longma and Apos' swordsmanship was exceptional, each strike leaving her struggling to defend herself. Surprised, Smuggy realized that the Straw Hat crew possessed such a formidable swordsman. Acknowledging her precarious position, she resolved to unleash her devil fruit powers. Her body began to transform, her skin turning crimson as her form grew even larger. "Prepare to perish," Smuggy bellowed, swinging her longsword toward Longma. Undaunted, he met her assault with his katana, the weapons colliding with a deafening crash. Smuggy, now a colossal juice giant, charged at Longma. He remained unfazed, brandishing his katana to counter her attack. The air itself seemed to shudder at their titanic clash. In a swift movement, Longma appeared behind Smuggy, delivering a slash aimed at her back. She quickly pivoted, blocking his strike with her longsword. "Dragon Slash," Longma shouted, rapidly spinning his katana to create a massive whirlwind that surged toward Smuggy. Not one to be outdone, she countered by unleashing a formidable sword aura, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion as their powers collided, sending shockwaves that shattered trees and stones around them. Longma then positioned himself above Smuggy, aiming a downward strike at her head. She raised her longsword just in time to deflect the blow. "Two-sword style, breaking wave," Longma declared, wielding his katana with such speed that it unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp blades toward Smuggy. Smuggy, undeterred, unleashed her own massive sword energy to counter his assault. "Humph. It seems the underlings of the Five Emperors are not so impressive after all," Smuggy taunted. "Do not become too complacent. I have yet to unleash my full potential," Longma replied. "Then let me witness what else you are capable of," Smuggy challenged. "Skyward sword style, nine-headed dragon flash," Longma shouted, as the blade in his hand transformed into 9 shimmering afterimages, slicing toward Smuggy. "Merely a trivial skill," she scoffed, gathering juice into her fist to withstand his onslaught. The clash was monumental, resulting in a deafening boom as their powers erupted, sending Smuggy staggering back, while Longma stood resolutely in place. "It appears you're not as formidable as you thought," Longma remarked. "Do not celebrate prematurely. The battle has only just begun," Smuggy retorted, gathering her strength for another strike. "Skyward sword style, whirlwind flash," Longma shouted once more, twirling to create a vortex, slicing toward Smuggy. Refusing to yield, she concentrated her juice to form an enormous sword, countering his attack. The collision produced another thunderous sound, forcing both warriors back momentarily before they charged at each other again. "Skyward sword style, celestial dragon flash." Longma leapt into the air, his katana radiating brilliant light as he unleashed a tremendous sword aura toward Smuggy. Her expression shifted as she sensed the terrifying power within his attack. Gathering her juice into her fist, she braced for impact. "I can see that your swordsmanship is indeed impressive. However, I shall not surrender easily." "Then let us continue our duel," Longma declared as they clashed once more, their abilities creating powerful shockwaves that echoed through the battlefield. Longma slowly retracted his renowned blade, his gaze locked onto Smuggy with unwavering intensity. He understood that the battle had reached a critical juncture. "It is time to end this." "Smuggy," Longma declared with resolute finality. She scoffed. "Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Without responding, Longma concentrated all his strength into his blade, slowly drawing it forth. The sound of metal against metal resonating sharply. "One sword style, flying dragon flame," he roared, transforming his katana into a searing inferno that surged towards Smuggy, manifesting as a majestic dragon in the air. Her expression shifted to one of alarm as she recognized the devastating force behind his strike. Quickly, she summoned all her juice to coalesce into her fist. "Juice tsunami," she cried, unleashing a torrent that formed a colossal wave, attempting to counter Longma's assault. The two forces collided with a cataclysmic roar, flames and juice intertwining in a dazzling spectacle. Yet, as time passed, Smuggy felt her strength waning. Her wave began to falter under the might of Longma's fiery dragon. No, this cannot be. Fear flickered in her eyes. Longma's determination ignited, pouring his entire essence into his blade. The fiery dragon erupted with renewed vigor, dismantling the juice wave entirely. "Ah!" Smuggy screamed as the dragon struck her, sending her reeling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Longma sheathed his blade, his gaze calm as he regarded the fallen Smuggy. Aware that this confrontation had reached its conclusion, struggling to rise, Smuggy bore numerous wounds, her appearance a testament to her fierce struggle. She glared at Longma, her eyes burning with indignation and fury. "I will not accept defeat," she roared, charging at him once more. Longma's expression hardened as he moved with precision, appearing before her in an instant. He swung his katana, delivering a decisive blow to her chest. Her movements froze, eyes wide as she looked upon Longma. Moments later, she collapsed, losing consciousness. Longma regarded the fallen Smuggy, slowly retracting his blade, knowing that this battle had finally reached its end. In the distance, Charlotte Linlin observed the scene. Astonished, she had not anticipated that Smuggy would fall to Longma and Apos' might. "It seems I have underestimated the prowess of these individuals," Charlotte Linlin murmured, her tone imbued with a hint of gravity. Chapter 64, The Three Generals Versus. The Four Emperors. Charlotte Linlin slowly rose to her feet, her gaze turning icy. She fixed her eyes on Longma, a flicker of murderous intent flashing within them. "In that case, allow me to personally deal with you." Charlotte Linlin spoke in a tone laced with resolve. Longma felt the terrifying aura radiating from Charlotte Linlin, his heart tightening with trepidation. He understood that the impending battle would be far more arduous. Charlotte Linlin advanced towards Longma, her footsteps heavy, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Longma gripped the renowned blade tightly, his gaze unwavering as he focused on Charlotte Linlin. He knew he had to muster all his strength to confront this formidable foe. As Charlotte Linlin reached Longma, she raised her right hand and unleashed a powerful punch towards him, enveloped in an overwhelming aura, exuding a terrifying pressure. Longma dared not underestimate her. He swung his blade, slicing through the air with a fierce sword energy in an attempt to counter her assault. Boom! The clash of sword energy and fist erupted in a thunderous roar. The sword energy shattered instantly, yet Charlotte Linlin's punch continued its relentless trajectory towards Longma. He hurriedly retreated, narrowly evading her onslaught. However, Charlotte Linlin offered him no respite, launching another fist toward him. Longma was forced to keep retreating, wielding his blade to unleash waves of fierce sword energy, striving to slow Charlotte Linlin's advance. Yet her power was insurmountable, her might far exceeding his own. Longma's sword energy proved ineffective against her, merely managing to stall her momentum. Charlotte Linlin unleashed a flurry of punches, pushing Longma into a corner. He could only desperately defend himself, unable to completely evade her strikes. With a resounding thud, Longma finally succumbed to her onslaught, a punch landing squarely on his chest, causing him to spit blood and crash heavily to the ground. Charlotte Linlin gazed down at the fallen Longma, a glimmer of disdain flickering in her eyes. She approached him, poised to deliver the final blow. Longma, lying on the ground, felt a searing pain in his chest. Struggling to rise, he realized he was gravely injured. The extent of Charlotte Linlin and Apos' power surpassed his expectations. He had to devise a way to overcome her. As Charlotte Linlin stood before him, hand raised to strike, the other members of the God's pirate crew arrived on the scene. Alarmed at the sight of their injured comrade, they rushed forward to shield Longma. "Charlotte Linlin, your adversaries are us," Law exclaimed, his gaze resolute. Charlotte Linlin scoffed. "You audacious fools dare trespass into my domain. Very well, I shall eradicate you all." With that, she swung her fist towards the members of the God's pirate crew. They immediately counterattacked, engaging in a fierce battle against Charlotte Linlin. Law utilized the powers of his Op no Mi to conjure a massive space, attempting to ensnare Charlotte Linlin. However, her strength proved overwhelming, rendering Law's spatial manipulation ineffective. Bartolomeo summoned a protective barrier, aiming to strike Charlotte Linlin, but her body was simply too resilient for the barrier to inflict any harm. Cheeto transformed into a colossal beast, charging at Charlotte Linlin. Nevertheless, she retaliated with a single punch, sending Cheeto flying. Charlotte Linlin surveyed the members of the God's pirate crew, a cold smile gracing her lips. "You truly underestimate yourselves." She then unleashed a punch towards them, her fist imbued with formidable aura and terrifying pressure. The crew members hastily dodged. Yet Charlotte Linlin's speed was unparalleled, making it impossible for them to evade entirely. They were struck down, blood spurting from their mouths as they were flung to the ground. Cheeto, Law, and Longma stood resolutely before Charlotte Linlin, their gazes unwavering. Cheeto inhaled deeply, his form beginning to transform. Fiery flames erupted from within him, enveloping him in a blazing aura. Massive wings unfurled from his back, rendering him angelic in appearance. "Seraph Cheeto," he roared, soaring towards Charlotte Linlin with fists ablaze in scorching heat. Simultaneously, Law launched his own assault. His powers awakened, distorting the surrounding space and generating waves of invisible energy. K-Room Shockwave. Law bellowed, swinging his weapon, the ominous cry, which was enveloped in powerful waves, aimed directly at Charlotte Linlin. Longma, too, was not idle. He gripped his blade tightly, channeling all his strength into it. The blade erupted with a potent sword energy, manifesting as a dragon. Sword technique, Flying Dragon Flame. Longma shouted, slashing with his blade, sending forth a dragon of blazing fire towards Charlotte Linlin. As Charlotte Linlin faced the oncoming attacks, a look of seriousness crossed her features. She recognized the immense power within these strikes. Should they connect, she would suffer severe repercussions. Yet, she did not falter. With a mighty roar, she concentrated her energy into her fist. "Destructive fist, break the army," she cried, launching her fist forward to meet the incoming assault. Boom. The combined attacks of Cheeto, Law, and Longma collided with Charlotte Linlin and Appo's fist, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Flames, waves, and sword energy intertwined in a dazzling display of light. Cheeto, Law, and Longma were jolted backward, while Charlotte Linlin staggered a few steps, cracks appearing on her fist, blood seeping from the wounds. With a gasp, Charlotte Linlin coughed up blood, her complexion paling. She had not anticipated the sheer strength of Cheeto, Law, and Longma's united front, which had gravely injured her. The trio steadied themselves, eyes locked onto Charlotte Linlin, aware that their recent onslaught had indeed inflicted significant damage, though she had yet to lose her fighting spirit. Chapter 65. Thunder and Sun. While Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji engaged in a fierce battle against Charlotte Linlin, Sui and Ji Yuan stealthily infiltrated her castle. Their objective was to locate the historical text within the castle, a pivotal key to uncovering the secrets of One Piece. After a thorough search, Sui and Ji Yuan finally discovered the chamber housing the historical text. Upon entering, they beheld a stone tablet inscribed with ancient script. "Is this the historical text?" Ji Yuan inquired softly. Sui nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this is the historical text. We have finally found it." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Ji Yuan's eyes. "Wonderful. With this, we can unveil the mysteries of One Piece." Sui approached the stone tablet, meticulously examining the intricate ancient inscriptions that adorned its surface. "These characters are exceedingly complex. We may struggle to decipher them," he remarked, furrowing his brow. Ji Yuan pondered for a moment. "Perhaps we should seek Robin and Appo's assistance. She is the sole survivor of O'Hara and possesses extensive knowledge of ancient scripts." Sui acknowledged the suggestion with a nod. "A splendid idea. We must hasten to find Robin." Just as they prepared to depart, a cacophony erupted outside. They rushed to the window and observed a throng of Charlotte family members fleeing the castle. "What is happening?" Ji Yuan asked, bewildered. Sui frowned. "I cannot say. But it is certainly not good news. We must leave at once." "Zeus, the thundercloud!" Charlotte Linlin bellowed, summoning Zeus to her side. Prometheus, the sun! She shouted again, as Prometheus appeared beside her. With a sweeping motion, Charlotte Linlin commanded Zeus and Prometheus to unleash their assault. Zeus discharged a torrent of formidable lightning, while Prometheus unleashed searing flames. Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji, witnessing the onslaught, quickly retaliated in an attempt to counter Charlotte Linlin's attack. However, her power was overwhelming, rendering their efforts ineffective. Thunderclap! Charlotte Linlin roared, as Zeus unleashed a colossal bolt of lightning toward Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji. They dodged desperately, but the speed of the lightning was too great to evade entirely. Boom! The lightning struck Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji, sending them sprawling and gravely injured. Celestial thunder! Charlotte Linlin cried out once more, as Zeus summoned another immense bolt of lightning aimed directly at the trio. Already battered, they had no strength to evade. Boom! The lightning struck again, further wounding them and nearly extinguishing their fighting spirit. Thunderous wrath! Charlotte Linlin shouted, directing Zeus to unleash yet another tremendous bolt of lightning toward them. Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji could only watch helplessly as the lightning bore down upon them. Boom! The lightning struck with devastating force, rendering them utterly incapacitated. Charlotte Linlin surveyed the injured Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji with a cold smile. Easily vanquished. As they lay on the ground, struggling to rise, they found their bodies unresponsive. Their gazes met Charlotte Linlin's, filled with resentment and fury. Charlotte Linlin advanced toward them, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent, prepared to deliver the final blow. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before her, wielding a longsword and striking toward Charlotte Linlin. Feeling the assault from behind, she swiftly turned and blocked the sword with her arm. Upon closer inspection, she recognized her assailant as Sui. Sui! Charlotte Linlin screamed, fury flashing in her eyes. Ignoring her, Sui turned to assist Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji, concern etched on his face. Are you all alright? They shook their heads. We are fine. There is no need for concern. Sui nodded, then turned his gaze back to Charlotte Linlin, determination igniting within him. He understood that a fierce battle for survival was imminent. Charlotte Linlin sneered. Do you truly believe you can defeat me alone? Sui offered no reply. Instead, he brandished his ice blade and charged at Charlotte Linlin. Unfazed, she swung her massive sword, and the two engaged in a fierce duel. Their blades clashed, resonating with thunderous echoes, as the air around them seemed to tear apart, deterring onlookers from approaching. Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji watched the intense confrontation with growing concern. They knew Sui was formidable, yet Charlotte Linlin was equally formidable. We must assist Sui, Luffy insisted, struggling to rise and join the fray. Zoro and Sanji nodded in agreement, forcing themselves to their feet, ready to support Sui. However, before they could intervene, they were knocked back by the shockwaves of Charlotte Linlin's attacks, landing heavily on the ground and sustaining further injuries. Stay back. This is my battle with Charlotte Linlin. Sui's voice rang out, halting Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji in their tracks. The clash between Charlotte Linlin and Sui reached a fever pitch. She summoned thunderclouds, seeking to harness the power of lightning to overwhelm him. Yet, Sui stood resolute, wielding the abilities of the lightning fruit to summon thunderbirds, thunder beasts, and thunder dragons, countering her electric might. Who do you think you are, summoning lightning in my presence? Sui bellowed, unleashing the full extent of his powers. Billion volts, Thunderbird. Billion volts, Thunder Beast. Billion volts, Thunder Dragon. He unleashed a barrage of attacks, sending Thunderbirds, Thunder Beasts, and Thunder Dragons hurtling towards Charlotte Linlin. You think you are the only one who can summon the forces of nature? She retorted with a derisive laugh, conjuring a massive fireball from the sun. Celestial Fireball. Charlotte Linlin shouted, hurling the blazing sphere towards Sui. It arced through the air, radiating intense heat, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. The two forces collided violently in midair, erupting with deafening booms. The atmosphere seemed to fracture, instilling fear in all who beheld the spectacle. Damn it! Charlotte Linlin growled, intensifying her flames. Unfazed, Sui retaliated with a fierce cry. Billion volts, Thunder God. A colossal thunder god materialized in the sky, wielding a thunderous hammer aimed at Charlotte Linlin. Her expression shifted as she sensed the terrifying power emanating from the Thunder God, compelling her to take heed. "Solar Shield," she shouted, summoning the power of the sun to form a protective barrier before her. The Thunder God's hammer crashed against the shield, producing a resounding explosion. Charlotte Linlin was pushed back several steps, while the Thunder God dissipated into the air. Both combatants bore significant injuries, yet the battle was far from over. Chapter 66. Dance of Swords and Sabers. Charlotte Linlin's roar resonated through the heavens as she removed her hat, instantly transforming into a colossal long sword known as the Emperor's Sword, Shattered Blade. Her form surged, emanating an overwhelming aura. "Su-yi, prepare to face me." Charlotte Linlin's voice was deep and filled with authority as she wielded the Emperor's Sword, Shattered Blade, striking towards Su-yi. Unfazed, Su-yi gripped the ice wheel and advanced to meet Charlotte Linlin's onslaught. The two divine weapons clashed violently in the air, intertwining the forces of ice and fire, resulting in a tremendous explosion. 3,000 worlds, Su-yi shouted, unleashing a dazzling brilliance from the ice wheel, manifesting into countless sword energies aimed at Charlotte Linlin. With a cold huff, Charlotte Linlin deftly maneuvered the Emperor's Sword, Shattered Blade, parrying Su-yi's sword energies with the grace of a living entity. She pressed forward, pointing the Emperor's Sword, Shattered Blade directly at Su-yi's chest. Seeing this, Su-yi swiftly executed his evasive technique. Under his command, the ice wheel flowed like water, consistently neutralizing Charlotte Linlin's assault. The intensity of their battle escalated, with sword energies crisscrossing and the fusion of ice and fire rendering it difficult to determine a victor. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Charlotte Linlin's eyes as she abruptly released the Emperor's Sword, Shattered Blade, allowing it to hover in the air. Immediately, she clasped her hands together, a powerful energy wave erupting from within her. Elbaf's Spear, National Might, she bellowed, unleashing a massive energy shockwave from her hands that surged towards Su-yi. Feeling the overwhelming force of the energy, Su-yi dared not hesitate. He immediately activated the ice wheel, conjuring a thick wall of ice before him. Boom! The energy shockwave collided with the ice wall, producing a deafening roar. The ice wall shattered, but Su-yi seized the opportunity to sidestep, narrowly evading the blow. Noticing this, Charlotte Linlin frowned and grasped the Emperor's Sword, Shattered Blade, charging once more at Su-yi. Just as Su-yi regained his footing, he saw the blade's edge approaching. He swiftly swung the ice wheel, engaging in a fierce clash with the Emperor's Sword, Shattered Blade. Each fighter exhibited unique prowess. One was a Yonko of the Big Mom Pirates, possessing a steel body and formidable swordplay. The other, the world's strongest swordsman, renowned for his agility and skill. The battle had raged for a significant duration, with both Su-yi and Charlotte Linlin showcasing astonishing strength, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Su-yi tightened his grip on the ice wheel, gazing intently at Charlotte Linlin. He understood that the forthcoming confrontation would be exceedingly arduous, yet he remained resolute in his belief that he could overcome his adversary. "Bankai, ice wheel," Su-yi declared, unleashing the full potential of the ice wheel. A powerful chill radiated from it, solidifying the air around him. An ice dragon materialized behind him, encasing him in a frosty veil. Flying Sword Technique, True Dragon and Apos, S-Roar. With a swift movement, Su-yi surged towards Charlotte Linlin. His swordplay flowed seamlessly, each strike imbued with razor-sharp energy. Observing Su-yi's assault, Charlotte Linlin scoffed, brandishing the blade Mother Flame. The flame erupted with ferocious flames, repelling Su-yi's sword energies. "Mother's Sudden Strike," Charlotte Linlin shouted, wielding the blade Mother Flame to cleave at Su-yi. Her onslaught was akin to a tempest, rendering Su-yi's defense nearly insurmountable. He found himself retreating while fending off her relentless attacks, acutely aware of her formidable strength. He needed to identify her weakness to turn the tide. "Sounding Light Sword," Charlotte Linlin cried out again, swinging the Sounding Light Sword. It radiated a blinding brilliance, disrupting Su-yi's line of sight. Alarmed, Su-yi hastily closed his eyes, relying on his observation haki to sense Charlotte Linlin's strikes. With the aid of observation haki, Su Yi gradually acclimated to Charlotte Linlin's attack rhythm. Seizing the moment, he swung the ice wheel, unleashing a fierce sword energy. Flying sword technique, tornado flash. Su Yi shouted, transforming his sword energy into a swirling vortex that charged towards Charlotte Linlin. The tornado, imbued with immense destructive power, forced her to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yi steadied himself and charged again at Charlotte Linlin. His swordplay was relentless, akin to a torrential downpour, making it increasingly difficult for her to defend. Charlotte Linlin, witnessing Su Yi's advancing prowess, felt a flicker of urgency. She realized that if the battle continued in this manner, she would face defeat at his hands. Blade Mother Flame, Flame Storm. Charlotte Linlin roared, swinging the Blade Mother Flame to unleash a colossal fiery tempest. The inferno surged towards Su Yi with tremendous force. Gazing at the approaching storm of flames, Su Yi's expression hardened. He recognized this as the most challenging moment in their confrontation. Flying sword technique, Nine-Headed Dragon Flash. Su Yi shouted, wielding the ice wheel to release a fierce sword energy. The energy morphed into 9 colossal dragons that charged towards the flame storm. Boom! The sword energy and flame storm collided, erupting in a cataclysmic roar. Flames and frost intertwined in the air, creating a dazzling spectacle. Chapter 67. Beyond the Speed of Light. Su Yi was acutely aware of the formidable power possessed by Charlotte Linlin. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately harnessed the abilities of the Tyrannosaurus fruit, transforming into an enormous Tyrannosaurus. His form swelled instantaneously, muscles bulging, skin enveloped in a thick layer of scales, and a pair of colossal wings sprouted from his back. Transformed, Su Yi felt the surging power within him, his gaze solidifying with newfound resolve. He opened his massive jaws and let forth a thunderous roar as he charged toward Charlotte Linlin. Unfazed by the onslaught, Charlotte Linlin raised the Emperor's sword, Broken Blade, pointing its tip at Su Yi. Like cannon, she bellowed, and the sword erupted with a blinding radiance, morphing into a vast energy cannon aimed directly at Su Yi. Undeterred, Su Yi swung his enormous tail toward the light cannon. The collision between the Tyrannosaurus fruit's might and the light cannon resulted in a resounding blast, shockwaves radiating outward, sending everything in the vicinity into disarray. Su Yi's tail was struck by the light cannon, leaving a grievous wound, yet he pressed on, seemingly impervious to pain as he continued his charge. Charlotte Linlin furrowed her brow, astonished that Su Yi could withstand her light cannon. However, she quickly regained her composure. Lifting the Emperor's sword, Broken Blade, once again. Erbaf's spear, National Might, she cried, the sword emanating a powerful wave of energy as it sliced towards Su Yi. Su Yi opened his wide maw, clamping down on the Emperor's sword, Broken Blade. The clash of teeth against blade rang out like clanging metal. Charlotte Linlin was taken aback. She had not anticipated Su Yi to counter her attack in such a manner. Just as she was caught off guard, Su Yi abruptly released his grip and unleashed a torrent of searing flames toward her. Charlotte Linlin deftly dodged, yet the flames singed her garments, leaving her in a state of disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yi swung his massive tail again. Though Charlotte Linlin managed to evade in time, she was still grazed by the tail, sending her sprawling to the ground. Pursuing his advantage, Su Yi opened his jaws to bite at Charlotte Linlin. Yet, she was no ordinary opponent. She steadied herself and thrust the Emperor's sword, Broken Blade, towards Su Yi's throat. Reacting swiftly, he twisted his neck to evade the lethal strike, though the sword still grazed his scales, leaving a deep gash. Suppressing the pain, Su Yi unleashed his tail once more towards Charlotte Linlin. This time, she did not evade but instead raised the Emperor's sword, Broken Blade, to cleave at Su Yi's tail. Another thunderous sound echoed as the sword severed his tail, blood gushing forth. Nevertheless, Su Yi continued his relentless advance, seemingly oblivious to the injury. Charlotte Linlin glared at Su Yi, a surge of anger swelling within her. She had never expected to be cornered by such a young foe. Very well, if you seek death so fervently, I shall grant your wish. Charlotte Linlin roared, her presence radiating an immense aura. Soul fruit, soul incantation, she shouted, raising her right hand high. An eerie glow emanated from her palm. which she then slammed into the ground. An invisible force expanded outward from her, enveloping the area. This power surged through Su Yi, inducing a wave of dizziness. Su Yi was alarmed. He had not anticipated such an ability from Charlotte Linlin. He hastily focused his mind, resisting her soul incantation, noticing its effect on him. Charlotte Linlin intensified her fruit's output, raising both hands and striking the ground again. Soul fruit, soul extraction, she declared. And Su Yi was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of vertigo, as if his soul were being pulled away from his body. In a state of panic, Su Yi recognized the urgency of breaking free from Charlotte Linlin's soul extraction. Clenching his teeth and concentrating, he endeavored to tether his soul firmly within his corporeal form. After a fierce struggle, Su Yi successfully resisted Charlotte Linlin's soul extraction. He lifted his head, gazing at her with resolute determination. Tyrannosaurus fruit, dragon god transformation, Su Yi shouted, unleashing the full potential of the Tyrannosaurus fruit. His physique expanded rapidly, transforming him into a colossal dragon god. Combining the powers of the lightning fruit with the Tyrannosaurus fruit, he became swifter, nearly transcending the limits of the naked eye. Although Charlotte Linlin's observation haki was formidable, it proved insufficient against Su Yi's near-invisible speed. She furrowed her brows, vigilantly scanning her surroundings in an attempt to detect his presence. Charlotte Linlin, your observation haki seems unable to keep pace with my speed. Su Yi's voice taunted from behind her, laced with mockery. Startled, Charlotte Linlin spun around, swinging the Emperor's sword, broken blade, toward the source of the voice. Only to find Su Yi had already vanished. Are you searching for me? His voice echoed again, this time from directly above her. Looking up, Charlotte Linlin saw Su Yi circling above, his eyes gleaming with provocation. Damn it, she roared, taken aback by his astonishing speed that rendered her efforts to track him futile. Charlotte Linlin, your era has passed, Su Yi stated coolly. Now is our time. The era of the divine pirate crew. At his words, a flash of fury ignited in Charlotte Linlin's eyes. You insolent brat, do not become too overconfident, she retorted, raising the Emperor's sword, broken blade, to strike at Su Yi with fervor. Yet, once again, his speed proved too great, her attack missing its mark. Your attacks are too slow. Su Yi's voice resounded from behind her once more. Charlotte Linlin turned to retaliate with her sword, but he was already gone. Akin to a prey being toyed with, no matter her fervent efforts, she could not touch the hunter. Charlotte Linlin, you have grown old, Su Yi proclaimed from atop a nearby boulder. Charlotte Linlin regarded him with a glimmer of resignation in her eyes, aware that she faced an unprecedented adversary that day. Brat, do not let your pride blind you, she warned coldly. You will pay dearly for this. With that, she plunged the Emperor's sword, broken blade, into the ground, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that expanded outward. Erbaf spear, national might, she shouted, and a massive energy shockwave erupted from the sword, surging towards Su Yi. Seeing this, Su Yi swiftly summoned the power of the lightning fruit, erecting a thick barrier of lightning before him. Boom! The energy shockwave collided with the lightning barrier, producing a deafening sound. The barrier shattered, yet Su Yi had already evaded to the side, narrowly escaping the devastating blow. Charlotte Linlin's brow furrowed in disbelief. She had not anticipated Su Yi could so effortlessly evade her assault. Charlotte Linlin, I have seen through your attacks, Su Yi stated calmly. Now it is my turn to retaliate. Having spoken, he surged towards Charlotte Linlin with the swiftness of lightning. Charlotte Linlin hastily brandished the Emperor's sword, the broken blade, in an attempt to defend herself. However, her speed was no match for Su Yi, who effortlessly breached her defenses in an instant.